This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Beep beep beep. Boom. As the explosion destroyed everything, the unknown in the universe cast a glance, and everything seemed to be paused. Everything froze. Sang Fiwen, using the last glimmer of light, saw a long-lost figure. She and he locked eyes in the paused time, and then everything rushed back as if flowing water. Sang Fiwen suddenly awoke from the boundless darkness, took a deep breath, and felt as if she had been crushed by 10,000 shoveling robots. She touched herself. She wasn't missing any limbs. Looking up, she saw a vast, unsettlingly white expanse around her. Directly in front of her floated a golden polyhedron, its facets constantly shifting and changing. This scene was too familiar. Sang Fiwen's heart tightened. Wasn't this the space where Gu Lan created her character? Wait, wasn't she currently playing the Ascension Dungeon? The boss there was insane. That would suddenly lock her health when she was low on life, followed by a full area berserk attack. She was down to her last sliver of health, with nowhere to dodge, watching helplessly as the crimson light engulfed her vision, the system's cold death notification ringing in her ears. Did she die in the Ascension Dungeon? Was the death penalty instant account deletion? Damn it, you bastard! Sang Fiwen abruptly sat up, roaring at the empty, pure white space, but there wasn't even a trace of echo. Only the polyhedron continued its silent transformation. After venting her frustration, she walked forward dejectedly, her fingertips touching the polyhedron surface. It felt like passing through water, and then the golden polyhedron in front of her instantly unfolded into a large two-dimensional projection panel. When Sang Fiwen's gaze swept to a piece of information in the corner, her eyes widened abruptly. January 1st, 125th year of the Imperial Blue Star Calendar, 85:00. Wait! Isn't it 135th year now? Sang Fiwen, hands on her hips, cursed angrily. Damn it. Constant maintenance, and they even got the system time 10 years wrong. Please select your birthplace. Qianlong Town, Chua Mountain, Peach Blossom Village, Star Dream Shore, Pumlai Island. Click to view details. Sang Fiwen stared at the selection, her eyes widening involuntarily again. Qianlong Town? Her previous max-level swordsman character was created in Qianlong Town, back on the first day of Ancient Blue Open Beta. But that place had been razed to the ground by a storied boss long ago, now only ruins remained. Players who created characters later would never see this option. Sang Fiwen, having chosen Qianlong Town again, swallowed hard, her voice trembling without her even realizing it. Dog giant. No way, could they make a mistake like this? A ridiculous guess formed in her mind, her heart pounding like someone waiting for a lottery draw. Please name your character. Wanqing Hui. Sang Fiwen quickly uttered these 3 words. Acquire random initial traits? Warm reminder, there is a chance of randomly obtaining negative traits. Yes. Customize appearance? No. This was too much trouble. She chose to let it adjust automatically based on the original appearance. Character Wanqing Hui created successfully. The character name conforms to the naming rules of the ancient blue human race, Charm +1. Automatically modifying appearance. Character generation complete. A blinding white light forced her to close her eyes. She felt her body transform into a feather, floating in midair, before falling heavily into a warm space. A cacophony of voices, and the jingling of carriage bells filled her ears. Opening her eyes again, she found herself on the streets of Qianlong Town, teeming with players. This was understandable. The town was near the Lilong volcano, a place of breathtaking beauty that had captivated many players in promotional videos, making it a popular starting point. Dog Giant stealth technology was touted as a breakthrough from traditional holographic technology, a 100% replica of the destroyed ancient planet Blue Star. She stood on a wide, smooth flagstone road, wide enough for 6 fragrant carriages to pass side by side. The street was now teeming with people. Human players in coarse cloth outfits, a demon boy wagging his tail, a spirit girl with fair skin and snow-white eyelashes. A diverse array of figures jostled shoulder to shoulder. The air was filled with the sweet aromas wafting from street food stalls, the fragrant scent of freshly made pills from the apothecary ahead, and the enticing aroma of wine from the tavern, drawing in a group of novice players who emptied their initial gold. Sang Fiwen grabbed a passing demon girl. What time is it? The girl, sporting fluffy, bouncy cat ears, was curiously touching them when grabbed, answering with a bewildered look. 6 o'clock in the evening. Why are you asking? I mean the year. What year in the star calendar? The cat-eared player suddenly perked up, eagerly replying, January 1st, star calendar 125, 5 p.m. 125 years. The first day of the open beta. Sang Fi-wen abruptly released her grip, staggering back half a step. The cat-eared girl scratched her head. She thought she stumbled upon a quest. Looks like that human wasn't an NPC? Suddenly, the zombie-like human burst out. Yay! Sang Fi-wen wandered the streets, sometimes cosplaying as a zombie, sometimes grabbing someone and repeatedly asking for the time. She really looked like someone who had escaped from a mental hospital. Luckily, the newbie village was chaotic on the first day of the server launch, so no one really thought she was crazy. This wasn't a deleted account, nor a system bug. She had been reborn, and this was the first day of the open beta for Gulan. It's no wonder she was so excited. In her previous life, her family went bankrupt, turning her from a carefree heiress into a debt-ridden pariah. In her previous life, on Gulan first anniversary, during the Giant Technologies press conference livestream, the CEO stood under the spotlight and announced, stealth technology has broken through the barrier, capable of converting human bioelectricity into bioenergy. That day, the entire planet Gulan was in an uproar. The energy depletion crisis was resolved, and Gulan was no longer just a simple holographic game, but had become the energy hub maintaining the system's operation. Her father's energy company failed to survive the transition period. By then, it was on its last legs. He borrowed money to invest in a promising guild in the second world, Ancient Blue, which was popular throughout the galaxy. Unexpectedly, the guild suffered a series of defeats and wars, ultimately leading to a broken cash flow and a dismal end. The despair after bankruptcy in her previous life, the heartbreak of her parents' deaths, the despair of her brother's disappearance. Those suffocating days suddenly offered her a second chance. Sorting out her turbulent thoughts, Sang Fi-wen opened her character panel, set it to private mode, and a row of information that only she could see appeared before her eyes. Character, Wanqing Hui. Race, Ancient Blue Human. Health, 100/100. Spirit, 50/50. Attributes, Constitution 5, Strength 5, Intelligence 5, Agility 5, Perception 5, Charisma 5. Magic Defense, 5. Physical Defense, 5. Movement Speed, 5. Attack Speed, 5. Backpack Space, 8x8x8. Weight, 0/50. Character Trait, Eloquent Human's initial attributes are indeed balanced. Constitution and Strength are all 5 points, only Charisma is 1 point higher than average. However, in her eyes, this decorative attribute is useless. Besides humans, the regular races include the physically powerful demon race and the exceptionally intelligent spirit race. The hidden race is entirely based on luck. Sang Fi-wen glanced at her character's traits and breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't the unlucky destined for misfortune trait, nor the useless beautiful but incompetent trait. She had actually randomly gotten the eloquent trait. At this moment, the streets and alleys were filled with players inquiring about quests. They flitted around different townspeople, trying to build rapport with the residents of Gulan. However, with zero initial favorability, the Gulan residents were wary and distant. Most players gave up after a few rejections, and simply headed straight to the wilderness to level up. The remaining players, still diligently engaging with the residents, were mostly professional players from guilds. Outside the village, an uncle carrying a sickle and a basket on his back was wiping sweat as he walked back into the village. The basket was full of hay. He sighed. Why are there so many outsiders all of a sudden? The tailor shop owner impatiently shooed away the outsiders, who were crowding in front of her shop. These annoying outsiders not only didn't want to do business, but they also asked her for work. She hadn't had any customers for days. How could she afford to hire help? The players, who were chased away by the tailor shop owner, were from various holographic gaming clubs. As veteran gamers, they received a system notification. Aunt Wang's favorability towards you has decreased by 1. Everyone was stunned. Having played dozens of holographic games, this was the first time they'd seen an NPC lose favorability for talking to them. Why wasn't this game playing by the rules? The area in front of the tailor shop was finally quiet. Aunt Wang quickly greeted the uncle carrying a basket on his back. Old Zhao, you had a good haul today. How's the situation on the mountain? Well, the grass is growing well, but... Old Zhao, with a full basket of hay, didn't show a happy smile, but instead said with a troubled expression, those wild boars are getting more and more strange. This morning, I almost knocked over my basket. The player who had just been annoyed by Aunt Wang suddenly perked up. Here it comes. A quest clue. Players near the tailor shop pricked up their ears to listen to the conversation between the two townspeople. Many had an idea and headed out of the village. These players, who believed they had gleaned quest information from the NPC's conversation, had already headed straight for the wilderness to search for the mutated wild boars. Among them, the players from the Brilliant Star Guild were the quickest, being the first to find the mountain pass where the wild boars were spotted. A group of ferocious black boars were pawing the ground with their tusks. Each boar was 3 times stronger than a domestic pig, and several had red glints in their eyes. A player from the Brilliant Stars faction confidently swung his beginner wooden sword, only to be tossed around by a boar, and sent flying 3 meters away. The boar's long health bar instantly emptied, and he fell dead without a sound. Not high enough level. You need at least level 5 to even touch it. The player in charge had already noticed the level disadvantage. The Brilliant Stars players exchanged bewildered glances, forced to retreat to the level 1 map to regroup. But the level 1 map was already packed with players. Even a rabbit was being fought over by more than a dozen people, and some were almost coming to blows over a single monster. The leader, eager to level up and complete the mutated boar quest, immediately reported the situation. "Boss, should we clear the area now?" A moment later, he received a brief reply from his boss, "Clear." Sang Fiwen wasn't in a hurry to level up. She could imagine the low-level maps being packed with people, and she didn't bother looking for the mutated wild boar that old Zhao had mentioned. She saw many people heading towards the wild boar's lair, and couldn't help but grin mischievously, as if she were enjoying the spectacle. How many people in her past life had been tricked by old Zhao into giving up their lives? Those mutated wild boars were far too dangerous for early game players. Even if they successfully surrounded and killed one, they would only find that a bundle of bristles was worth 3 copper coins, and the tusks were slightly more valuable, 5 copper coins each. The increasing number of mutated wild boars wasn't a signal for players to hunt mutated monsters. It was a hint at the unusual environmental changes in Qianlong Town. This was the real clue, connecting to the legendary quest in Qianlong Town. Wearing the beginner's clothing given to her by the system, Sang Fiwen jogged against the flow of people to the town center, where the town hall, where the mayor resided, was located. Outsider, halt. At the town hall entrance, guards had just driven away a group of players who were lingering, hoping to try their luck inside. Sang Fiwen, seemingly oblivious to the guards' warning, walked directly to 2 guards wielding long spears. "Guards, I have urgent business. I need to go in and see the mayor." She leaned closer and lowered her voice. "It's about the mutated creatures around the town." As she spoke, she activated her character trait, Eloquent Speech. Gain the effect of eloquence, duration 50 minutes. Eloquent Speech, this language-based talent was practically tailor-made for the early days of the game, a god-tier skill in NPC interactions. Effects include triggering quests through dialogue even without key items, skipping dialogue without losing favor, buying items with a built-in dragon-slaying sword, and easily increasing NPC favor, saving a lot of time in the game. In her previous life, she only stumbled upon a similar trait midway through the game. Before that, she spent twice as much time as others just haggling with NPCs for quest clues. The players who were just chased away were professional players from the Grand Fireworks Guild, currently eavesdropping nearby. They originally wanted to meet the town mayor to build goodwill and pave the way for the Grand Holographic Guild's development. However, they took turns trying various methods to trigger the entry conditions, but so far they couldn't get past the guards at the entrance. After trying for most of the day, just as they were about to give up, they saw a female human player dressed in cloth armor dashing towards the guards. They assumed she was one of the legendary beta testers, and quickly hid to eavesdrop on her strategy. But upon hearing this, they all chuckled. This woman was using the same trick they had just used. Did she think a different approach would work? They were just waiting to be thrown out. But the next second, their laughter caught in their throats. 2 long spears, held in a cross shape, separated, and the guards, their faces impeccably serious, nodded. "Please come in, lady." The players of Shengshi Yanhua, crouching in the corner, watched helplessly as the guards let the female player in, somewhat petrified. "Why can't she go in?" An elven player couldn't help but rush forward and shout, "I also have something to report about the mutated beasts." "Words are meaningless, step back." The guard frowned, and his spear swept across with a powerful gust of wind. The impulsive elven player was struck solidly in the chest, flying backward like a leaf. "Guard's favorability towards you decreased by 5. You have been blacklisted by the town hall, 1 hour. Damn this broken system." The elven player clutched his chest as he got up. It must be a beta tester. Otherwise, how would they know the trigger conditions? The team leader beside him pondered, "Write this down first, and report this female player's characteristics to the guild. If she really is a beta tester, this clue will be very valuable." The elven player immediately forgot his earlier anger. Captain, give me a good reward later. I suffered a lot. The captain chuckled and kicked him, and the group quickly reported the situation to the guild's intelligence team. Chapter 2. Sang Fiwen stepped into the town hall and went straight to the main hall, but didn't see the town mayor. She retreated to the courtyard and saw an accountant in a gray robe checking the ledgers around a stone table. She walked over with a smile and bowed to the old man engrossed in writing. "Accountant, may I ask where the town mayor is?" The old man glanced at her, seeing a stranger, and initially wanted to frown and shoo her away, but when he met Sang Fiwen's crescent-shaped eyes, the words that came out were, "Not in the main hall." "Then he's in the study. Come in, the one with the plaque upright and honest hanging on the door is him." "Thank you, uncle," Sang Fiwen replied crisply, and walked briskly inside. As she passed a servant sweeping the courtyard, she casually helped him straighten a tipped-over dustpan. "Thank you for your hard work, young man. This courtyard is so clean." The servant blushed, scratched his head, and pointed ahead. "Go on, lady. I just came from the study. The mayor has just finished processing official documents." Her journey was smooth sailing. Even the officials organizing files in the corridor nodded to her. Sang Fiwen secretly marveled. Her eloquence was incredibly effective against these ordinary government NPCs, making her feel as familiar as if she were in her own backyard. But when she knocked on the study door, her confident aura instantly froze under the serious atmosphere. The middle-aged man sitting behind the desk looked up. He wore a dark green official robe, a jade belt around his waist, a square face, and sharp, hawk-like eyes. Mayor Shenwen of Qianlong Town's gaze fell on the girl in plain clothes and armor before him, his eyes scrutinizing her. Sang Fiwen's heart skipped a beat. Elite-level NPC detected, eloquent ton effect disabled. Sure enough, eloquence was too rudimentary, elite NPCs weren't affected. Shenwen put down his brush, the ink spreading into a small dot on the rice paper. He didn't speak, only silently watching Sang Fiwen, his gaze seemingly able to pierce through her armor, seeing through her little tricks. Sang Fiwen knew that, in Shenwen's eyes, she was a suspicious individual who had bypassed the normal procedures and barged in. Ordinary players needed to complete dozens of requests from town residents to accumulate 100 reputation points to enter the town hall. With 0 reputation points, her appearance before Shenwen indeed resembled that of a swindler. "Who are you? Why are you trespassing in the town hall?" Shenwen's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. "Why would the guards let you in?" She arrived. Sang Fiwen took a deep breath, her brain spinning like a rapidly rotating gear, piecing together clues about Qianlong Town from her past life. Seeing Mayor Shen's serious expression, Sang Fiwen was absolutely certain that if she didn't have a good explanation, this troublesome commoner, who had gotten in by deception, would likely face imprisonment. What kind of good person gets locked up in jail by an NPC on their first day playing a game? While the official died from her previous life, the Ancient Blue Chronicles wasn't exhaustive. It still recorded the general background of Qianlong Town. The town's successive mayors were ostensibly local officials, but in reality, they were royal spies, specifically responsible for monitoring the seal beneath the Lilong volcano. From the conversations of the town's residents, it was learned that many mutated creatures had recently appeared near the town. This was actually due to the release of demonic energy from the suppressed dragon after the seal loosened. And the player who accepted this legendary quest in her previous life failed the quest. The emergence of the demonic dragon destroyed the world, reducing the entire hidden dragon town to 4, and turning the town into a volcanic ruin. Now, facing the town mayor, she formed a strange hand seal and muttered incantations. Her voice was extremely low, as if she were chanting some ancient incantation, but the specific words were indistinguishable upon closer listening. Playing tricks? What a troublemaker! Shenwen's brows furrowed even more, his fingers gripping the pen slightly tighter. He was about to call for the guards, when the woman opposite him suddenly opened her eyes. Those eyes lacked black pupils, gleaming with a ghostly blue light, like the legendary, all-seeing, crystal-clear eyes, exceptionally striking. "I saw." Sang Fiwen rolled her eyes, forcing a low, bubbly voice. Red lava erupted from the earth's core, a demonic dragon broke its chains, its breath incinerating everything. "This town will be reduced to scorched earth." Hearing the strangely penetrating, deep voice, Shenwen's stern expression cracked instantly, cold sweat beating on his back. How could this girl? Sang Fiwen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from Shenwen's expression, she had fooled him. In her past life, to complete missions, she often played various roles in front of NPCs. Her acting skills were impeccable. Now, she uttered these charlatan-like words naturally. Her profound aura and commanding presence were superb. As for the blue light emanating from her eyes, it was because she had secretly increased her motion sensor synchronization. As the game's motion sensing becomes closer to a 1:1 scale, the character's eyes become increasingly blue, and the character's movements become more coordinated. Players are used to this blue eye effect, but it's similar to the divination skill in the game, making it quite effective at fooling NPCs. She maintained her inscrutable expression and continued, "The mutated creatures that have recently appeared in town are a harbinger." Shinwen struggled to remain calm, his expression unchanged. He pondered for a moment, then bowed and said, "I was rude earlier. Does the lady have a solution?" Sang Fiwen had been waiting for this answer. She fawned, "The fire dragon's reversal will take time. It's not advisable to act rashly now, lest we alert the enemy. If the town head trusts me, I'm willing to infiltrate the volcano area to investigate and find the source of the disturbance. Please, please, legendary quest, look at me." Shinwen stared at her for a long time, seeing her fervent and honest gaze, which didn't seem feigned, and finally nodded, "In that case, I trouble the lady." However, he changed the subject. Without an official position, it might be difficult to mobilize resources. Perhaps temporarily appointing you as a patrol officer in Qianlong town would be more convenient. Sang Fiwen was overjoyed and immediately replied, "Of course, thank you, Lord Shin." Ding! Legendary quest The Secret of Lilong Volcano triggered. Task Progress 1. Mayor Shinwen of Qianlong Town has entrusted you to investigate the source of the abnormal activity at Lilong Volcano and prevent a disaster. Task Reward, Unknown, linked to task completion. Shinwen's favorability towards you increases by 5, currently 5 out of 100. Gain Title, Qianlong Town Patrolman. After equipping this title, all basic attributes increase by 1, prestige in Qianlong Town increases by 5, all purchases receive a 20% discount, and a monthly stipend of 8 silver is paid at the end of each month. Following Shinwen's instructions, Sang Fiwen left the study and turned to walk towards the supplies area. Just as she passed through the arched doorway, she saw a burly man with a thick beard sweating profusely while forging iron. "Heroine?" The burly man, seeing her approach, quickly put down his spear and bowed. "The mayor just sent word that your service kit is ready." The hero's service kit contained a complete set of green armor suitable for level 0, headwear, gauntlets, leggings, boots, robe, and weapon, 6 pieces in total. A weapon rack stood in the corner, swords, spears, and halberds gleaming coldly. "You have to choose your own weapon," the bearded man said, pointing to the rack. "These are all green weapons usable by level 0. Take a look and see which one you like." She sighed at the row of gleaming weapons. They were all worth a lot of money. Finally, she chose a green iron sword. The blade wasn't long, just right for one-handed wielding. The hilt was wrapped with non-slip black cloth. Although simple, it was more comfortable to handle than the other weapons. After all, she had been a max-level swordsman in her previous life. The moment she changed into the hero's uniform, Sang Fiwen felt much more agile. Heroine set effect activated in Qianlong Town. Agility plus 5. Her dark red outfit, fitted at the waist and slender, accentuated her figure. The iron sword at her waist was sharp and menacing. There was no trace of the awkwardness of a novice player. Level 0 green gear wasn't as good as level 3 white gear from the shop, but it had the advantage of the set bonus's extra agility, meaning she could move much faster and wouldn't need to worry about changing equipment until level 5. Returning laden with loot, Sang Fiwen left the town hall with light steps, opening the server-wide level rankings. Gu Lan's leveling was relatively slow, becoming even more outrageous in the later stages. The current number 1 on the server-wide rankings wasn't anonymous. It was an old acquaintance from her previous life, Xiao Wucheng, now at level 2 with 21% rank. "This woman is still so fierce," Sang Fiwen chuckled. Xiao Wucheng was a very fierce female swordsman player, recognized as one of the top swordsman players in her previous life. In her past life, Sang Fiwen always traveled alone. Xiao Wucheng was one of her few teammates, and sometimes they would explore new areas together. Closing the leaderboard, Sang Fiwen turned into a corner general store. The shopkeeper, seeing her status as a ranger, immediately smiled broadly. "What would you like, sir?" Sang Fiwen placed the 5 pieces of beginner's clothing she had changed out of on the counter. "Sir, how much can I get for these?" The cloth clothes and trousers were originally junk given away by the system, but unexpectedly, the shopkeeper weighed them in his hands and counted out 10 copper coins, pushing them over. "These are ordinary, but the fabric can be washed and reused, so it'd be 10 copper coins for you." She only kept the beginner's dagger, and her backpack space suddenly felt much lighter. Sang Fiwen stuffed the copper coins into her backpack, Adding to the initial amount given by the system, she now had 20 copper coins. A ranger's monthly stipend was 8 silver coins, but unfortunately, it couldn't be collected until the end of the month. If only I could collect that 8 silver coin stipend earlier, she sighed. As she muttered to herself, she turned her head and saw a simple, unadorned veil hanging in the tailor's shop next door, its moon-white surface plain and unadorned. Veils belong to the fashion category, offering no additional attributes. Most players buy fashion items simply for their appearance. Fashion items only occupy the player's fashion inventory slot, and do not conflict with the valuable equipment slot. Boss, how much is this veil? For her upcoming plans, she needed some items to conceal her identity. You're a patrolling knight, so I only charge you 4 copper coins for this veil, Aunt Wang said with a beaming smile. Sang Fiwen was about to take out her money when she suddenly remembered something and activated her eloquence. I just taken office and haven't received my salary yet, so I don't have much money, you see. Before she could finish, Aunt Wang readily agreed. 3 copper coins, take it. She paid, pulled the veil over her face, just enough to see outside, but covering most of her face. Although there was no attribute bonus, thinking it would save her trouble later, she suppressed the pang of regret and convinced herself that the 3 copper coins were well spent. Just as she stepped out of the shop, she saw the enticing aroma of exquisite food wafting from the restaurant. Sang Fiwen swallowed hard, glanced at the number of coins in her backpack, 17 copper coins, and held back. Opening strategy. Saving money is making money. In the bushes of the level 3 monster map, a flash of light suddenly appeared. Xiao Wuchang spun around, sheathed her sword, and with clean, swift movements, killed a goat monster. She immediately pulled out a steamed bun to replenish her health and stamina. She had been leveling up here for a long time, and her backpack was crammed full of items. 17 sheepskins, 3 goat horns, 2 pounds of mutton, and piles of wool. After finishing the steamed bun, Xiao Wuchang turned and headed towards Qianlong town. These low-level materials, though worthless, add up over time, enough to buy a decent weapon later. After selling the monster-dropped materials at the general store, Xiao Wuchang, clutching his fresh few dozen copper coins, plunged into the free market, intending to find a good sword to speed up his leveling. The market was bustling, players setting up their stalls haphazardly. A shady merchant held up a shop iron sword for 5 copper coins, shouting, "Weapons dropped by elite monsters, selling for 10 copper coins." Other players squatted on the ground selling wild fruits that supposedly boosted attributes. The players' free market emphasized honesty and fair dealing, so Xiao Wuchang perked up, squinted, and began browsing. Xiao Wuchang's gaze swept across the stalls, his eyes drawn to one. It was a small stall with a wooden plank, on which the 3 characters by Xiaosheng were written in charcoal, the script bold and unrestrained. The female stall owner, dressed in a dark red outfit, her face mostly veiled except for her bright, gleaming eyes, was banging on her wooden board, calling out, "Task keywords, 20 copper coins a set. Only 10 sets available, first come, first served." Laughing Impermanence raised an eyebrow. The server hadn't even been open for a morning, and someone dared to set up a stall selling strategy guides? She moved closer, hearing a passing player mutter, "A scammer, right? Where would a strategy guide come from at the start of the server?" The red-clad female stall owner retorted defiantly, "If you don't have the guts, shut up. If you're strong enough, why are you afraid of being scammed? Come and kill me then." This left the other person speechless, and they walked away dejectedly. Laughing Impermanence chuckled inwardly. This was interesting. The stall owner was so confident. Was he also a beta tester like her? The beta wasn't as lucrative as the rumor suggested. It only lasted a day, and the already small player base was scattered everywhere. Laughing Impermanence played it all alone, performing all sorts of bizarre actions. Like jumping off a cliff to see if she could fly, or spinning in circles to see if she could dizzy. To figure out if wild monsters could be used as mounts, she spent 3 hours fighting a wild boar, even cutting off the tusks of 100 boars without success. As for the quest, she tried twice, found it too tedious, and long ago forgot about it. The female stall owner's words piqued Xiao Wuchang's interest. She walked up to the stall, put on a cold face that said, "You're dead if you try to fool me," and slammed 20 coins onto the wooden board. "You better not try to fool me." The female stall owner's eyes crinkled, and she handed over a rolled-up piece of straw paper. "Thank you for your patronage. Here, turn left after you leave here, and you find the tailor's shop." Xiao Wuchang unfolded the straw paper, which contained only one line, "Tailor's shop, Aunt Wang. Bring me a piece of goat meat to try." She frowned. Aunt Wang? The NPC who drove players into a frenzy? That auntie is notoriously difficult to deal with. Could she be trying to scam her? Laughing Impermanence happened to have some goat meat, and with the thought of if I get scammed, I chop the stall owner down to their death, she immediately headed towards the tailor's shop. Just as she reached the tailor's shop in trance, she saw Aunt Wong in the inner kitchen, looking worriedly at the boiling pot. "Auntie, this is for you." Laughing Impermanence handed over the goat meat. Aunt Wong took the goat meat with delight, exclaiming, "Oh dear, my husband just said he wanted to eat goat meat today." After putting the meat into the pot, Aunt Wong turned and pulled a finely crafted steel knife from under the counter. "Young lady, take this knife, my husband forged it. It's much better than your wooden knife. Obtained, steel knife, intermediate good quality. Aunt Wong's favorability towards you +2. It's actually a green grade item." Laughing Impermanence took it, and abruptly turned and ran towards the market. This guide is real. But when she arrived breathlessly at the know-it-all stall, all that was left was a lonely wooden plank. TSK. Laughing Impermanence picked up the plank, a little disappointed. The stall owner was true to his word. He sold all 10 copies and left. She turned and walked out of town. This time, her target was the level 4 map. With the new green weapon, her leveling speed would be even faster. As for the red-clad female stall owner, she had a feeling they would meet again soon. Chapter 3. Carrying over 200 copper coins, her earnings from her stall, Sang Fiwen skillfully made her way to the tavern, buying 2 baskets of small soup dumplings for a total of 4 copper coins after the discount. Although selling strategy guides was very profitable, it was too suspicious. This was just a quick fix for an emergency. She then skillfully navigated a quiet alley, where at the very end was a small shop without a sign. The shopkeeper was an eccentric old woman, who would only doze off and remain silent while the shop was open. If a player inquired about the goods, she would be verbally abused and driven away, inadvertently lowering their favorability rating, a one-stop shop for blacklisting. Most of the items displayed in the shop were yellowed, graffiti-covered papers, priced at least 1 silver coin, with no descriptions. It looked like a shady business. Sang Fiwen didn't disturb the dozing old woman. A quick glance revealed what she wanted on the shelf. A tattered, yellowed scroll, priced at 1 silver coin. Beside it was a stick of incense, less than 2 fingers long, also priced at 1 silver coin. The scroll, priced at 1 silver coin, was described as a yellowed scroll, suitable for viewing for 1 hour. The incense, also priced at 1 silver coin, was described as 1 stick of incense, can burn for 10 minutes. With such ridiculously low prices, it would be strange if a player with only a few copper coins in their inventory bought it at the start of the game. The next second, Sang Fiwen unhesitatingly pulled out almost all her copper coins, placed them on the counter, and took the scroll and incense. "My favorability towards you +1. Sang Fiwen couldn't help but glance back. The copper coins on the counter had already been taken, and the old woman was still sleeping. She didn't dare to speak to her and left first. Luckily, there were discounts in town. Sang Fiwen managed to acquire the scroll and incense, crucial to her leveling plan, in one fell swoop. Her preparations were complete, except she was back to being penniless. She continued walking without stopping, heading out of the town towards the Stone Forest Cave, not far from Qianlong Town. The area around the town was a level 1 to 2 monster zone, already teeming with players leveling up, more players than monsters. Many players hadn't yet adjusted to the realistic world under stealth technology. Faced with monsters so realistic, with hair, fangs, and saliva, they felt fear, their faces turning pale. Many were so emotionally overwhelmed that the protection system forced them offline to calm down. In Gulen, monsters of the same level as players were incredibly powerful. Soloing them was difficult with poor equipment. Currently, most players were teaming up to grind, and for the time being, things were peaceful. So, when the server first launched, it was common to see scenes like this, players being chased like stray dogs by wild boars with sharp tusks, and others choosing to target seemingly docile wild sheep, resulting in many players being knocked into the air. When fighting monsters, you could turn the motion synchronization to the lowest setting, so being hit by a monster's normal attack felt no different from being bitten by a mosquito, but most people hadn't overcome their visual phobia. Sang Fiwen directly traversed the crowded level 1 monster map and arrived at a less populated forest area where level 3 sheep monsters spawned. Suddenly, an arrow shot out from the forest, heading towards her. Sang Fiwen nimbly dodged it to the side, only then noticing several player corpses lying beneath the tall vegetation. She frowned. Someone was PKing here. Nearby channel, Brilliant Star Guild is clearing the area, please leave. Sang Fiwen raised an eyebrow. It was one of the largest guilds from her previous life, Brilliant Star. This guild booked the entire venue so early, aren't they afraid of incurring public wrath? Swoosh! Several arrows, gleaming with a cold light, hurtled towards her. Sang Fiwen rolled, dodging most of the arrows, deliberately letting one graze her. -2. A dozen meters away, a red-named player wielding a bow and arrow looked at her impatiently, seemingly annoyed that she had wasted her arrows. Qingyu from the Brilliant Stars 6 team attacked you. You can retaliate. It won't count towards your sin value. As expected of the Brilliant Stars Guild, they're really rich. 10 arrows for 1 copper coin are used freely. After rolling and landing, Sang Fiwen used the momentum to dash forward, instantly appearing beside Qingyu like a spring. The agility bonus from the Town Hall set was now proving effective. Her speed was so fast that Qingyu was startled. With a flick of her right thumb, she drew her sword, creating a beautiful flourish in the air. Before Qingyu could react, she slit his throat. Blood splattered. Only then did he belatedly realize what was happening, rolling backward to try and create distance between himself and the female player. Sang Fiwen wasn't surprised. She was still level 0, while Qingyu was already level 1. The level advantage meant that even a critical hit wouldn't be fatal. She didn't give him a chance to escape. She drew her beginner's dagger and immediately gave chase. A flash of cold light, and she delivered the final blow. Help! Damn it! He yelled before dying, attracting the attention of his teammates. How did Qingyu die? Sang Fiwen picked up the equipment Qingyu had dropped, tossed it into her backpack without even looking at it, and crouched low, using the tall vegetation to escape. Someone's there, after them. Outnumbered, Sang Fiwen had no choice but to run wildly through the dense vegetation, like a nimble cat. Fortunately, she was very agile, and quickly shook off the pursuers. This brilliant counterattack was witnessed by a player who had just been lying dead on the ground. The dead player was named Xingxing. She was afraid of the wolves and boars, which was why she had chosen sheep as her leveling target. But the seemingly docile sheep were actually monsters, mercilessly launching her into the air. After landing, she encountered a group of people who were rudely monopolizing the area, and she lost her first life in the game. She lay on the ground, fuming, unwilling to let her soul return to the graveyard, mentally cursing the red-named player who had killed her. As she cursed, a red-clad female warrior with a sword at her waist stepped into the area. So Xingxing watched from the ground as her opponent effortlessly dodged arrows, calmly killed her, and retreated, leaving behind a group of red-named players like headless flies. So cool, she couldn't help but give a mental thumbs up, then grumbled as she resurrected back to the graveyard. Xingxing deeply imprinted the image of the red-clad heroine in his heart. He also bought an iron sword, wildly brandishing it, and declared resolutely, "My idol. I want to become her apprentice." The members of the Brilliant Stars Team 6, having failed to catch the heroine, returned to their original position. The captain frowned and asked, "Qingyu, who is she?" Qingyu, who had just respawned, shook his head. "Anonymous, I don't know. It was a stinky old woman in red, wielding a sword." "Did you lose any guild assets?" "No, it was just my own newbie gear." The captain coldly said, "That's good. Don't let it happen again. The arrows you wasted will be deducted from your earnings." Qingyu felt aggrieved. He belonged to the Brilliant Stars Club's gold farming team, had signed the lowest level contract, and could only continue to work hard at farming gold. After escaping the pursuit, Sang Fiwen focused on her journey. The newbie gauntlets Qingyu had dropped were useless. She could only sell them at the general store for 2 copper coins. Soon, the road was deserted, and the monsters became more dangerous. Sang Fiwen was familiar with the monsters' detection ranges and, to save time, quickly passed through narrow gaps between monsters several times. Finally, she arrived at a lush forest. Relying on her memory, she navigated through the flowers and willows until she reached the entrance to a natural cave. It was very well hidden. Most people wouldn't notice it unless they were standing right at the entrance. This was her destination, the spawn point of level 5 stone golems. After entering the cave, she used a scroll she had spent a fortune on in a safe spot. A teleportation array appeared beneath her feet, and the scroll in her hand became active, displaying a 1-hour countdown. The cave was filled with stalactites, both above and below. Narrow passages ran between the strangely shaped stalactites. She walked towards a familiar location, carelessly passing many loose stones, which quickly coalesced into small stone figures after she passed. The startled stone figures chased after Sang Fiwen. Soon 5 or 6 of them were close behind. They moved slowly, methodically pursuing her. Sang Fiwen calmly approached a cluster of unusual crystal stones, intertwined and forming a cylindrical shape. The area around the cylinder was more open, with stones from the ground and ceiling intersecting, creating many narrow gaps. Sang Fiwen stopped at the edge of the forest-like crystal formation, waiting for the stone figures to approach. The first small stone golem reached Sang Fiwen, raising its fist to slam them down on the reckless human. Sang Fiwen narrowed her eyes, seizing this fleeting opportunity. She shifted her feet slightly, dodging the punch, then braced herself with her hands on the grounded stone fist, using the momentum to step onto the half-person-high stone fist. As the stone golem pulled its fist out, she stood on the slowly rising fist, adjusting her posture and steps to maintain her balance. Just before being thrown off, she ducked low, leaped high, and nimbly slipped into a flat, round crevice high above, entering the interior of a hollow cylinder, just big enough for one person. Sanwan landed successfully, a smile appearing on her face. This move, which might have previously caused her mistakes, she now handled with ease. This was a terrain bug, but it was so tricky that it could only be entered from a single, specific angle. Even with great skill, it required multiple attempts to succeed. Therefore, in her previous life, after it was discovered, very few people could utilize it. The server had been open for a few months at that time, and the rewards from level 5 monsters didn't significantly impact the overall player balance, so the developers didn't fix it, treating it as just a way to amuse the players. Sang Fiwen used the iron sword to pierce the joints of the small stone golems through the cracks in the rocks, targeting their weak points. A bright red number appeared above the head of each golem struck by the iron sword. -5, -5. Occasionally, a larger yellow critical hit number would appear, -10. Each golem's weak point was a small, moss-covered protruding rock, distributed in various locations. If one happened to be exposed to her, she would relentlessly poke it. Fortunately, the small stone golems weren't very intelligent, and wouldn't run away when their health was low. The first wave of small stones all turned to dust, becoming Sang Fiwen's experience points. Because it was a level-up kill, there was an experience bonus, and solo kills contributed 100%. Although these fewer than 10 small stone golems took more than 10 minutes, they still leveled her up to level 1 with 35% experience. However, the monsters in Gulen were not easy to deal with. Ordinary players struggled to solo monsters of the same level. Most players needed to team up to kill monsters 1 or 2 levels higher. Sang Fiwen allocated the 1 attribute point gained from leveling up to agility. After clearing the first wave of stone golems, she took out a countdown scroll from her inventory and used it. She transformed into a white light and rose from the ground, then appeared at the teleportation array at the entrance of the cave. By this time, the small stone monsters had started to spawn. Sang Fiwen continued the same monster hunting operation as before, picking up the dropped items as she passed the spots where the stone golems had died, and putting them in her inventory. This wave of monster clearing took less time, and Sang Fiwen leveled up to level 2 with 2% experience, adding another 1 point to agility. As the last stone golem fell, a level 7 elite stone monster spawned where it had perished. Sang Fiwen's spirits lifted, elite monsters spawned randomly, so she was lucky. Compared to ordinary small stone golems, the elite stone monster was much larger. Its fist slammed into the ground, creating tremors, and it also hurled stones. Unfortunately, the crystal here was extremely hard, and the thrown stones couldn't penetrate the stone walls. Sang Fiwen's predictions were accurate. Every time the elite stone monster's tremors reached her feet, she perfectly dodged the aftershocks by jumping. 10 minutes later, the elite stone monster roared and turned to dust, leaving behind a small, glowing blue ring. I lost a blue item. Sang Fiwen used her sword to pick up the small ring, examining it. It was a ring with a heart-shaped crystal embedded in it. Stone hard ring, intermediate treasure item, size 1 by 1 by 1, weight plus 0.1, strength plus 8, physical defense plus 2, weight plus 10, intelligence minus 1. A bit idiotic, Sang Fiwen raised an eyebrow. But she immediately put on the stone hard ring. Weight plus 10, that was a good thing. Increased weight meant increased efficiency. She could reduce the number of times she had to go back to clear her inventory. This elite stone golem monster had leveled Sang Fiwen up by more than half a level. She was currently at level 2, 50% health. System, you feel a little tired. The system reminded Sang Fiwen to pay attention to her stamina. If she ignored it, the system would give her another notification later, such as you feel very tired, about to faint. This is no exaggeration. If she doesn't take steps to restore her stamina soon, she really will faint. Fainting has serious consequences, permanently deducting 1 point from a random attribute. Sang Fiwen took out a small soup dumpling she bought from the restaurant, quickly ate it in the safe zone, and then lured monsters while her stamina slowly increased. Heroism and spirit points reset to 100% upon leveling up, But stamina doesn't, it can only be slowly restored through food. Once she broke through level 3, the level 5 stone golems weren't enough, so she stopped leveling. She still had 3 minutes left on the scroll, so it wasn't a waste. She collected a lot of monster materials dropped by the stone golems. Her current weight capacity is 5270, indicating a moderate overload. She needs to go back and clear her inventory. This brings us to the ridiculous inventory system. To achieve the ultimate realistic experience, there's a space limit for the inventory and a weight limit for the character. If the inventory is full, even if the weight limit hasn't been reached, you can't pick up items. But if the weight limit is full, the consequences are severe. Carrying less than 50% of your inventory doesn't affect your character's movement. Above 50%, it gradually affects movement speed. If you don't clear your inventory, when your carry exceeds 100%, you'll be unable to attack and your walking speed will be like a snail's pace. There are also gangs that specialize in robbery in Gulen, usually lying in ambush on the main route back to town, specifically targeting players who appear to walk slowly. Some skilled players will also use bait, pretending to walk slowly to rob the robbery gangs instead. This is just one scene in the world of Gulen, a world of love, hate, and grudges. However, Sang Fiwen wasn't in a hurry to go back. She ventured deeper into the area, where there was a silver treasure chest. Chapter 4. Sang Fiwen finished the remaining soup dumplings, then took out incense, lit it, and waited for the fragrance to fully permeate her surroundings before quickly running, darting like a nimble cat through the narrow stone path. She ran past without disturbing the stone golems on the ground. The incense's effect was to repel monsters, but only ordinary ones. Soon she reached the area where she had previously been stuck with monsters, and continued deeper. The stones there had all turned into crystals. Many spiders covered in crystals crawled back and forth on the path. Sang Fiwen carefully controlled her movements, avoiding the crystal spiders. The path she had come from was almost entirely narrow and winding. At its deepest point was a spacious crystal cave, where the cave lord slept soundly, a pair of crystal stone spirits, a male and a female. These crystal stone spirits had a tricky aspect. They had to be killed simultaneously within 30 seconds to be completely defeated, otherwise, the first one to die would revive with full health, rendering the fight pointless. Sang Fiwen wasn't there to challenge the cave lord. Challenging a pair of crystal monsters alone would be a waste of time. Her gaze fell on the stone platform behind the sleeping stone mother, upon which rested a locked silver treasure chest. There were 2 ways to open the chest. One was to learn the lock-picking skill and force it open, the other was to defeat the lord monster before her, and the chest would unlock automatically. Lock-picking skill books dropped from all monsters, but the drop rate was only 1 in 1,000. Probably very few people had obtained one yet. Sang Fiwen chose neither path. She switched her weapon to the beginner dagger she had deliberately kept. In her previous life, she had learned a special technique for opening treasure chests from a renowned treasure hunter player. Even without learning the lock-picking skill, she could pry open locked chests with a dagger. She meticulously replicated the route from her memory, almost always skirting the edge of the stone god and stone mother's warning lines. Sang Fiwen stopped 3 body lengths away from the treasure chest, took a deep breath, and without hesitation lunged forward, touching the edge of the chest. The stone platform was within the stone mother's alert range. The dormant boulder had been disturbed, roaring and gathering its scattered body parts. The moment Sang Fiwen touched the treasure chest, she began to pry it open with her dagger. Her fingers moved like butterflies flitting among flowers, perfectly replicating the techniques of a lock-picking skill. System, treasure chest opening, completion 25%, 50%. Sang Fiwen calmly watched the stone mother, who had now formed a complete body, a crystal arrow condensing in her enormous palm. System, 80%, 85%. The stone mother roared and hurled the condensed crystal arrow. System, 99%, 100%. 5 seconds later, the treasure chest was opened. What a long 5 seconds. The chest was open, but Sang Fiwen didn't have time to take out the items inside. She decisively stopped, rolled on the spot, and dodged the crystal arrow. The instant she hit the ground after rolling, her legs bent, and using the momentum, she sprang back to the treasure chest like a spring. The stone mother arrived with heavy steps, her enormous fist slamming down towards Sang Fiwen's head. In the nick of time, she pulled out the contents of the chest, but before she could even see what it was, she was smashed into a white light. Sang Fiwen was instantly killed, her soul returning to the graveyard in Qianlong town. She chose not to run back to her corpse, resurrecting directly in the graveyard, at the cost of losing 20% of her experience points. Having just broken through to level 3, she plummeted back to level 2 at 83%, her equipment durability dropping by a single point, and the 1 point of agility she had allocated at level 3 was also precisely deducted. Sang Fiwen's face paled. The instant kill felt like a light tap on the head, not physically uncomfortable, but she was heartbroken over the lost experience. However, Sang Fiwen quickly broke into a smile, because she discovered a skill book in her inventory. In the game, players learn skills through skill books, or through serendipitous encounters, such as being taught skills by a mysterious NPC. Skill books can be obtained through monster battles, treasure chests, dungeons, quests, and purchases. The only official shop where skill books can be bought is the Academy, which sells only very basic skills. The Academy also has resident skill instructors who only help players upgrade skills, provided the player has sufficient skill proficiency and skill points. If only it were a universal skill, Sang Fiwen secretly prayed. General skills have no class restrictions, even beginners who haven't changed classes can learn them. When Sang Fiwen discovered the skill book in her hand was Crystal Mirror, she practically jumped for joy at her wish coming true. Crystal Mirror, skill book size 1 by 1 by 0.5, weight plus 0.1. General skill, creates a crystal illusion by consuming spiritual energy. Sang Fiwen clapped her hands, learning this skill book with a 1 in 1,000 drop rate. The first skill appeared in her skill bar, Crystal Mirror, level 1. The so-called 1 in 1,000 drop rate doesn't mean you're guaranteed to get one after 1,000 tries. The newly learned skill is only level 1. Its effect is to create an illusion of oneself. This skill is controversial. Used poorly, it's practically useless, but used well, it's a highly versatile and powerful ability. Sang Fiwen went to the general store, exchanged all the monster materials in her backpack for copper coins, and then went to the tailor's shop next door to buy a cloak made of special fabric, designed to insulate against the heat. She glanced at her already low stamina, and then hurried to the tea house. Having acquired the skill, she was in high spirits and splurged on the signature tea and fruit, adjusting her stamina to its peak. Before leaving, she packed up a lot more tea and fruit and filled several large jugs with free boiled water. After buying everything she needed in town, even with discounts, she had very little money left. Sang Fiwen shook her head. Saving money was too difficult, and there was still a long way to go to achieve her goal of a continuous cash flow. She left town and headed towards the Lilong volcano. After an unknown amount of time, she finally reached the foot of the volcano. There was no greenery around. The parched, cracked earth was barren. The sweltering heat was mostly blocked by her cloak, but even so, she was losing moisture faster than expected. Sang Fiwen took out her water bottle and drank a sip to replenish her strength. Many red scorpions were already crawling in the crack ahead. On her way here, Sang Fiwen had killed some unavoidable monsters, and her current level was 13%. The volcanic scorpions here were level 7 monsters, and she planned to level up here. Her weapon had been upgraded from a level 0 green iron sword to a level 3 white refined iron sword, a common shop item. In her previous life, Sang Fiwen had worked hard and become a max-level sword woman, ranking among the experts. True experts possess solid fundamentals, and can unleash powerful strength without needing sword techniques. Activating her crystal mirror skill, her spiritual energy dropped by half. Crystal light reflected before her, revealing a crystal-skinned Wan Xinghui, wielding the same weapon. On the barren earth, the red-clad heroine moved nimbly, her sword flashing like a dragon, slashing, parrying, and thrusting, constantly striking the volcanic scorpion's weak points. Critical hit numbers floated down her sword. Unlike the high-defense stone golems, the volcanic scorpions were fragile but powerful. A dozen or so critical hits turned them into experience points. With the illusion support, the scorpions quickly fell one after another. As time passed, Sang Fiwen's experience steadily increased, reaching level 4. However, this time she wasn't lucky enough to encounter an elite volcanic scorpion. Her illusion had been used as a tank several times, and was now only slivered of health. Sang Fiwen continued to approach the inner core of the volcano. The air here felt like it was on fire. The heat waves seemed to be writhing before her eyes. The scorched earth was riddled with cracks, with only a narrow passage connecting to the core. The volcanic scorpions were gone, replaced by level 8 fire serpent monsters. As Sang Fiwen planned to continue grinding, her excellent dynamic vision caught a wisp of dust rising from the distant core area. Something seemed to be approaching. The thing drew closer. It turned out to be a giant fire python chasing a player. The player being chased by the fire serpent was Xiao Wucheng, who had ventured alone into a high-level map to level up. She saw the cloaked player ahead, but there was no other way to go. She could only shout a warning, "Friend ahead, run." There's a level 10 mutated elite monster behind you. Don't blame me for not warning you. As she spoke, the distance between them closed further. Sang Fiwen recognized the other player clearly and identified him as Xiao Wuchang. After a brief moment of consideration, Sang Fiwen didn't retreat. Instead, she adjusted her center of gravity, gripping the sword hilt with both hands, one above the other, horizontally at her waist, the tip pointing backward. Her legs moved in a lunge position, her muscles slightly bulging as she prepared to unleash her power. If someone knowledgeable in swordsmanship were present, they would recognize this as advanced swordsmanship, the preparatory move for a backhand sword strike. When Xiao Wuchang saw that the player not only didn't retreat, but instead assumed a charging stance, she was initially annoyed. However, the next second, seeing the player's fluid preparatory stance, she couldn't help but whistle, "So cool." Sang Fiwen watched intently as the fire python drew closer, and finally, in a fleeting moment, she leaped forward, shooting towards the fire python like an arrow. As if prearranged, the instant Sang Fiwen reached Xiao Wuchang's side, Xiao Wuchang also twisted his waist, turned, and leaped high, wielding his broadsword downwards towards the fire python's left eye. A dazzling white light exploded, the sign that the backhand sword skill had successfully activated. Chapter 5. Sang Fiwen's sword pierced through the fire python's soft jaw. The python, propelled by immense inertia, hurtled past, its body sliced through like a monster being ripped open. In the instant their figures crossed, they simultaneously sent each other a party invitation. However, Xiao Wuchang accepted first, making Sang Fiwen the party leader. Sang Fiwen's explosive white attack inflicted bleeding damage on the fire python, while Xiao Wuchang's leaping slash blinded it in its left eye. For action-type skills, there's a way to use them without learning skill books. Players need to perform textbook-perfect movements. When the system determines 100% completion, the skill's effect is equivalent to a level 1 skill. In a previous life, some board players had calculated that very few could achieve this, a difficulty comparable to becoming a mech pilot in reality. But once players learn the skill, activating it becomes incredibly simple. They only need to perform the corresponding starting gesture, and the skill's subsequent actions will be automatically completed. Enraged by the two tiny humans, the fire python writhed its 5-meter-long body, attempting to crush them. Xiao Wuchang nimbly rolled away, dodging the python's attacks. Worried about her teammate, Wan Xinghui, she glanced at her. Goodness, her movements were as nimble as a kite. Relaxed, Xiao Wuchang focused on dealing with the python. Aside from the initial attack, neither of them rushed to strike. Instead, they constantly dodged, observing the python's attack patterns, attacking only when there was an opening, striking briefly and retreating immediately, not greedily taking hits. Xiao Wuchang hadn't expected someone to cooperate so well with her. If she had faced this mutated elite alone, unfamiliar with its attack patterns, she would surely have been hit and killed. However, with Wan Xinghui's addition, the two could take turns drawing the fire python's aggro, giving them more breathing room. Sang Fiwen wasn't too surprised, as they were quite familiar, teammates in her past life. However, seeing Xiao Wuchang's skill so early in the game made Sang Fiwen sigh. The talent gap between people was truly vast. Sang Fiwen's most unforgettable memory was her first dungeon as a newbie, where she died over 100 times on easy mode alone. Xiao Wuchang's figure flashed, and she began to strike the fire python's body with precise precision. Sang Fiwen knew this meant Xiao Wuchang had figured out the fire python's attack pattern, so she no longer held back, attacking with unrestrained power, unleashing incredibly high combos with fluid grace. Under the two women's fierce and brutal attacks, the fire python's health steadily decreased. With only 5% health remaining, the fire python raised its upper body, suddenly thrusting its scarlet tongue upwards, hissing angrily, and its body began to swell. Oh no, it's self-destructing. Run! Sang Fiwen quickly moved away from the about-to-explode fire python. Xiao Wuchang was stunned. Caught up in the heat of battle, she hadn't reacted in time. Seeing Wan Xinghui take off like a rabbit, she realized she needed to run, but it was too late. Just before the fire python self-destructed, Xiao Wuchang suddenly saw Wan Xinghui rushing towards her, pushing her out of the explosion's range. However, Wan Xinghui's figure fell to the ground. The fallen Wan Xinghui was, of course, an illusion controlled by Sang Fiwen. Sang Fiwen had been multitasking while escaping, using the remaining strength of the sliver of health of the illusion to push Xiao Wuchang out of the explosion's range. Unaware of the truth, Xiao Wuchang was about to be moved to tears when a light voice came from beside him. Hey, number 1 on the leaderboard, don't just stand there, come and get your loot. Only then did Xiao Wuchang notice that Wan Xinghui's status in the teammates section hadn't turned gray, indicating death. Sang Fiwen had already walked to the loot. The reward for killing the mutated fire python was generous, giving her a full level and a half. System. Congratulations on entering the level ranking. Please choose whether to remain anonymous. Sang Fiwen originally wanted to choose anonymity as usual, but according to her later plans, anonymity was meaningless. She had been reborn. In reality, she would naturally keep a low profile, but in the game, she could be more high profile. Anyway, what she was going to do later couldn't be kept secret. It would eventually be announced in the system. Thus, on the server-wide level ranking, Wan Xinghui's name soared to first place, with Xiao Wucheng, the previous number 1, closely following behind by 1.83%. In the early stages, the level difference wasn't large, they were neck and neck. But Wan Xing's sudden rise to the top spot had already blown up the world chat, making her name a household name among players who followed the rankings closely. That's the overwhelming power of a reborn player. However, Sang Fiwen and Xiao Wucheng usually kept the world chat as quiet as a trading market, unaware that they had become the hottest topic. Was that a cloned skill? As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Wucheng regretted it. Experts are wary of revealing their skills, especially their most secretive techniques. Sang Fiwen, knowing Xiao Wucheng's carefree nature and understanding he meant no harm, readily replied, "Yes, Crystal Mirror, a god-tier skill for soloing. Here are the coordinates. Go there and farm the pair of crystal golems at the deepest part. There's a chance they drop, but it's very luck-based. Don't blame me if you don't get them." Sang Fiwen added Xiao Wucheng as a friend in the party chat, and sent him the coordinates of the hidden natural cave entrance. Xiao Wucheng scratched her head sheepishly. She hadn't met someone so compatible in a long time. Now that the battle was over, she noticed the red outfit under the other woman's cloak, which matched the red-clad female stall owner she remembered wearing a veil. "It's you? The female stall owner from Bai Xiaosheng." Xiao Wucheng exclaimed, "I bought a strategy guide from you." Sang Fiwen thought, "Of course I know. Back then, you looked at me like I was a con artist who would dare talk to you. But in their past lives, they were kindred spirits. If they met again, it would be the same sooner or later." She smiled and said, "That's quite a coincidence. Let's get to know each other again. I'm Wan Xinghui. You're amazing." Xiao Wucheng praised without reservation. She was naturally outgoing and already considered Wan Xinghui a partner she risked her life for. Xiao Wucheng hadn't forgotten her initial recruitment intention, and put her hand on Wan Xinghui's shoulder. "If you're interested, join my guild? I'm not bragging, my guild will definitely be the strongest." Sang Fiwen knew Xiao Wucheng wasn't exaggerating. In her previous life, Xiao Wucheng's guild was called Laughing at the World. Among the many super guilds formed by holographic clubs backed by large conglomerates, this top-tier swordsman players guild, though small in number, boasted almost every member being a master, consistently holding a high ranking on the guild leaderboard. However, Sang Fiwen hadn't considered joining the guild yet. She looked away and declined, "We talk about it later." Following Sang Fiwen's gaze, Xiao Wucheng saw several items shimmering with blue and purple light lying quietly there. Xiao Wucheng didn't even glance at them, simply waving her hand and handing them all to Sang Fiwen. "They're all yours, as payment for saving me and telling me the coordinates." Sang Fiwen didn't stand on ceremony, only a fool would refuse. Seeing Wan Xinghui accept the items without batting an eye, Xiao Wucheng burst into laughter. She suddenly remembered that in such situations, it usually involved both parties pushing and shoving each other until they were red-faced and angry before things would finally settle down. Wan Xinghui, who accepted them so readily, was quite a character. Seeing Xiao Wucheng's hearty laughter, Sang Fiwen wasn't surprised. She knew this woman's thought process was different from normal people. Sang Fiwen quickly checked her loot. Lucky her. A blue-grade necklace, a purple-grade sword, and a purple-grade monster material, a snake gall. These two pieces of equipment were usable at level 5, so she immediately equipped them. Mutant Fire Python Necklace. Superior grade treasure. Size 1 by 1 by 0.2, weight plus 0.1. Agility plus 10, charisma plus 2, attack speed plus 3. Mutant Fire Python Sword. Intermediate master grade. Size 1 by 5 by 1, weight plus 3.3. Strength plus 15, agility plus 10, charisma plus 2, attack speed plus 5. Trade Lifesteal. Converts 1% of damage dealt as health. Mutant Fire Python's Gallbladder. Size 0.2 by 0.2 by 0.2, weight plus 0.3. The snake gall, imbued with an eerie aura, seems to possess some kind of medicinal effect when eaten raw. System. Congratulations. You have found the mutated material proving the abnormality of the volcano. Please collect 3 types of mutated monster materials and submit them to Mayor Shinwen. The system notification popped up, and the mission details changed. Legendary Mission: The Secrets of Lilong Volcano. Mission details: Mayor Shinwen of Qianlong Town has commissioned you to investigate the anomalies of Lilong Volcano. Progress 1. Investigate the anomalies of Lilong Volcano. Search for mutated materials. 1/3. Powerful equipment that increases charm is rare. Generally, only aesthetically pleasing equipment increases charm, but many powerful pieces are crudely designed and lack aesthetic appeal. However, these 2 pieces of mutated Fire Python series equipment are quite eye-catching. The necklace and sword are fiery red, and the material shimmers like fiery red snake scales, giving them a mysterious and wild beauty when worn. If you collect a complete set of mutated Fire Python equipment, the set effect might increase charm, right? Then, although the set's attributes are powerful, the set effect would be rather useless. Having defeated the mutated Fire Python, Xiao Wuchang and Sang Fiwen remained in team mode, grinding level 10 volcanic lizards together in the core area. No new mutated monsters appeared until Xiao Wuchang ran out of inventory space, at which point they disbanded the team. After saying goodbye to Xiao Wuchang, Sang Fiwen followed the path she remembered and arrived at a dead-end road that was completely enclosed. Standing on the edge, she could feel a slight breeze blowing intermittently below. Sang Fiwen climbed down the fiery wall of the dead-end road. 10 meters below, on the inner side, there was a platform that could be used as a foothold. It was completely invisible from above. The only clue was the wind. Sang Fiwen landed lightly on the platform. Further in was a narrow passage leading to the interior of the volcano. Chapter 6. The underground space contains far more lava than the surface, requiring extreme caution in movement. Otherwise, a burn could send you back to town for free. As Sang Fiwen had predicted, there were more mutated monsters underground than on the surface. Several wandering fire spiders lay ahead, one of which had mutated, turning bright red and noticeably larger. During this time, her spiritual energy slowly recovered. Sang Fiwen summoned her illusion again, actively controlling it to fight, while simultaneously unleashing her sword without being affected, achieving a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. After a fierce battle, Sang Fiwen acquired a mutated spider venom sac and a purple ring. Sang Fiwen was somewhat surprised, not because of the purple equipment, but because she discovered her mental strength seemed significantly stronger during the battle. She questioned her past self, wondering how she could maintain such precise control over her illusion during intense combat, something she had even found effortless just now. Perhaps her rebirth had enhanced her mental strength? Sang Fiwen hesitated before logging off to get a medical checkup. Technology in the Dylan Galaxy is developing explosively, and mental strength testing is a routine part of the medical examination system. Mental strength isn't exactly important, as its level has little impact on daily life. However, it's a core indicator for becoming a mecha pilot. But she quickly dismissed the idea. After her rebirth, she wasn't sure if her body had undergone any abnormal changes, so she decided to keep a low profile. If any problems were discovered, she feared she would be immediately captured by some mysterious force and used as a test subject. Better safe than sorry. Her attention returned to the loot. The purple ring that had just dropped was a Grandmaster quality accessory. Equipment of this quality and above would have additional traits or skills, the number and effects of which were completely random. The Fire Python sword she had obtained earlier had the trait of life steal, while this spider ring, besides providing a +5 agility, also had the active skill Silk Spray, which could shoot a spider silk with excellent toughness and stickiness, firmly adhering to the target. In the early game, with limited skills, this item was incredibly useful for easy looting and parkour. There were only 3 accessory slots, making it quite valuable. As movement skills increased later in the game, this ring's cost effectiveness would decrease. Sang Fiwen happily put on the spider ring. Combined with the stone heart ring and the Fire Python necklace, all 3 accessory slots were now filled. Strangely enough, while armor and weapons had a higher drop rate than accessories, she had only managed to get either equipment or accessories, with an even lower drop rate after defeating so many monsters. Sang Fiwen comforted herself, wondering if her luck had simply been used wisely. Venturing deeper into the next level, Sang Fiwen passed a lava pool and discovered an incongruous plant growing there. 3 clustered leaves surrounding a flame-like golden red fruit. I didn't expect to find something as valuable as a burning fruit here. Sang Fiwen used her spider ring to shoot a web that adhered to the stone wall above, then swung across, plucking the fruit. The plant withered quickly without its fruit. Sang Fiwen felt a pang of regret, If she possessed a master-level gathering skill, she might have been able to try transplanting it, but clearly, that was impossible now. Burning fruit. Size 0.3 by 0.3 by 0.3, weight plus 0.1. A rare delicacy. Consuming it permanently increases perception by 5 points. Perception is a niche attribute in the early game. Its most noticeable effect is increased observation skills, making players more sensitive to subtle movements like the rustling of leaves. It has little other use, and is therefore largely ignored. Later, with the introduction of weapons and skills that inflict status ailments, such as sleep, freeze, bleeding swords, and poison daggers, some players discovered the extraordinary effects of perception, significantly amplifying status ailments, such as accelerating bleeding, deepening poison, and prolonging sleep. On forums, there's a group of players who study game metaphysics, claiming that high perception increases equipment drop rates. Thus, in the late game, perception transforms from a niche attribute into a highly sought-after, versatile attribute, comparable to agility. Burning fruits that increase perception are extremely rare, and it's not surprising that they fetch high prices at auctions later in the game. However, game currency cannot be exchanged for real-world currency yet, so selling it now wouldn't be worthwhile. Sang Fiwen ate the burning fruit, and probing herself was the key. On the second underground level, the number of monsters increased, and some wriggling giant insects attacked her. Sang Fiwen frowned. She really didn't like these wriggling creatures, so she decided to mainly use illusions to fight, while she provided support from a distance. -10, -15. The ground here was covered in lava, leaving no room for movement. Sang Fiwen could only tank the attacks. Thankfully her fire serpent sword had a lifesteal property. She stabbed the monsters at maximum attack speed, barely maintaining a safe health level. After dealing with the insects blocking her path, she finally found a mutated giant worm deep inside. The mutated worm quickly collapsed, dropping a mutated mandible. Combined with the snake gall and venom sac she had previously collected, she finally had all the materials needed for the quest to investigate the volcanic anomaly, and Sang Fiwen leveled up to level 7. This volcanic expedition had exhausted her water and food supplies, and her backpack space was nearly depleted. When would she be able to expand her backpack significantly? Sang Fiwen felt extremely uncomfortable. In her previous life, she was used to a large backpack in the later stages of the game, allowing her to travel swiftly even without unpacking it for an entire day. It's hard to go from luxury to frugality, Sang Fiwen sighed, and could only obediently begin her journey back to the town. Upon arriving in the town, Sang Fiwen went straight to the general store and cleared out any unwanted monster materials, exchanging them all for copper coins. Looking at the fiery sunset, it was nearing dusk, and she needed to find a place to rest as soon as possible. However, even the cheapest room at the inn cost double-digit copper coins a night, and she was desperately short of money. Sang Fiwen suddenly remembered her title, Heroic Ranger of Qianlong Town, and combined with her eloquent trait, which had already cooled down, she might be able to spend the night at the town hall. With that in mind, she replenished her supplies and hurried towards the town hall. On the way, remembering that it was only the first day of the game and many players might not know the basic game rules, she sent a private message to Xiao Wuchang, reminding him, "Don't go out tonight, find an inn to rest." The basic rule of resting at night was actually mentioned in the official game description, but it was a very long description, so it was just a small line of text and not a secret. While Xiao Wuchang is undeniably skilled, don't expect her to have the time to study game strategies. She certainly hasn't researched the official game tips and tricks. In her past life, Sang Fiwen was able to become Xiao Wuchang's teammate during raids, a guild overflowing with skilled players, mainly because Sang Fiwen was like a walking strategy encyclopedia, meticulously filling in Xiao Wuchang's weaknesses, making their teamwork seamless. However, Sang Fiwen didn't spend much time raiding. Most of the time, she was leveling up clients to pay off debts. Thankfully, she ranked among the top 3 swordsmen on the PvP leaderboard, attracting many wealthy clients who charged a hefty hourly rate. But at the same time, she became a laughingstock among skilled players. But Sang Fiwen never cared. Survival comes first, then everything else. Xiao Wuchang immediately replied, "Is that so?" I reply right away. "Thanks, all one." Sang Fiwen arrived at the town hall, went to Shenwen's room, submitted the 3 mutated monster materials, and briefly explained the situation of the mutated creatures at the volcano. Shenwen, dressed in a green official robe, looked solemnly at the materials emanating a strange aura and thanked her. "Thank you, Lady Wan, for everything you've done for the safety of the people of Qianlong Town." Sang Fiwen hadn't received a completion notification, so she knew there was more to come. Sure enough, Shinwen paused and continued. With these 3 items, it's enough to prove that the dragon's breath has already infiltrated the volcanic creatures, and those monstrous beasts below are about to fully awaken. If left unchecked, it could very well lead to a great disaster. I write a letter to report this and request support from the capital. Once the support arrives, I need Lady Wanqinghue to lead the way to the heart of the volcano. Sang Fiwen nodded in agreement. The mission had changed. Legendary mission. The Secret of Lilong Volcano mission content. Mayor Shinwen of Qianlong Town has commissioned you to investigate the anomalies of Lilong Volcano. Progress 1. Investigate the anomalies of Lilong Volcano. Search for mutated materials, 3/3. Progress 2. Waiting for news from Shinwen. Completed a stage of progress, yet received no reward whatsoever. If she hadn't known that the final reward for the Serendipity mission was incredibly generous, Sang Fiwen would have been cursing Shinwen's ancestors in secret. Seeing that Wanqinghue hadn't left yet, Shinwen looked somewhat puzzled and asked, "Does Miss Wan have anything else to do?" Sang Fiwen naturally had something to do. "It's getting late, and I don't have a place to stay yet. Could I trouble you for the night in a spare room?" She had waited until almost dark to come over, so she could find free lodging. Shinwen, as if suddenly realizing something, said with shame, "It was my oversight. If Miss Sang Fiwen doesn't mind, there's a spare room available anytime. Here's the key." Sang Fiwen was secretly overjoyed, while inwardly apologizing to Shinwen's ancestors. She hadn't expected to get a long-term place to stay. What a windfall. A night at an inn cost at least 20 copper coins. Like real humans, Gulan's characters also need rest. Characters have a hidden attribute called willpower. If a character doesn't rest for a long time, a low energy warning will appear, and further lack of rest will deduct willpower. The willpower attribute is complex. Players in her previous life generally agreed that willpower affects the maximum stamina, and that it automatically increases by 1 point every 10 levels. Additionally, a character who gets good sleep for 10 consecutive nights will also gain 1 point of willpower. Other opinions on this matter vary widely, and there's no official statement. Many players were unaware of this early on, only realizing its impact after their stamina decreased. Others were skeptical until their stamina bar became so short, 2 minutes of combat followed by a half-hour rest, that they were forced to pay attention to their character's energy. The best way to restore energy is to go to bed. To avoid becoming a sickly character with extremely short stamina, Sang Fiwen maintained a good sleep schedule. She used her key to open the corresponding room door. Inside, it was clean and elegant, with a bed and desk, everything she needed. Satisfied with settling her character, she logged off. After exiting the pod, Sang Fiwen checked the oxygenated nutrient solution. It could still be used for a long time. As she prepared to remove her stealth-specific haptic suit, the obsidian on her wrist flashed. A notification from her personal terminal. The caller was Lun Wanshu, someone she'd grown up with. Sang Fiwen answered the call from Lun Wanshu. A miniature image of Lun Wanshu was projected onto the obsidian screen, arms crossed, looking rather annoyed. "Sang Fiwen, are you even a friend? How many times have I called you?" she said. Sang Fiwen took a sip of water, calmly replying, "Don't try to shift the blame. Didn't I say today was the open beta of Gulan? I'm busy." Lun Wanshu slapped her forehead, intrigued. "Oh right, I forgot. I already bought the equipment. You promised to take me with you. Don't go back on your word." She remembered now. In her past life, during Gulan's open beta, Sang Fiwen had been a dedicated advocate for the game. Back then, she had enthusiastically described all the benefits of Gulan to her best friend Lun Wanshu, especially emphasizing Lun Wanshu's favorite activity, making money. It's no wonder they were practically inseparable. They both loved making money. If you did well in Gulan, money would flow in from all directions. In her past life, countless wealthy tycoons had established guilds within it. In her previous life, after falling on hard times, Sang Fiwen relied on her swordsmanship to earn a good reputation as a mentor in Gulan, eventually paying off her enormous debts. Sang Fiwen replied, "Okay, but I have to wait a bit before I can take you. Create your character, and go in first. It's dark now, so wander around the town. The NPCs are almost as intelligent as real people, so be careful with your conversations, so you don't offend them." Sang Fiwen went on, and on like a mother hen, adding some tips on character creation. Lun Wanshu memorized most of it, and immediately went to create her character after disconnecting from the holographic portal. Sang Fiwen changed into a light, absorbent custom-made pajama set. Although the black and pink color scheme was against her current aesthetic, she forced herself to wear it, and took a short nap to replenish her energy. Chapter 7. The alarm rang, and Sang Fiwen got up without hesitation, going to school to register. Actually, having already completed university courses through self-study, going back to high school would be a waste of time. However, she would find ways to sneak away, like feigning a headache or fever to ask for leave. There was no other way. She had been reborn, and in reality, she had to keep a low profile. Otherwise, if her personality changed drastically, she might be captured by some secret department and used as an experimental subject. Regarding the legend circulating among the people about secret departments that specialized in studying human souls, the reborn Sang Fiwen now firmly believed them. She had transformed from an atheist into a devout believer in the God of Time. This afternoon there was a physical education class, and the school was said to have invited instructors from the Mecha Academy of the Imperial Blue Military Academy to teach. She absolutely couldn't miss it. That was the Imperial Blue Military Academy. The morning was filled with traditional Imperial Blue curriculum lessons, and she listened with yawns to the refined old gentleman lecturing from the podium. The old gentleman was enthusiastically recounting the history of the technological advancement of the Imperial Blue people. Although human civilization has only existed for less than 300 years since the destruction of ancient Blue Star, the brilliance of human technological development since the first year of the Imperial Blue Star calendar surpasses even the thousands of years of human civilization on ancient Blue Star. Those born in the Imperial Blue Star system are a generation born after the knowledge explosion, known as the Leap Forward generation. The Leap Forward generation not only learns traditional ancient Blue Star knowledge, such as literature, history, physics, and chemistry, but also scientific knowledge from the post-Imperial Blue Star calendar era, such as higher dimensional space technology, cosmic sociology, consciousness biology, and energy science. While new technologies, like biochips and technological drugs, can significantly improve the Leap Forward generation's intelligence and emotional intelligence, greatly increasing the speed at which humanity acquires knowledge, the sea of knowledge is boundless, and the children of the Imperial Blue Star system still have to work hard. However, it must be said that the development of high technology has liberated a large portion of physical and mental labor. Compared to arming the mind, Dylan's school education places greater emphasis on physical training. Thus, from kindergarten to university, various physical education courses flourish, focusing on developing strength, speed, endurance, coordination, flexibility, and agility. Because Dylan people learn martial arts or combat skills from a young age, various physical fitness competitions abound, naturally leading to a reverence for strength and power. In this social atmosphere, mecha pilots, with their extremely stringent physical requirements, have naturally become the most sacred profession among Dylan people. Becoming a mecha pilot means achieving top-tier abilities in all aspects of physical fitness to be able to enter and operate a mecha. Mecha pilots enter the core, a symbol of the condensation of the essence of technology, biology, and mechanics, controlling the mecha's actions to combat the uncontrollable forces from the universe, much like humanity's own deities. In Dylan, mecha pilot training is an extremely popular and sought-after major among students. Even if a student doesn't ultimately succeed in piloting a mecha, with effort they can still become a designer with a clerical background, or at the very least, a mechanic. Listening to all this, Sang Fiwen's mind wandered. It wasn't that she wasn't serious, rather, she had already thoroughly mastered the knowledge from school. In her previous life, after going bankrupt, she frantically studied day and night to catch up on a lot of knowledge, while also earning money to pay off her debts. The rest of her time was devoted to rigorous training, sleeping only 2 hours a day. In her previous life, she trained desperately, striving to become a qualified mecha pilot. She wanted to please Ms. Qinlan and secure the best medical resources for her, but even after passing the exam, she couldn't afford the tuition. Sang Fiwen let out a soft breath and waved her hand, seemingly trying to shake off the melancholy thoughts of her past life. Just a little longer, and it'd be afternoon, the physical education class she's been looking forward to. The afternoon physical education class is a military academy demonstration class, and the instructor is specially invited from the prestigious Dylan Military Academy. Sang Fiwen never had such an opportunity in her previous life. She doesn't know what incredible luck she's had now. Her private aristocratic school actually has the audacity to invite a mecha instructor from Dylan Military Academy. The instructor who came was named Chu Si, with a knee-high ponytail and an infectious smile that made her seem very approachable. The approachable instructor Chu immediately assigned 100 sets of basic physical exercises, requiring perfect form. If not, you had to start over, and only after completing 100 sets could the get-out-of-class end. Devil. The students lamented inwardly. Chu Si came with a purpose. She had finally secured a spot in the next ACE project. However, she didn't have high expectations for these elite private schools. It was just a sudden whim to check them out, a routine measure to cast a wide net. After all, what resilience could these pampered aristocratic flowers possibly have? Seeing rows of flowers collapse, Chu Si's stern gaze swept over them, and she personally corrected the lazy students, her method sending chills down the spines of the onlookers. Some students who had pretended to be exhausted and collapsed to slack off immediately got up again, grimacing as they continued training, seeing Chu Si's ruthless approach. Chu Si shook her head slightly. She looked around and noticed a blonde girl in the corner. The girl was drenched in sweat, but her delicate features showed no sign of weakness. She maintained perfect form until she finished 100 sets of physical exercises, without the slightest slackening or shortcuts. Instructor Chu nodded slightly. There was still potential. The ability to endure hardship was the most basic and crucial quality. Instructor Chu approached the blonde girl, who was sweating profusely, patted her on the shoulder, glanced at her name tag, and said, "Sang Fiwen did an excellent job. Extra training. 30 more sets of advanced physical exercises." Sang Fiwen, who had almost been knocked to the ground, froze for a moment upon hearing this. She wasn't afraid of hardship, but if she were to complete 30 sets of advanced physical exercises to her current fitness level, she might miss Gu Lan's morning. Time was precious at Gu Lan during this period. Seeing the girl's blank expression, Chu Si assumed that this private aristocratic high school hadn't taught the advanced physical exercises typically reserved for military academy students, so he immediately demonstrated them on the spot, then raised his chin, gesturing for Sang Fiwen to begin. Sang Fiwen had no choice but to accept being kept after school for extra training, focusing intently on enjoying the special attention from the instructors at the Imperial Blue Military Academy. To avoid wasting too much time, she sped up a bit, but her current physical condition couldn't keep up with her reactions, so her movements weren't quite standard. However, Chu Si's standard was, if it's not standard, start over. The students who had finished the basic physical training looked at Sang Fiwen with either pity or schadenfreude before leaving the classroom, but the latter was completely oblivious, focused on the training in front of her like a meditating monk. Outside the school, a young man with black hair stepped out of a luxurious hover car and strolled lazily around the school wall, exuding a decadent air. This seemingly decadent and carefree young man was Jiang Chini. According to the Sang family's employment contract, he was Sang Fiwen's personal driver, but in reality, he was the Sang family's young lady's private bodyguard. Jiang Chini leaned against the car door, arms crossed, gazing at the school gate, his eyes unfocused, as if deep in thought. These past few days, he felt that the young lady's demeanor had changed. The innocent, doe-like look in her eyes was gone, replaced by a resolute, spirited air. Perhaps he was mistaken? After all, it had been a long time. The last time they met was 10 years ago, when the Sang family had just gone bankrupt. That day, he had finally cleared away any potential threats for her. The night before he was to leave, the young lady got drunk for the first time. "Didn't they stop paying your salary? Why are you still here?" she slurred, tugging at his collar. "Let me see, where did those debt collectors hurt you?" He let her pull, his shirt wrinkled, until finally she collapsed onto him, still picking and choosing. "So hot. Why is it so noisy? When gods fight, mortals suffer." The Sang family's bankruptcy stemmed from collateral damage. The patriarch Sang Zhenan had taken in people he shouldn't have. Jiang Chini, intricately connected to the truth, felt immense guilt upon learning it. He couldn't imagine how much the young lady would hate him if she knew the truth. On the eve of his departure, after the young lady fell into a drunken stupor, he dared to say goodbye. "Xiaowan, I'm sorry, wait for me." He secretly kissed her forehead, then fled that very night, as if trying to escape. He then spent 10 years exonerating Di Lan in her infamous wrongful conviction, but she perished in an explosion. A few days ago, Jiang Chini opened his eyes to find himself reborn 10 years in the past. Although he had lost some of his memories from before his rebirth, when he rushed out the door and saw the young lady alive again, he felt he had finally come back to life. As an atheist, he was incredibly grateful to God at the moment of his rebirth. "Huh? Please have some conscience, host. You should be thanking me." A voice only Jiang Chini could hear rang out, originating from deep within his brain, at the core of his consciousness, where human spiritual power resided. Jiang Chini remained noncommittal. Since his rebirth, a voice calling itself Aion had appeared in his mind, which wasn't bad, just a bit noisy. Without arguing with Aion further, Jiang Chini looked at the empty school after school, and couldn't sit still any longer. The school gates were tightly closed, so he went to a secluded spot outside the school, away from surveillance cameras, and easily leaped over the high wall. Like an agile leopard, he landed lightly, avoiding the cameras, and mobilized his spiritual power. Within his consciousness, the being named Aiyan complained, "You enslave me every day." Aiyan's protest was ineffective. Several transparent snakes swam in the air, covering a 10-meter radius around her, searching for any fluctuations in the girl's energy. He searched all the way to the outside of the physical training facility before retracting the small snake he had released. Through the snake, he had already seen Sang Fiwen. The listless, dejected young man shook his head. His advanced physical training movements were truly appalling. However, the female instructor's aura was quite impressive. If he had waited any longer to retract the snake, she might have noticed him. Jiang Chini raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised that this private aristocratic school could have such a good instructor. After confirming that Sang Fiwen was safe, he returned to the school grounds the way he came. Chu Xiai, an active-duty elite mecha soldier with S-level perception, was completely unaware of Jiang Chini's presence. Sang Fiwen, however, sensed something, but looked over and saw only an empty corridor. She then noticed it was quite late, and Jiang Chini, who was waiting for her at the door, must be getting impatient. After her rebirth, Jiang Chini, who had been a lazy and incompetent bodyguard, suddenly became incredibly clingy, following her everywhere to ensure she never left his sight. Once, when she went to a public women's restroom and saw Jiang Chini eagerly trying to follow her, she blushed and scolded him, "Jiang Chini, you're a pervert." Jiang Chini could only shrug and surrender, raising his hands. "No, I didn't notice the sign." The large women's restroom sign was painted a fluorescent Barbie pink, yet he insisted he hadn't seen it, looking aggrieved. Sang Fiwen simply thought he was being unreasonable, but she had a high tolerance for him and could tolerate it. This tolerance stemmed from what happened after the family went bankrupt in her previous life. After the family went bankrupt, Jiang Chini acted as if he wasn't a bodyguard who was paid to do his job. Even though the Sang family couldn't afford to pay wages anymore, and all the other housekeepers had left, he was the only one who stayed by her side. It was fortunate that Jiang Chini was there, otherwise, under those violent debt collectors, she might not even be able to survive. Sang Fiwen remembered that the night before Jiang Chini left, he seemed to have something to say to her. What happened in between was a bit of a blur for her. That night she was in a bad mood and got drunk, clutching a bottle of alcohol. Before she fell asleep, she thought he said something. After years together, Sang Fiwen felt that it wasn't until those last few months that she truly got to know him again, but after that day, he left without saying goodbye. After Jiang Chini left, Sang Fiwen didn't encounter any more unfair debt collectors. Her life remained unchanged. Every day she woke up to find Gu Lan diligently helping her boss earn money, paying off debts on time, saving money, and regularly going to the black market to find incomplete blueprints for her favorite mecha. She was always broke every month, very consistently. She also didn't see Jiang Chini again. She was furious at his abrupt departure, but also grateful for his sacrifices. Now, facing Jiang Chini, she couldn't quite describe her feelings. She was both angry and hoping for an explanation. But that was all in her past life. How could he explain now? Lost in thought, Sang Fiwen completed 30 sets of advanced physical exercises at 6:05. If Chu Xiai had only wanted to observe before, now she felt a surge of admiration. Sang Fiwen's movements, from slightly awkward at the beginning to fluidity later, were nothing like a beginner's. This set of advanced physical exercises was actually very difficult to perform perfectly. Even freshmen at the Imperial Blue Military Academy would struggle. But this girl named Sang Fiwen had almost reached the standard by the last 5. Chu Xiai had visited many universities, boasting that she had seen countless promising talents, but they all fell short. Only now had she truly taken notice, and she had already memorized Sang Fiwen's name. Sang Fiwen remained standing ramrod straight, awaiting the instructor's next command. Chu Xiai glanced at Sang Fiwen. Although severely exhausted, the girl's eyes revealed the stubbornness and resilience she admired. The notoriously strict female instructor smiled for the first time. "Very good, a spirited young lady. But that blonde hair is too rough. What kind of hobbies do young people have these days? Alright, that's enough for today. Get out of class dismissed." Sang Fiwen breathed a sigh of relief, subconsciously touching her hair. The Sang family was in the energy technology business, and she had heard her parents mention some secret departments within Dylan, including a bureau specifically for researching human mental power. She overheard these stories at a dinner party from her elders, treating them as anecdotes because they seemed so outlandish, and she hadn't paid much attention. But now, after her rebirth, she remembered those rumors. She began to fear the rumored special department researching mental entities, and after her rebirth, she deliberately maintained the same style, as when she was 15, not even daring to change her unsightly hair color. Sang Fiwen dragged her tired body away from the physical training center, far from the terrifying woman she had labeled a devilish instructor. Back in the classroom, the students who finished class at 5 o'clock had long since left. Sang Fiwen packed her backpack and hurriedly boarded her family's hover car, which had been waiting for her at the school gate. Chapter 8. Upon returning home, to avoid wasting time, Sang Fiwen skipped dinner. She quickly entered the equipment room containing the Gulan stealth pod, deciding that tonight's dinner would be nutrient solution. The equipment room, specially configured for Gulan, was fully equipped with all sorts of nutrient solutions, various equipment, and their placement meticulously arranged. Sang Fiwen removed all her clothes and donned the stealth stunt suit, the specially made material covering her entire body from the neck down. This expensive stunt suit was exquisitely crafted. A thin layer of special material was filled with precise sensors distributed along the body's meridians, providing a completely comfortable fit. She unlocked the pod using her rainbow eyes information. Upon entering, the pod door closed automatically. The space inside was large enough for an adult to perform basic movements. Sang Fiwen input commands onto the built-in LCD screen, and the pod quickly began to fill with a pale golden liquid. Simultaneously, a mask-like hood descended from the top of the pod. She skillfully put on the head sensors, leaving only her eyes exposed. Soon, the oxygen-sensing nutrient solution filled the cabin, and the self-check program started. From the outside, this custom-made cabin, standing vertically over 3 meters tall, was entirely matte black with gilded lines adorning it. At this moment, the indicator light, symbolizing the self-check in progress, flashed continuously, turning a constant blue after a while. The eternal blue indicator light illuminated the path to Gulan. Shortly after dawn in Gulan, Wan Qinghui, lying in her room in the town hall, slowly opened her eyes. She noticed a new private message. It must be from Lun Wanshu, Sang Fei, who opened it later. She accepted the friend request from the character named Qin Kong Lu. King Lu, or rather Lun Wanshu, started bombarding Sang Fiwen with private messages. "Hey Sang Fiwen, you stood me up again. You're such a dummy." Sang Fiwen replied irritably, "I had no choice. I got kept after school. And you? Don't call me by my real name in the game. Call me Wang Xingwei." Sure enough, Lun Wanshu teased her best friend about being kept after school, then laughed, "Fine, I'm magnanimous. Now you're finally free, right? Help me out." Sang Fiwen immediately sent Lun Wanshu a coordinate, concisely stating, "Meet here." At that location was a local named Ma Ji, who offered a series of quiz quests, up to 100 rounds, which could be challenged in teams, testing players' familiarity with the game, a very simple quest for Sang Fiwen. The first player in her previous life to achieve perfect completion received an enviable reward. Upon reaching the vicinity of her destination, Sang Fiwen spotted a demon girl with small deer antlers looking around. This must be Lun Wanshu. She slowly walked over, carefully examining Lun Wanshu's character. TSK, that meticulously adjusted nose bridge, and it looks like she even had her eyes done? Her appearance must have been optimized to the maximum 20%. This girl must have spent a lot of time creating the character. But I must say, Lun Wanshu's choice to be a deer demon girl is quite fitting. She's like a sunny little deer. The beautiful demon girl also noticed the red-clad female swordsman approaching, a snake-shaped long sword at her waist, very stylish. Judging from her demeanor, she seemed like a master. The deer girl couldn't help but shrink back. Unexpectedly, the next second, the dashing red-clad female swordsman walked towards her. A sense of tension rose within her, and a system notification suddenly sounded, startling her. "System, player Wang Xingli invites you to join a team. Do you agree?" King Kinglu's eyes widened. She hadn't expected the red-clad female swordsman to be her best friend, Sang Fiwen. She immediately breathed a sigh of relief and began acting recklessly. King Kinglu quickly agreed to join the team, then pounced, giving the handsome red-clad female swordsman a bear hug, clinging to her, and lightly stroking her chin with one hand, whistling, "Yo, where did this pretty little lady come from? Hurry up and help me level up." Sang Fiwen looked helplessly at Lun Wanshu's erratic behavior. She was used to it, and she firmly believed what Lu's mother had said. Lun Wanshu's brain had been flattened by pliers at birth. A few aftereffects, but as her best friend, she wasn't incapable of tolerating it. Sang Fiwen, with the demon girl clinging to her, dragged her along, teasingly asking, "How's the one-click cosmetic surgery feeling?" Lun Wanshu, however, explained that it wasn't enough. This system is too stingy. It only allows a 20% increase at most. Otherwise, with my amazing face-shaping skills, I could definitely double my beauty. Alright, you're already very beautiful. Who else do you want to outshine? Sang Fiwen praised. That's true. Lun Wanchu was smug, pleased with her best friend's affirmation. Don't talk later, just follow me. Having appeased her, Sang Fiwen quickly got down to business. Lun Wanchu nodded, making a zipper sewing motion to indicate she would definitely keep quiet. In the blink of an eye, the two had arrived in front of Ma Ji, who was fanning himself with a folding fan. Sang Fiwen politely said, "Good morning. Is there anything I can help you with?" Following the walkthrough, she remembered. She clasped her hands in a fist salute to Ma Ji, triggering a crucial dialogue. The scholar Ma Ji, dressed in a blue robe, closed his folding fan and smiled, saying, "Oh my, what a learned and talented woman. I have a favor to ask." He solemnly took out a jade slip as smooth as jade and continued, "I enjoy raising rare creatures of heaven and earth. Recently, I was fortunate enough to obtain a black-eating slug. This slug is difficult to care for. It needs the knowledge on this jade slip to feed on. I request your assistance, heroine, in answering the questions within the jade slip. The more questions, the better, and I will reward you accordingly. System, accept the quest heavenly questions? Of course I accept." Suddenly, the two entered a black and white inkwash space, with black ink characters floating like clouds in the sky. In the heavenly questions instance, the jade slip rose into the air on its own, floating before Sang Fiwen's eyes. Characters emerged from the jade slip, combining to form questions. These questions varied widely, testing all aspects of Gu Lan's abilities, cultural history, skill details, scenic spots, and more, a diverse array. However, Sang Fiwen could quickly answer each question, and even when she hesitated, she could still provide an answer within the time limit. Lun Wanchu, who was initially very interested in listening, quickly lost interest. She didn't like listening to cryptic explanations, and instead wandered around in the black and white world. Fortunately, before she got bored, Sang Fiwen answered the 100th question with ease. Sang Fiwen answered the 100th question without any difficulty, and Ma Ji exclaimed in admiration, "Wow, this heroine is truly erudite. This ink-eating slug won't have to worry about food and drink for a long time." At this moment, all players received a system announcement in the World Channel, signifying a major event that would be recorded in the annals of the ancient blue world. World Channel System Announcement: Evening Star returns. Clear Sky Deer achieves perfect first clear of heavenly questions. Meanwhile, Sang Fiwen received a notification of her completion reward. System: Congratulations on achieving a perfect first clear of Tianwen. You have obtained the title Tianwen Scholar, the Spirit Pet Ink-Eating Slug, Character Reputation plus 50, Skill Upgrade points 5, Character Attribute points 10, and 300 silver coins. Sang Fiwen received a massive experience reward, and with the bonus from her contribution points, her level instantly jumped to level 10, leaving the second-place player, Xiao Wuchang, a full level ahead on the level leaderboard. It's important to understand that this is the early stage of the game's leveling frenzy. Gu Lan has over 1 million registered users, with a peak concurrent player count of 700,000. At this moment, even a mere 1% gain in experience is enough to leave a huge gap between players. Sang Fiwen, who had muted the world chat, was completely unaware that she had once again caused a stir in the world chat, like a red-hot iron ball falling into water. Calmly, she opened her character panel. Previously, she had focused entirely on agility to acquire treasure chests. Now, she allocated her newly acquired attribute points according to a 3 agility 2 perception distribution. Each profession has a different mainstream stat allocation method. In her previous life, Sang Fiwen followed the mainstream swordsman method of maining agility and secondary intelligence. Later, after discovering the powerful role of perception, she added more perception, but she was still not as good as players who started adding perception from the low levels. World Channel: I want to drink milk. Wow, first time seeing a system announcement. Taking a picture. World Channel: Black soy sauce. What is Tianwen? Does anyone know? World Channel star: I also want to be a big shot's leg accessory. Qigong dear, are you there? Can you teach me how to latch onto a big shot's leg? Wang Xingli, please look at me. World Channel: Chuquaran. Is there a reporting system in this game? This Wang Xingli is definitely cheating. Having also gained a massive amount of experience, Lun Wanchu leveled up 5 times in a flash. Seeing the World Channel flooded with messages from them, Lun Wanchu naturally opened it early to happily watch the drama unfold. But now, seeing the arrogant words of this Chu Kuangren, she was furious. World Channel: Clear Sky Deer. Chu Kuangren, do you have any evidence? If you do, show it. Don't just accuse me of cheating without proof. Didn't your family teach you about the laws of the Imperial Blue Realm? World Channel Star, Clear Sky Deer, looking for friends. World Channel Chukwangren, if you're not convinced, let's PK. I'd be waiting for you in the Wild Buffalo map. While exiting the Heavenly Questions instance, a deep look suddenly appeared in Ma Ji's eyes. He stared intently at Wan Xing and asked, Question 101. How can you be sure? How many times have you answered this question? System. Triggered the 101st question serendipitous encounter. Obtained the hidden reward Heavenly Questions Jade Slip. Willpower +5. Lun Wanchu was shouting about PK, which Sang Fiwen didn't hear clearly. After hearing Ma Ji's words, she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. At this moment, the black and white world dissipated, and Ma Ji opened his folding fan, leisurely fanning himself, teasing the flowers, birds, insects, and fish. However, Sang Fiwen was still immersed in the 101st question that didn't require an answer. To others, it seemed innocuous, but to her, it was something else entirely. She felt it was related to rebirth. Hey, what's wrong? Lun Wanchu's hand was waving in front of her, and Sang Fiwen slapped it away. Lun Wanchu pulled Sang Fiwen back to reality. Perhaps she was overthinking it. She forced a smile. Nothing. What did you say about PK? What happened? The Heavenly Questions were a series of question and answer quests that players could repeatedly challenge. Although the rewards didn't reset, some people in her previous life had idly tried to farm the entire question bank. Perhaps that question was specifically designed by the system for players who repeatedly attempt the challenge? Sang Fiwen felt she was being too paranoid and needed to adjust her mindset. Otherwise, she'd scare herself to death before that mysterious department even found her. Seeing Sang Fiwen's pale face, Lun Wanchu changed the subject, saying, Nothing, I just said I'm going to the tailor shop first. I saw a really pretty dress I liked earlier, and now that I have some money, I'm going to buy it. Be careful with your stamina, don't faint. Sang Fiwen was both amused and exasperated as Lun Wanchu adopted a bossy attitude, essentially reversing her words and lecturing her. Lun Wanchu left the party and hurried away, then suddenly turned back and asked, Where's the bison map? Sang Fiwen assumed Lun Wanchu was going to level up, so she privately sent her the coordinates of the bison spawn location. After Lun Wanchu left, Sang Fiwen began checking the hidden rewards, taking out the Heavenly Question Jade Slip from her inventory. This Jade Slip is as smooth and lustrous as solidified cream, with a faint glow flowing within. The carving is exquisite. The dragon's scales and claws are depicted with lifelike detail within its small size, its whiskers as fine as hair. Heavenly Inquiry Jade Slip, relic of an immortal, 1 by 1 by 1, weight plus 0.1. Acquisition method, limited time offer, obtainable after the first perfect clear of Heavenly Inquiry, within 30 days of the official launch of Ancient Blue. Function description, unique item. The holder receives a 200% bonus to all attributes and gains an additional 100% experience from killing monsters. It contains a 15 by 15 by 15 ink storage space that can store living creatures. Imitation, active skill. The Jade Slip contains all knowledge, which can be freely imprinted. The cooldown for each imprint is 30 game days. Seeing the description of the Jade Slip, especially the imprinting skill, made her heart race. Chapter 9. If her understanding was correct, this meant it was possible to generate any skilled book. In her previous life, Sang Fiwen had never even heard of such a thing. The description also contained words, like immortal and unique item. In her previous life, she had at most obtained immortal-grade items, and had only heard of higher-quality items, but those were all controlled by the leaders of large guilds or a few top-tier players, used as their trump cards. No one had ever publicly revealed how to obtain them, let alone their detailed attributes. Sang Fiwen resisted the urge to immediately use the Jade Slip's learning function. Just to be safe, she quickly returned to her temporary private room in the town hall. Upon entering, Sang Fiwen immediately used the imprinting function. Inkwash characters appeared on the activated Heavenly Inquiry Jade Slip, forming a sentence in front of her. First time use notes. Knowledge covers all skills. If the skill you wish to imprint does not exist, the imprint will fail, and the imprinting function will enter cooldown. Sang Fiwen's idea was confirmed, and she couldn't help but jump up in joy. Then the text changed, forming the next sentence. Please state the name of the skill you wish to imprint. Sang Fiwen's face showed realization. This item was extremely difficult to obtain. Even if someone managed to get it within the first 30 days of the server launch by cracking the question bank, it would be useless, because even if they obtained it, they couldn't acquire the complete skill list, thus suppressing the possibility of breaking the game balance. But now, in her hands, This thing was undoubtedly a bug. Sang Fiwen exhaled, a bunch of skill names flashing through her mind. She restrained herself and said one skill name, and then a brand new skill book appeared before her. Sword Control Technique, Skill Book Size 1 by 1 by 0.5, Weight plus 0.1. Swordsman Skill. Continuously consume spirit energy to control a sword, increasing attack speed by 100%, damage by 80%, and ignoring 20% of the target's defense. Maximum range, 100. Automatically stops when spirit energy is depleted. Cooldown, 50 seconds. Sang Fiwen cannot learn this skill yet. She needs to change her class to Swordsman first. In Ancient Blue, class change requires level 10, which she already meets. She only needs to go to the academy and find the Swordsman instructor to complete the class change quest. After calming down, she continued to check her other rewards. The remaining items were also quite valuable. Scholarly Inquiry, title the only title representing a wise person in Ancient Blue. When worn, intelligence is increased by 300%, spirit energy cap is increased by 1000, and an additional 1 point of intelligence is gained upon leveling up. Sang Fiwen immediately equipped this title, which is considered God tier for magic-based classes. Like the Town Ranger title, she set it to hidden, so that it could be effective without attracting attention. In an instant, her intelligence tripled, bringing numerous benefits, such as the ability to use scrolls that require high intelligence. Higher intelligence resulted in higher spell damage, and her maximum spiritual energy increased. She also obtained a rare spiritual creature, an ink-eating slug. Ink-eating slug, spiritual creature seedling size 1 by 0.5 by 0.5 centimeters, weight plus 0.3. A spiritual creature born from the Heavenly Inquiry Jade Slip. It thrives in areas of dense ink. Upon reaching maturity, it has a low chance of multiplying. When in good condition, it can absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth, producing 1 spiritual pearl per month. A guaranteed production of spiritual pearls. She's rich. This adorable creature with 2 bunny ears is a rare spiritual item nicknamed the Money Tree. Sang Fiwen remembered that players who possessed the ink-eating slug in her previous life would use auctioning spirit orbs as a way to make money. At this moment, the cute Money Tree was diligently moving towards the Jade Slip, looking very eager. Sang Fiwen had a flash of inspiration, and put the ink-eating slug into the ink-wash space of the Jade Slip. Sure enough, it was quite content once inside. Sang Fiwen checked and realized that it would still be quite some time before the spirit orb was produced. It seemed she needed to buy some wine to restore her spiritual energy as a temporary measure. After storing the skill book and the Jade Slip, she quickly went to the town's tavern. She planned to buy some supplies for her upcoming leveling up. The tavern sold dishes and wine. The former restored stamina and health, while the latter restored spiritual energy. However, dishes could not be used in combat. The only items that could restore health during combat were pills. She came to buy fermented rice wine. They had both the most common rice wine and specialty fermented rice wine. The specialty fermented rice wine of Qinlong Town was called Fiery Cloud, with a fiery flavor that was a favorite among many players. As a popular drink on Ancient Blue Star, she couldn't really tell the difference between good and bad wine. She preferred milk. The rice wine and specialty fermented rice wine had the same effect, instantly restoring 20% of her spiritual energy. Therefore, she always bought the most common rice wine, and this time was no exception. She bought 10 bottles to keep on hand. Having stocked up on strategic supplies, Sang Fiwen headed to the academy, using her eloquence to skip lengthy conversations and directly initiate the job change quest. The job change quest was simple for Sang Fiwen. It only required killing 100 monsters of level 10 or higher with a sword. Many players aiming for the top rankings should already be leveling up in the volcano map, where level 10 monsters were abundant. Sang Fiwen, wanting to avoid the hassle and competition for monsters, decided to level up in a higher level map instead. While leveling up in high-level maps yields more experience, the high-level monsters are formidable. Further preparation is needed. She arrived at a shop in a secluded alley, the shopkeeper being an old woman. On the shelf, she found a set of yellow-grade Thunderpool scrolls, priced at 50 silver coins. Sang Fiwen gritted her teeth and bought them with a determined sigh. Yellow-grade Thunderpool scroll, size 1 by 1 by 0.1, weight plus 0.1, requires 10 intelligence to use. Deals 300 damage to targets within a 10-meter radius, with a 300% damage bonus against plant-type targets. Effective against normal monsters below level 20, cannot be used on humanoid creatures. System, your favorability towards you +5. As Sang Fiwen was about to leave, a deep, hoarse voice came, Little girl, you seem quite interested in my work? Sang Fiwen had never spoken to this mysterious and eccentric old woman before. After the ruins of Qianlong Town in her previous life, this little shop disappeared as well, though many players later fondly remembered its unique items. Sang Fiwen bowed. Of course, everything in your shop, senior, is a rare treasure. The old woman glared and scolded, little brat, you're so glib. You were looking so distressed when you paid, weren't you? What, you think the prices are too high, not worth it? If it weren't for the increased favorability, Sang Fiwen would have really thought the old woman was angry. She replied playfully, it is expensive, but that's my problem. The old woman paused for a moment, then laughed heartily, ha ha, this little girl is really interesting. Just my type. After laughing for a while, the old woman's complexion became rosy, and she tossed over a stack of bound papers. Little girl, take this list and help me gather all the materials on it. I promise you won't lose out. System, accept Zhang Lianying's commission? Yes. Sang Fiwen took the stack of materials, glanced at them, and couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Ordinary materials like leather, crystal, and pearls were fine, but gold was required. Was this robbery? Anyway, there was no time limit, so she accepted it first and would decide later. Judging from Zhang Lianying's words, the reward should be quite generous. Sang Fiwen then rushed to the only small teleportation array in Qianlong Town, spent 1 silver coin, and teleported to Luoyang City, the closest city to Qianlong Town. Having spent a huge sum, Sang Fiwen appeared calm on the surface, but in reality, her heart was bleeding. However, for efficiency, she had to spend the money. She headed straight for the still sparsely populated outskirts of Luoyang, the spawn point of the level 15 monster, the human-faced peach blossom. Sang Fiwen traversed the peach blossom-covered land, startling the human-faced peach blossom. Soon, a large group of flower fairies followed behind, each with a bizarre human face with fangs and sharp jaws beneath its vibrant petals. Seeing that the monsters were nearly lured in, Sang Fiwen chose a suitable spot, performed a graceful backflip, and landed steadily in the center of the horde of human-faced peach blossom monsters behind her. Just as she was about to be overwhelmed by the monsters, she calmly crushed a yellow-grayed lightning scroll in her hand. Within a 10-meter radius of Sang Fiwen, white lightning poured down. The human-faced peach blossoms, being plant-type monsters, took 3 times the damage of the lightning, crashing to the ground, turning into charred remains and shattering into stardust. Her experience bar visibly increased. The astronomical jade slip in her inventory was a crucial contributor, holding it granted an extra 100% experience when killing monsters. After waiting for most of the monsters to respawn, Sang Fiwen repeated the monster gathering and group killing maneuver. Having achieved her job advancement quest objective, Sang Fiwen also leveled up to level 11. After the second wave of monsters fell, an elite peach tree spirit spawned. To Sang Fiwen, this elite monster was no different from a mobile treasure chest. Sang Fiwen skillfully summoned a crystal illusion, gripped her mutated fire serpent sword, and began to fight this level 15 elite monster single-handedly. 10 minutes later, the peach tree spirit collapsed, turning into Sang Fiwen's experience points and leaving behind an orange tier piece of equipment. Excellent, royal quality equipment in hand. Sang Fiwen was about to pick it up when she suddenly felt something strange behind her. She was being watched. Her heightened perception allowed her to quickly pinpoint the attacker's general direction. Sang Fiwen glanced over, but saw no one. The attacker had vanished. It must be a ranger, lucky enough to have learned the stealth skill. To be able to run to a level 15 map so early, that's quite a feat, both skillful and daring. A strong wind blew, and the grass on the ground bent to one side. At this moment, a small clump of grass with an unusual angle of bending stood out. Ji Qianlu was a solo player who loved treasure hunting and holographic games. Over time, she honed her skills to an exceptional level. During the open beta of Gulen, she unhesitatingly chose the Agile Ranger class, specializing in looting treasure chests in high-level maps. However, she hadn't expected to encounter a female player dressed as a red-clad swordsman in the outskirts of Luoyang. Not only was she soloing, but she was also leading a group of high-level monsters on a rampage, ultimately jumping into the middle of them to her death. Truly a strange character. The next second, somehow, the person summoned a powerful bolt of lightning, accurately striking down the entire group of monsters. Not a strange character, but a master. Ji Qianlu's eyes lit up. She crouched in the distant woods, silently watching the skilled female warrior display her prowess. Until an orange tier equipment she'd never seen before dropped on the ground. She loved collecting high-level equipment. So far, she opened many silver chests, and her highest item was purple gear. Ji Qianlu was itching to see what it was, so he approached a little closer, intending to get a clear look at the equipment before retreating. But now, things had gotten messy. He'd just gotten a few steps closer when the skilled female warrior spotted him, causing a misunderstanding. A gust of wind blew by, and the red-clad swordswoman suddenly fixed her gaze precisely on Ji Qianlu, who was still in stealth. Found you. Chapter 10. Oh no, oh no! The skilled female warrior will definitely think I'm the kind of person who commits murder and robbery. Ji Qianlu, having been discovered, scratched her head in distress. She still had no idea how the other person had discovered her. It was terrifying. Ji Qianlu simply cancelled her stealth and made her character name visible, sincerely saying to the skilled female warrior, "Hello, boss, I'm Ji Qianlu, a good person. I was just passing by." The more she spoke, the more guilty she felt, feeling like she was making things worse. Ji Qianlu was stuck, unsure how to explain, her face turning bright red with anxiety. Meanwhile, Sang Fiwen, after seeing the other person's ID, lowered her defenses and confidently went forward to pick up the dropped orange tier equipment. She actually encountered her here. Ji Qianlu, the famous treasure hunter from her previous life, was the one who told Sang Fiwen about the special treasure chest opening techniques. Behind Sang Fiwen came Ji Qianlu's eager voice. "Master Heroine, can I take a look? I never seen orange equipment before." Before she finished speaking, Ji Qianlu received a team invitation. System. Player Wan Qinghui invites you to join a team. Do you agree? Ji Qianlu's eyes widened. It was actually Wan Qinghui, the god who had suddenly appeared on the leaderboard and taken the first system announcement. Everything that had happened before now seemed perfectly logical to Ji Qianlu. Sang Fiwen placed the equipment in the team's shared slot, crossed her arms, and waited, while Ji Qianlu drooled as she handled the orange robe. Ji Qianlu was a slow starter. Once she got to know someone, she became very talkative. Ji Qianlu, who admired strength, already knew everyone on the leaderboard by heart. Now, seeing the top-ranked player in person, and with such a good temper, she was magnanimous and forgiving. She now regarded Wan Qinghui as an idol. Ji Qianlu, who had unilaterally declared himself a fan of Wan Qinghui, was now completely engrossed in his chatter. "Wan Qinghui, how did you summon that lightning bolt just now? Its power was terrifying. It swiftly and decisively took down a bunch of level 15 peach blossom monsters, who were many levels higher than you." Before Sang Fiwen could answer, Ji Qianlu continued, "And that elite peach blossom monster, how did you manage to dodge all of its petal-scattering attacks, and with such elegance, tsk. And so on, a barrage of boastful comments buzzing in Sang Fiwen's ears like bees. Sang Fiwen wasn't surprised at all. Ji Qianlu had the same personality in her previous life, though his agility was much better, and he wouldn't make that silly mistake of falling flat on his face in the grass. Only after Ji Qianlu had finished admiring her did Sang Fiwen put away the peach blossom robe, which could only be worn after reaching level 15. Peach blossom robe. Intermediate royal grade, size 2x4x5, weight plus 2.1. Constitution plus 50, agility plus 30, charisma plus 10, magic defense plus 15, physical defense plus 15. Trait spiritual energy absorption. Converts 20% of the damage received into spiritual energy, and increases the natural regeneration speed of spiritual energy by 50%. Looking at this piece of equipment that also boosted charm, Sang Fiwen felt somewhat helpless. She preferred perception to charm. Increasing charm increases the hit rate of abnormal skills, and also improves NPC favorability. Furthermore, based on the charm bonus, the system automatically adjusts the character's appearance, making this attribute highly sought after by those who prioritize aesthetics. Ji Qianlu stopped his boasting and mustered his courage to ask, "Great God Wan Qing, can I add you as a friend?" Being called a great god by the future treasure hunter, Sang Fiwen felt embarrassed and quickly replied, "Of course, it's no problem at all. You can come to me if you need anything. By the way, when you're stealthily moving, pay attention to what you're stepping on." Ji Qianlu suddenly realized, "I see. A great god is indeed a great god, he's grasped the details so quickly." Sang Fiwen felt embarrassed by his gaze. These were all experiences Ji Qianlu had gained in his previous life. She guiltily touched her nose and, after adding him as a friend, changed the subject. "Do you have any crystals or pearls? I like to buy them at market price." Crystals and pearls are items that only drop in maps level 20 and above, but they can also be found in various treasure chests. Ji Qianlu must have collected quite a few chests along the way. If he had any, it would save Sang Fiwen some trouble. Ji Qianlu nodded like a chick pecking at rice, pulling out several crystals and pearls from her backpack. It's free, just consider it making friends, haha. Sang Fiwen only took enough crystals and pearls to complete the quest, not forgetting to slip the corresponding silver coins to Ji Qianlu. If you really consider me a friend, then you must accept this. Otherwise, I never ask you for help again. What kind of friend always takes advantage of their friend? Ji Qianlu initially wanted to refuse, but upon hearing these words, she paused, seemingly understanding, and accepted the silver coins. She suddenly realized that her friends all liked it when she gave them things for free. The more she gave, the happier they were. But once she had nothing left to give, their smiles seemed to diminish. After hearing Sang Fiwen's words, Ji Qianlu went back and pondered for a long time. After figuring things out, she resolutely distanced herself from those blood-sucking so-called friends. Sang Fiwen hurried back to complete her job change. There was an academy in Luoyang City, so she didn't have to return to Qianlong Town to complete the quest. On her way back, a carrier pigeon delivered a letter. After receiving the letter, Sang Fiwen's quest changed. System, Shinwen seems to need your help. Go there as soon as possible. She had originally planned to explore Luoyang City more and take on some small quests, but now it seemed she needed to hurry and complete the job change before returning to Qianlong Town. It was getting late, so Sang Fiwen quickened her pace, heading back to Luoyang City first. There weren't many players there yet. A few were scattered around the academy accepting job change quests. Sang Fiwen went straight to the swordsman instructor, activated her character traits, and skipped the lengthy formalities and pleasantries with a few simple words before submitting the job change quest. If all went well, she should be the first player to successfully change jobs. In her previous life, there were rumors that the first player to successfully change jobs for each class would receive an extra hidden reward. She didn't know if it was true. The intermediate swordsman instructor praised, Wang Xingwei, you are now a swordsman. From this day forward, fight for the glory of the sword. System, congratulations on your swordsmanship. Hidden reward triggered. The first swordsman in the entire server to be promoted, reward, a gourd of valor. There really was a hidden reward. The rumors weren't unfounded after all. Sang Fiwen took out the crimson gourd from her backpack to check. Gourd of valor, one of the 7 gourds grown from the gourd vine planted by the immortals. Acquisition method, the only item obtainable by the first person to be promoted to swordsman. Function description, size 2x2x2, weight plus 0.3. It can cause different magical changes to the various wines contained within, making the drinker powerful and valiant. It contains a sword intent space that can nurture a growing flying sword. Fermented rice wine status, 0/10 none. Sword intent space, 0/5 none. Another rare find. Sang Fiwen's heart raced. She took a bottle of rice wine from her backpack and poured it into the crimson gourd, filling it perfectly. Curious, she examined the changes. Fermented rice wine status, October 10th rice wine. 1 sip restores 30% of spiritual energy and increases flying sword damage by 30%, stackable. Sang Fiwen beamed. This effect was equivalent to turning 1 bottle of rice wine into 10 bottles of rice wine plus a damage boost. For someone as frugal as her, this was naturally a cause for celebration. In her plan, Sang Fiwen prioritized acquiring a high-quality, growth-oriented flying sword. The official promotional video revealed the game's background, positioning Ascension to Immortality as the ultimate goal for ancient blue players. A wide, golden path to heaven once existed between the ancient celestial realm and the mortal realm. 1,000 years ago, the celestial and dragon races waged a fierce war, the battle ending in countless deaths of immortals, the annihilation of true dragons, and devastation for the mortal realm. After the war, the Pyrrhic victors, seeking respite, destroyed the already damaged path to heaven, trapping spiritual energy within the celestial realm. Thus, the immortals were separated. As time passed, the spiritual energy in the mortal realm gradually thinned. Although achieving immortality was as difficult as ascending to heaven, all races remained devoted to cultivation. In this sense, immortals weren't exactly compassionate towards the common people. However, having obtained the gourd cultivated by the immortals, Sang Fiwen was truly grateful to the legendary immortals. Having become a swordsman, Sang Fiwen readily learned the sword-controlling technique he had been eyeing for so long, then hung the gourd at his waist. The struggle for 1 gourd occupied an accessory slot, so Sang Fiwen had to remove the stone heart ring and store it in the inkwash space attached to the jade slip. She planned to give the ring to Lun Wanchu later. A ring with a plus 10 weight capacity was quite nice. Currently, her backpack was empty except for the jade slip. All her items were in the inkwash space. The jade slip only occupied 0.1 weight capacity, and a 1x1 backpack slot. The attached inkwash space didn't add any extra weight. On a whim, she tried using the sword control technique. Even as a max-level swordsman in her previous life, she hadn't been able to learn this skill. About 10 seconds later, her spiritual energy was completely depleted. The spiritual energy consumption of the sword control state was terrifying. However, she had the resilient struggle for one gourd, so the pressure of needing wine wasn't too great. Using the gourd had no cooldown. Theoretically, as long as she had enough wine, she could maintain the sword control state indefinitely. However, her wallet was empty. She couldn't afford that much fermented rice. She had to scavenge for more equipment to restore her spiritual energy later, like the peach blossom robe with its spiritual energy absorption effect. That would be great. To save time, she spent a hefty 1 silver coin to teleport back to Qianlong Town from Luoyang City. After exiting the teleportation array, Sang Fiwen noticed some players hurrying towards the town's outskirts. 2 players were chatting and eating sunflower seeds nearby. The sunflower seed-eating couple was named Ai Nyonai, Love Milk, and Ai Cafe, Love Coffee. Ai Nyonai, a male demon player with wheat-colored skin, nudged his girlfriend. Looks like they're all going to watch the Wild Buffalo Maps PK battle. Shall we go check it out? We're resting anyway. Ai Cafe, a female spirit player with milk-white skin, scoffed. What PK? It's just that little dear demon girl getting completely wrecked. Little Star told me, even though she was being camped, that little dear demon girl stubbornly kept running back to her corpse to resurrect and continue fighting. It's too pitiful, I'm not watching. AI Milk grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and stuffed them into his mouth, sighing, quite the guts, huh? If it were me, I'd be resurrected from the grave. Suddenly, AI Milk was grabbed heavily from behind. He stumbled, about to turn around and yell at the person, when he saw a pair of icy eyes. What PK? The newcomer had a crimson gourd hanging from her waist and a strange, snake-shaped long sword. Not only were her eyes cold, but her tone was chilling. Chapter 11. Stuck and questioned by a female player radiating murderous intent, AI Milk, who had initially wanted to curse, opened her mouth, but ultimately only dared to spit out the sunflower seed shells, swallowed hard, and honestly replied, "It was in the world chat earlier. I think the one getting wrecked was called Chi Kong Lu. Ouch, that hurts, sis. I just heard about it. Please be gentle." Sang Fiwen, recalling the scene of parting with Lu Nuanchu, realized she hadn't controlled her strength and quickly released her hand, apologizing, "Sorry, I couldn't control myself." AI Milk grimaced and rubbed her shoulder. AI Cafe chimed in, "It's because of the previous system announcement. Someone named Chu Quamaran accused Wan Xinghui of cheating. Kinkinglu, I think, is Wan Xinghui's friend, so he challenged Chu Quamaran to a duel. A friend of mine loves a good show. He said that Chu Quamaran is already level 9, and has killed Kinkinglu several times because of his high level, but Kinkinglu is unconvinced, and insists that Chu Quamaran take back what he said before." AI Cafe looked at the female swordsman player whose face was a mixture of worry and killing intent, and made a bold guess, "You're Wan Xinghui, right?" Sang Fiwen nodded and thanked them. "Thank you for telling me." Having received an affirmative answer, Love Coffee was secretly thrilled and wanted to say a few more words when Wan Xinghui, with a flick of her thumb, drew her serpentine crimson sword from its sheath in a flash, hovering in midair. The red-clad heroine leaped, landing gracefully on the sword, then transformed into a streak of crimson light and vanished. The young couple, seeing Wan Xinghui fly away on her sword, were stunned for a moment. Love Milk, feeling utterly speechless, finally blurted out, "Holy crap, so cool." AI Coffee reacted quickly, grabbing her still sighing boyfriend and rushing towards the bison map. "Don't just stand there, you missed the big shots fighting. Hey, watch your energy." AI Milk, being pulled around by his girlfriend, reminded her while holding up sunflower seeds. Sang Fiwen was someone who hated trouble, but if anyone dared to cause her trouble, she would show them what real trouble was. By the time AI Milk and AI Coffee arrived, the dust had already settled on the bison map. The human player Xingxing, who was still at the scene, saw AI Coffee arrive late and quickly went over to team up, excitedly describing the spectacular one-sided stomp that had just taken place. Xingxing clearly harbored deep resentment towards the player named Chu Quangren, angrily saying that Chu Quangren, I disliked him for a long time. You just haven't seen him, my idol Wan Xinghui. AI Cafe interrupted Xingxing's spittlefleck speech. Stop! What do you mean you haven't seen him? I saw the great Wan Xinghui even before you did. If I hadn't tipped you off, you would have already been unable to stand it and wanted to attack. You're only a few levels high. Even if you went up, that Chu Kuangren would have taken you down in a few moves. Xingxing retorted indignantly, what do you mean by taken down in a few moves? It's just bullying people because of their higher level. I think if King and I went together, using sheer numbers, we could definitely put Chu Kuangren to a standstill. Ai Nyonai was getting impatient. He wanted to hear the result, so he replied perfunctorily, yeah, definitely evenly matched. And then? Did Wanqing win? Mentioning her idol, Xingxing's eyes instantly lit up with stars. Of course. My idol's entrance was absolutely amazing, flying on a sword. She's only a few levels high, and I only learned one skill, double slash, and she can already fly. That Chu Kuangren was mocking Qi Lu just a second ago, saying she could only count out to him on the ground. The next second, my idol slapped her to the ground, then jumped down, stepped on her head, and said 2 words, trash. The scene was almost identical to what Xingxing had described. On the Wild Buffalo map, Chu Kuangren, a demon player wielding a large sword, slashed down, sending the dear demon female player dressed in beginner cloth armor flying. He taunted, Qi Lu, didn't you say you were Wanqing Hui's friend? You died so many times, and I haven't seen her come to help you. He didn't give Qi Lu a chance to get up, preparing to finish her off. Before she died, he didn't forget to mock, could it be that I was right? Wanqing Hui is a cheater, she wouldn't dare come in front of people. A burst of white light exploded. Before anyone could even see clearly, Chu Kuangren, who had been arrogantly wielding his sword just a second ago, was lying dead on the ground the next. What are you yelling about, you son of a bitch? Your grandma's here. A cold, mocking female voice arrived with a flash of sword light. As the white light faded, the onlookers could see a figure in red standing atop a flying sword. Wanqing Hui gracefully landed, the sword automatically sheathing itself. The surrounding players stirred, buzzing with discussion. Everyone was envious of such a cool skill, and extremely curious. Someone mustered their courage and shouted, Wanqing Hui, what kind of skill is that? Unexpectedly, Wanqing Hui was good-natured and replied, you get it when you change your class to swordsman. Wanqing Hui didn't linger, she had already left the Wild Buffalo map with the sky deer. Chu Kuangren, his soul returned to the town cemetery, was filled with resentment. However, he dared not rashly return to his corpse. If Wanqing Hui could kill him once with a single sword strike, she could kill him a second time. He touched his neck, it was still chilly. Afraid of losing face, Chu Kuangren could only bluff and try to get back at them in the world chat. World chat Chu Kuangren, Wanqing, you sneakily ambushed me, what kind of number 1 on the rankings do you think you are? You bitch, if you're so capable, don't rely on your cheat-like skills. Let's PK fair and square. World chat black soy sauce, wow Chu Kuangren, don't be so shameless. You killed someone 6 times because you're several levels higher than King Lu, and you call that fair and square? Sang Fiwen, who had temporarily opened the world chat, spoke for the first time. World Channel Evening Star returns. I don't have time to take out the trash. I, Evening Star returns, hereby post a bounty. 1 silver coin for killing Chu Kuangren. Come to the town hall every evening to collect your reward. This bounty is valid indefinitely. World Channel Stars. Photo taken successfully. Look at me, Boss Evening Star returns. The server has only recently opened, and 1 silver coin is quite a temptation for most people. In their eyes, Chu Kuangren has become a walking silver coin. After learning that Evening Star Returns had left the Wild Buffalo map, Chu Kuangren ran back to his original spot to resurrect. After resurrecting, he was attacked by different teams. The team that landed the final blow was overjoyed. Each member would receive 20 copper coins as a reward. Chu Kuangren tried to resurrect again, but this time he ran as fast as he could, only to be stunned on the spot by a ranger with crowd control skills and hacked to death. After dying this time, Chu Kuangren, frustrated, chose to resurrect in the graveyard, intending to honestly grind monsters and level up. However, as soon as he stepped out of the town gate, he was surrounded and killed again. Enraged, Chu Kuangren logged off immediately after resurrecting in the graveyard. Little did he know that he wouldn't be able to level up normally for a long time afterward. The red-clad female warrior soaring on her sword left an indelible impression on the onlookers. Someone uploaded the video to the official forum, and the post immediately went viral, influencing many players' class change choices. Long afterward, this post, now considered a dead thread, was dug up again. The person digging it up was a swordsman player who had been lured into the game by the sword flying video, complaining that they were almost at the level cap but hadn't even seen a glimpse of the sword flying skill book. A few players also commented, complaining that after spending a lot of money to learn sword flying skills, while using their flying swords to kill enemies was okay. Actually flying on a sword was a pipe dream. They couldn't even stand still. It was like walking a tightrope. The player who left the complaint wasn't punished for digging up the thread, because his complaints represented the voices of many swordsmen at the start of the game, causing the dead thread to go viral again. Sang Fiwen's reputation as a conman also originated from this post. What did he mean by a chance to change to swordsman? Outside the town hall, Sang Fiwen and Lun Wanshu were staring at each other. Lun Wanshu retorted rather defiantly, "It's not my fault. He slandered you first. I did nothing wrong." Sang Fiwen rubbed her temples, defeated, and decided to be direct with the somewhat dim-witted Lun Wanshu. "That's not what I meant. Lun Wanshu. Tell me next time something like this happens, I protect you." Lun Wanshu felt a little uncomfortable. After years of friendship, she, who always considered herself the boss, was always the one leading the charge. "Alright then, it's just a game. I give you a chance to protect me." Sang Fiwen gave Lun Wanshu the stone heart ring and 10 silver coins, telling her to buy a set of green gear from the shop. This made Lun Wanshu, who usually considered herself the boss, quite wistful. Seeing that her gaming skills were nowhere near her best friend's, she had no choice but to resolve to make up for it by earning money. This time, she truly dedicated herself to learning life skills. Sang Fiwen, who had originally intended to help Lun Wanshu level up, saw that Lun Wanshu insisted on learning tailoring. So, she privately sent Lun Wanshu a guide to tailoring, along with advice on where to learn it best and any precautions. After dealing with Lun Wanshu's matter, it was already night. Sang Fiwen returned to the town hall, but Shinwen was out on official business. However, he had left a handwritten letter for Sang Fiwen. The letter essentially said that Shinwen wanted her to go to the Guanjian sect to persuade the master swordsman there to provide backup for the upcoming volcano expedition. Since the Guanjian sect was quite far away, Shinwen hadn't forgotten to include travel expenses and a jade pendant as a token. After reading the letter, the mission changed. Progress 2 became, visit the Guanjian sect and persuade the sect leader to provide support, 0 to 1. System, receive 1 silver and 20 copper coins, Shinwen's jade pendant. Shinwen's jade pendant, quest item size 1 by 1 by 1, weight plus 0.1. A jade pendant bestowed by the emperor of the Yin dynasty upon the top scholar, engraved with the character Shinwen. Who knew this Lord Shin was a top scholar? Sang Fiwen resolved to max out Shinwen's favorability. A native like him with such high potential for growth would bring many advantages in the game. As the saying goes, when one person attains enlightenment, even their chickens and dogs rise to heaven. In her previous life, some players tried to play Gulan as a political game, but the natives viewed them as outsiders, and some even considered them traitors. Players who wanted to climb the ranks in Gulan's officialdom couldn't rise very high. It's a pity that Shinwen in her previous life was destroyed along with Qianlong Town, otherwise he could have become a high-ranking official. It was already dusk when Sang Fei arrived at the town hall. After settling the bounties with the players, who came to collect their rewards, she returned to her room and logged off to rest. Chapter 12. Recently, apart from the housekeeper, there was no one else at home. Sang Fiwen ate breakfast alone. Sang Fiwen remembered that around this time, the newly released exploration report indicated that the mineral deposits on Sabei Star were almost depleted, and the Dylan Star system would face an energy crisis. At this time, her parents and eldest brother were at the company's research center on the distant Sabei Star, studying a new mineral discovered on an unnamed asteroid, dark matter. Shortly after the discovery of dark matter, several energy companies invested in its development, with her father Sang Jianan's Prosperous Star Energy Company making the largest investment. Unexpectedly, after actual development, they lost everything, and Prosperous Star Energy Company suffered a severe blow, beginning its decline afterward. It was around the time of the first anniversary of the launch of Gulan. Giant Technology, in conjunction with the Dylan Center Research Institute, had invested heavily in developing a fully mature deep-sea diving technology. What does this mean? It means that if you use the game pod to play in Gulan, not only can you efficiently convert energy, but it can also nourish the human body, enhancing the user's mental and physical strength. At the launch event for the new expansion pack for the first anniversary of Gulan, the official team unveiled their groundbreaking deep-sea technology. Following the announcement, the concept of an energy crisis vanished, and an interface for exchanging in-game currency for real-world star currency was opened. From then on, Gulan swept across the entire Dylan Star system, becoming a veritable second world. Under immense financial pressure, Sang Jianan was forced to take a desperate gamble, joining Gulan and investing in a large guild. However, due to his late entry, he missed the initial opportunity, and his investment failed as his guild wars suffered repeated defeats. Ultimately, the company's cash flow dried up, and Sang Fiwen became a destitute heiress. Her parents passed away one after another, and she was burdened with debt and universally reviled. Strangely enough, Sang Fiwen felt that while her father, Sang Jinan, wasn't exactly a business genius, he wasn't a good-for-nothing either, so these successive failures were truly puzzling. Perhaps it was bad luck? Or a gambler's mentality? Sabay Starlight Energy Research Institute. In the conference room, Sang Jinan was listening to Sang Peifeng report on the exploration progress. Sang Peifeng, impeccably dressed in a suit and wearing glasses with a gold chain, exuded a scholarly air. He calmly recounted the exploration findings of the past few months, concluding, although the resources we can currently utilize are limited to surface exploration, our team, based on the aforementioned phenomena, deduces that Star X is rich in dark matter underground, with a high energy conversion rate, making it worthy of our investment. Sang Jinan was silent for a moment. He had personally visited the site and didn't doubt Sang Peifeng's report, but he asked one question: what about the other company's actions? Sang Jinan believed that there's no such thing as a free lunch. With the Sabay mine nearing depletion, many forces would inevitably vie for new energy sources. To be on the safe side, it was natural to understand the movements of the competitors. For any family business, seizing the opportunity to buy land on Planet X would come at a tremendous cost. If the gamble pays off, it could certainly sustain or even expand the family business, but if it fails, it would plunge into the abyss. However, if they are too slow, they might not even get a foothold, and then they would be left to languish and wait to be devoured by competitors. Having anticipated his father's question, Sang Peifeng confidently replied, I looked into it. Most are still undecided. Sang Jinan pondered for a moment, quickly stroking the expensive obsidian beaded necklace in his hand, a habitual gesture before making a decision. The current attitude of the Dylan Energy sector towards Planet X and dark matter is strikingly similar to the gambling culture surrounding Jade in Earth's history. Sang Peifeng wasn't in a hurry to speak. His father was inherently suspicious, and speaking now would only make things worse. Sure enough, Sang Jinan didn't jump to conclusions, but instead offered another direction. Since everyone's not in a rush, let's wait and see. Is there any way to explore further? Sang Peifeng replied, the Dylan system's constitution stipulates that destructive work cannot be carried out in unclaimed territory without permission. We can't break that rule. There was a feasible method, and everyone knew it, but no one had considered it because they lacked military connections. That was borrowing mechs. If they could borrow the Deep Space Exploration KS series mechs, they could explore the Earth's core without excavation. But neither of them considered borrowing mechs because even the children of Dylan knew that the mechs belonging to the Dylan military were guardians of human civilization, only appearing in the face of unforeseen circumstances. Sang Jinan frowned and said, on the surface, continue exploration, but don't invest more. Focus on improving the dark matter conversion rate, and see if there's a breakthrough. And one more thing, you handle it. Sang Peifeng agreed. He knew his father meant to closely monitor the competitors' movements. Just as he was about to leave the meeting room, Qin Lan, with her long, curly hair and well-maintained appearance, came to see her husband, Sang Jinan. Sang Peifeng greeted her, hello, mother. Qin Lan frowned almost imperceptibly, but because Sang Jinan was present, she gave a curt reply. Sang Peifeng gently closed the meeting room door. He turned around, his impeccably tailored suit casting shadows on his refined face. He returned to his room, retrieved a black market-purchased anonymous personal terminal from a hidden compartment, and dialed a number. Upon connection, a screen appeared on the anonymous terminal displaying a miniature image of a young woman, her makeup glamorous, sipping red wine. I hope you can bring me some good news this time. My life has been incredibly boring lately. It was the weekend, no school. After breakfast, Sang Fiwen went to the specially equipped gym, turned on her home computer, tuned to the news channel, and amplified the volume. Using the news as background noise, Sang Fiwen began her warm-up, engaging in familiar physical training. Sweat beads began to fall like rain, the girl persevering with astonishing willpower through the high-intensity exercises. The important news channel, scrolling continuously, suddenly broadcast a message. Just now, Jiangzi's team at the Imperial Blue Military Academy's Mecha Research Center released the latest generation mecha, EP1. Now, let's move on to the press conference. At the press conference, the representative from the research team didn't say much, directly showcasing the latest mecha, EP1. The platform slowly rose, and a mecha crafted from liquid metal armor gradually appeared under the spotlight. The jet-black steel behemoth exuded a breathtaking weight, inspiring awe and even trepidation in the audience. Sang Fiwen performed the standard movements while glancing at the news. No matter how many times she saw mechas, she couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. She had barely passed the entrance exam for the Imperial Blue Military Academy's elite mecha program in her previous life, but couldn't afford the tuition. If it had been a few years earlier, before her family went bankrupt, she could definitely have fulfilled her dream. However, Sang Fiwen, a once wealthy heiress who later went bankrupt, couldn't afford to dream of those luxurious mechas. Her daily focus was solely on earning money to pay off her debts. As training drew to a close, the housekeeper knocked on the door. "Miss Sang, a home visit." Sang Fiwen finished her last endurance training exercise, exhaled, and opened the door, feeling quite refreshed. "Who is it?" she asked. The housekeeper thought for a moment and replied, "She hasn't been here before. It seems to be a new instructor. She said her name is Chu Si." Upon hearing this, Sang Fiwen rushed to open the door. Instructor Chu really knows how to time things. Is he coming to add another 30 sets of advanced physical training? After class yesterday, Chu Si had already retrieved Sang Fiwen's information from the school archives. The girl's first choice was the mecha major at the Imperial Blue Military Academy. Quite discerning. Mutual selection leads to good results. If Sang Fiwen's ambitions don't lie, Chu Si won't force her. However, matters involving the ACE project are always classified, so Sang Fiwen herself is currently unaware of this. Today was the special open day for the Imperial Blue Military Academy, and Chu Si, always decisive and efficient, decided to strike while the iron was hot and came to the Sang family's doorstep. Sang Fiwen, afraid of wasting time, didn't change her clothes and went to greet Chu Si at the door in her pajamas. Today, Chu Si was wearing a casual trench coat, leaning casually against a vintage bright red motorcycle. Upon seeing the devilish instructor, Sang Fiwen unconsciously stood up straight and obediently greeted him. "Hello, Teacher Chu." Chu Si nodded, grabbed Sang Fiwen, and put a helmet on her, while he himself wore a custom helmet with rabbit ears, laughing loudly. "Come on, I take you to see some fun things." The home visit turned into an instructor's outing, and Sang Fiwen, still wearing her loose black and pink pajamas from training, arrived at the gates of the Imperial Blue Military Academy, which she had longed to visit, completely unsuspecting. The gates of the Imperial Blue Military Academy stood majestically, like a boundary marker separating the ordinary from the passionate. The alloy base, solid as a mountain, bore the gilded inscription Loyalty, Mission, Honor, gleaming brightly in the sunlight. Chu Si drove straight into the school. His retro-styled bright red motorcycle attracted the attention of many military academy students. A person in pajamas was sitting on the motorcycle, drawing curious glances. However, upon seeing the woman in the rabbit-themed helmet and trench coat on the driver's seat, they quickly averted their gaze, focusing intently on their journey, afraid of attracting the attention of the ruthless instructors. Sang Fiwen, unusually embarrassed for her high-profile entrance in black and pink pajamas on her motorcycle, was somewhat flustered. Luckily, she was wearing a helmet, so no one could see her face flushed with embarrassment. Although it was quite different from the scene she had imagined many times, it seemed rather exciting. Chu Si led Sang Fiwen into an unassuming building. A line of faded lettering outside the door, Mecha Research Institute, silently testified to the place's prestige. Once inside, Sang Fiwen faced a jet-black mecha. Her eyes widened, and she blurted out, "EN-9?" Chu Si, who was leading the way, watched the girl's ecstatic expression with satisfaction and deliberately asked with a smile, "You know it?" Sang Fiwen replied without hesitation, "Of course. Not only do I know it, I also studied its blueprints." "Well, some of them." She swallowed the last part of her sentence. In her previous life, she only obtained some of the blueprints for the previous model through black market channels after the next generation, EN-X, was released. Aside from paying off monthly debts and making ends meet, she spent almost all her savings on buying mecha blueprints. Those intricate, almost incomprehensible blueprints would leave most people bewildered, but Sang Fiwen, who encountered them for the first time by chance, was completely captivated. At that moment, EN-9 stood before Sang Fiwen, an 8-meter-tall mechanical behemoth that seemed to silently gaze down upon the tiny girl. "Do you like it?" came Chu Si's proud voice from behind. Sang Fiwen nodded emphatically, then playfully exclaimed, "No! I love it to death." This was the girl's way of letting her guard down. She was grateful to Chu Si for showing her a real mecha. "Can I touch it?" the girl asked cautiously, yet hopefully, pointing to the mechanical behemoth before her. Chu Si couldn't help but burst into laughter, because she felt that Sang Fiwen seemed to be asking if she could pet a kitten. "Of course you can. In the future, You can even pilot it. Although there was no system check on Sang Fiwen's physical aptitude yet, Chu Ci, who always trusted her intuition, had already made up her mind to take her as her student no matter what. Sang Fiwen happily ran towards the mecha. The two, who were about to become master and apprentice, didn't notice, and neither of them doubted the seemingly unrealistic boast. Chapter 13. After logging in, Sang Fiwen arrived in Ziyun City via the teleportation array. With plenty of rice wine in her bag, she decided to save time and directly fly on her sword to a location between Ziyun City and Lilong Volcano. Sang Fiwen remembered that this Guanjian sect was a hidden location. The Guanjian sect was situated atop a precipitous mountain called Jiansheng, protected by a mountain guarding array with illusionary magic, and had only one entrance. Normally, one could only find the Guanjian sect based on the clues given in Shenwen's letter. But Sang Fiwen had a complete strategy guide in mind, so she didn't need to bother with deduction. Sword flight consumed a lot of spiritual energy, so Sang Fiwen needed to occasionally take a sip from her gourd. She replenished her bag with 10 more sets of rice wine, hoping to have more resources once the slug produced its spirit pearl. Upon arriving at her destination, a human-faced, bird-bodied monster hovered in the sky, ready to attack any creature that approached. As Sang Fiwen approached, the 8 human-faced, bird-bodied monsters, startled by her, pounced on her. Sang Fiwen used spider silk to attach herself to a tree, using the momentum to swing onto a thick branch and unleash her fire serpent sword for attack. -20, -35, -40. Simultaneously, she summoned a sword-wielding illusion, having it provoke the dim-witted human-faced owls, successfully drawing more than half of their aggro. The human-faced owls launched their aerial attacks with incredible speed. Ground creatures hit by them were usually unable to dodge, and a few more hits from their fanged mouths or sharp claws would leave them with almost no health. In the early game, with limited anti-air capabilities, ordinary players would generally avoid flying monsters, like the human-faced owls, to prevent contact. Although the summoned illusions couldn't use sword control techniques, they could be parried with a sword or dodged by rolling under the cover of trees. While the illusions drew enemy fire, Sang Fiwen also controlled the fire python sword, using it for ranged attacks. Fortunately, the fire python sword, enhanced by sword control techniques, not only had significantly increased attack power and speed, but also ignored some of the monster's defenses, quickly ending the battle. Skilled in multitasking, Sang Fiwen still felt completely at ease. After killing the owl guarding the area, Sang Fiwen dispelled the weakened illusion, summoned a new one, replenished his health, and, once everything was ready, cautiously headed towards a cave. The cave's layout resembled a single-bellied gourd, with a long and narrow entrance. After a short while, the space opened up dramatically, revealing a vast expanse within. High stone walls surrounded him, and he could see a square patch of sky, like looking up at the heavens from the bottom of a well. Sang Fiwen carefully surveyed the area, taking in the entire terrain. In the center stood a colossal tree, its massive trunk extending into the open, its branches intertwined and overlapping, allowing only slivers of sunlight to filter through. A breeze occasionally blew in, dispersing the faint stench of blood. Beneath the giant tree was a simple thatched hut. Scattered among the nearby branches were enormous bird nests, several times larger than ordinary nests. It seemed the man-faced owls that had circled earlier had flown out from here. Inside those giant nests, young man-faced owls were crying for food, their sharp beaks and fangs bared, a truly terrifying sight. Sang Fiwen used an illusion to stealthily approach the hut. A hoarse voice echoed from within, "Oh? Some foolish two-legged sheep have actually delivered themselves to my doorstep?" A hunchbacked, withered old Taoist priest, leaning on a cane, emerged from the house. His sinister gaze swept over the illusion, before settling on Sang Fiwen in the distance. He then chuckled eerily, "A delicate, two-legged sheep, hee. Children, you're in for a treat." Immediately, the monster, who appeared to be an old Taoist priest, had its clothing rip open at the hunchback, rapidly growing a pair of muscular, bluish arms. Its ears elongated and transformed into 2 green snakes. "System, you have alerted the gatekeeper, Qingbi Shi. Qingbi Shi, level 20 boss, 8000/8000 HP. Qingbi Shi is a boss monster, stronger than elite monsters, almost 10 levels higher than Sang Fiwen." Seeing this, Sang Fiwen drew her sword, her eyes bright, showing no sign of retreat. She had never fought a monster more than 5 levels higher than herself before, not because she lacked the ability, but because she felt it wasn't worth it, as the game stipulated that there was no extra experience gained beyond 5 levels. Sang Fiwen's illusion gripped the sword hilt with both hands, held horizontally at its waist, legs in a lunge stance, ready to spring forward, leaving a trail of white light as it hurtled towards Qingbi corpse. -85, -20, -30. This old monster is much harder to deal with than those birdmen. The pair of blue hands behind Qingbi corpse, their skin rough like old tree bark, firmly gripped the illusion's backhand sword. Simultaneously, the blue snakes on either side of its head flicked their tongues, snapping at the illusion's arm like lightning. At the same time, Qingbi corpse gurgled strange syllables, its cane brewing a spell. In a flash, Sang Fiwen's illusion released its grip, abandoning the bound sword, and tripped Qingbi corpse with a right foot, interrupting the spell's incantation. It instantly retreated a step, narrowly missing the snake's fangs. Since the sword was also an illusion, after leaving the illusion, it shattered into crystal fragments, automatically returning to the illusion's hand and reforming into a sword. The leader, Qingbi Shi, possessed high intelligence and didn't get bogged down in the illusion's attacks, instead searching for Sang Fiwen's true form. While the illusion launched a feint attack, Sang Fiwen sprinted along the edge of shadow, in a corner untouched by sunlight. She was almost on the other side of the giant tree trunk, precisely where Qingbi Shi's blind spot was. At the same time, Qingbi Shi's gaze caught her true form. It raised its staff and cackled, "Two-legged sheep, freeze in place." Before the words were even finished, Qingbi Shi's eyes transformed into snake-like vertical pupils, emitting a ghostly green glow that shone on the sprinting Sang Fiwen. It was an instant cast skill requiring no incantation, petrifying gaze. In a split second, Sang Fiwen lunged forward, plunging into the blind spot hidden by the tree trunk, avoiding Qingbi Shi's petrifying gaze. Miss. Seeing its attack miss the two-legged sheep, Qingbi Shi flew into a rage. Its petrified gaze went into cooldown, rendering it unusable for a short time. It moved its withered, branch-like legs, trying to bring Sang Fiwen back into its sights. Sang Fiwen wouldn't give it that chance. An illusion a body length away thrust its sword at Qingbi Shi's face, but it was blocked by Qingbi Shi's blue hands. A flying sword, already waiting nearby, seized the opportunity, transforming into a streak of crimson light and striking Qingbi Shi's vulnerable back. It unleashed a series of blows at the base of Qingbi Shi's blue arm, carving a deep cross-shaped wound that caused continuous bleeding. -25, -25, -25, -25. The illusion entangled Qingbi Shi, unconcerned with damage output, focusing instead on controlling its movements, preventing it from escaping its grasp. Its sword strikes were frequent and dazzling. Without a moment's pause, Sang Fiwen rushed towards the tree trunk, quickly closing the distance to the tree in Qingbi Shi's blind spot. Upon reaching the base of the tree, Sang Fiwen used her spider ring to shoot spider silk and fly to a branch. Wielding her spare green armored sword, she cleared away the bird nests on the branches, destroying the fragile chicks and eggs before they could even show their full potential. If she waited for Qingbi Shi's health to drop to 50%, it would feed the chicks with its blood, causing them to quickly grow into mutated human-faced owls. Then Sang Fiwen would be surrounded and attacked by a group of mutated monsters, and she would also have to deal with the intelligent leader monster in the middle. At that point, her chances of winning would be much lower. She had gone through all this trouble just to eliminate this threat. Qingbi Shi itself wasn't difficult to deal with. Its giant blue hand and snake ears were its main offensive and defensive weapons. The key was to time it carefully, rolling into its blind spot just in time when Qingbi Shi used its petrifying gaze. The rhythm was now firmly in her grasp. Illusions, flying swords, and her own attacks were seamlessly linked. Sang Fiwen occasionally took a sip from her gourd, maintaining a steady output. 30%, 35%, 30%, 40%. The Qingbi corpse's health steadily declined. When it reached 50%, it triggered a blood-feeding state, spontaneously reducing its health by 10%. Discovering that no mutated human-faced owls had flown out, the Qingbi corpse finally looked up and realized that the human-faced owls it had painstakingly raised had been wiped out without its knowledge. A cold smile crept onto Sang Fiwen's lips. With years of gaming experience, she knew the Qingbi corpse's attack patterns and skills at each stage. Now that it couldn't summon minions to gang up on her, it could only wait to die. Swish, 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 the longsword attacks rained down on the Qingbi corpse, occasionally seizing its exposed vital points to deliver critical hits, steadily reducing its health. Every time Qingbi Shi angrily used petrifying gaze to try and freeze the damn two-legged sheep, the sheep would always disappear from its sight a second before the skill took effect. 20 minutes later, Qingbi Shi had only 5% health left, while Sang Fiwen's wine was almost gone. Just then, two human-faced owls cried out and returned to their nest, having escaped the attack while foraging for food. This was a bit tricky for Sang Fiwen. If she had to deal with both human-faced owls, Her spiritual energy wouldn't be enough to sustain her sword flight. Never mind, she used her high attack, high-speed flying sword to take down King Bishi first. Fortunately, her luck was good, and her attacks were landing critical hits frequently. -40, -40, -50. Sang Fiwen used the same tactic again, diverting her illusions to attract the attention of the dim-witted human-faced owls. Just as the illusion stabilized its aggro, the azure corpse let out a strange cry, commanding the human-faced owls to come to its aid, specifically targeting Sang Fiwen. A well-commanded grunt is indeed different. Sang Fiwen ordered the illusion to return and take its place, while she abandoned her own attack, dodging and simultaneously using her flying sword to attack the azure corpse, her movements somewhat disheveled. Fortunately, the azure corpse had little health left, and soon collapsed to the ground, leaving behind a resentful murmur. Meanwhile, the massive experience gained from killing a boss monster of a higher level allowed Sang Fiwen to level up 3 times in a row. Her previously depleted spirit energy instantly returned to full. The 2 human-faced owls, still oblivious to their impending doom, were eventually dealt with by Sang Fiwen using her flying sword, turning them into experience and materials. Lying on the ground were the items dropped by the azure corpse, 2 pieces of royal quality equipment, and the monster material, azure serpent ears. The equipment consisted of gauntlets that increased intelligence and a staff that inflicted poison damage, both requiring level 20 to equip. She even got a skill book, Petrifying Gaze. The drop rate for this magic control skill book is only 1 in 10,000. Sang Fiwen couldn't help but snap her fingers. She could use the gauntlets once she reached the required level, while the staff and skill book were only usable by mages or healers. Once the auction house opened, these 2 items should fetch a good price. However, the auction house wouldn't open for a long time, and resources wouldn't wait. She planned to set up a stall there after she got back to see if she could sell them. Chapter 14. After collecting her spoils, Sang Fiwen naturally didn't forget to ransack the thatched hut where Qingbishir had lived. Inside the hut, she found some copper and silver coins, some hides of cattle, sheep, and deer, and a pill recipe. In a corner of the hut was a nest made of leaves. Sang Fiwen opened it and saw a nest of white insects, which startled her. They were butterfly larvae. Although Sang Fiwen was afraid of these mollusks, the thought of the dyes that butterflies could produce immediately brought a greedy smile to her face. Especially some special colors of dye, which were highly sought after by players who valued aesthetics, consistently ranking among the top 10 most sought-after items in the auction house. In short, this nest of butterfly larvae, like the ink-eating slugs, was another money tree. Beautiful swallowtail butterfly, spiritual creature larva size 0.5 by 0.5 by 0.5, weight plus 0.2. These creatures, born of nature, thrive in places where flowers bloom. Once mature, they feed on flowers and produce colorful nectar daily when in good condition. This nectar can be made into various colored dyes. The larvae of the swallowtail butterfly are plump and look incredibly juicy. King Bishi probably feeds them to the baby owls. After storing the leaf nest in his inkwash space, Sang Fiwen added the flower-picking task to his to-do list. Later, he need to buy a shop or house with a garden, create a flower bed, and place the butterfly nest there. As for the leather he scavenged from the thatched hut, he can use it to complete the commission from the old woman shopkeeper, Zhang Lianying. That commission is currently only missing 1 item, gold. Sang Fiwen plans to exchange 100 silver coins for 1 gold coin at the bank when he returns, and try his best to complete the commission. Sang Fiwen picked up the remaining pill formula, glanced at it, and her eyes widened. It was the formula for the 9-turn resurrection pill. 9-turn resurrection pill. Formula dimensions 1 by 1 by 0.1, weight plus 0.1. Requires advanced alchemy skill to learn this formula. Required materials: 1x 10,000 year Lingji mushroom, 1x 1,000 year ginseng, 1x 100 year peach. The person who takes the 9-turn resurrection pill can be resurrected upon death. A maximum of 1 pill can be taken at a time, and the cooldown period for resurrection is 1 natural day. Sang Fiwen smiled wryly. It wasn't that the formula was bad, on the contrary, it was extremely rare, with a drop rate of 1 in 10,000. But this formula was like a carrot dangling in front of her, visible but unattainable. Alchemy was a very time-consuming and labor-intensive crafting skill, and extremely expensive in the early stages. Sang Fiwen really didn't want to touch this craft. However, she had to admit that any alchemist who persevered and succeeded would become very wealthy later on. Because elixirs are healing items in the game. The monsters in Ancient Blue are ferocious, and to maintain combat endurance, ordinary players need to carry plenty of elixirs when they go out. Of course, there are equipment and skills that convert damage into health, but these are rare. Most players still rely on elixirs to heal. Due to the high early game training costs, alchemists usually have long-term contracts with large guilds, producing a fixed amount of elixirs for the guild and receiving a fixed salary. The produced elixirs belong to the guild and cannot be sold privately. There are also independent alchemists, but they are very few, and those with exceptional skills are extremely rare. Even if they don't open for business, people will bring their own materials, begging to pay processing fees, and they have to accept a 15% to 30% material loss rate. As for the wasted materials, whether they were pocketed by the alchemist or simply turned to dust, it was essentially an extra tip. NPC shops also sold pills, but these were all small recovery potions with a 50-second cooldown, barely enough for levels 20 and beyond. After level 25, they were completely insufficient, forcing players to buy them from the market. At that time, ordinary players realized how expensive pills were, but they could only save up to buy them, often buying them without using them. Other recovery items, such as wine to restore spirit energy and food to restore stamina, were not as expensive to produce as pills. Therefore, there were far more brewers and gourmets than alchemists, and their prices couldn't be raised accordingly. She put away the pill recipes, deciding to keep them as the future prized possessions of her shop if necessary. Having made a considerable haul, Sang Fiwen ventured deeper. After Qingbi's death, the illusion of no one in charge disappeared, and a stone tablet suddenly appeared at the previously empty dead end. Sang Fiwen walked over and examined the stone tablet. There was a familiar-looking groove on it. A flash of inspiration struck her. She took out the jade pendant Shinwen had given her and placed it in the groove. It fit perfectly, activating a hidden mechanism. The stone wall behind the tablet slid open to both sides, revealing a path paved with bluestone slabs. Beyond the bluestone path was the cave exit, connecting to the foot of Jianshang Mountain. Not far ahead was a small stone bridge with red railings. A stone tablet stood at the bridgehead, inscribed with the words Guanjian Sect in large black characters. It seemed this bridge was the entrance to the Guanjian Sect. Beneath the arched bridge, water murmured. Dense vines hung from the bridge, completely obscuring the archway. Before Sang Fiwen stepped onto the bridgehead, a ray of reflected light momentarily dazzled her eyes. She narrowed her eyes, and spider silk shot from her spider ring, sticking to the railing. Hanging upside down from the bridge arch, she used her sword to push aside the dense vines. At the bottom of the crystal clear water, a locked golden treasure chest lay askew in the mud, only half of it visible. She almost missed it. Ancient blue treasure chests were plentiful, scattered in unexpected places, and they would respawn randomly. Many players in the game specialized in opening treasure chests, known as treasure chest hunters. Ji Qianlu, whom Sang Fiwen knew, was one of the best. Sang Fiwen held her breath and dived to the bottom of the river. She tied thick, sturdy vines to the locks on both sides of the treasure chest, then went ashore. She wrapped the other side of the vines around the makeshift pulley that had just been fixed to the bridge and dragged the heavy treasure chest up from the water. Huffing and puffing, she finally got the treasure chest ashore. Exhausted, Sang Fiwen ate some tea and fruit she had bought from the inn, rested briefly, and then took out her beginner's dagger, ready to unlock it. System: treasure chest opening, 10%, 15%. The gold treasure chest takes longer to open than the silver one. Sang Fiwen's hands moved nimbly, maintaining precise and standard lock-picking movements. This lady, there's no need to go to such lengths. Suddenly, a voice rang out from above, startling Sang Fiwen, causing her hand to tremble as she opened the chest. System: lock-picking skill not learned, treasure chest opening failed. Sang Fiwen stared at the uninvited guest above, then jumped in fright upon seeing it. It was the soft-bodied monster she feared most. It was a handsome half-human, half-snake male, with a bewitchingly handsome face. His upper body was identical to a human's, and below his waist was a long white snake tail. The system-created body was as perfect as a sculpture, pale, and completely naked, making Sang Fiwen unable to look away. Sang Fiwen secretly struggled, trying to shift her gaze away from a certain point, but not looking meant challenge failed. The handsome snake, seeing the red-clad heroine's strange expression after the lock was broken, showed a hint of apology, and used its tail to toss something from the grass to her. What kind of sneak attack is this? No sportsmanship. Sang Fiwen instinctively dodged the object, about to draw her sword to fight, but noticed no red name appeared on the other side. Looking closely at the object on the ground, she saw a golden key. Seeing the distrust on the red-clad heroine's face, the handsome snake explained softly, It's the key to the treasure chest. If you don't believe me, I leave." With that, the handsome snake retreated into the dense forest, its graceful white snake tail slithering away. Only then did Sang Fiwen lower her guard, picking up the key at her feet to open the treasure chest. System: treasure chest successfully opened. Lucky her. Inside was a high-grade poison-avoiding gem, a gem that lowered the required level for equipment, 2 gold coins, and some miscellaneous loot. The gem that lowered the required level was very useful for Sang Fiwen. She was constantly challenging opponents of higher levels, and the dropped equipment was only for show, not for wearing, which was very frustrating. This gem could lower the required level of equipment by 10 levels. Now she had all the gold coins. The first thing she would do upon returning was to turn in the quest to Zhang Lianying, and then find the craftsman NPC to socket the gem into her spider ring. As expected, given her limited mobility, the spider ring would remain with her for a long time. After waiting for a while, and seeing that the handsome snake hadn't returned, Sang Fiwen wasn't disappointed at missing a special NPC, and continued crossing the bridge and up the mountain. After crossing the bridge, there was a fork in the road. Sang Fiwen remembered that a wild boss, the poisonous scorpion demon, lurked on the left, while the path up the mountain was on the right. Having just finished a fierce battle with the leader, Qingbishir, and with limited supplies, Sang Fiwen chose to continue up the mountain, planning to return later to fight other world bosses. If she wasn't mistaken, that handsome snake must have a grudge against the poison scorpion boss, otherwise, why would it give her a treasure chest key for free? And inside was a poison-avoiding gem? Next time she comes back wearing equipment inlaid with the poison-avoiding gem, she probably encounter the handsome snake again. How come this mountain, the location of the prestigious Guanjian sect, is now infested with snakes and scorpions? It's practically a demon's lair. No wonder in her previous life, shortly after a player found the entrance to Guanjian sect, it became a dungeon. Such lax management. Sang Fiwen finished her rant and arrived at the gate of Guanjian sect. After showing Shenwen's jade pendant to the Taoist sweeping at the entrance, Sang Fiwen was led to the sect's main hall, where she sat on a pine chair to wait for sect master Lu Yinshi. According to Shenwen, he and Lu Yinshi were classmates, but later one became a civil official, while the other cultivated Taoism and became a great swordsman. Both were geniuses on their respective paths. A short while later, a swordsman in a scholar's robe entered the main hall. It was none other than Lu Yinshi, the sect leader of the Guanjian sect. Sang Fiwen rose and bowed, explaining his purpose with neither servility nor arrogance, and once again presented Shenwen's token. Lu Yinshi was also an elite NPC. One had to be on high alert when dealing with him. Sang Fiwen secretly observed Lu Yinshi. After examining the token, a look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. He began, "Brother Shen's invitation is naturally." Before he could finish speaking, wisps of hazy black energy flashed through the whites of Lu Yinshi's eyes. Sang Fiwen thought he was seeing things, but then his pupils trembled slightly before returning to normal. After this unusual turn of events, Lu Yinshi's facial muscles twitched like a puppet on strings. He said woodenly, "My sect is rife with affairs, and my disciples have not entered the mortal world for many years. I apologize for not being able to assist you." Sang Fiwen didn't say anything more, bid farewell to this strange sect leader, and instead of seeking adventure in the Guanjian sect, she hurried down the mountain. Having caught a glimpse of something amiss, Sang Fiwen now felt like she was in a dragon's den, fearing that the NPCs around her might suddenly turn into red-named monsters. Only after leaving the mountain did she breathe a sigh of relief. That sect leader was definitely problematic. It seemed that the Guanjian sect's later transformation into a dungeon was inextricably linked to him. However, her level was too low to directly trigger the hidden quests here. All the NPCs in that sect were at least level 50. A wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. Just wait, I, Sang Fiwen, will be back. Chapter 15. After the rice wine ran out, without the gourd's powerful spiritual energy to sustain her, she could no longer fly on her sword. The only way back was on foot, so Sang Fiwen decided to enjoy the scenery as she walked. A clear blue sky, birds soaring in the distance, many ancient trees in the area, sunlight filtering through the leaves, and a string of golden vines hidden among the dense foliage. Wait! Sang Fiwen turned back to look at the golden vine. It was the heavenly spiritual object, the money-fragrant vine. As the name suggests, after it blooms, its flowers are precious medicinal herbs resembling gold coins. It's very fragrant when it blooms, loved by butterflies and bees, and is perfect for feeding the swallowtail butterfly. Sang Fiwen was somewhat taken aback. How had her luck become so good since her rebirth? Encountering rare spiritual objects one after another. At this rate, Could she eventually collect all the heavenly spiritual objects? In her previous life, no one had such luck and strength, who knew where spiritual objects would randomly be born. Although there are many kinds of spiritual creatures in the world, each kind has a fixed quantity, ranging from single digits to hundreds. Only when one dies will a new unclaimed spiritual creature be born. Currently, she has a limit of 10 ink-eating slugs and 500 elegant swallowtail butterflies. In her previous life, there were no proper guides on how to obtain these spiritual creatures. Everything was just hearsay, leaning towards the mystical. The money vine reminded Sang Fiwen of a spiritual creature guide she had come across in her previous life. The poster claimed to generously share their personal experience. At 10 p.m. in game time, go to a certain location in a desolate mountain, burn 3 sticks of high-quality incense, and you will attract the spiritual creature Firefly. The image of the eerie green firefly in the deserted wilderness filled Sang Fiwen not only with no fear, but with a deep longing for it. Because those who possess fireflies can collect 1 to 99 gold coins from firefly nests each day, the yield varies greatly, and is highly dependent on the owner's luck. Players who possess fireflies also use them to predict their day's fortune. So, Sang Fiwen, having read the guide, went and, on a dark and windy night, foolishly lit 3 expensive incense sticks. The result, of course, was nothing, and she even wasted a return scroll trying to get back to the city to rest. From then on, Sang Fiwen never believed any so-called guides about celestial creatures again. Respawn locations? They were all fake. She suddenly realized that when she saw the guide in her previous life, players had already reached the maximum number of fireflies they possessed. Without new nests, naturally no new wild fireflies would spawn. Now reborn, the wild fireflies are likely still in the same place, waiting for a destined person. Time waits for no one. I must catch fireflies tonight. And now, naturally, I should first seize the golden vine before me. Sang Fiwen used her spider ring to shoot a spider silk, swinging to the willow tree with the golden vine. Just as she was about to pluck it, the tree beneath her feet moved. Caught off guard, Sang Fiwen was thrown into the air by the tree demon's uprooting motion, about to crash to the ground, likely to be crippled or killed. At the critical moment, the spider silk from her spider ring cooled down. She tensed her body, controlled the ring to shoot more silk, twisted her waist, and swung onto the branch. The level 20 elite monster, the willow tree demon, had now completely uprooted itself, waving its green branches and wriggling towards the humans who coveted its treasure. Sang Fiwen nimbly moved through the woods, wielding his sword in a flourish, slicing through the willow branches that swirled in the wind, his figure resembling a leaping monkey in the forest. The tree spirit's massive body appeared somewhat clumsy. Although its attacks were swift and fierce, in Sang Fiwen's eyes, it wasn't fast enough. Seeing its attacks miss repeatedly, each time nearly hitting the annoying little insect, its health dropping below half, the tree spirit angrily swung all its willow branches, trapping the insect like a cage. Now there's nowhere to escape, the tree spirit thought smugly. Willow branches surged from all directions. With nowhere to hide, Sang Fiwen looked up at the only thing she could see, the azure sky. A slight smile played on her lips, and a fervent fighting spirit ignited in her dark eyes. The willow branch cage was almost touching the hem of her clothes and the tips of her hair. Instead, she sheathed her sword, raised it with both hands, and held it horizontally before her closed eyes, level with her heroic brows. Sang Fiwen suddenly opened her eyes, swung her sword horizontally, and cleaved the closing cage in a crescent shape, splitting it open. But that wasn't all. Her sword continued forward, cutting straight through the willow tree demon's trunk, leaving a deep gash. 33, 50, 40. Full moon sword dance. Relying on muscle memory, Sang Fiwen perfectly executed the sword technique without stopping. Spider silk shot out and adhered to the tree demon's trunk. She moved like a swallow, circling the trunk and unleashing a series of sword energies. Soon, a ring of interconnected cracks appeared on the willow tree's massive trunk, temporarily paralyzing the roots. Until the cracks on the trunk healed, the willow tree demon was unable to move, unable to draw power from the earth or allow its broken branches to grow. But Sang Fiwen's spiritual energy was also depleted, preventing her from continuing to use sword techniques. If her basic attack damage is too low, and she can't kill the tree spirit in a short time, it will undoubtedly cause her a lot of trouble once it recovers. Hoping to save some money, she had no choice but to pull out a yellow-grade Thunderpool scroll, crushing 5 in succession before finally killing the weakened tree spirit. 300, 300, 300. The tree spirit converted into her experience points, allowing her to break through level 15 and don the royal quality peach blossom robe. Equipment and materials dropped on the ground. A royal quality willow leaf rapier usable only at level 20, and a transplantable money vine. Willow leaf rapier, superior royal grade, dimensions 1 by 5 by 0.5, weight plus 1.9. Strength plus 70, agility plus 50, perception plus 30, attack speed plus 30%. Trait 1 piercing, passive, attacks ignore 20% of the target's defense. Trait 2 entangle, active, the blade can bend and twist, entangling and cutting the target, causing bleeding, cooldown 50 seconds. Money vine, mature spiritual creature. A spiritual creature born from a cluster of 1,000-year-old trees. It thrives in sunny, blooming locations. Its flowers are coin-shaped, golden in color, and exude a fragrant aroma. The flowers can be used medicinally. The money flower is sweet and non-toxic, a valuable medicinal herb. Unexpectedly, compared to the leader, Qingbi Shi, this little elite monster has given her more enjoyment. Sang Fiwen realized that having too many supplies would only slow her down. Another royal quality item dropped. While challenging enemies 5 levels higher doesn't grant more experience, it seems that using the fishing rod increases the drop rate of high-quality equipment. During the battle, her private messages were ringing. Now that the battle is over, she's on her way, while checking her friend messages. Xiao Wucheng, Awan, interested in getting the first kill of the level 10 dungeon in the outskirts of Luoyang. A small number of players have now reached level 10, and the entrance to the 100 Flowers West Garden dungeon on the outskirts of Luoyang is bustling with activity. Regarding 100 Flowers West Garden, memories of the past begin to haunt Sang Fiwen. In her previous life, when she was a newbie, she died over 100 times on the easy mode of that dungeon, a memory too painful to recall. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, and Sang Fiwen is determined to achieve the first kill of 100 Flowers West Garden. She immediately replied, "I'm coming." "When do we enter the dungeon?" It was already afternoon in the game. Usually, players go to dungeons early in the morning. Xiao Wucheng quickly replied, "Game time, 8 a.m. tomorrow. Meet at the dungeon entrance." After leveling up, her spiritual energy was instantly replenished. Sang Fiwen used her sword to rush back to Xian City, then used the teleportation array to return to Qianlong Town, saving considerable time. It was nearly dusk. Sang Fiwen first went to the tavern and tea house to replenish her supplies, then took her equipment to the craftsman's shop to have gems inlaid, before finally going to a quiet alley to find Zhang Lianing to turn in the quest. Presenting the list of items, Zhang Lianing accepted it with a smile. Her wrinkles smoothed out, making her look much younger. She praised him generously, "Excellent. You found everything I needed so quickly. You're a force to be reckoned with." System, Zhang Lianing's request completed. Zhang Lianing's favorability towards you has increased by 3 points. Reward, 1 silver coin. Only 1 silver coin is a reward. She gave me items worth 5 gold coins. And those items were incredibly difficult to collect these days. Sang Fiwen wasn't in a hurry. She stared at the old woman with hopeful eyes, trusting her judgment and anticipating more rewards. After waiting for a while, the old woman seemed oblivious. Seeing that she hadn't left, she lay in her rocking chair, fanning herself with a palm leaf fan, and asked, "Is there anything else you want to buy? Don't be shy, take a look around. From now on, everything you buy from me will be 20% off." "That's it?" Sang Fiwen was initially disappointed, but being shrewd with money, she quickly realized that with the 20% discount from her township civil servant title, it was a considerable 34% off. She could haggle when paying, and with her persuasive skills, she could randomly get discounts ranging from 20% to 32%. The first open dungeon, the 100 Flowers West Garden in the outskirts of Luoyang, mostly had plant-based monsters. If she set up a stall in Luoyang tomorrow selling yellow-grade Thunderpool scrolls, they should sell very well. Before leaving, Sang Fiwen remembered buying monster-repelling incense here before. Perhaps she also has some water incense, so she asked, "Grandma Zhang, do you sell water incense?" Zhang Lianing, having received the money, was in a good mood. She fanned herself with her palm leaf fan and said, "Of course I do, but this old woman likes to schedule her goods. I'm not planning to sell any right now, but you, little one, are to my liking. Tell me, how many do you want?" 50 silver each. Sang Fiwen immediately bought 3 high-grade water incense sticks, paying 85 silver and 40 copper. It was dusk, and fewer people were waiting at the town hall for wanting to return and settle the bounty than yesterday. It seemed Chu Kuangren had decided to become a coward and stay in the city. This meant he couldn't level up, and was no longer a threat. Sang Fiwen, having paid the bounty, didn't rush to remove it. She'd leave it up for another 10 days or so. She usually seemed easygoing, but when she was, Those who offended her would know what unreasonable behavior meant. This was a warning to others. Similar troubles would naturally decrease in the future. There was still some time, so she headed to the location where the spirit fireflies spawned. On a dark and windy night, on a desolate mountain not far from Luoyang's outskirts, a woman in red was devoutly burning incense. 3 sticks of high-grade incense sat quietly on a small hill in the ground, burning. Beside the small hill was a mountain stream. There was no moonlight, and in the dark reeds, a tiny insect, no more than a centimeter long, began to flutter its abdominal membrane, disturbed by the scent of the water. A tiny, shimmering green light rose from the reeds. Sang Fiwen saw the flickering green firefly, held her breath, and fired a pre-aimed silken thread, hitting the firefly precisely. Successfully captured. Firefly, spiritual creature larva size 1 by 0.5 by 0.5 centimeters, weight plus 0.1 kilograms. A spiritual creature that glows at night. It thrives in warm, humid places. When the adult is in good condition, the light it emits each night condenses into gold coins. Although it will take some time to raise, she could already see the near future, with batches of adorable gold coins beckoning to her. Chapter 16. After finishing her meal, Sang Fiwen took the indoor elevator to the first floor. The first floor had a huge reception room and a row of rooms arranged like a hotel, housing domestic workers hired by the Sang family. The Sang family had consistently refused to use the now common domestic robots, insisting instead on hiring more expensive human workers to provide employment opportunities for those displaced by robots. Sang Fiwen arrived at one of the rooms with its door tightly closed and gently knocked. After waiting a while, there was no response. After repeating this several times, Sang Fiwen's patience wore thin. She stood at the door, hands on her hips, and roared, "Hey, Jiangchini, get to work." The door finally opened, revealing a young man rubbing his short black hair, his white shirt half-tucked, revealing the faint outline of his abdominal muscles. He had clearly just gotten up. His eyes were still sleepy, he yawned, and looked lazy. "Okay, miss, wait a minute." Jiangchini slowly put on his shoes and coat, stopping halfway to stretch and yawn. Sang Fiwen's patience ran out. She swiftly grabbed the slow-moving man's left ear and strode away. Her recent idea of being nicer to this guy was now completely forgotten. Hey, a gentleman uses words, not fists." Jiangchini, whose ear was being pulled by the shorter girl, quickly raised his hands in surrender, but Sang Fiwen didn't let go. He could only remain bent over, verbally protesting. The protest was ineffective. Jiangchini was dragged by the ear and shoved into the driver's seat of the hover car. "No, I'm not dressed yet." Jiangchini rubbed his reddened left ear, putting on the other half of his coat, muttering, "Didn't anyone tell you not to look at what's indecent, that there's a difference between men and women?" Sang Fiwen got into the back seat. Prioritizing efficiency, she didn't respond, stating succinctly, "To the Imperial Blue Military Academy." Hearing the destination, Jiangchini visibly paused for a moment, asking, "What are you going there for?" Sang Fiwen glared at him. "You're getting more and more nosy. The Imperial Blue Military Academy isn't dangerous. I can go whenever I want." Seeing she was about to explode again, Jiangchini quickly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, obediently shutting up and driving. Riding in her private hover car, Sang Fiwen quickly arrived at Chu Si's place. Following the physical training Chu Si had devised, she gritted her teeth and completed 3 rounds of training. Now, she was so exhausted that she collapsed on the ground, sprawled out. Chu Si monitored Sang Fiwen's real-time physical condition. Seeing that the monitor showed her physiological functions had reached their limit, further training would be counterproductive, so he stopped the extra training. Chu Si turned and took out a specially made combination lock box. He unlocked it, retrieved a stack of blueprints, and waved to Sang Fiwen, who was sprawled on the ground, calling her over. "Stop playing dead, get up." Sang Fiwen, relying on her willpower, barely managed to pull herself up from the ground and walk towards the pile of blueprints like a zombie. Upon closer inspection, her eyes suddenly lit up. Chu Si continued, "Don't think this is just a pile of outdated paper. It took me a lot of effort. These old fogies treat these things like their own eyes. I'd begged for ages to borrow them. They were detailed design blueprints for a mecha." Before Chu Si could finish speaking, Sang Fiwen had already pounced on the blueprints, her eyes shining with an almost frightening intensity, completely captivated. These were the design blueprints for the Titan series' first mecha. Although long obsolete, the blueprints remained top secret and had never been fully revealed. Without needing further explanation from Chu Si, Sang Fiwen had already begun studying the details with insatiable hunger, gesturing and calculating in the air with her fingers. Chu Si, now relaxed, fetched paper and pen for Sang Fiwen, so she could work on her calculations, while he handled other tasks. As time passed, Chu Xiai glanced at Sang Fiwen. The once blank paper was now completely filled with the girl's scribbles. This glance was astonishing. As a mecha pilot, Chu Xiai possessed a professional and systematic understanding of the mecha's basic structure. Sang Fiwen had quickly identified the critical flaws of the prototype mecha and was already working on improvements through deduction and design. The initial design was already visible, though somewhat immature. It already contained the intention to improve. Others might not know, but Chu Xiai was well aware that the final improvement recommendations from the old-fashioned team, after more than a year of research using massive amounts of real-world data, were the result of such extensive study. Sang Fiwen, however, had only studied for less than an afternoon and had already grasped the key to improvement. This couldn't be simply described as high talent. Jiang Chini took Sang Fiwen to Chu Xi's office and then requested a long leave. He hadn't intended to implement his plan so soon, but the young lady had unexpectedly decided to come here. He felt as if fate was urging him on, not to succumb to the current bliss, but to get back on track as soon as possible. Although Jiang Chini had taken a long leave, he had no idea when he could return, whereas last time it had taken him 10 years. Fortunately, the Sang family was still safe, so he could leave with peace of mind. He didn't leave the Imperial Blue Military Academy, but instead wandered aimlessly through the campus, eventually arriving at an old, low-rise building. It was deserted. In the prime military academy where every inch of land was precious, it was hard to imagine such a wasteful place with outdated architectural design. Jiang Chini stopped in front of the tightly closed door, reached through a hole, and pushed the worn-out latch upwards from the inside, opening the door with practiced ease. It hadn't been many years, so why was it so quiet here? Did the old man's eccentric temper prevent him from taking on any students? Even if he did, they probably couldn't stand it and ran away. He walked along the green corridor, thinking back to his days studying here. Which brat is this? Coming in without knocking? Don't you know any manners? A loud, forceful shout came from an office at the far end, its door slightly ajar. Jiang Chini approached and knocked lightly. Inside, an elderly man, with a frizzy head of white hair, was hunched over his desk sketching. He said lazily, "Old man, it's me." Hearing the familiar voice, the old man stopped what he was doing, took off his reading glasses, and turned around abruptly in disbelief. A young man stood in the doorway. He didn't recognize the young man, but his nonchalant tone, carefree demeanor, irritating words, and that title no one dared to use had already convinced the old man of his identity. "You're finally here. You're finally back." The old man's voice was somewhat agitated. "Everyone said you were dead. How could that be? You're my most prized student, Jiang Zi." Seeing the usually resolute old man's eyes welling with tears, even Jiang Chini, who had lived 2 lives, was somewhat at a loss. He apologized. "Old man, you should know about my father's situation. I thought about it for a long time before daring to come to you." By this time, Jiang Zi had calmed down and immediately gave Jiang Chini a sharp rap on the head. "I'm not afraid. You can't hide anything from your teacher, no matter how big. And faking death? Don't you know that old people can't handle shocks?" Seeing the old man's angry and glaring expression, Jiang Chini felt relieved and put on a shameless act, saying, "Wasn't it because I was afraid of being a burden to you, sir? Go away, spit it out. What's going on?" Without a ready-made signal jammer, Jiang Zi quickly disassembled a few parts and assembled a makeshift jammer, temporarily blocking all signals within the room. The following conversation would involve at once powerful and influential person. He knew the gravity of the situation, but for his student Jiang Chini, this old man wasn't afraid to get involved. Jiang Chini was moved by his teacher's actions. His playful demeanor vanished, and he solemnly recounted his experiences over the years. Sang Fiwen was forcibly dragged away from the blueprints by Chu Xiai. She had been looking at blueprints for hours, her head spinning, and her hover car wouldn't move. Worried, Instructor Chu had no choice but to act as her free driver. Chu Xiai fastened a seatbelt in the driver's seat, muttering, "First time driving a student, it's like I'm worrying like a mother." Sang Fiwen closed her eyes and sprawled in the back seat, unable to resist teasing, "Teacher Chu, you been a mother before?" Chu Xiai said irritably, "I discovered you have the potential to be a mischievous little devil. Being a little devil is good, it'd be good for extra practice next time." Sang Fiwen quickly shut up, opened the special military academy nutrient solution Chu Xiai had just given her, and slowly drank it, supposedly an essential item for mecha design students to restore mental energy. Chu Xiai sped all the way, driving the hover car like a retro motorcycle, scaring Sang Fiwen half to death. After getting out of the car, Sang Fiwen covered her mouth and gagged, secretly resolving never to ride in a car driven by Chu Xiai again. Chu Xiai shook her head, looking at Sang Fiwen's lackluster performance. Then, remembering something, she reminded her, remember the date of the preliminary exam, don't be late. Oh right, about the game Gulan, we talked about it last time, have you been playing it properly? Sang Fiwen nodded absent-mindedly, indicating she had been obedient. Chu Xiai left satisfied. After seeing Chu Xiai off, Sang Fiwen took a relaxing hot bath with milk before returning to her game pod. This time, she slowed down, not rushing. Sang Fiwen logged on, it wasn't even 7 p.m. yet, still a while before the agreed-upon time. Xiao Wuchang saw her online and sent a private message. Awan, do you know any reliable healers? I'm temporarily short a healer. Sang Fiwen replied helplessly, I don't know anyone who plays a healer. Xiao Wuchang replied, okay, see you at 8 p.m. sharp. Ending the conversation, the two skilled players remained completely unfazed, believing that with enough damage output and agile movement, the lack of a healer wouldn't be a problem. Ordinary players wouldn't think like them. Obtaining elixirs is difficult, and without healing, progress is impossible. Sang Fiwen went to the artisan shop to retrieve her gem-encrusted equipment. The willow leaf rapier had been socketed with a gem that reduced its level requirement, so she could use it now, and her spider ring now had a poison avoidance gem. The free market area in Qianlong town wasn't as bustling anymore, so Sang Fiwen went to the player-free trading square in Luoyang City. The already small circular square was now filled with players setting up stalls, and the place was packed with shoppers, almost all there to hunt for bargains in the newly opened 100 Flowers West Garden Dungeon. Luoyang City, geographically located at a transportation hub in the eastern continent, is close to the two beginner villages, Qianlong Town and Chua Mountain, and later became one of the main cities where players gathered. As one of the first dungeons to be opened, Bai Hua Shiyuan naturally became the first choice for players from Qianlong Village and Chua Mountain. In the 2 days since the dungeon opened, professional club teams have already achieved the first kills on both easy and normal difficulties. Sang Fiwen, now wearing a veil, found the central stall area full and had to find a space on the side to pay the stall fee, which was 1 silver. The stall fee was ridiculously high. Regardless of whether anything sold, you had to pay to open a stall, and then 10% of your earnings were deducted when you closed it. Sang Fiwen cursed the Gulan mainframe inwardly as a profiteer, daring to set such a high commission rate. This forced people to consider buying a shop. Selling items in their own shop incurred a 0.1% commission. Shops in Luoyang City now cost at least 100 gold, with good locations costing double that. Additionally, a character reputation of 300 is required to qualify for purchase. As the game's ecosystem evolves, shop prices will likely continue to rise, so buying sooner is better. If he hadn't yet reached the required threshold, Sang Fiwen would definitely be buying a shop now. He placed the orange tier staff and the petrifying gaze skill book on the stall shelves, filling the remaining spaces with rare monster materials to make it look impressive. For a moment, Bai Xiaoxing's stall gleamed with orange tier items, truly giving it a prestigious appearance. That wasn't enough. Sang Fiwen started shouting, brothers and sisters, come and see. Freshly dropped royal quality staff, high intelligence boost, and even poison damage. Petrifying gaze skill book, only one available, first come, first served. Lightning spell damage scroll for plant type monsters, especially useful for fighting the mobs in 100 Flowers Garden, you know once you try it. Attracted by the shouts, a swarm of players rushed over, crowding around Bai Xiaoxing's stall. The previously sparsely populated area was now completely packed. Upon seeing the stall's goods, everyone was shocked. The server had only been open for a few days. Where did the stall owner get such good stuff? Some players were still wearing green gear, not a single blue item, and had never even seen purple gear, let alone orange. Comparison is truly infuriating. Chapter 17. Black Soy Sauce, a level 10 human warlock, was browsing nearby when a bright orange stall suddenly appeared beside him. Having only ever seen blue gear before, he was curious and wanted to see what the stats of orange gear were. Taking advantage of his proximity, Black Soy Sauce immediately clicked on the stall, and a transparent light screen appeared before him. All-knowing scholar stall item details. Green Corpse's Venomous Fang Staff Quantity 1, price 50 gold. Petrifying Gaze, Skill Book, Quantity 1, price 200 gold. Viper Ears Quantity 2, price 2 gold, rare material. Millennium Willow Twig Quantity 1, price 1 gold, rare material. Yellow Braid Thunder Pool Scroll Quantity 20, price 4 silver 19 copper, The most eye-catching items were naturally the royal quality staff and skill book. Their powerful stats and characteristics made the warlock Black Soy Sauce's heart race. He couldn't help but imagine himself sweeping through the crowd after obtaining them, and his face flushed red. Dreaming, Black Soy Sauce eagerly looked at the prices, then his face turned pale. With only 55 silver and 321 copper in his pocket, he shook his head with a wry smile, returning to reality. Other casual players, like Black Soy Sauce, also had expressions that alternated between red and white. Regardless of his initial reaction, even though he was prepared to see something amazing, he was still stunned. After regaining his composure, Black Soy Sauce immediately noticed that the seemingly unremarkable yellow-grade Thunder Pool scroll had a powerful special attack against plant-type monsters. Wasn't that perfect for the 100 Flowers Garden dungeon? However, at nearly 5 silver for a single-use consumable, it wasn't cheap. For an individual player, a single scroll wouldn't be of much use in a dungeon, so he ultimately didn't spend the money. Most players, like the Black Soy Sauce, a nickname for a player, just looked and didn't buy, enjoying the spectacle. A purchasing agent from a large guild mingled among the onlookers. He had previously bought yellow-grade Thunder Pool scrolls, and, seeing they were 10 copper coins cheaper than in the shop, bought them all. After his initial shout, Sang Fiwen remained silent, letting everyone watch. 20 minutes passed, and all the yellow-grade Thunder Pool scrolls, costing 54 silver and 40 copper coins, were sold, earning him 80 silver and 8,500 copper coins. Sang Fiwen secretly rejoiced at the price difference, inwardly declaring his trial a success. As for other items, many people looked, but no one bought. This wasn't surprising. The open beta had only been going on for a few days, and very few people could afford such a large sum of money. Large guilds might be able to afford it. Earning your first pot of gold is indeed difficult. Sang Fiwen checked the time and was about to pack up when a human player wearing silver armor and carrying a black spear emerged from a teleportation array in the distance. His impressive gear was eye-catching, attracting the attention of many players. From afar, Sang Fiwen recognized the stylish gunslinger as Feng Xingyi Luo. Not because she knew him from her past life, but because the man was the vice president of the renowned, wealthy Brilliant Star Guild. The Brilliant Star Guild, which commanded hundreds of gold farming groups, was incredibly wealthy, recruiting many skilled players with real money. Anyway, simply having the Brilliant Star Guild's ID above one's head automatically associated with wealth. However, since Gulan hadn't yet opened up the acquisition method for sect tokens, Feng Xingyi Luo didn't yet have that unchanging guild ID above his head, only his character name was displayed openly. Although it hasn't been long, players generally agree that setting one's character name to be visible has two meanings. First, showing off. Second, it's a display of confidence in one's own strength and resources. Chu Quamran, wanted by Sang Fiwen, belongs to the former, while Feng Xingyelu clearly belongs to the latter. Speaking of which, when the server first opened, she had a minor conflict with the Brilliant Stars in the newbie village. She stopped packing up her stall, feeling a little guilty. Fortunately, she had left quickly, leaving no lingering problems. Thinking of this, she felt righteous and looked at Feng Xingyelu, who was walking towards her stall. Feng Xingyelu was leading a team through the difficult mode of 100 Flowers West Garden, and he was a little annoyed when he received the message while battling in the dungeon. The message was from the guild's purchasing group, and its content dispelled his displeasure. Reporting to the vice president, someone is selling mage orange weapons and controls skill books in the free trade area of Luoyang City. It's only been a short time since the open beta, and there's very little royal quality equipment available for trading on the market, let alone spell damage and control skill books. Because there's not enough reference, even the professional purchasing team leader of a large guild doesn't know if the price is appropriate, so the vice president has to personally evaluate the trade. The Brilliant Star Guild has already suffered multiple wipes at their usual spot in 100 Flowers West Garden. M is simply unable to withstand the Berserk Flower rain, and needs a shield with higher defense. Seeing that Windwalker Leaf's eyes are gloomy, as they realize they can't clear the dungeon anytime soon, the guild's equipment purchasing team should have their KPIs docked. At this moment, the Brilliant Star Guild's elite team is exhausted and morale is low. Upon receiving the message, Windwalker Leaf sent his elite team 1 to resupply and rest, while the second team took over. He immediately rushed to the coordinates of the stall called by Xiaosheng. Feng Xingyi Luo sized up the stall owner, a human female player whose face was covered by a veil, so his character name was not visible. Anonymity and face concealment were common in the trading area. Feng Xingyi Luo stopped in front of the stall and browsed the product details. With just a glance, the experienced Feng Xingyi Luo determined that the items here were worthwhile, the pricing wasn't outrageous, and there were no hidden gems. The pricing suggested the stall owner was of good character, or rather, an honest person. The quality of the goods exceeded his expectations, indicating that the stall owner was either an incredibly skilled professional player or backed by a large club. Feng Xingyi Luo was confident he could rule out the latter, because no large club would agree to sell such scarce game resources in the early stages of the game for depreciating gold coins. This stall owner was powerful, but seemed to lack foresight, but that was the kind of person he liked most. Feng Xingyi Luo looked at the stall owner again, recognizing her robes as drops from an elite peach blossom fairy. They were likely level 15 wearable, or perhaps inlaid with gems that lowered the level requirement. Regardless, the stall owner possessing such items meant she was likely ranked high on the level leaderboard. Combined with recent intelligence, Feng Xingyi Luo deduced the stall owner's identity. In a flash, he approached and confidently greeted her. "Hello, Wan Xinghui, I heard so much about you." He kept his voice low enough for both of them to hear. She replied politely, "Hello, Feng Xingyi Luo, Vice President of the Brilliant Club, I heard so much about you." Feng Xingyi Luo wasn't surprised. The Brilliant Club had a proven track record in various holographic games, so it wasn't unusual for them to know him. He wore a gentlemanly smile, but his words carried a subtle arrogance. "The items on your stall, and anything you be selling in the future, if they're not inferior to today's quality, I'm willing to sign a long-term purchase contract with you on behalf of the guild." Sang Fei once scoffed inwardly. She wasn't some country bumpkin who never seen the world. Did he think he could monopolize her business like this? This Feng Xingyi Luo might be clever, but his heart was wicked. No wonder he had the nickname Old Fox in her past life. Looking at Feng Xingyi Luo's gentlemanly demeanor now, the more she looked at him, the more he seemed like a cunning and arrogant fox. Sang Fiwen remained impassive, replying politely but distantly, "Guild Master Feng, I seem to have been at a slight disadvantage. As you know, I have no trouble selling these things." Feng Xingyi Luo feigned realization, adopting an apologetic expression. "It was my oversight. How about this? I can promise on behalf of the guild that from now on, no matter who offers, I will buy them at a 5% higher price." How about that? Besides being cunning and arrogant, he's even stingy. However, Sang Fiwen immediately dropped the word stingy. Stinginess is a commendable quality, not something to be used to describe this old fox. That's right, Feng Xingyi Luo, this old fox, wasn't stingy, he was underestimating her and had intended to manipulate her from the start. Feng Xingyi Luo possessed a clear class consciousness, and he held this attitude towards those of lower social classes. In her previous life, Sang Fiwen had attended several high society banquets with her parents. She had seen many people like Feng Xingyi Luo, and she could recognize such self-proclaimed elites at a glance. Later, Sang Fiwen absolutely refused to attend those banquets she called masked people's parties, and she and Ms. Qinlan argued about it many times. Sang Fiwen understood Qinlan's purpose in insisting she attend these banquets, to groom her as the company's heir. However, what Sang Fiwen didn't understand was that it was obvious to everyone that Sang Peifeng was far more talented than herself, and her brother enjoyed it. Yet Ms. Qinlan consistently disliked her brother, and didn't want Sang Peifeng to be too involved in the company. But Sang Fiwen's biggest reason for resisting inheriting the family business was her deep-seated love for mecha, her yearning to one day pilot a mecha into the stars, preferably to take a trip to ancient Blue Star. After these thoughts, Sang Fiwen suddenly didn't want to do the transaction anymore. Not that she wouldn't sell, but she just didn't want to sell to the Brilliant Star Guild. Seeing that no other big fish had taken the bait today, Sang Fiwen prepared to pack up her stall again, refusing Feng Xingyi Luo's offer. "That's good then. How about I wait for other vendors to make offers before contacting you? Otherwise, I lose 5% this time, ha ha ha." Sang Fiwen's words seemed mercenary, but were actually just a perfunctory response. She wasn't afraid that Feng Xingyi Luo would make things difficult for her. These people were always very protective of their reputation and influence. Openly, someone like him would never intentionally embarrass himself. Anyway, as long as things looked good on the surface, Sang Fiwen didn't want to cause trouble, and would simply avoid dealing with him in the future. Sure enough, Feng Xingyi Luo was annoyed, but still smiled and said, "Okay, contact me if you change your mind. My email address is 103,101. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Xingyi Luo saw the female stall owner in front of him pause for a moment, feeling slightly disdainful. This Wan Xinghui, refusing to listen to reason. So what if she's number 1 on the ranking list? She's still insignificant in front of a large club. He felt reassured and decided to quickly coordinate with the other guilds. They were all acquaintances, and could cooperate to monopolize the items sold by the top-ranked guild, Wan Xinghui, at a reasonable price. Feng Xingyi Luo would also have someone keep an eye on Wan Xinghui. Even if Wan Xinghui sold to someone other than them, he could send someone to buy it, or forcibly buy it. 103101, 103 is the exclusive mailbox number for Luoyang City, and 10 is the Peony Street number, belonging to the central area. Mailbox numbers are only available for those who own a residence. While buying a residence in Luoyang City isn't as expensive as buying a shop, a house in Peony Street still costs at least 50 gold, and requires a reputation value of over 100. The power of the major guilds was indeed not to be underestimated. Zhang Feiwen felt a sense of urgency, which allowed Feng Xingyi Luo to seize upon this clue. She needed to hurry and buy the shops in the prime area, otherwise, all the tickets would be snatched up by these behemoths. Wait, I take everything on this stall. A casual voice broke through the tension between the two as they hesitated. Chapter 18. A white-robed spirit healer appeared between the two, uttering a boastful statement before even glancing at the stall. Zhang Feiwen looked at the newcomer, instantly captivated. Spirits in the game are known for their fair skin, but she had never seen one so handsome. Short, neat, black curly hair, a perfect face shape, exquisitely sculpted features, and wispy bangs that partially obscured his long, narrow, almond-shaped eyes. His fair skin contrasted beautifully with his pale red lips. At that moment, those rose-petal-like lips were radiating a dazzling smile. Feng Xingyi also glanced at the man, inwardly filled with disdain and a hidden, unacknowledged jealousy. Where did this effeminate fellow come from, daring to speak so arrogantly? Maintaining basic courtesy, he nodded slightly to Zhang Feiwen, preparing to leave without giving the shop-dressed spirit healer a second glance. Zhang Feiwen treated all players at her stall equally, reminding them, "Take a look and see if it suits you before deciding, but please hurry, I have an appointment later." The spirit healer looked sleepy, glancing indifferently at Feng Xingyi, who brushed past him, yawning, and saying in a voice loud enough to be heard around the stall, a grown man babbling on and on, "I'm getting sleepy. The stall isn't locked, just buy what you want." Then, before Feng Xingyi and Zhang Feiwen could react, he emptied the stall. A series of system notifications popped up as the healer swept the shelves, instantly filling Zhang Feiwen's stall chat. System: sold Qingbi Shi's venomous Fong staff, quantity 1, income 50 gold. Sold petrifying gaze, skill book, quantity 1, income 200 gold. System: congratulations on all items sold, income 255 gold, 80 silver, 8500 copper. Black soy sauce, who had been observing the entire scene, rubbed his eyes, and then gave the unassuming doctor a thumbs up. Pretty boy, not bad at all. Upon hearing this, the onlookers silently agreed with the assessment. Windwalker Yi Luo, who already considered Wan Xinghui as his for the taking, narrowed his eyes, confirming that the goods had indeed been bought by this unfamiliar pretty boy. A fleeting glint of malice flashed in Windwalker Yi Luo's eyes. He hadn't expected to be outmaneuvered here. Quickly suppressing his emotions, Windwalker Yi Luo maintained his elegant demeanor, and smiled at the Spirit Clan doctor. "May I ask your name?" To be able to produce such a sum of game assets that even their guild couldn't afford in one go, this person was not to be underestimated. His background was at least more powerful than Wan Xinghui's, who only possessed skill. The beautiful Spirit Clan doctor picked at his ear, ignoring Windwalker Yi Luo's words. Instead, he winked at a passerby, giving him a thumbs up and beckoned him closer. "You're quite talented, haha, let's add each other as friends." Adding friends makes PK easier. Dare call him a pretty boy? I beat him to a pulp. The oblivious black soy sauce eagerly stepped forward and added the smiling, wealthy healer as a friend. The ignored Windwalker Leaf's forehead bulged with veins. He gave the spirit healer and black soy sauce a cold look, then turned and left. TCH, just another penniless jerk pretending to be rich. Keep your voice down, that's Windwalker Lee from the Brilliant Club. I didn't expect him to be the one leading the charge in Gulan. Looks like Brilliant values Gulan a lot. Never heard of him. My heart belongs only to the goddesses of thorns and roses. I thought he was some big shot, but after all that, someone else snatched him away. The whispers among the onlookers were a bit loud, almost causing the usually composed Feng Xingyi Luo to lose his composure. He quickened his pace, his figure disappearing into the teleportation array. The players present today remembered Feng Xingyi Luo's name, but it was a far cry from the handsome and resourceful impression he had in his previous life. Zhang Feiwen, still basking in the joy of her first windfall, looked at the spirit race healer before her and found him increasingly pleasing to the eye, like a walking money tree. Actually, she had overpriced the items at her stall, not by much, but about 10%. She had originally intended to rip off a large guild, but unexpectedly, a solo player had bought from her. Feeling a little guilty, she proactively said, "Little White. Cough cough, boss, can we be friends?" She could give this boss a discount on any good items the healer might have in the future. However, after sending the friend request, Sang Fei 1 felt a little uneasy. After all, this pretty boy, or rather, this boss, seemed to be acting unpredictably. System, Lin Yuan has accepted your friend request. From now on, you can roam the martial world freely. Don't forget him. Lin Yuan's hearing was excellent, so he naturally didn't miss the abruptly stopped Little White. His smile now carried a hint of threat. Little White? Sang Feiwen, quick-witted, smiled brightly at Lin Yuan. Yes, the spirit race has such fair skin, of course it's Boss Little White. Boss Little White, do you have time? How about we run a difficult 100 Flowers West Garden dungeon? Service included, I carry you. The last sentence slipped out. She couldn't help it. It was a professional habit she developed from leveling up her boss in her past life. Lin Yuan slapped the Petrify Gaze skill book in both hands. The book transformed into a beam of white light and entered his body. After learning the skill, he replied with slight interest. That dungeon that no one has gotten the first kill of yet? But I'm a newbie. I'm really bad at it. I can't help you. Sang Feiwen, who hadn't stopped talking, was initially a little embarrassed, but seeing Lin Yuan's genuine interest, she thumped her chest loudly. Don't worry, boss bye, you just stroll and enjoy the scenery, I take care of the rest. Oh, and Xiao Wuchang too. Unexpectedly, there was such a buy one get one free deal. Lin Yuan laughed. Alright, then I leave it to you. Sang Feiwen quickly packed up her stall. The system notified her that a handling fee of 25 gold had been deducted. She gasped, closing her eyes, not daring to look closely. Her heart was bleeding. She was ripped off by the stall vendors, but still managed to send a message to Xiao Wuchang. Wuchang, do you need a healer? I have one. Xiao Wuchang replied instantly. Yes, I was just planning to grab any random person, but since you found one, bring them along. Sang Feiwen belatedly felt a little embarrassed and added, I just grabbed someone randomly, kind of my new boss. He bought a lot of stuff from me just now. Xiao Wuchang replied instantly again. No problem, as long as the healing rate is over 50 per second, it doesn't matter if it's not enough. I was thinking we didn't need a healer, just get to work. Such confident words, typical of her. In the meantime, Lin Yuan spent quite a bit at other shops, acquiring some minor high-quality equipment. Seeing that it was almost time, Sang Feiwen called Lin Yuan to the meeting point. Holding a newly purchased gemstone, Lin Yuan said to Sang Feiwen, Send me the coordinates, I'll be there in a bit. What was the shopkeeper up to? However, she didn't ask further, sending Lin Yuan the coordinates of the meeting point as requested, and then headed there herself. After saying goodbye to Wan Xing, Lin Yuan rushed to the artisan shop in Luoyang City, paid the setting and processing fees and the express fee, and waited for the artisan to set the gemstone. A small, transparent, winged snake appeared out of nowhere on his body, spiraling upwards and finally coiling around Lin Yuan's fair neck. After settling the little creature down, it yawned and spoke in human language. Don't do it again. If you keep doing this, it'd be hard for me to fool that old man. Lin Yuan chuckled. Is that so? I seem to remember someone saying that here they are gods, omnipotent. The little creature raised its head slightly smugly. It was this great master, Ian, who said it. Now you believe me. Kneel down, you foolish mortal. For the sake of the gold coins, the flexible Lin Yuan nodded. Grandpa Ian is the best. My knees aren't good, so I excuse myself from the grand ceremony, okay? The little creature didn't realize the cunning human was just flattering it, and said smugly, Why did it take you so long to bring me here? This place is much better than your consciousness. Your next task is to find that old man's true form, whether friend or foe. He habitually ignored the little creature's incessant chatter. The spirit clan physician, Lin Yuan, was none other than Jiang Chini. After catching up with Elder Jiang, he knew he would undergo biological modification for his upcoming mission, making it unsuitable for him to return to the Sang family. Jiang Chini left the military academy alone, not returning to the Sang family mansion, but instead going to his temporary rented apartment. In the small space lay a pure black, ancient blue gaming pod. As a masterpiece by Giant Technology, Ancient Blue had naturally undergone extensive promotion. To lower the barrier to entry and allow more people to enter the new virtual world, Giant Technology had developed many models of stealth devices, with human synchronization ranging from 55% to 95%. And a few days ago, Sang Feiwen suddenly gifted him a top-of-the-line gaming pod with 95% synchronization. Miss Sang's sudden favor flattered him somewhat. But his excitement was extinguished when he discovered she had bought gaming pods for every household staff member. His Miss Sang, also known as the free rich woman promoter for the ubiquitous, radiant, and tech-savvy Gulen water giant. She was exactly like the sunflower girl from his past life, who, even after falling into the mud, still desperately strived to grow towards the light. Back in the rented room, with nothing to do, he used the stealth machine for the first time, entering Gulen for the first time since his rebirth. He had played Gulen in his past life, as a swordsman, but he had stopped playing. This time, he planned to play a healer, not for any other reason than that he wanted to team up with Miss Sang. He remembered she also played as swordsman. Although he wasn't good at healing classes, he could overcome that difficulty for her. After quickly creating a character using the default options, Jiang Chini was surprised to find that Ayan, whom he had always been unable to see or touch in his mind, had actually materialized in the ancient blue world. A small snake with transparent wings. At that moment, the handsome spirit and the playful little snake looked at each other in bewilderment and asked simultaneously. Ayan looked around at this magical world and, seeing the handsome spirit youth, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Handsome, who are you? How come my host here looks like a sissy? Where's that decadent youth from real life?" Jiang Chini couldn't help but ask, looking completely bewildered, "Little snake, who are you?" Nobody told him that creating a character comes with a pet. The little snake was furious. "What snake? I am Ayan. Let me tell you a secret, here I am a god." These words were almost identical to those that had echoed in Jiang Chini's mind upon his rebirth. Jiang Chini had thought he received some hidden reward, the kind that comes with a battle pet at birth, but it turned out to be Ayan. The black-haired spirit race youth couldn't hide his disappointment and casually said, "Is that so? Then give me some cheat codes. I don't ask for much, just some inexhaustible gold coins, and a max level." After his rebirth, this Ayan, who had suddenly appeared in his mind, had been spouting wild claims about being able to control time and space. If mental energy had calluses, he'd probably have thick calluses by now. None of those wild claims came true, they were all just empty boasts. Ayan's only function was to protect Jiang Chini's overflowing mental energy when he used it, in order to safeguard his dwelling place. The next moment, bursts of white light emanated from Jiang Chini's body, and he inexplicably leveled up on the spot, and the number of gold coins in his inventory suddenly gained a string of zeros. Jiang Chini froze for a second. In the ancient blue world, Ayan didn't seem to be exaggerating. But this undeniably cheat-like change made Jiang Chini believe Ayan's boasting for the first time. Jiang Chini couldn't help but wonder, could Ayan be some kind of electronic silicon-based life form? Otherwise, how could he explain this code-modifying ability? Ayan, displaying his abilities for the first time, seemed a little embarrassed, awkwardly saying, "It seems the effect isn't very good. There's an old guy here, more senior than me. This is all I can do right now." Jiang Chini soothed the excited Ayan. Ayan is the best in the world. Ayan, easily swayed by this, didn't notice his host's perfunctory attitude. The little snake raised its tail, puffed out its chest, and proudly closed its eyes. Finally, it had been won over by this human again. Accepted? Sigh, before humans lost their memories, they treated me with such respect. How come they look down on me so much now? Ayan suddenly sighed. What was that newly learned phrase again? Oh, I remember now. I'm truly a tiger fallen into the plains, bullied by dogs. Jiang Chini unceremoniously took advantage of the self-proclaimed invincible Ayan. Then, invincible Master Ayan, do me another small favor, find someone, I think her name is, Wan Xinghui. Later, he arrived at the coordinates Ayan had given him and immediately saw Wan Xinghui, the red-clad heroine setting up her stall and hawking her wares. So close, yet his steps felt like lead. While hesitating, a guy named Feng Xingyi Luo beside him also exited the teleportation array and headed straight for the stall by Xiaosheng. Thus, a perfect and natural first encounter took place. Chapter 19. In the orderly headquarters of the Imperial Blue Center Research Institute, on the lowest level, in the outer corridor separated by special glass, researchers in white uniforms mostly hurried along. Running is prohibited here to avoid any misunderstanding that a major event has occurred, otherwise, many would likely be jogging to process their thick case files. The inner room, separated by glass, is a vast, pure white space with a constantly shifting golden polyhedron in the center, like a leaping fire sprite. If Sang Fiwen were here, it would feel very familiar, as it is almost identical to the character creation space in Ancient Blue. This is the new residence of Ancient Blue's mainframe, the supercubic starfire. As the creative fire of Ancient Blue, it also has a more important identity. The future energy core of Imperial Blue. Since arriving here, it has silently, faithfully, day after day, fulfilling its new duties. In the underground area, thousands of researchers revolve around this golden flame, forming a monotonous yet busy life. A bespectacled girl with low pigtails had only recently arrived at the Research Institute, and this was her first time venturing into the core underground area. Entry required high-level access, and she had been brought down here to deliver important materials with her senior colleague. Passing by the enormous glass partition, she was captivated by the dreamlike, golden alien creature she had just witnessed. Her steps slowed, and she was only brought back to her senses when her senior colleague tapped her forehead. She stuck out her tongue and whispered to her mentor, "Is that the hypercubic spark? I never seen anything like it before. It's truly amazing. Do you think it has its own thoughts? Does it ever miss its home?" The good-natured senior patiently replied, "No, I heard it has no thoughts." "All right, stay close to me and focus on the mission." The bespectacled girl sighed and followed the senior away. As the girl turned around, the ever-changing golden polyhedron inside the huge glass behind her suddenly paused for a moment before immediately resuming its shimmering brilliance. In that instant, undetectable by sophisticated sensors, it intercepted an inconspicuous stream of biological information. That inconspicuous stream of biological information, like countless other fragments of biological information, should have been received by the golden polyhedron, the main brain of the ancient blue entity, and then transmitted to human monitoring equipment. Next, human technology would detect the data deluge, ensuring there were no abnormal information fragments. Then the data would enter the energy conversion device, and through a complex extraction process, be transformed into valuable energy. The golden polyhedron had been here for several years. Initially, people were incredibly curious about it, but it had never shown the slightest sign of self-awareness or innate intelligence, like a perfect tool, dutifully repeating its monotonous work. As time passed, no one paid any attention to this seemingly inanimate fluid creature. But today, it actively intercepted a stream of information. If the researchers knew, they would likely be very interested in this unusual action. Unfortunately, as with every day before, the busy researchers were in a hurry and failed to notice this unique moment. Since the development of the ancient blue world, they had only done peripheral work, and the isolated chamber where the hypercube starfire was located had never required their intervention. In fact, for the sake of the supercube spark's safety, this place is more like a cage, its interior materials riddled with sensory calculators, transmitting information through high-density sensors and countless wires. Therefore, no one noticed that when Gulan issued its first system announcement not long ago, the ever-changing supercube spark also paused for a moment. Within the supercube spark's core, inaccessible to humans, these two intercepted information streams were recorded and meticulously documented in thought. ID GL00000001, player name, Wan Xinghui, 50% probability, associated with hometown. ID GL12030125, player name, Lin Yuan, 99% probability, associated with hometown. Creating disguised information. Processing complete, and at this moment, the entrance to the 100 Flowers West Garden dungeon was packed with people, bustling with activity. 100 Flowers West Garden. Easy difficulty, one more needed, looking for a healer with over 80 HPS. Everyone needs a healer. Anyone want to group with a warlock? Looking for a level 10 high damage warlock with 19 DPS. Level 10 boxer looking for a group, has a Grandmaster shield, can tank and deal damage. Sang Fiwen spotted Xiao Wuchang from afar, who had already changed his class to swordsman. Not long after they parted, Xiao Wuchang had reached level 14, upgraded from a simple gun to a powerful weapon, wearing silver light armor, carrying a snake-patterned shield, and a purple longsword at his waist, its crescent-shaped blade faintly shimmering with purple light. Xiao Wuchang was accompanied by two male players, one a demon race spearman carrying a 9-curved spear, and the other a spirit race warlock wielding a radiant stone staff. System: Xiao Wuchang invites you to join the team laughing at the world. Do you agree? Yes. After joining the team, Sang Fiwen saw the information of the other two players, a level 12 spearman named Tian Chong and a level 13 warlock named Bei Meng. Xiao Wuchang saw Wang Xingli from afar and waved enthusiastically. Hey, Wan! There was supposed to be a newbie who was going to become a healer. A newbie, but he had something to do today and can't come. Where's the healer you mentioned? Sang Fiwen jogged to Xiao Wuchang's side and said apologetically, sorry, he might be a little while. The healer said he'd be here soon. After greeting her, Tian Chong and Bei Meng both stared at her intently. Sang Fiwen felt uneasy under his gaze and forced a wry smile. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Xiao Wuchang slapped Tian Chong and Bei Meng on the back, making them stumble and almost lose their balance. Haha, no, that's just how they are, they admire the strong. Because their leader, Xiao Wuchang, had praised Wan Xinghui so highly, they were very curious about him, and couldn't help but stare at him a few times upon their first meeting. Tian Chong, a powerful demon, only wanted to associate with the strong. Regardless of what his leader said, he hadn't seen Wan Xinghui with his own eyes, and was indifferent to him, immediately looking away. Bei Meng had similar thoughts. He smiled at Wan Xinghui. Zhang Fiwen forced a smile, and gave a slight nod in return to the insincere sorcerer. Fortunately, Lin Yuan arrived just in time, breaking the silence. You're not late, are you? I went to get a gem socketed. The level 11 Lin Yuan held up the poison Fang staff, which could only be equipped by level 20, and all his shop-bought gear had been replaced with newly purchased low-grade equipment. Money talks. Zhang Fiwen thought enviously, but smiled and said, No, boss Bai, you come at the perfect time. Xiao Wuchang looked at the stunningly beautiful spirit race physician before her, and secretly nudged Wan Xinghui with his elbow. Impressive. Where did you find such a beautiful physician? He then turned back, and gave Zhang Fiwen a knowing look. Zhang Fiwen didn't hear him clearly, only seeing Xiao Wuchang winking at her. Looking bewildered, Are your eyes twitching? Xiao Wuchang was speechless. Oh well, he really didn't understand romance. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, remained smiling, seemingly having a very good temper. She stopped wasting her breath, added Lin Yuan to the party, and, regaining her composure, announced, Everyone's ready, let's go. As the team leader, Xiao Wuchang quickly activated the dungeon. Suddenly, the world around the 5 members of the party shifted, and they entered the 100 Flowers West Garden dungeon. The group was currently standing before an incense table about knee-high, the first temporary resurrection point in the dungeon. Resurrection attempts were limited per challenge, with each player getting 2 resurrections in hard mode. After level 10, dying in the dungeon only resulted in a 20% experience loss, not equipment loss. However, dying outside the dungeon resulted in a level loss and equipment loss. Before the incense table, adorned with peonies and a guqin, a traditional Chinese stringed instrument, were 5 futons for players to rest and meditate. The 5 gathered together, rubbing their hands together, eager to try. Xiao Wuchang confidently declared, Get your spirits up. We clear 100 Flowers West Garden hard mode in one go. Tian Chong, eager to try, stared at the Grandmaster Serpent shield on Xiao Wuchang's back and blurted out, Boss, lend me your shield. I'm a demon, good at tanking. Xiao Wuchang slapped Tian Chong on the head. Get lost. You're blinded by rage. Don't you know what you're like? Dungeons are about teamwork. Remember to follow orders, and don't be greedy for damage. Bei Meng, delighted to see Tian Chong suffer a setback, gloated from the sidelines, only to be smacked on the head by Xiao Wuchang. You too, he said, listen to the commands. Anyone who drags the team down will have to do 100 sets of advanced physical exercises. Zhang Fiwen, observing the 3's familiar demeanor, guessed they probably knew each other in real life. Good, this should improve their teamwork and reduce the difficulty. However, after only defeating the initial mobs, Zhang Fiwen was exasperated and wanted to retract her earlier statement. Xiao Wuchang, Tian Chong, and Bei Meng were all highly skilled, but they acted independently, lacking any coordination, which sometimes backfired. For example, just as Xiao Wuchang had knocked a flower demon to the ground and was about to finish it off, Tian Chong lost control, his spear sending the flower demon flying. Meanwhile, Bei Meng's unrestrained powerful spells often attracted the aggro of multiple mobs simultaneously, frequently using his staff to attack the mobs surrounding him, essentially using himself as a melee mage. Zhang Fiwen was forced to constantly put out fires, creating a chaotic scene. On the contrary, those who stood still at the back, occasionally casting a healing spell, were a relief. Fortunately, everyone was strong. Although they were sometimes slowed down, they were more than capable of dealing with the mobs, and quickly reached the room where the first boss, Yao Huang, was located. The group rested briefly outside the first boss's door, and Zhang Fiwen couldn't help but ask, You guys just met? Tian Chong and Bei Meng answered in unison, No. Knowing what she meant, Xiao Wuchang covered his forehead and said, We've known each other for a long time, but we never cooperated like this before. Zhang Fiwen understood and said, I do know how to fight this dungeon. If you're comfortable with it, I lead the fight? They couldn't fight the first boss like that. Zhang Fiwen had to step in and point out the problems. Although she could handle it alone, that would waste a lot of time. Xiao Wuchang naturally realized the need for coordination and readily nodded, Sure, I trust you to lead. Chapter 20. Since the boss had said so, Tian Chong and Bei Meng had no choice but to agree, and Wang Xingwei would take command. Sang Fuan smiled and said, Wu Cheng, your sword has lightning attacks, which are more effective against the plant-type monsters here. You focus on dealing damage, and let Tian Chong use the shield to tank the monsters at close range. Xiao Wuchang naturally complied. Once she chose to trust someone, they would fully cooperate. Tian Chong, who had initially been somewhat resentful, now beamed with joy, took the shield from his boss, and became even more curious about Wang Xingwei, who hadn't yet truly made a move. The leader actually trusts her that much? Wang Xingwei continued, Actually, our team can't use the conventional approach. We don't need to worry about the boss's aggro flying around randomly, because all three of us melee fighters are capable of handling it. It's just that at crucial moments, we need one melee fighter to hold the shield and draw aggro, and that's what Tian Chong does. She paused, holding up two fingers. First, the demon race has higher defense. Second, Tian Chong has learned two skills with taunt. Tian Chong nodded, holding his shield and assuming a defensive stance. Bei Meng was slightly surprised, glancing at Wang Xingwei. He hadn't expected that. Even in the chaos of the situation, Wang Xingwei could still notice what skills each of them possessed. Xiao Wuchang nodded. That's a good idea, and it suits us perfectly. Lin Yuan nervously raised his hand. Everyone, I don't have the ability to handle the boss's aggro. Sang Fuan continued. As for ranged classes, Boss Xiaobai, don't worry. You're a healer, and the boss's aggro in this dungeon doesn't count towards healing value, so you don't need to worry about pulling aggro. She turned to look at the warlock Bei Meng. Warlocks have very high DPS. Although I'm confident I can take back aggro when you pull it, warlocks are too fragile. To avoid any accidents, let's keep it low. Bei Meng felt somewhat aggrieved. It seemed he was the only one in the team who couldn't play freely. However, Wang Xinghui's analysis made perfect sense, so he could only grit his teeth and nod in agreement. Lin Yuan seemed relieved, reverting to his carefree demeanor. Just a short walk and some healing. Perfect. The group entered the first room, the door automatically closing, locking the space and preventing further free movement. Ahead, a huge, antique-style stage stood before them. A beautiful young woman, dressed in a pale yellow embroidered robe and adorned with golden bells, danced alone on the stage, her back to them. Seeing people come to admire her dance, Yao Huang was overjoyed. A hint of shyness appeared on her beautiful face, and her words were tinged with madness. Young hero, you have such fine bones. How about leaving them for me to use as flower mud? System, you have disturbed Yao Huang, the dancer of the 100 Flowers West Garden. Yao Huang, level 15 Little Demon King, HP 120000/120000. A woman Yao Huang, transformed from a yellow peony, wielded long, flowing sleeves, seemingly graceful but actually carrying a sharp killing intent as she attacked the group. Before Yao Huang launched her attack, Sang Fuan quickly gave instructions. Wu Cheng and Tian Chong, go. Interrupt the dance. Bei Meng, count to 5 before attacking. Little white boss, just stay put and watch the show. Except for Lin Yuan, who stood at the entrance, the others didn't say much and charged forward. Tian Chong, the greedy wolf, charged ahead, immediately attracting Yao Huang's attention. A flash of cold light streaked across the sky, and in an instant, Tian Chong was in front of Yao Huang. His snake-patterned shield slammed heavily onto her petite figure, showing no mercy. -31, -33, -40. Yao Huang, naturally, was not as frail as she appeared. She staggered a couple of steps, letting out a sharp, angry cry, and quickly spun around, her yellow flower blade shooting out with her fluttering robes. Fueled by hatred, Tian Chong switched to shield defense, blocking most of the blade attacks, but some still grazed her, causing a significant drop in health. Fortunately, Lin Yuan replenished her health in time. Following this was an attack streaked with purple lightning, striking Yao Huang in the back, followed by a powerful double moon slash that interrupted her spin. -41, -44, -41. Almost simultaneously with Xiao Wuchang, Wang Xingwei arrived, her sword flashing like a dragon, deflecting the blades attacking them. Yao Huang was briefly stunned after being interrupted. Wang Xingwei seized this opportunity to pursue, wielding her supple willow-leaf sword, slashing and cutting deep wounds. Wang Xingwei's move inflicted a bleeding status on Yao Huang, and in the next few seconds, the boss's health plummeted. -100, -100, -100. Laughing Impermanence exclaimed in surprise. What a domineering bleeding buff. Bei Meng sighed inwardly, turning back to ask Wan Xing about abnormal statuses. Finally, 5 seconds passed. Boom! 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 Without any chanting, 3 fireballs shot out from Bei Meng's hand, striking the pale yellow robe instantly. -50, -48, -44. Lin Yuan looked left and right, finding there was really nothing to do, so he simply sat down and began to truly appreciate the scenery. However, Yao Huang's dance was constantly interrupted by these ferocious fellows, preventing him from seeing her graceful movements, which Lin Yuan found rather regrettable. The rhythm here was excellent, the battle had little suspense, and Tian Chong hadn't even used his shield much. Truly fluid and pleasing to the eye. 10 minutes later, Yao Huang's health was down to 30%, and she was on the verge of tears. Is it because my dance is not good enough? After speaking, she let out a sharp cry, and the sound wave shook away the people around her, transforming her into her true form, a huge pale yellow peony. Sang Fiwen was the first to stop. Stop! The berserk state is immune to interrupts. Tian Chong, draw aggro and switch to your defensive shield. Everyone else, stand in the fan-shaped area behind Tian Chong. The storm of attacks ceased, and Tian Chong unleashed 2 taunts in quick succession, instantly seizing aggro and slamming his snake-shaped shield into the ground, its size doubling. Xiao Wuchang, Bei Meng, and Lin Yuan all moved behind Tian Chong. After the first boss goes berserk, the best strategy for level 10 players is for 2 melee DPS to switch to shield defense, followed by 2 burst DPS players with over 100 damage output, and a healer with over 120 HPS to keep the boss alive. The higher the shield quality, the better, otherwise, the healer may not be able to keep up. If the DPS is strong enough, the shield requirements can be lower. At this moment, a giant yellow peony slowly rotated, its petals unfolding layer by layer, revealing its stamen. Simultaneously, the overwhelming petals transformed into sharp blades, shooting in all directions, setting off a grand rain of flowers. After stopping, Lin Yuan peeked out at Wan Xinghui and asked worriedly, Little Wan, what about you? Someone who almost blurted out Miss quickly covered their disguise. Xiao Wuchang turned to look at the beautiful doctor with a natural expression, clicking his tongue twice at the term. The flower rain attack covers the entire map. Currently, only the fan-shaped area under the shield's defense is safe, making it seem like Wan Xinghui had no way to avoid it. Wan Xinghui's figure was almost completely engulfed by the flower rain. She smiled at Lin Yuan. There's no room left. Boss Xiaobai, don't worry about me. Wuchang, Bei Meng, you guys keep attacking. Don't worry about the aggro flying around. Tian Chong, focus on defense. Don't be fooled by their seemingly relaxed attack. Yao Huang's flower blades deal high damage, are fast, and numerous. If an average person doesn't position themselves well, they'd be dead in a few hits. Being grazed by multiple flower blades simultaneously would instantly kill her. Even a healer couldn't revive her. Amidst the rain of petals, 2 Wang Xingli suddenly appeared, their movements as elusive as butterflies flitting among the flowers. Due to the obscured vision by the petals, they weren't clearly visible to the onlookers. Sang Fiwen summoned a crystal illusion, fighting back-to-back with herself. Her willow leaf sword had transformed into a flying blade, hurtling towards the giant peony. -105, -110, -113. While unleashing ranged attacks with her sword, she manipulated the illusion to deflect the flower blades. The flower blade attacks were like a hail of bullets. Her dynamic vision was excellent. To her, the trajectories of the blades varied in speed, like woven threads, with clearly visible gaps. Clang, 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 clang. The field was filled with petals. Those who couldn't see clearly only heard a rhythmic series of parries coming from Wang Xingli. Using a knife to block bullets? That's too flashy. Bei Meng did a quick calculation, realizing he couldn't do it himself, and could only conclude that this person's mental strength was terrifying. I wonder where the boss found this guy. Could he be from the new generation? If so, things are going to get interesting. But the flower rain was indeed fierce, and there were some unavoidable strayed blades, forcing him to sacrifice the illusion's health to withstand them. Her spiritual energy was dropping rapidly, and Sang Fiwen frequently took out her gourd to replenish it. Having realized that too many supplies would make her sluggish, she didn't carry many supplies. But at this moment, Sang Fiwen was relentlessly expending her spiritual energy to unleash her sword attack, because she believed in her teammates' strength, and that they could quickly take down this low-health demon king. On the other side, under the swirling flower rain, Tian Chong stood with a shield in front of him, raising his 9-bin spear above his head, using the dancing flower spear technique to create an impenetrable circular defensive circle. Tian Chong provided excellent defense, allowing Xiao Wuchang and Bei Meng to unleash their full damage potential without worry. Reduction 51, 54, 58. 15 seconds later, Wang Xinglei's illusion collapsed, and a second illusion instantly appeared. The lower Yao Huang's health, the denser the rain of flowers. This illusion lasted shorter. When it shattered, the crystal mirror's skill cooldown was still active. Without the illusion, Sang Fiwen could only dodge by moving, but she still managed to withstand 3 blows from the flower blades. Her health instantly plummeted, and this was only thanks to the physique boost from her peach blossom robes. Anyone else would likely have been killed. But the next second, an unavoidable flower blade was upon her. At the critical moment, Xiao Wuchang delivered the final blow. Instantly, all the petals withered, the enormous flower died, and vanished into the world. The young woman left only a soft murmur. Was my dance beautiful? The rain of petals dissipated, and Lin Yuan, whose gaze had been fixed on Wan Qinghui, finally saw her clearly. She was only a sliver of health left. Lin Yuan rushed over, frantically healing her to full, accidentally casting a petrifying gaze, thankfully ineffective against teammates. Sang Fiwen was somewhat amused and exasperated. She had initially thought Lin Yuan's lazy demeanor resembled that of a negligent bodyguard, but now she completely changed her mind. At least her bodyguard was reliable in crucial moments. The loot dropped by the first boss was placed in the team's temporary shared inventory. First kill time was precious, there was no rush to divide the spoils. After Yao Huang was defeated, a door appeared behind the stage. Behind the door was a second incense table, and 5 futons on the ground. Sitting on them would rapidly restore health, spirit, stamina, and energy. Sharpening the axe doesn't delay the work. After a short rest to regain their strength, the group continued their advance towards the room containing the second boss. The minimum entry requirement for 100 Flowers West Garden is level 10, with monsters ranging from level 12 to 17. They were currently playing on hard mode, where even the regular monsters were at least level 14. Furthermore, at the same level, monsters in dungeons are stronger than those in the open world, but they also give more experience. If you're confident in your skills, soloing dungeons will be more efficient than soloing in the open world. However, dungeon bosses usually have special skills, making them difficult to defeat without teamwork. Level suppression is very powerful in Ancient Blue, but judging from their performance just now, the game's level suppression system seemed to be useless. Just to be on the safe side, on the way to the second boss's room, Sang Fiwen still fulfilled his command responsibility, reminding everyone, the second boss is level 15, 1 level higher than the first boss. He has a level advantage of 1 to 4 levels over our damage output, and for each higher level, the advantage doubles. The server had only been open for a short time, and no one had yet provided a detailed explanation of level advantage. Except for the muscular Tian Chong, who wasn't really interested in listening, everyone else was paying attention while casting spells. In short, the level advantage is 5% for each higher level, and the effect doubles for each higher level, capped at 19%. Tian Chong understood, but without thinking, he launched a purple flower fairy into the air and asked directly, I'm level 12. What's the effect on the second boss? Xiao Wuchang flicked his forehead, angrily shouting, 40% reduction. Don't play games without thinking. Tian Chong rubbed his forehead and said wondering how the boss had instantly appeared 5 character lengths away from him. Had the boss wasted a movement skill, just to answer his question? The boss was really. Take care of yourself. Tian Chong slashed at the monsters with even greater enthusiasm. Bei Mang's cool voice drifted over. Are you sure you understand? Tian Chong unleashed his greedy wolf charge, his figure crashing through a string of monsters and disappearing into the distance, leaving only the words. What's there to be afraid of? Just do it. Bei Mang shook her head helplessly, while Xiao Wuchang laughed heartily. She didn't know if Tian Chong truly understood, but those she trusted should have this kind of drive. Sang Fiwen also smiled. Perhaps her worries were unnecessary. For these people, level suppression was meaningless, just do it. Infected by their enthusiasm, she followed Tian Chong's steps. Behind them, Lin Yuan also smiled, his gaze gently fixed on the energetic Wan Qinghui, though subtly, unnoticed by anyone. A small, transparent snake was coiled around his neck. The snake glanced at its host, then at the person its host was looking at. It seemed thoughtful. Seeing its host like this, if given the chance, wouldn't it be more convenient to directly curry favor with that woman? Chapter 21. Advancing triumphantly, they soon arrived at the territory of the second brother. After a brief rest, the group pushed open the door and entered. Inside was an open-air courtyard. In the center stood a dark brown tree, beneath which sat a young man in purple robes, cross-legged, playing a guqin. The music was like flowing water, soothing and delightful. Disturbed by the uninvited guests, the young man in purple robes put away his guqin, his face displeased. This music is in full swing. Who dares disturb my heartstrings? Leave your lives behind, and I will not hold it against you. System, you have disturbed the guqin player Z-Chun of the 100 Flowers West Garden. Z-Chun, Level 16 Lesser Demon King, HP 140, 000/140, 000. Having learned from the first brother's experience, the group attacked without further ado. Xiao Wuchang wielded his purple blade, striking the boss first, followed by Tian Chong's spear. Conserving her spiritual energy, Sang Fiwen didn't use any skills, simply unleashing a simple, unadorned basic attack with her Will-O-Leaf slender sword, its speed incredibly fast, the sword dancing in a blur. -81, -93, -88. Thanks to the Will-O-Leaf slender sword's ability to ignore defense, Wan Xinghui's DPS remained ahead in the real-time dungeon statistics. In its first phase in human form, Zichuan attacked players with ranged magic skills, sweeping out a fan-shaped sonic wave attack with her zither strings, a powerful area of effect attack. If a player got close to Zichuan, she would draw a short sword from her zither and stab the player, then instantly teleport away to create distance. Tian Chong used a greedy wolf charge, closing in and launching Zichuan into the air. After only 2 combos, Zichuan vanished in midair, using teleportation to escape. While everyone searched for Zichuan, they discovered that Wan Xinghui had already caught the boss's movements, her soft sword flashing, mercilessly inflicting the bleeding status on the boss. -100, -100, -100. How did Wan Xinghui find Zi-Chun so quickly after teleporting? Was it luck? Coming to their senses, the others immediately followed Wan Xinghui's pace, and Zi-Chun's health dropped at a commendable rate. Soon, the boss's teleportation skill cooled down and used the same trick again, but Wan Xinghui once again accurately detected its movement. Tian Chong watched in disbelief. It seemed Wan Xinghui wasn't relying on luck, but rather on prediction to lock onto the boss's location. Xiao Wuchang whistled and laughed. "Wan, are you even human?" Zi-Chun's teleportation skill was instantaneous, with almost no wind-up. Theoretically, one could see the landing point by raising their hand in that instant. An ordinary person's reaction speed is between 200 and 400 milliseconds. The raising of the hand for an instantaneous skill is less than 100 milliseconds, so it should be impossible to predict. Unexpectedly, someone actually managed to catch that brief moment. Wan Xinghui's reaction ability was truly terrifying. Xiao Wuchang remembered that the highest record in the history of the joint entrance exam for reaction speed was only 95 milliseconds. She was genuinely curious now. If Wan Xinghui herself could participate in the next joint entrance exam, would she break the record? However, Xiao Wuchang was just thinking about it. Not everyone had the qualification for the joint entrance exam. Zi-Chun's teleportation skill was practically useless. She was constantly entangled by melee attacks, and her sonic attacks, which had a considerable wind-up, were almost always interrupted. Lin Yuan watched as the boss was firmly stuck to everyone, kicked around like a ball, and then rested his chin on his hand, entering a state of sightseeing. Decrease by 45, decrease by 50, decrease by 84, decrease by 40. When Zi-Chun's health dropped to 50%, Sang Fiwen was the first to stop, reminding everyone, she's about to release poison. Retreat. Maintain at least 4 character lengths. Having worked together for so long, everyone had witnessed Wan Xinghui's abilities firsthand, and was now completely convinced, naturally following his lead without hesitation. The order was excellent, and unknowingly, the prototype of a top-tier team had emerged. Zi-Chun was currently in a rather disheveled state, her purple clothes tearing apart inch by inch, rapidly revealing rough, brown bark. She roared angrily, "You filthy creatures, don't touch me." During her transformation, white poison powder instantly erupted from 4 directions around Zi-Chun. If she hadn't stopped her greedy attacks earlier, she would certainly be suffering from the deathly poison buff. Shortly afterward, Zi-Chun fully entered her second stage form, her entire body covered in rough bark, including her face, and her hair transformed into distinct tree buds. Although it was late, Sang Fiwen still asked Lin Yuan, "This poison is potent, Boss Xiaobai, have you learned the antidote?" Lin Yuan, who was sitting on the ground admiring the scenery, snapped out of his reverie. Hearing this, he touched his neck and secretly flicked the invisible, translucent snake. "Ah, I think I learned it." Tian Chong was speechless. "Did you learn it or not?" Aian, jolted awake by the flick, rolled her eyes, and added the advanced antidote skill to Lin Yuan's skill bar. Then, Lin Yuan answered decisively, "I learned it. Call me if anyone gets poisoned." Hearing this, the pressure on everyone eased slightly, and they relaxed and started playing around again. The second phase of the purple camellia was rather clumsy, lacking the agility of its fingers and movements. Instead, it relied on a high defense, poison attack strategy, its weakness being extreme vulnerability to fire. Bei Meng's instant cast flame bullet skill, firing 3 shots in a row with a 12-second cooldown, effectively countered the fire-weak camellia tree spirit. His DPS steadily increased, surpassing Wan Xinghui's -133, -125, -131. Caught off guard in the heat of battle, he was dragged to Zichun's side by a bundle of suddenly elongated tree saplings and struck by a poison powder attack. Within a second of being poisoned, Bei Meng's health plummeted to 0, and he was still stunned, not yet reacting. Heal Bei Meng! Lin Yuan's detoxification and healing, along with Sang Fiwen's reminder, occurred almost simultaneously. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed their newbie boss did have some basic skills, not a complete novice. Tianchong, surprisingly, didn't forget to retaliate against Bei Meng's earlier taunts, mocking, "Bei Meng, I think you just didn't understand, ha ha." While mocking him, he turned and cut off Zichun's tree saplings, saving Bei Meng. Ignoring Tianchong's taunts, Bei Meng immediately focused all his attention and continued his attacks. -54, -98, -130. Steadily and surely, after the purple camellia's health dropped to 10%, it entered the third phase and disappeared from the spot. The branches of the tall tree in the center of the courtyard danced without wind. That was the purple camellia's true form, now back in spirit. Wanqing's flying sword had already reached the purple camellia tree. Be careful, it's going to regenerate health. If we can't kill it within a minute, its health will recover to 50%. Hearing this, everyone immediately put in their best effort, increasing their instantaneous DPS. Even Lin Yuan used his poison Fang staff for basic attacks, various attacks intertwined, crashing down on the boss. -152, -131, -85, -11. This phase tested the team's output, but for this powerful team, it was naturally a piece of cake. 53 seconds later, the purple camellia tree collapsed with a crash, turning into starlight. Only the purple-clad youth's whispered words remained in the world, free. In the next life, I will not be a rootstock. Xiao Wuchang glanced at the message and chuckled. Our progress is really fast, catching up with the fastest team right now. Sang Fiwen asked curiously, where is the fastest team now? Xiao Wuchang generously replied, you should have heard of the Thorn Rose Club, right? They're down to the mobs after the second boss. Sang Fiwen had naturally heard of the Thorn Rose Club. The owner, Zheng Wei, was a beautiful and powerful woman, and all the members were women. Xiao Wuchang suddenly glanced at Sang Fiwen, lost in thought, and muttered to himself, I can't let Zheng Wei meet you, otherwise she'd definitely try to steal my people. Sang Fiwen had excellent hearing and responded to Xiao Wuchang's direct approval with a bright smile. No rush. We should be able to snatch the first kill. With Xiao Wuchang and the others as teammates, if Sang Fiwen couldn't get the first kill, she would have wasted 10 years of playing the game. Not only that, Sang Fiwen also needed to trigger the hidden boss. After dropping their loot into the team's shared inventory, as usual, and taking a short rest, the group continued their journey. They came to a fork in the road, and at Wanqing's suggestion, they took the right-hand path. Upon reaching the end, Tianchong scratched his head. Why is it a dead end? Sang Fiwen calmly replied, we took the wrong path. The others exclaimed in unison, huh? Just that simple, a wrong path? There was no other hidden meaning. Actually, Sang Fiwen had deliberately taken this path. There was a key item there to trigger a hidden boss. She pretended to turn back, but her eyes drifted to a stone tablet in the corner. Preparing for her performance, she naturally pointed to the tablet and said, there's something strange over there. Xiao Wuchang walked to the stone tablet to examine it. It was located at the very end of the dead-end road, behind a small mound, easily overlooked. Digging into the mound, he found a wooden box containing a faded silk and oxhorn scroll. Xiao Wuchang frowned. What's this? There are red characters on it. The faded, old scroll bore vermilion characters, some of which had faded. The text read, by the mandate of heaven, the Emperor decrees, name, for meritorious service in cultivating name, is hereby bestowed 10 measures of gold and 100 bolts of silk as a reward. The key words were illegible. Sang Fiwen naturally knew what it was for, but she couldn't predict the future. Pretending to frown and ponder, she said, perhaps it's a key item for this dungeon. Let's go, see where we can use it along the way. For the next leg of the journey, Tianchong inexplicably became energetic. He looked around, seemingly wanting to explore at any moment, pointing at a suspicious flower, then a suspicious tree. He tested the scroll on everything that seemed suspicious. Everything remained motionless, without any warning. Bei Meng watched the spectacle with his arms crossed. Finally, Tian Chong got tired of all the commotion and decided that focusing on killing monsters suited him best. Upon reaching the final boss's door, everyone was excited and ready to go in and take down the boss's first blood, when Lin Yuan tripped over his own feet and fell against the stone lion at the entrance. Sang Fiwen was so impressed by his incredible balance that she facepalmed. The fair-skinned, beautiful healer, grimacing, dusted herself off and pointed to a crack next to the stone lion. There seems to be a mount underneath. Everyone looked in the direction Lin Yuan pointed. Behind the stone lion, in a dark corner, there was indeed a crack about a finger's width wide, but it was too dark to see anything inside. Tian Chong and Xiao Wuji, seeing this, violently smashed the stone lion and moved it away. Sure enough, there was a small mound, from which they dug out a wooden box of the same design. Bei Meng teased, Lin Yuan, that fall of yours was really worth it. Sang Fiwen admired Lin Yuan's eyesight a bit. Little white boss, you're really something. Your eyes have built-in lighting? It was naturally the little snake Aiyan who reminded him. Lin Yuan chuckled and vaguely brushed it off. It was just the angle. I just happened to catch a glimpse. Without giving it another thought, he opened the second wooden box and found a cinnabar pin inside. Sang Fiwen knew the scroll's purpose. After the final boss died, it could be used to trigger the hidden boss space. But she was a little confused. What was a cinnabar pin for? She never heard of such a thing in the 100 Flowers West Garden in her previous life. Chapter 22. The group pushed open the door to the final boss's room, revealing an open-air flower bed planted with peonies of various colors. In the flower bed stood a meticulously cultivated purple ailanthus tree, its branches adorned with clusters of pale yellow peony blossoms, the legendary high-platform peony. An old man in coarse, linen clothes gazed at his masterpiece, his life's work, yet he took an axe and chopped down the incredibly difficult-to-graft peony. The old man threw down the axe, then burst into maniacal laughter. I, Lu Heng, have spent my entire life grafting trees, painstakingly cultivating this high-platform peony, and in the end, it's all been used to benefit someone else. His laughter abruptly ceased. The old man stared in disbelief at the fallen high-platform peony, his cloudy eyes glancing at the group at the doorway, then at the axe on the ground, and said bitterly, You actually ruined my masterpiece. Utterly hateful. Turn into fertilizer to atone for your sins. System, you have disturbed Lu Heng, the gardener of the 100 Flowers West Garden. Lu Heng, Level 17 Demon King, HP 850, 000/850, 000. Bei Meng scoffed, raising his staff. Has this boss gone mad? He's even trying to turn the tables? After hearing the boss's opening remarks, Xiao Wuchang and Tian Chong beside her had already attacked, but Sang Fiwen remained still. Imperial Edict, cinnabar pen and paper. Gardener Lu Heng. Peony on a high platform. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her, and she called out to Xiao Wuchang, Wuchang, give me those 2 wooden boxes. Xiao Wuchang didn't hesitate, and tossed the 2 boxes to Wan Xinghui. You stall for time, I be done soon. No problem. Sang Fiwen took out the cinnabar pen and the faded silk scroll, picked up the pen, and tried to write on the scroll, but nothing came out. A flash of inspiration struck her. She put the cinnabar brush tip in her mouth, sucked on it, and then wrote again. She used the cinnabar brush to write on the imperial edict made of silk. Soon, a new edict was completed. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, Gardener Lu Heng, for his meritorious service in cultivating the peony on the high platform, is hereby bestowed with 10 ounces of gold and 100 bolts of silk as a reward. Sang Fiwen tossed the faded edict to the excited boss Lu Heng, filling in the blanks where the writing had completely faded. Upon hearing this, Lu Heng froze on the spot, completely unaware of the attacks landing on him by Xiao Wuchang and the others. The old man in rough linen clothes picked up the scroll that had fallen to the ground, repeatedly checked the contents written in vermilion ink, and laughed heartily, tears streaming down his face. Ha ha ha. Excellent. It is indeed me. His long-suppressed frustration seemed to vanish in that moment, and he solemnly recited, Gardener Lu Heng, you have rendered meritorious service in cultivating the peony on the high platform. I, Lu Heng, have rendered meritorious service. A century's obsession dissipated in a single day, and the old man holding the imperial edict vanished into the flower bed. Sang Fiwen had guessed correctly. With the 2 key items used properly, it really was possible to skip the final boss. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the hidden boss was next. World Channel System announcement. The Laughing at the World team members Xiao Wuchang, Tian Chong, Bei Meng, Wang Xingwei, and Lin Yuan have achieved a first-ever clear of the 100 Flowers West Garden on hard mode. World Channel System announcement. The 100 Flowers West Garden hard mode speedrun leaderboard is now open. All heroes and warriors are welcome to come and challenge it. The speedrun leaderboard is a ranking system found in every game's dungeons. The shorter the clear time, the higher the ranking, symbolizing team strength. It's a leaderboard that all major guilds compete for year-round. Meanwhile, everyone's personal channels also receive system notifications. System. Congratulations on completing the first clear of the 100 Flowers West Garden hard mode. Rewards. 100 silver coins, 50 character reputation, 1 skill upgrade point. System. Congratulations to your team Laughing at the World for breaking the 100 Flowers West Garden hard mode clear record. Ranked first on the speedrun leaderboard with a clear time of 35 minutes and 25.12 seconds. Rewards. 200 silver coins, 1 equipment box, Grandmaster quality, 1 material box. The Grandmaster quality equipment box, as the name suggests, can yield Grandmaster quality equipment, but it's random and cannot be specified. The material box can yield random miscellaneous items besides equipment. Anything is possible, but most are low quality, primarily for the lottery experience. The dungeon clear record can be refreshed infinitely. As long as there's a faster clear time, the reward can be claimed. In addition to these system notifications that everyone received, Sang Fiwen received an extra notification. System. Congratulations on your contribution to the hidden storyline, triggering the hidden dungeon the former West Garden. You will be teleported shortly. Upon receiving the system notification, Xiao Wuchang and the others were still in shock, exchanging bewildered glances. That's it? The final boss doesn't even need to be fought? However, the rewards already credited to their accounts, and their record on the dungeon speedrun leaderboard told them it was all real. Tian Chong jumped up excitedly. My greedy wolf charge proficiency is already maxed out. Now I finally have a skill upgrade point. I'm going to upgrade it right now. He seemed eager to head straight to the academy. Bei Meng also smiled. He was also very satisfied with the skill upgrade point. Their leader, Xiao Wuchang, looked gleefully at the speedrun leaderboard. Now my guild name has to be Laughing at the World. Behind them, Sang Fiwen and Lin Yuan vanished. Xiao Wuchang, intending to divide the spoils, looked around and frowned, asking, "Where are Wan Xinghui and Lin Yuan?" The three then realized the two were gone. However, in the party log, their status showed they were still in the instance. Xiao Wuchang tried to send a private message to Wan Xinghui, but it failed, showing she was in a hidden space. Bei Meng offered his speculation. They discovered the Imperial Edict and the Cinnabar Pen, triggering the boss's plot-driven kill. They might have been teleported to that part of the story. Bei Meng's words reminded Xiao Wuchang of the hidden spaces, hidden quests, and hidden NPCs mentioned in Gu Lan's promotional materials. Following Bei Meng's line of thought, Xiao Wuchang nodded, very likely. It's still early, let's wait for Awan and the others to return before dividing the spoils. Less than an hour of game time had passed since they entered the instance, so the three rested on meditation cushions, waiting for Wan Xinghui and Lin Yuan's return. The first announcement from the Laughing Swordsman team sent shockwaves through the various professional club guilds that had been battling it out for some time. The most frustrated were undoubtedly the elite team of the Thorns Rose Guild, led by their owner, Zheng Wei, as they fought the Demon King Gardener. The first kill was lost, and the Thorns Rose elites were somewhat demoralized. Zheng Wei, who had seen countless battles, was disappointed to see someone else beat her to the final boss. But she quickly recovered and continued commanding the final boss battle, determined to at least secure second place on the speedrun leaderboard. She also instructed, investigate how Laughing Swordsman knows Wan Xinghui, who's ranked first on the level leaderboard. Guilds of all sizes have been keeping an eye on individual players ranked high on the leaderboards, trying their best to recruit them. Wan Xinghui, who has consistently held the top spot on the server-wide level rankings, isn't anonymous, but no major guild can contact him. There's no way around it, he's on private mode, and non-friends can't send him messages. However, skilled players usually have their tempers, and everyone's used to it. Since no one can get in touch with him, they just let it go. But Xiao Wuchang has somehow become acquainted with Wan Xinghui, and even cleared a dungeon together, which makes Zheng Wei uneasy. Other major guilds might not have heard of Xiao Wuchang, but she and Xiao Wuchang are old acquaintances, childhood rivals, very familiar with each other. Zheng Wei has always felt that fighting against heaven and earth is nothing compared to fighting against Xiao Wuchang. Therefore, she's determined to compete with Xiao Wuchang for Wan Xinghui. As for the other members of the Xiao Jianghu team, Since they're not on the level rankings, they're naturally ignored by Shen Wei, who only sees the strong. On the other side, Fengxing Yelu, who had just parted on bad terms with Wan Qinghui, looked rather grim. Since the opening of Baiwa Shiyuan, the Brilliant Starlight Guild hadn't stopped its relentless raiding of the dungeon, from easy mode to hard mode, but hadn't managed a single first kill. For the top-tier Brilliant Starlight Guild, this was a crushing defeat, and Fengxing Yelu, as the main person in charge of the raid, was bound to suffer the consequences. Damn it, it was bad enough that their old rivals, Thorn Rose and Prosperous Fireworks, had stolen the first two kills, but how did this unknown group, laughing at the world, suddenly appear? Fengxing Yelu's face darkened, and he sent a voice message to his confidant. Notify everyone in the guild to assemble at the entrance of Baiwa Shiyuan. Make sure to block laughing at the world's group. After hanging up, Fengxing Yelu resumed his composed demeanor, continuing to browse the intelligence on Wan Qinghui, a mocking smile playing on his lips. So what if they got the first clear? They'd just be killing them until they looted all their gear. It would all be for nothing. Where did these rotten fish and shrimp come from? Instead of staying obediently in the mud, they dared to come out and fight for food, so they'd be smashed to pieces. Chapter 23. Besides Sang Fiwen, another person also received an additional system notification. Sang Fiwen looked at her boss, Xiao Bai, and since they were alone, her professional instincts kicked in. She patted her chest and said, "Don't worry, Boss Xiao Bai, I got everything covered. I guarantee a perfect pass. You can just continue enjoying the scenery. Remember to give a good review." Luckily, she stopped herself at the last sentence. Sang Fiwen almost bit her tongue. Jiang Chini, who had gotten the chance to team up with Sang Fiwen alone, pretended to be bewildered, nodded, and followed her closely. The two looked around at their new surroundings. The former West Garden, once a royal garden, boasted a complex of ornately decorated buildings, a thriving and prosperous scene. Walking down the corridor, many maids and servants were busy around, sweeping the courtyard or tending to the flowers. Sang Fiwen tried to strike up a conversation with them, but found that no one paid her any attention. Lin Yuan reached out, only to find he couldn't touch any of the NPCs. "They seem unable to see us or hear us," Sang Fiwen, experienced in the game, said confidently. "We've likely entered the hidden storyline of the dungeon. Now we need to find the real boss." Lin Yuan feigned ignorance, tilting his head and asking, "The real boss?" The transparent little snake Aion, who had been observing the whole thing, silently rolled her eyes, and simply closed them to rest. Her host's act of playing dumb to deceive others was truly unbearable to watch. Sang Fiwen nodded. "It's the person who stole the gardener Lu Heng's credit." She looked around, her tone certain. "The NPCs here will likely reenact the story from back then. We need to find the person who stole the credit, that's the hidden boss." Lin Yuan nodded in sudden understanding, and the two listened intently. They overheard a pretty maid, A, say, "I heard the Emperor is coming to our West Garden today." Maid B, busy tending to the flowers, rolled her eyes. "You? Give me a break. Dreaming of climbing the social ladder? Don't you know the Imperial concubine is accompanying the Emperor?" Maid A's face paled, her dream shattered, and she sighed, "The Imperial concubine has the worst temper. I better stay far away." Maid C chimed in, a little nervously, "Yes, last time the Imperial concubine came to admire the newly opened peony blossoms, she said, 'These peonies are beautiful, but the flowers are short and the buildings are tall. If there were peonies as tall as buildings, then this national beauty wouldn't be wasted.'" Upon hearing this, the Emperor immediately punished the entire group of gardeners. The maids whispered among themselves, their faces filled with worry. "Yes, I wonder if the gardeners will be able to produce the peony the consort mentioned this time?" A young servant boy passed by, overhearing the maids' discussion. He couldn't help but smugly boast, "My master has successfully cultivated a peony. You all just wait and see the flowers bloom." The maids looked on with envy and flattery, saying, "Then please congratulate Master Lu Heng for us. Little Shunzi, you struck it rich. Don't forget us." Little Shunzi ignored the maids, who usually looked down on him, and walked away with his head held high. He was going to find his master to move the peony he had painstakingly cultivated. After the arrogant little Shunzi left, Maid B said irritably, "Just you wait. Eunuch Shang is no pushover. You think someone can get such a great achievement right under his nose?" The scene shifted, and Lin Yuan instinctively grabbed Sang Fiwen. After the spatial transformation fixed, they found themselves before a tall building with green tiles and red eaves, each floor adorned with potted peonies of various colors. Sang Fiwen, held tightly by Lin Yuan, was somewhat unable to move. She hadn't expected her boss to be so timid. She comforted her, "Don't panic, The boss won't appear yet. The plot isn't over yet, let's just keep watching. Actually, during the scene change, both of them had blurred for a moment. Jiang Chini, fearing Sang Fiwen would disappear, acted faster than his mind, instinctively grabbing her. The little snake AI righteously expressed its disdain for its host's feigned naivete. However, its host, at this moment, only had eyes for that woman and completely ignored it. On the tall building adorned with potted peonies, a graceful woman in palace attire accompanied a dignified middle-aged man in a bright yellow robe embroidered with a five-clawed dragon, slowly approaching the railing. Below the pavilion, many people knelt in worship, surrounded by blooming flowers that clustered around a central purple ailanthus tree, its branches laden with large, pale yellow peonies. Purple and yellow were colors favored by the nobility, and the beautiful woman in palace attire wore a satisfied smile. Seeing his beloved concubine happy, the emperor was overjoyed and wanted to reward the person who cultivated the peonies. However, Lu Heng and Xiao Shunzi were nowhere to be seen below the pavilion. The maids in the back row whispered among themselves, "Did you know? An hour ago, Master Lu Heng accidentally fell into a deep well, and his apprentice disappeared too. Who doesn't know? Didn't Eunuch Shang immediately deliver the verdict?" Master and apprentice turned against each other, and Xiao Shunzi ran away to escape punishment. At that moment, the emperor asked a question, and a eunuch stepped forward, followed by a young boy with bowed eyes. This eunuch was none other than Eunuch Shang. He vividly recounted how he led the gardeners in cultivating the peonies on the high platform, providing detailed accounts that could not have been fabricated out of thin air. The audience was completely silent. No one dared to refute him. The emperor, unaware of the truth, laughed and nodded, preparing to reward the meritorious Eunuch Shang. At this point in the story, Sang Fiwen gripped her sword hilt, her thumb pushing the sword slightly out of its sheath, and warned, "Little Bai, be careful, I'm about to attack." Lin Yuan asked, "Is the hidden boss this credit-stealing eunuch?" Sang Fiwen didn't answer. Her willowly slender sword was drawn, and she thrust it towards Eunuch Shang. However, her blade grazed past Eunuch Shang, striking the previously unnoticed pageboy behind him with lightning speed. In an instant, the surrounding high-rise buildings, peonies, eunuchs, emperor, and concubines all vanished. After all the illusions dissipated, the pageboy Sang Fiwen had stabbed did not disappear. The little boy looked up, and there stood the real culprit, Xiao Shunzi, the gardener Lu Heng's apprentice. Xiao Shunzi smiled. "Oh, you found out. System, you have alerted Xiao Shunzi, the former gardener's apprentice in the West Garden. Xiao Shunzi, level 17 Little Demon King, HP 150, 000/150, 000. Lin Yuan, obediently following orders, had already run behind the outermost rockery, peeking around. The hidden boss, the little boy, was small in stature, but wielded a long, narrow, curved sword as tall as himself. His grinning face was full of jealousy and greed. The hidden boss's aggression was higher than the previous bosses. Before he finished speaking, he had already charged towards Wan Xinghui. Unexpectedly, just as Xiao Shunzi rushed towards Wan Xinghui, his body was firmly restrained by the Willow-Leaf's slender sword. That's right, Sang Fiwen had once again predicted the boss's landing point. After inflicting bleeding wounds, with a few swift strokes, the Willow-Leaf's slender sword returned to Wan Xinghui's hand, and the boss was immediately hit by another series of sword attacks. -100, -100, -100, -95, -87, -91. As a hidden boss, Xiao Shunzi was no pushover. Although his initial attack failed, he still possessed unavoidable fast and slow sword strikes and spells, all very difficult skills to deal with. However, Wan Xinghui always managed to block or dodge his fast and slow sword strikes, interrupting his spells first. Xiao Shunzi, a highly prestigious hidden boss, was incredibly frustrated to be suppressed to this extent by a player in a one-on-one duel. Jiang Chini, who was intently watching the battle, raised an eyebrow in surprise. How come she's stronger after leaving her teammates? In her past life, Jiang Chini was also a player of the game, so she naturally knew the player-rated ranking of the most difficult boss skills, with the fast and slow sword attacks ranking high. Why are the fast and slow sword attacks considered so difficult to deal with? Generally, fast sword attacks require players to react instantly, severely testing their reaction speed. Slow sword attacks, on the other hand, are much slower than the player's reaction speed. Players usually can't predict exactly when a slow sword will land, making it somewhat of a feint. When fast and slow attacks are mixed, players' senses are easily confused, making it difficult to judge the timing of the attack, thus making fast and slow sword attacks very difficult to dodge. And this hidden boss, Xiao Shunzi, has at least 5 different fast and slow sword attacks with almost identical pre-attack animations, differing only slightly in their movements. However, she perfectly dodged all these attacks, her movements incredibly precise. A fraction more would have been a waste of energy, a fraction less, and she would have been hit. Jiangchini, who had been anxiously watching Sang Fiwen's movements from behind the artificial hill, ready to provide support at any moment, now relaxed, enjoying the girl's one-on-one duel. He hadn't realized she was so strong. Jiangchini smiled self-deprecatingly. In his past life, he had not only failed at his duty as her bodyguard, but now, he wasn't even sure what kind of person she truly was. But it didn't matter, rebirth was meant to make up for regrets. After a fierce battle, Xiao Shunzi fell to the ground. Even in her final, berserk state, when the boss unleashed a series of attacks of varying speeds, Wan Xinghui not only calmly dodged them, but also seized the opportunity to relentlessly beat the boss. Brutal, powerful, perfect. World Channel System announcement. Player Wan Xinghui and Lin Yuan have completed the first clear of the hidden dungeon, the former West Garden, on hard mode. System. Congratulations on being the first to find the truth of the past, earning the title Seeing the Beginning and Knowing the End, and receiving 100 silver coins, 100 character reputation, and 1 skill upgrade point. Congratulations on completing the first clear of the hidden dungeon, the former West Garden, on hard mode, receiving 100 silver coins, 100 character reputation, and 1 skill upgrade point. Since there's no speedrun leaderboard for the hidden dungeon, there were no other system notifications. Seeing the beginning and knowing the end, title truth seekers often possess absolute insight. Wearing this title increases perception by 150%, increases maximum spiritual energy by 500, and grants an additional 1 perception point upon leveling up. Sang Fiwen equipped the newly acquired title and set it to hidden. Now she has 1 title, 2 titles, and 2 empty skill slots. This dungeon run brought her to almost level 17, a considerable amount of experience. After Xiao Shunzi fell, he left behind a magnificent and exquisite cloud pattern treasure chest. Chapter 24. The magnificent cloud pattern treasure chest is a first clear treasure chest exclusive to hidden dungeons, guaranteed to contain a celestial grade weapon. Sang Fiwen breathed a sigh of relief, rubbing her hands together, anticipating her first celestial grade weapon. Suppressing her excitement, she was about to step forward and open the chest. Lin Yuan came running out from behind the artificial hill, grabbing the chest first, his eyes sparkling with longing, and winked at Sang Fiwen. My luck is always pretty good, why don't I open it? Sang Fiwen took a step back, gesturing for him to open it. Naturally, she wanted to give the opportunity to her boss. Her luck was unpredictable, but her boss, with his good temper, rarely spoke up. Lin Yuan looked at Sang Fiwen, blinked his right eye slightly, and smiled mischievously. Why don't you make a wish first? What do you want? Sang Fiwen was craning her neck to stare at the treasure chest, and didn't see Lin Yuan's flirtatious wink. Making wishes is something Sang Fiwen does every day. Without hesitation, she said, I'm a swordsman, so naturally I want a top-quality immortal sword, preferably one with growth potential, and a high-level swordsman skill book, the kind with a 1 in 10,000 drop rate. She gave the blind man, Lin Yuan, an awkward look, then awkwardly touched her neck, secretly flicking the transparent snake to signal it to get to work. After the cloud pattern treasure chest opened, a gleaming golden longsword lay inside. Lin Yuan heard the girl's joyful cheer. Oh my god, my wish actually came true. Little white boss, can I borrow your hand? Sang Fiwen, seeing the sword-shaped weapon, couldn't help but let out a sharp explosive sound. Then, excitedly, she grabbed Lin Yuan's right hand, which was still resting on the chest opening, and rubbed it vigorously. This red hand, I have to rub it. After rubbing herself clean, Sang Fiwen happily rushed towards the treasure chest, oblivious to Lin Yuan standing beside her. Her face instantly flushed red to her ears. He was already a fair-skinned spirit race member, but now his face was completely red, and his long eyelashes trembled slightly with bewilderment. Sang Fiwen carefully grasped the peony-patterned longsword forged from cold iron, took it out of the treasure chest, and examined it closely. The sword was decorated with peony petal patterns, its entire body shimmering with a pale purple light. The hilt was wrapped in silver thread, and a tassel of peonies hung from the end. 3 jade-carved peonies adorned the tassel, making her feel as if she were holding a garden full of spring colors. System, obtained immortal-grade equipment. System announcement coming soon. Anonymous? Yes. She quickly checked the peony sword's attributes. Luotian peony sword. Luotian Fu set 1/5 growth grade immortal grade. Size 1 by 5 by 1. Weight plus 3.5. This item is untradeable, and will definitely drop upon death. Once the complete set is collected, it will be bound to the player. Item description: the goddess of the Luo River, using the celestial realm as her branch and all living beings as her soil, nurtured a peony destined to wither. Withering? How laughable. When the true dragon is slain and all immortals retreat, only she dares to raise her sword to face the heavenly Tao, preferring to be shattered to pieces rather than kneel. Item attributes: level 15, upgradable, attack ignores level, all attributes plus 150%, penetrates target's defense by 50%, attack speed plus 80%. After being drawn, the wielder loses 0.5% of their maximum health per second. Trait 1 Blade Echo, passive: when the target's health is below 20%, the blade trembles, with a 0.1% chance of a critical hit. Trait 2 Falling into Mud, passive: when an attack hits a target, 5% of the damage is stolen and converted to the wielder's own use. There is an 80% chance to convert it into health points, and a 20% chance to convert it into spirit points. Trait 3 Goddess of the Luo River Possession, active, cooldown, 1 natural day. Goddess of the Luo River Possession lasts for 3 minutes, grants plus 500 health points, plus 1000 spirit points, immunity to all spell damage, absorbs 80% of physical damage, and resists all abnormal statuses. Other traits are unavailable. Please upgrade the equipment level to unlock them. It's actually a growth level celestial grade equipment. Celestial grade equipment represents a significant leap forward, though only one tier below royal orange grade equipment. Besides superior, intermediate, and inferior grades, celestial grade has an additional, higher tier, growth level. Growth level represents another qualitative leap compared to other grades. Collecting a full set of growth level celestial grade equipment is every player's dream. Consider the ultimate graduation goal. In the history of the ancient blue world, after the Immortal Dragon War, the Ascension Ladder broke, and the forging technique for growth level weapons was lost. Only 7 sets survive, scattered throughout the various states and regions of the ancient blue world. In other words, there are only 7 complete sets of the fully upgraded celestial grade equipment in ancient blue, totaling 42 pieces. These 7 sets of celestial grade equipment are Luo Shenfu for the swordsman, Duan Hai Chao for the saber, Piyun Hong for the spearman, Jing Hong Bo for the ranger, Guang Han Jin for the warlock, Jiao Quan Gui for the healer, and Chui Chung Ting for the boxer. Celestial grade equipment cannot be stored in the warehouse. If a character dies before completing a set, all celestial grade equipment will be lost. Countless battles, ambushes, and traps have been triggered by celestial grade equipment. Therefore, players who possessed individual pieces of celestial grade sets in their previous lives were either top-ranked players or elites of large guilds, all possessing the corresponding strength and status. Even so, no one could collect a complete set of immortal grade equipment. Each owner traveled cautiously and discreetly, avoiding unnecessary danger. However, Sang Fiwen, a frequent forum enthusiast in her past life, had only seen the power of these immortal grade equipment in posts, especially the wielders of immortal grade weapons, who were said to be able to single-handedly defeat hundreds, turn the tide of battle, and be invincible. The peony sword from the Ode to the Goddess of the Luo River in her past life belonged to Sheng Wei, the guild leader of the Thorns and Roses Guild, whose name was the same in both the game and real life. The acquisition methods for growth-level immortal grade equipment in her past life were top secret. No one had ever revealed them. She never imagined that Sheng Wei had found the peony sword in this hidden dungeon. Regardless, this trip was incredibly profitable. Lin Yuan, having successfully completed his mission, had regained his composure. He watched the girl's joyful expression from behind, patting his important contributor. A certain little snake in praise. However, before opening the treasure chest this time, Lin Yuan had agreed to one of AI Ant's conditions. He didn't care about the consequences. He savored the girl's happiness, as if she were his entire world, smiling silently, his eyes filled with deep affection. The girl was still the same as he remembered, like a little sun, shining brightly and illuminating his dark world. Besides the peony sword, the treasure chest contained several seeds of 8 famous peony varieties, and even a towering peony. Towering peony, mature spiritual being, a celestial being that grows only in the immortal realm. Legend has it that a human craftsman attempted to imitate the towering peony through grafting, capturing its form, but not its essence. It thrives in places rich in spiritual energy. When in good condition, its branches blossom with peonies, and after blooming, it bears centuries-old peaches. 100-year-old peaches, size 1 by 0.5 by 0.5 centimeters, weight plus 0.2, sweet and juicy, believed to prolong life, a precious medicinal herb. Peony blossoms, Size 1 by 0.5 by 0.5 centimeters. Weight plus 0.1 centimeters. Beautiful color, a precious medicinal herb. Lin Yuan wasn't interested in these, and waved his hand, giving up on rolling for points. Sang Fiwen was deeply moved. A boss with such a good temper, and such good luck was hard to find. She decided to save all the random boxes she got from now on, and whenever Lin Yuan was online, she would help him level up. As for helping him open a few boxes while leveling up, Meanwhile, Xiao Wuchang and his two companions, still waiting, had nothing better to do, so they opened the world chat to see what was happening. Suddenly, a line of dazzling golden text appeared in everyone's world chat. World Channel System announcement. An anonymous player has obtained a celestial-grade weapon. How enviable. The ever-lively World Channel is now in an uproar. At the forefront are the usual seasoned surfers. World Channel star. World Channel love coffee. World Channel love milk. World Channel I love milk. What a coincidence. I'm a golden bachelor, looking for a partner. There are always a few who like to disrupt the orderly ranks. World Channel love milk. Get lost, I'm a man. World Channel I love milk. It's okay, I used to have a boyfriend, looking for a partner. World Channel love coffee. No thanks, I'm already taken. World Channel I love milk. It's okay, I don't mind, let's be a couple. Wait bro. We do mind. Love milk and love coffee, their worldviews shattered, simultaneously blocked I love milk. World Channel Zhanwen. What? A celestial weapon? It's only been a few days since the server opened? World Channel Black Soy Sauce. Regarding the owner of this celestial weapon, to be honest, I have a guess. After this little incident, the World Channel erupted in a heated discussion about the celestial weapon, with all sorts of opinions. Tian Chong and Bei Meng were discussing the system announcement, when Wan Xinghui and Lin Yuan suddenly appeared before the incense table. Xiao Wuchang stood up, his gaze shifting between the two, then gave Wanqing a knowing look. TSK, how's your hidden world going? Sang Fiwen said seriously, Wuchang, why are your eyes twitching all day? I heard that uncontrollable behavior in the game can manifest as a hidden physical ailment. Go check it out after you log off, don't delay. Xiao Wuchang, who had a hidden ailment, choked on his saliva. Bei Meng, who had been watching the whole time, had already seen his boss fail twice. He was struggling to suppress his laughter, and finally turned away to laugh silently. Tian Chong tattled, Boss, Bei Meng is laughing at you. Bei Meng received a hard flick on the forehead. Xiao Wuchang got back to business. The loot dropped by the bosses will be distributed according to need. Those who don't need it can freely participate in the roll. If someone rolls the same number, the one with higher DPS gets priority. How about that? Everyone agreed. The first two bosses didn't drop much loot because they weren't too high level, and the best item was a purple shield. Tian Chong rolled the highest possible drop. A pair of purple shoes granting a 20% increase in movement speed and 30 agility was won by Wang Xinghui with the highest roll, while Lin Yuan obtained a purple accessory granting a 50 increase in intelligence. Bei Meng acquired a pair of purple gauntlets, while Xiao Wuchang, less fortunate, only obtained blue leggings. A dual-wielding skill book was released, usable by both swordsmen and sabers. Dual-wielding, skill book size 1 by 1 by 0.5, weight plus 0.1. Swordsman/saber skill, passive. Each hand wields a sword/saber simultaneously, allowing the use of different active skills. This skill book was undeniably powerful. Both players held their breath, simultaneously rolling their dice. Everyone saw Wang Xinghui roll a 21 first, and was secretly disappointed, but unexpectedly, Xiao Wuchang performed even better, rolling an even lower 13. Seeing the result, Bei Meng didn't care whether the two were leaders or the top-ranked players. He couldn't hold back his complaints. If you randomly grabbed a swordsman from the street, you too would be finished. Xiao Wuchang, who missed out, was quite nonchalant. There's nothing we can do. The strong are always the unlucky. It's not a big deal. Since this dungeon dropped the dual blade skill book, we can just try again later. Sang Fiwen gave Xiao Wuchang an apologetic smile, and then learned dual blades. Hearing this, the lucky Bei Meng felt a little strange. After realizing what was happening, he dared not speak his anger to his leader. He hadn't been able to control his tongue, and he was in the wrong. A lot of monster materials were produced, all scarce items for crafting skills, worth a lot of money. Everyone was eager to start rolling for loot. While the Xiao Ao Jianghu team was enthusiastically dividing the spoils, the Brilliant Stars Guild was gathering at the entrance of the 100 Flowers West Garden Dungeon. Chapter 25. As longtime rivals, the various clubs were closely monitoring each other's movements. To avoid misunderstandings, Fingxing Yelu naturally informed several major guilds within the 100 Flowers West Garden. Guild leader, the Brilliant Starlight Guild has blocked the dungeon entrance, intending to wipe out the team that just achieved the first clear. In such matters, major guilds usually act leniently, and Fingxing Yelu would certainly show some appreciation to the cooperating guilds afterward. After receiving the report from her subordinate, Zheng Wei pondered for a moment, then her face lit up with joy. She had been worried about not having a suitable opportunity to get to know Wenxing Hui. A simple visit just wasn't enough. Notify all online members to proceed to the entrance of Baiwashi Yuan. Those without online accounts, contact them, and try to get here as soon as possible. This event will calculate guild contribution points at double the rate. Zheng Wei arranged everything methodically. She was in a good mood, a smile playing on her lips, thanks to Vice Guild Leader Feng for this opportunity. It wasn't fair to blame her for breaking the rules. After all, Xiao Wuchang was an old acquaintance. Even if Feng Xingye Luo settled accounts later, he would only find that he himself hadn't investigated properly. At the entrance to the Baiwashi Yuan instance, a bustling crowd of players had gathered, creating a lively atmosphere. Most of those not yet in the instance were solo players, forming random groups of strangers. AI Nyonai, AI Cafe, and Xingxing were also forming a random group at the entrance of Baiwashi Yuan, waiting for two destined companions from who knows where. Logically, random players would have to demonstrate their DPS, damage per second, or HPS, healing per second, to pass the interview. But AI Nyonai and the others didn't care. Once they came, they were friends. They could run dungeons together, and just go for it. Perhaps it was this laid-back attitude that made them seem unpopular. Most of those present were leveling enthusiasts, with a certain pursuit of strength. The lively and harmonious atmosphere was shattered by a group of uninvited guests. Regional Channel Wind and Falling Leaves. Brilliant Starlight Guild has booked the entire area. Players near 100 Flowers West Garden are requested to leave within 3 minutes. As compensation, you can collect 1 silver coin at the valley entrance. Clearance will begin in 3 minutes. Countdown starts. Love Milk, who was already planning to slack off, now had a legitimate excuse. Great. Let's go, there's money to be made. Love Coffee and Star looked reluctant. After the dungeon opened, Love Coffee had been eager to show off their skills. Hearing this, she rolled her eyes. Look at you, so pathetic. If you want to slack off, just say so. Let me make it clear, I'm not leaving. Xingxing, having just finished a heated discussion on the World Channel, clutched her head and cried out, No. My idol, Wenxing, is definitely in the dungeon. I'm waiting for her to come out. I'm sure I'd be able to become her apprentice this time. AI Nyonai, not daring to face his girlfriend's anger, poured cold water on Xingxing. Come on, which expert isn't a lone wolf? With your noob level, you think you can be my apprentice? Little Xingxing, are you dreaming? Xingxing was furious, but didn't know how to refute AI Nyonai's objective statement, so he could only angrily hold out one hand. Give me back my pills. AI Nyonai, clutching his backpack, shamelessly said, Go away. Who gives something back after giving it away? No way. Before he finished speaking, AI Cafe punched him away and roared, Quickly. Apologize. Seeing his girlfriend's fury, AI Nyonai slid to his knees. I'm sorry. Suddenly, an ice blade struck AI Milk, blooming into frost flowers. System, Yulin from the Brilliant Stars Team 3 attacked you. You and your team members retaliated against the attacker and their team members. This does not count towards your sin value. AI Milk lost some health and was startled. As a healer, he quickly cast a healing spell on himself. Which by ambushed me. AI Coffee's anger shifted, and she lunged at the warlock who had fired the attack. The warlock named Yulin remained calm. He stood still, raised his staff, and unleashed another ice blade. Didn't you hear? The countdown is over. Clearing the field begins. Those who don't want to leave, lie down. It turned out that AI Milk and the other two hadn't noticed the time had passed while they were joking around. However, Xingxing and AI Coffee didn't want to leave in the first place. The ice blade hit AI Coffee, greatly slowing her sprint. But a cleanse immediately followed. It was AI Milk who intervened, instantly removing the slow effect from AI Coffee. Don't let AI Nyonai's usual boisterous and unreliable demeanor fool you. In crucial moments, he reacts quickly. Unprepared for the opposing healer's purification ability, Yulin miscalculated, but retreat was too late. AI Nyonai's hot-tempered boxer girlfriend had already punched him in the face. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Xingxing panicked. Following her idol's profession, she switched to swordsmanship, and now, sword in hand, she charged forward with a heavy heart. But the next moment, due to her extreme tension, she didn't watch her step and tripped and fell flat on her face. However, this misfortune turned out to be a blessing in disguise. A ranger's arrow grazed just above her head. The ranger, having missed his target, clicked his tongue, aimed at Xingxing's head, and prepared to unleash a powerful crossbow bolt, which, barring any unforeseen circumstances, should instantly kill the prone, fragile swordsman. Seeing the resistance from solo players in the area controlled by Team 3, the other teams of Brilliant Starlight turned their attention to them, eager to see Team 3 make a fool of themselves. Team 3's leader, Ziyin, a gunslinger, with a bright red name and a dark expression, used his cloud-piercing skill to launch AI Coffee into the air, saving the warlock Yulin, and then prepared to finish her off with a combo. AI Nyonai noticed the danger facing Xingxing and AI Coffee, but he had few healing skills and little offensive ability, so he could only watch helplessly. At that moment, a team appeared out of thin air at the entrance of the 100 Flowers West Garden dungeon, led by a heroic female swordswoman with a gourd at her waist and 2 swords. 3 crossbow bolts, accompanied by a strong gust of wind, shot towards the still-lying Xingxing. A white light exploded, and a long rainbow trailed behind. Clang, clang, clang. After Wanxing's flying sword blocked the crossbow bolts, she continued to pursue the ranger who fired the arrows, swiftly killing him in a few moves. A spirited female swordsman strolled leisurely, one hand behind her back, to Xingxing's side. Everything happened quickly. The crossbow bolt slumped to the ground at her feet. Xingxing looked up and saw her idol standing in front of her. Was she seeing things? Had her daydream reached this point? Xingxing rubbed her eyes, still lying down. She wasn't dreaming. Wanxing had used her sword to block 3 powerful crossbow bolts for her. Meanwhile, Tiancheng used his greedy wolf skill, charging to the side of the red-named gunner and sending him flying with a single spear thrust. Time rewinds to 3 minutes earlier. Xiao Wuchang in the dungeon received a private message, a warning from his old rival, Zheng Wei. Brilliant Starlight is lying in ambush at the dungeon entrance. Xiao Wuchang whistled, sharing the news with everyone, only to be met with Wanxing's sudden apology. Sorry, it's probably my fault. I offended Fingxing Yelu before, and it dragged you all into this. Seeing her take on all the responsibility, Lin Yuan suddenly felt a sense of protection. So this is what it feels like to have a bodyguard? Not bad. Tiancheng tilted his head, holding his gun, not quite understanding. What's in it for you to get involved? Isn't a fight a good thing? Bei Meng, however, was only concerned with whether the fight would be enjoyable. How's your skill level? Can you take a beating? Xiao Wuchang laughed loudly. Awan, you saw that? No need to apologize. We guys love PK, and we can't usually cause trouble for others. It's all internal PK. Now, a fight has come to our doorstep. Lin Yuan casually added, count me in 2. How many people from Chui can ambush us? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Xiao Wuchang, who had just been reminded. The latter blinked. I don't know, whatever, let's do it. So everyone rubbed their hands together, swaggering out of the dungeon. Seeing the scene of being outnumbered, they didn't hesitate to help. Tiancheng blindly charged at the conspicuous red-named player, without thinking. This led to the timely rescue just now. Actively attacking a red-named player, or their team, will not accumulate sin points. After Wanxing Hui and her group appeared, Feng Xingyi Luo, who was stationed at the rear, disregarded whether the area was cleared or not and mobilized all members present to surround them. A great battle was about to break out, and Ai Nyonai and her 2 companions received a team invitation. System, the Xiao Jianghu team invites you to form a team. Do you agree? Agree? Xingxing stood up, glanced at the team section, and saw Wanxing Hui's name prominently displayed, along with Xiao Wuchang, the second-ranked expert on the leaderboard. Xingxing reached into her backpack, pulled out a handful of pills, and stuffed them into Wanxing Hui's hand. Idol, hello. My name is Xingxing. These are the pills I made. Thank you for saving me. Xingxing suppressed her excitement and introduced herself. Now that she was actually in front of her idol, she was too embarrassed to mention becoming his apprentice. Sang Thiwen was observing the enemy's situation. At least 10 teams were scattered in all directions, taking full advantage of the terrain. Nearly 100 people had surrounded them, leaving them nowhere to escape. It wasn't until Xingxing started her idol chasing, and even stuffed a handful of pills into her hands, that her attention was drawn back. She hadn't noticed before, only seeing the IDs love milk and love coffee. She hadn't expected their teammate, the player she had saved, to be Xingxing. It was Xingxing. Xingxing, the top-tier wild alchemist from her previous life, was an absolutely gifted life skill player, proficient in crafting various recovery items, especially complex alchemy, which she handled with ease. Her extremely high success rate left other alchemists far behind. She hadn't expected Xingxing to be friends with the young couple. It was a pity she hadn't seen them last time. Facing this renowned life skills player from her past life, Zhang Fuwen quickly accepted the pills and immediately sent a friend request. "Thank you. I'm Wan Xinghui, nice to meet you." Receiving a friend request from her idol, Xingxing happily twirled around. However, whether or not they meet is all about fate. Some people, though they miss each other, can become good friends upon meeting again, like Xingxing. While others, even if they met long ago, remain enemies, like Fengxing Yelua. Tiancheng, spear in hand, strolled back. Behind him lay the corpse of Xian. After dying as a red-named player, the penalty was losing all equipment and dropping a level. Next to the fallen Xian, a ranger, unable to withstand the terrifying flying swords, also lay dead, two unfortunate brothers. Tiancheng, not forgetting to pick up the equipment they dropped, scoffed, "That's it? 10 more wouldn't even be enough for my warm-up." This enraged the players from the Brilliant Star Guild present. These were veteran employees, selected and assigned to the new project, Ancient Blue. Through season management, their equipment was quite good, and all were level 10 or higher players. Seeing 2 members lost in the first exchange, Fengxing Yiluo, sitting in the back row, looked grim. Although it wasn't an elite team, he knew the power of the sword control technique, but he hadn't expected ordinary members to be so weak, unable to last a single round against Wan Xinghui. However, the more powerful the skill, the greater the cost. With a series of attacks, Wan Xinghui and the others would eventually run out of resources. No matter what, his numbers were nearly 10 times that of Wan Xinghui and the others. Could they really be no match for a few people who had just emerged from the dungeon and were short on supplies? Thinking this, his expression returned to normal, his gaze filled with condescending indifference. He announced in the nearby chat, "Hunting begins. Killing Wan Xinghui grants 5,000 contribution points. Killing Ziwa Chang grants 1,000 contribution points, and all other kills grant 100 contribution points. The equipment they drop can be turned in to the guild for corresponding contribution points." The guild points, represented by the glittering starlight, were real money. A swarm of red-named players surrounded the few remaining individuals, greedily eyeing them as if they were looking at an unclaimed treasure chest by the roadside. Chapter 26. Xiao Wuchang and the others laughed in exasperation. What's with the class distinctions? Who does this guy look down on? Xiao Wuchang didn't utter a word, raising his snake-patterned shield. The shield expanded rapidly, making him a force of 10, charging like a wild bull, smashing through a string of red-named players. Purple lightning flashed down with every strike, leaving countless corpses in its wake. -201, -351, -221. 3 fireballs, like meteors, streaked across the sky, crashing into the players who had been knocked away. Bei Meng successfully finished them off, leaving the corpses charred black. Tiancheng took out the purple shield he obtained from the dungeon, advancing alongside Xiao Wuchang, widening the defensive line. His long spear swung with ferocious power. These people were much weaker than the monsters in the dungeon. Fengxing Yiluo frowned. Xiao Wuchang's attack was like a god descending from heaven, causing him to lose many men. But even if laughing impermanence was one thing, how come Tiancheng and Bei Meng, whose names he never heard of, were so powerful? He was unusually restless, and after a moment's thought, disregarding his pride, he began personally directing the team in the chat. Stabilize. Don't break formation. Those with shields, hold the line. Rangers, maintain a safe distance. Rangers, use stealth to flank and cut the back line. Healers, keep up the pace. The team leaders obeyed, trying to regain control of the offensive. As expected of the Brilliant Star Guild, they already had several rangers who had learned stealth. Their figures vanished into nothingness, targeting the squishy mages in the back line. Lin Yuan raised his poison Fong staff, chanted 2 ancient syllables, and cast the newly learned vision-granting skill. Immediately, a beam of holy light shone towards a spot not far from Laughing Impermanence, where several rangers were clearly visible. Damn, they even have a group detection skill. The discovered ranger quickly retreated, but was pierced through the heart by Wan Xinghui's flying sword. -503. Xiao Wuchang's blade flashed, eliminating the remaining ranger who still tried to resist. -240, -308. On the other side, the stealthy ranger, thinking himself lucky to have sneaked up behind Lin Yuan and the others, was about to raise his dagger to stab them in the back of the head when the opponent seemed to have eyes in the back of their head, dodging the surefire stun attack. The ranger who launched the attack failing in his first strike, was instead revealed and blasted away by 3 fireballs from Bei Meng. -293, -279, -301. The remaining 2 rangers were somewhat bewildered. Did the opponent have eyes in the back of their heads? However, the die was cast, so they exchanged a glance, gritted their teeth, and attacked the seemingly weakest healer, Ai Nyonai, together. A ranger struck the target on the back of the head, stunning him solidly. Another ranger gripped his dagger and swiftly slit his throat. Without any crowd control immunity, Ai Nyonai collapsed. -94, -201, -285. Lying there, Ai Nyonai was on the verge of tears. How fortunate she was to have received such a brutal assassination package. Brilliant, relying on their numbers, relentlessly chipped away at the target's health. Xiao Wuchang's spiritual energy replenishment gradually couldn't keep up with his skill demands, and Xiao Wuchang and Tian Chong's shields returned to their original size. One after another, people broke through Xiao Wuchang and Tian Chong's defenses. In the ensuing chaos, the weaker Ai Cafe and Xingxing also fell. Zhang Fiwen, with her exceptional professionalism, worried about her boss's safety, and rushed to Lin Yuan's side as soon as the defenses were breached. Old Fox remained outside her sword's range. The shield-wielding frontline formed an impenetrable defensive line. It seemed the enemy had done their research and were specifically targeting her. Seeing Wan Qinghui rush to his side, Lin Yuan immediately abandoned his previous smooth gameplay, acting like a novice, spamming skills as soon as they were off cooldown, focusing on whatever was available. Enjoying the timely medical attention, Bei Meng suddenly found his health bar critically low. Looking back, he realized it was because Ai Nyonai had died. Actually, Ai Nyonai had already died without a sound, which Bei Meng only noticed now. 859, 203, 215. The enemy's ranged skills came raining down. The low health Bei Meng held on for a while, but his health dwindled, and he collapsed to the ground. Lin Yuan silently thought, "Sorry, brother Bei Meng." Seeing Bei Meng fall, Xiao Wuchang and Tian Chong turned back to defend, standing with Wan Qinghui in a triangle formation, protecting the healer Lin Yuan in the center. The enemy still had over 30 members and plenty of guild supplies, while the 4 of them were out of ammunition and supplies. Zhang Fiwen plucked the gourd and brought it to her lips, secretly weighing it. A mouthful of wine inside could restore 30% of her maximum spiritual energy. But she didn't drink it, instead placing it back at her waist and pausing her sword-wielding technique. The willow-leaf slender sword returned to her right hand, while her left hand rested on the hilt of the peony-patterned sword at her waist. The Luotian peony sword remained sheathed. Seeing Wan Qing stop her sword-wielding, Fengxing Yelu, who had been outside her attack range, leisurely rose and strolled to the front. Fully empowered, dressed in purple and orange attire, Fengxing Yelu stood poised. He indifferently looked at the 4 bloody figures. "Wan Qing, if you back down and join our guild, I can promise on behalf of the guild that all past transgressions will be forgiven, and we will give you the best treatment. What do you say? This is a golden opportunity. You only have 10 seconds to consider, or you and your friends will be wiped out today." Fengxing Yelu finished speaking and fell silent, looking at Wan Qinghui with an air of absolute certainty. Zhang Fei hadn't drawn her peony sword yet, waiting for this moment. This cautious and arrogant old fox assumed she was too weak to wield her sword due to depleted spiritual energy, and then, confident of victory, stepped into her attack range. At the entrance to 100 Flowers West Garden Valley, the members of Thorn Rose had already assembled. In the dungeon, Zheng Wei sat on a futon, resting with her eyes closed. The guild's elite ranger was stealthily observing the battlefield's perimeter, providing her with a live voice update. At this moment, Zheng Wei opened her eyes. Finally, her moment had arrived. A little later than expected, she hadn't anticipated how formidable those guys were. A smile bloomed on her beautiful face. Was this supposed to be a hero saving the damsel in distress scene? Of course, she was going to save Wan Qinghui. Whether Xiao Wuchang lived or died was none of her concern. Zheng Wei, with a smile, teleported out of the instance and witnessed an unforgettable scene. Wan Qinghui plucked the crimson gourd and drank it all in one gulp. Fengxing Yelu, that old fox, actually panicked. His usually narrowed eyes widened for the first time, and he quickly retreated, even using the greedy wolf charge to frantically retreat. In an instant, he had retreated into the crowd behind him, creating a long distance between himself and Wan Qinghui. Only then did Wan Qinghui calmly wipe her mouth, her left hand pushing her sword out of its sheath. A long, golden sword flashed from its sheath, blooming into a peony phantom in the air. Everyone was shocked. It was a golden weapon. So the one who obtained the immortal grade weapon was Wan Qinghui. The sword's tail trailed a long golden light as it chased after the fleeing Fengxing Luo, instantly sealing his throat with a single strike. -1107. Blood splattered. The old fox, who had been strategizing just a moment ago, suddenly went black, his body collapsing to the ground, his soul returning to the cemetery in Luoyang City. Since he wasn't a red-named player, he only dropped one piece of equipment, but it was an orange-tier item. In the cemetery, Fengxing Luo, all his pretense ripped apart by Wan Xinghui's sword, was furious. The terrifying boost from the sword control technique, amplified by the immortal peony sword, meant that even with Fengxing Luo's orange-tier gear, he would be instantly killed. Sang Fei Wan's silence was waiting for her skill to cool down. She didn't know what Fengxing Luo was silent about after saying those disgusting things. However, it was thanks to his aloofness, his slow pacing, his disgusting words, and his countdown, that she didn't have to feign politeness. In reality, from the moment Fengxing Luo stood still to the moment he collapsed, less than 20 seconds had passed. In a mere 20 seconds, the vice president of the Brilliant Starlight Guild, Old Fox Fengxing, lay dead amidst dozens of members. The remaining members of the Brilliant Starlight Guild looked at Wang Xinghui with astonishment and uncertainty. The flying sword returned to Wang Xinghui's side, its tip pointing directly at the group of red-named players. The heroic female swordsman nodded slightly, as if silently saying, "Who will be the next one?" The heroic female swordsman's eyes were bright, her aura like an unsheathed sword, sharp and unstoppable, chilling to the bone. Suddenly, a few players on the edge secretly retreated. Their retreat shattered morale, and the remaining dozen scattered like birds and beasts, unexpectedly running into the main force of the Thorn Rose Guild entering from the valley entrance. A large-scale looting spree began. The Brilliant Starlight Guild suffered heavy losses, collectively dropping a level, all their red-named players becoming white-named, while the Thorn Rose Guild players reaped a considerable reward. The last wisp of spiritual energy dried up, and the peony sword returned to Wan Xinghui's hand, sheathed, a perfect debut. This was the first time the players truly felt the prestige of being number one on the leaderboard. Wan Xinghui's power resonated deeply for the first time. Not only were the players from the Brilliant Star Guild stunned, but Zheng Wei, who had just emerged from the dungeon, was also dumbfounded, not expecting that she was almost unable to even get on the stage. "At least I can have a sip of soup." Zheng Wei gritted her teeth and quickly stepped forward. Only then did Sang Fiwen realize that there were people behind her. Sang Fiwen was somewhat uneasy. If they had come to ambush them now, she really wouldn't be able to protect everyone. Lin Yuan casually narrowed his eyes, but his body was actually tense, secretly gathering his strength. Fortunately, Xiao Wuchang spoke up, breaking the tense atmosphere. "Zheng Wei, your plan was quite good, but how does it feel to have your scheme fail?" Zheng Wei ignored her and extended her hand to Wan Xinghui. "Wan Xinghui, hello, I'm Zheng Wei, president of the Thorns and Roses Guild. It took me a while to gather the people, sorry I'm late." Sang Fiwen breathed a sigh of relief and grasped Zheng Wei's hand. "No thank you. I have to trouble you to clean up this mess." Her gaze swept over the other party's equipment. It was leather armor and a bow and arrow, the equipment of a ranger. Wasn't Zheng Wei a sword woman in her past life? How did she become a wandering knight in this one? Zheng Wei said somewhat awkwardly, "Haha, it wasn't a bad situation, we just got lucky. I have someone calculate the spoils from the valley entrance later, a 50-50th split. If it's convenient, let's add each other as friends. It would be foolish not to take money." So Sang Fiwen nodded, added Zheng Wei as a friend, and couldn't resist asking, "Guild leader Zheng Wei, your profession is a wandering knight?" Zheng Wei nodded, "That's actually related to you. I saw your sword flying video on the forum, and felt it wasn't suitable for me, so I chose wandering knight." Sang Fiwen was embarrassed. It really was related to her. Was this some kind of butterfly effect? Xiao Wuchang, arms crossed, didn't stop Zheng Wei and Wan Xinghui from talking. After all, Wan Xinghui had played a part in tipping them off, so he didn't want to argue about it. Xiao Wuchang was confident. It didn't matter if they met, they were bound to meet sooner or later anyway. With Zheng Wei's temper, she definitely wouldn't get along with Wan Xinghui. The situation was settled. Xiao Wuchang privately messaged his teammates in the graveyard, instructing them to run back to their corpses and resurrect, recovering some of their lost experience. Zheng Wei, on the other hand, sent guild members to stake out the scene, waiting for the corpses of the Brilliant Guild to disappear, giving them no chance to run back. Gradually, the place returned to its usual liveliness. Players continued to form random teams and gossip. The main topic of conversation now was the battle where they had just won against overwhelming odds. On the game forum, a new post, Windfall kicks the top-ranking team's iron plate. Brilliant Starlight's 100-member team surrounded by 5 had already become a hot topic. Seeing that the matter was settled, Sang Fiwen, carrying a large sum of money, couldn't wait to say goodbye to the others and head towards Luoyang City. This dungeon run was very fruitful, and her character reputation had broken the 300 mark, finally qualifying her to buy a shop. Zheng Wei had been very generous, giving them their split of the spoils in advance, saying there would be adjustments as needed, no need to be polite. Sang Fiwen received 100 gold, which was exactly what she needed right now, so she didn't refuse and noted the favor. Luoyang City, as a major city in the eastern continent, later became a residence for many players, and the main stronghold of many large guilds was also located here. Fenghua Avenue in the city center has a very wide street, large enough to accommodate 10 luxurious carriages side by side. Heading west, it leads to the bustling player-free trading square. Both sides of Fenghua Avenue are lined with shops, now all NPC shops, row upon row, all high-end buildings. There are other vacant plots of land available for sale, varying in size and location, with different prices. But without a doubt, all the shops on Fenghua Avenue are in prime locations. And what she's going to buy now is a shop in the extremely valuable Fenghua Avenue. Chapter 27. Sang Fiwen donned a veil, a simple disguise, and stepped onto Fenghua Avenue. Since the main group was still in the starting village, her memories were filled with magnificent mounts and bustling streets. The streets were sparsely populated. Rarely seeing such a spacious Fenghua Avenue, she slowed her pace, taking in the sights. The shops on both sides were dazzling. The enticing aromas of restaurants wafted through the air. The exorbitant prices of gemstone shops, the clanging and jingling of artisans' workshops, the windows displaying exquisitely embroidered garments, the academy resounding with the sound of students reciting their lessons. Finally, she arrived at the starting point of Fenghua Avenue, the central hall of Luoyang City, the official administrative center of Luoyang. It was far more grand than the town hall in this small town. Even the guards at the gate were elite NPCs. The guard dutifully stopped Sang Fiwen. She slapped her forehead and quickly made her title visible. "Thank you for your hard work, guard. I'm here to buy a shop in Luoyang City." The guard meticulously scanned the woman's title, confirming she met the entry requirements before letting her pass. On Fenghua Avenue, a wandering swordsman appeared to be casually strolling the streets, but was actually keeping a close eye on the area near the central hall of Luoyang City. Seeing someone being allowed through by the guards, he quickly reported to his employer. Soon, the swordsman, a professional scout, received a reply from his employer. "Continue to monitor, don't antagonize them, wait for me to arrive." Inside, a beautiful and graceful female official led the way, the path resplendent with gold and jade. Shortly, they arrived at the trading hall, spacious and clean, with a miniature model of Luoyang City in the center. Virtual screens surrounded the model, allowing buyers to view details. "Miss Wan, this is the Luoyang City Real Estate Transaction Center. Welcome to Luoyang City. Please feel free to choose your property in front of the light screen." In her past life, Sang Fiwen had also joined the frenzy here. Back then, even the most remote and obscure locations were priced at tens of thousands of gold coins. Even so, all the shops in Luoyang City were snapped up, leaving only a few residences available, limited to one per person. This impoverished heiress, unable to afford even a small residence, didn't despise herself. After feasting her eyes, she cheered herself up, determined to pay off her debts one day, save up a bit more, and then happily return to staying at the cheap inn. But now things were different. She had a real fortune in her inventory, over 300 gold coins. The server had only been open for a few days, and even large guilds with numerous gold farming groups only had a little over 300 gold coins available. That was to cover the entire guild's expenses. They couldn't spend them as freely as she could. Sang Fiwen walked to the miniature model, located the corresponding area on Fenghua Avenue, and activated the light screen there to check the information. There are currently 10 vacant plots of land for sale on Fenghua Avenue, priced between 100 and 200 gold coins. There are far more than 10 vacant commercial plots available now. However, Luoyang City's trading regulations stipulate that new plots will only be released for sale periodically. Sang Fiwen held her breath, first looking at a spot she had already chosen. This plot, while not the largest, was located in the busiest and most bustling commercial area of her previous life. After the official press conference a year later, when the game enabled the exchange of real-world star coins, 5 currency exchanges were opened in the game. Don't be fooled by the current quiet surroundings of this plot. One of them is located right next to this not too small plot in front of her. There are 2 stock exchanges in the eastern continent, one here and one in Chang'an City. 2 more exchanges are located in the western continent, and the last one is in the central divine continent, surrounded by sea. Without sea crossing capabilities, players cannot currently set foot in the central divine continent. It's a pity that the land next to the future stock exchange isn't yet available for sale, which is somewhat disappointing. However, this is understandable. The system wouldn't be so ahead of its time selling top-tier gold shops. She figures something out when it becomes available. Sang Fiwen carefully selected from the available land. Seeing a particular plot, she decisively pointed to it and said, "I want this place." This place is second only to the previous one. It's adjacent to the largest inn on the left, and the right side is not yet open. Soon, the right side will open a game item auction house. This shop, which was priceless in her previous life, is now priced at 150 gold. After considering for a while, she chose another shop, adjacent to the academy and the escort agency, priced at 120 gold. After changing their class, players can easily accept quests at the escort agency, eliminating the need to painstakingly trigger quests at NPCs, essentially a quest-issuing agency. It's also one of the busiest places for players. Following the graceful female official to complete the transaction formalities, Sang Fiwen received 2 virtual land deeds. Her holographic game property is protected by the laws of the Deed Lawn Star system. The electronic land deeds are now linked to her real-world information, and the same information can be found at the official real estate office in the Deed Lawn Star system. Having obtained the land deeds, Sang Fiwen finally felt a sense of relief since her rebirth. She had finally successfully paved the way for the Sang family in the game. Great! Now, no matter what, she won't end up as a bankrupt heiress. There are a few more things to note, the female official said gently. The initial specifications for the shop are currently a 2-story attic. All shops on Fenghua Avenue have a uniform design, and cannot be altered without authorization. We will build the initial attic, and hand it over to you as a bonus for purchasing the land. From now on, Luoyang City will collect 1,000th of the shop's income as commercial tax. If you subsequently expand the shop's specifications, you will need to pay 1,000th of the actual appraised value of the shop as a handling fee. May your business prosper. With less than 60 gold coins left in her backpack, Sang Fiwen was about to leave when she encountered an acquaintance in the central hall. It wasn't a player, but a native resident, Shen Wan, the mayor of Qianlong Town. Last time I went to the town hall, I didn't see Shen Wan, who was out on official business. So he's here in Luoyang? Sang Fiwen removed her veil and greeted him warmly. Greetings, Lord Shen. Having not seen him for many days, Shen Wan's eyes looked slightly tired. Seeing Wan Qinghui, whom he considered a semi-acquaintance, he finally smiled. Lady Wan? I didn't expect to meet you again. Perfect timing. Regarding the matter I asked you to discuss last time, I wonder if there's any news? What a workaholic. He's already pushing for progress right away. Fortunately, she wasn't prone to procrastination. She accepted the task and immediately went to the Guanjin sect. Now she could turn the task and see if she could get some rewards. To be honest, Lord Shen, to fulfill your request, I traveled through mountains and rivers, enduring all sorts of hardships, and finally met the sect leader of the Guanjin sect. However, sect leader Lu said that his sect had long since withdrawn from worldly affairs, and seemed to have no intention of helping me. Furthermore, I sensed a sinister aura emanating from that sect, so I didn't dare linger and returned. That's why I came to find you. After Sang Fiwen finished speaking, the task details changed. Progress 2 showed as completed, and a new Progress 3 appeared, the content of which was still a question mark. She prayed inwardly, Please, please, I gone this far, please give me a bigger reward. Shen Wan seemed to have expected this, showing no disappointment. After so many years apart, Lu Yanshi, whom she had grown up with, had ultimately gone their separate ways. He sighed, Miss Wan, you worked hard. Do you still have the jade pendant? Could you return it to me? Sang Fiwen reluctantly handed over the high-quality jade pendant, which could fetch a good price at the NPC shop. But she only thought about it. She wouldn't dare sell the top scholar's jade pendant. Shen Wan accepted the intact jade pendant and produced a land deed. I have troubled you many times, Miss Wan, and have not yet had the chance to thank you. I am paid a government salary, and have nothing to offer, except for some meager family property in Luoyang. I hope you will not find this secluded residence undesirable. Sang Fiwen's eyes widened, and she quickly accepted the deed. Was the reward for this mission suddenly so generous? The graceful female official, who had been waiting nearby, gently reminded her, Lord Shen, Miss Wan, the gift of the house still needs to be formalized before it takes effect. While completing the formalities, Shinwen mentioned the progress of requesting aid from the capital. Support would arrive in Qianlong town tomorrow, and if all went well, she would need to lead the way into the heart of the volcano. Shinwen's voice was very mellow, carrying a comforting quality. Miss Wan, please meet me at the town hall tomorrow at 9 a.m. I trouble you to lead the team. After he finished speaking, Sang Fiwen's mission log changed accordingly. Suddenly, Sang Fiwen's private message alerted her. She listened to Shinwen's message while opening it. Star, idol, how could you disappear like the wind? You vanished after I was resurrected. I wanted to learn from you for 100 years. Please, can you take me as your apprentice? Unexpectedly, the future top alchemist was so lively and private. Sang Fiwen felt that her actual age was probably not that old. She was still a little sister. Okay, but I have a mission coming up. How about we go together? But I pass on taking on a disciple. I never been anyone's teacher. Xingxing replied instantly. Wow, idol, you replied to me instantly. I'm so touched. Okay, let's do the mission together. Where are we? Taking advantage of the fact that Shinwen hadn't left yet, she quickly asked, Lord Shin, can I bring my friend along? Shinwen smiled and replied, of course, that would be wonderful. I'm sure your friend is quite skilled. Since we couldn't invite sect leader Lu this time, I hope you invite many heroes from all walks of life to help. Sang Fiwen. Having promised Shinwen, one replied to Xingxing with relief, game time is 9 a.m. tomorrow. Meet at the town hall in Qianlong town. Be on time. Considering Xingxing's safety and the need for a healer, she shamelessly messaged Lin Yuan, Boss Xiaobai, are you free tomorrow? She quickly sent the message only to find Lin Yuan was already offline. Xingxing then messaged again, idol, can I bring my friends? Like AI Nyonai and AI Nyonai. AI Nyonai is a healer with good awareness, and AI Cafe seems to be a boxer. It's just a volcano trip, that should be enough. Sang Fiwen readily agreed. The volcano terrain was complex, she wasn't afraid to go alone, but with so many of them, it would be best to have a ranger scout ahead, so she sent a private message to Ji Qianlu. The other party was online, and replied instantly. Sang Fiwen's private message buzzed several times. Okay, I'm free tomorrow, see you there. Great God, you finally showed up. By the way, I saw you got the first clear, that's amazing, congratulations. Master, why don't you ever use voice messages? I'm so uncomfortable with text messages. Sang Fiwen, truly afraid of Ji Qianliu's rapid-fire barrage, replied with a text smiley face, and silently closed the private message. She still had a lot to do. She needed to stock up on some popular yellow-grade Thunderpool scrolls to sell in her shop, a practice known as reselling. And she needed to check out the residence Shinwen had given her. If she remembered correctly, the Luoyang auction house was about to open, and she needed to set aside some funds to buy items that would appreciate in value at the auction house, a practice known as bargain hunting and hoarding. While calculating her plans, she unknowingly arrived at the residence Shinwen had given her, located in the southeast corner of Luoyang. Being so focused on her thoughts, Sang Fiwen didn't notice a little tail following her at a distance. Luoyang was adjacent to the Luo River, making water and land transportation convenient, and the people lived and worked in peace and contentment there. A tributary of the Luo River flows into the city from the southeast, almost dividing Luoyang in two, before joining the main Luo River in the northwest and flowing towards the Three Rivers. Looking up, she saw a garden surrounded by water on all sides, with a blue stone arch bridge as the only entrance. The garden was bursting with spring colors, and a long corridor meandered around it. At the center stood a two-story pavilion amidst flowers, its green tiles and vermilion roof. This scene reminded her of a line of poetry she had learned from ancient literature. Banana trees shroud the green steps, pavilions and terraces are surrounded by fragrant blossoms. Unconsciously, Sang Fiwen had reached the platform in front of the pavilion. The tributary, called the Luo River, flowed gently beneath her feet. She was unusually stunned. Beneath her stunned exterior lay a heart overflowing with emotion, tears streaming down her face. Lord Shen, are you perhaps a rich second-generation heir? Chapter 28. Calming down, her excellent memory brought back a memory. In her past life, this was an unclaimed scenic island. The pavilion in the center was a high-class inn, the private property of an NPC in Luoyang City. A playboy player, who adored the place, tried every means to buy it as his residence. Unable to communicate with the game NPCs, he directly contacted the game's official company. Giant Technology, facing this mysterious playboy, was quite troubled and could only issue a statement overnight. Everything in the ancient blue world is generated automatically by the supercomputer and cannot be changed by humans. In other words, our company is just a heartless maintenance machine, powerless to do anything. Because the playboy himself had made this matter widely known beforehand, an anonymous person posted a record of the progress on the game forum. In the end, because the matter was left unresolved, the post was deleted. Now this place belongs to Sang Fiwen. If that playboy still covets it, won't he try to force her to buy it? Whatever. She faced whatever comes her way. Since her rebirth, she's never been afraid of anything. What's hers, she hold onto firmly. Anyone who dares to try and take it will be beaten until they submit, and dare not even entertain the thought. With half a day left in the game, Sang Fiwen did nothing but manage her mansion. She ran back and forth between Finghua Avenue and Huajian Shuixi, busily arranging everything, finally getting it mostly done. She spent a considerable amount of silver coins hiring an architect NPC to transform most of the place into a glass greenhouse. Then she also hired a gardener NPC from Luoyang City to plant rare peony varieties. Her budget was limited, and she couldn't afford to hire master-level NPCs who charged exorbitant fees for projects, so she only hired apprentice NPCs. It wasn't that she was stingy. There were some promising apprentice NPCs among them. However, hiring promising apprentices was an art, just like a job interview in real life. You needed to understand their personality and strengths. They couldn't be lazy or stupid. It was very time-consuming and laborious, and you could easily make mistakes. But she had an amazing memory. She remembered which apprentice NPCs in her previous life were promising. 2 delicate-looking girls and a taciturn servant followed her to a secluded flower-lined pavilion. The 2 girls were apprentices who had only recently started, but they had already completed their apprenticeships so quickly. They were overjoyed to have secured a long-term order and secretly resolved to take their first professional project seriously. Sang Fiwen took out the peony pavilion, peony seeds, and fragrant vines and handed them to the 2 gardener girls. The girls exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with surprise. Such rare and precious flowers were reserved for master gardeners. System: Chun Yu's affection for you has increased by 3, Qiushir's affection for you has increased by 3. Chun Yu and Qiushir carefully accepted the precious flower seeds and bowed to Sang Fiwen, saying, "We will certainly not fail Miss Wan's expectations." Sang Fiwen nodded, went to the inner room, found the study, took out paper and pen, and quickly began to draw up design plans. In her previous life, she had copied many mecha design drawings. Designing a common glass greenhouse was a piece of cake for her. The apprentice architect stood silently by, watching his employer's sketches, his eyes gradually brightening. Who would have thought that fragile fired glass could be used to make an insulated house? System: Fong Ning's favorability towards you +5. Taking the design drawing, Fong Ning was no longer dull, her eyes lit up. A new idea she had never considered before had been opened up. Fong Ning carefully put away the design drawing. "Miss Wan, I have benefited greatly from your design drawing. I should not charge for this project, but food and lodging." Sang Fiwen smiled, food and lodging included. "And you must pay for the labor." Fong Ning refused with a cupped hand, insisting, "I absolutely will not accept labor. Just give me the design drawing." As expected of a future master architect, she had her own set of principles. Sang Fiwen nodded in agreement. Except for the ink-eating slug, which still needed to be kept in the inkwash space, all other spiritual creatures could find a suitable place to live in this meticulously designed garden. Sang Fiwen calculated the time. The ink-eating slug should have produced a spirit pearl by now. She checked the status of her inkwash space, and sure enough, there was an extra spirit pearl. Spirit pearl, size 0.5 by 0.5 by 0.5, weight plus 0.1. Automatically absorbs spiritual energy when idle, storing 1000/1000 spiritual energy. Can be socketed. After socketing, equipment gains a 20% increase in spiritual energy absorption speed. She hadn't paid attention for a while. The ink-eating slug had thrived and matured, directly producing a large one. Sang Fiwen went to the artisan's shop again, and socketed the spirit pearl into her spider ring. Now, her purple-grade ring had a poison-avoiding gem and a spirit pearl, filling the socket. She could simply remove it later if she needed to replace the equipment. Her outfit possessed an astonishingly high spiritual energy sustain. If it were revealed, it would likely elicit envious glances from those who consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Having changed her residence, she naturally didn't forget to inform Lun Wanchu, immediately calling her via voice chat. Lun Wanchu was in a rented tailor's shop, looking up from a pile of leather and fabric. A piece of tailored cloth hung from her head, and a white feather adorned her hair. These past few days, after some preliminary research, Lun Wanchu decided to first learn equipment crafting, one branch of which was fashion tailoring. In her vision, she believed that fashion would definitely have a place in the future market of ancient blue players. Lun Wanchu's idea wasn't unfounded. The Imperial Blue Star system was technologically advanced. Cosmetic surgery had penetrated to the genetic level. If one wanted, they could spend money to completely transform their appearance, to the point that even a blood test wouldn't reveal their kinship. However, this would no longer fall under the category of a natural person. A natural person's identity is precious. No one would abandon their natural identity for excessive cosmetic surgery, becoming an artificial human or a clone. However, everyone has a desire for beauty, and the pursuit of beauty is widely welcomed. The current trend is to meticulously refine one's personal characteristics while preserving them. While the techniques are simple, aesthetic sense is crucial. Image designers and plastic surgeons with good aesthetic sense are naturally highly sought after, with celebrities and politicians lining up to work for them. If Sang Fiwen heard this analysis, she would know that the above are all high-sounding reasons. The real reason is simple. Lun Wanchu herself is vain. To this end, Lun Wanchu enrolled in some unreliable courses in real life. For example, she worked as an apprentice in a dynamic portrait photography studio and as an assistant in an image design studio. As a young lady of the Lu family, doing such things was considered unconventional, and was naturally strictly forbidden by the Lu family. Every time Lun Wanchu used the excuse of going to learn from Sang Fiwen, she actually sneaked off to work as an apprentice's assistant. Lu's mother greatly admired the Sang family's daughter, and always considered the academically excellent Sang Fiwen a rare talent in the industry, naturally wanting her daughter to learn more from her. When Sang Fiwen received the first checkup call from Lu's mother, she had no choice but to lie. Perhaps because she had played along with Lun Wanchu so many times, it's no wonder she acted so naturally as an NPC in Gulan. I digress. Lun Wanchu answered Sang Fiwen's voice call, preemptively speaking mysteriously, "Wanching, come back. I'm a full-fledged tailor now. You witnessed the birth of Gu Lan's first fashion master." Sang Fiwen wasn't surprised at all. Congratulations, a rising star in the fashion world. Lun Wanchu dropped her mystery, letting out a happy squeal. Why didn't Gu Lan launch sooner? I wouldn't have had to sneak off to the photo studio anymore. I made you a perfect outfit. Wait for me to take it to the town hall later. Oh dear, you're such a tightwad. Don't bother going to the town hall. I already sent you the coordinates of the new stronghold via private message, and I reserved a guest room for you. Lun Wanchu glanced at the coordinates, greatly surprised. You struck it rich. How come you own a house in Luoyang? Having done business research on the game these past few days, she wasn't a novice anymore. She knew that houses in Luoyang wouldn't be cheap. Shoo, keep it low-key, keep it a secret. After hanging up, she didn't forget to send a message to the World Chat. World Channel Evening Star returns. Bounty revised. Killing Chu Madman once will earn 3 silver coins. Collect the bounty daily at dusk at number 1 Fenghua Avenue, Luoyang City. The bounty is valid indefinitely. Chu Quangren, secretly leveling up in the wilderness, felt a bit breathless upon seeing the news. He hadn't expected Wan Qinghui to be so persistent, even raising the bounty. The news of Wan Qinghui, the top-ranked player, defeating the Brilliant Star Guild had already reached the top of the game forums. Being relentlessly pursued by Wan Qinghui, Chu Quangren felt disheartened. Unbeknownst to him, a ranger was already watching him from afar. At dusk, a group of players arrived on Fenghua Avenue to collect their bounties. One ranger, after collecting his reward, casually mentioned, Chu Quangren just asked me to pass on a message, saying he knows he was wrong and will delete his account and start over as an apology. Sang Fiwen raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. She had thought Chu Quangren was a tough nut to crack, but he softened so quickly, she didn't believe it. That evening, not receiving any news of Wan Qinghui withdrawing the bounty, Chu Quangren silently prepared to delete his account in a corner. That damned woman was heartless. He had given up hope. Restarting sooner would give him some time to catch up. But just before he was about to confirm deleting his account, his long-dormant friend system received a friend request. System, Feng Xingyi Luo has requested to add you as a friend. Do you accept? There's always a way out. Chu Quangren's face lit up with joy, then a fierce glint appeared. You old hag, just you wait. Wan, come and have breakfast. A familiar, long-lost voice woke Sang Fiwen from her light sleep. The voice belonged to Sang Fiwen's mother, Miss Qinlan. Qinlan had just returned from Sabay Star and personally prepared a loving breakfast for her daughter. She had called several times already, but seeing that her daughter hadn't responded, she had no choice but to go upstairs and knock on the door. Unexpectedly, her daughter, who was going through a rebellious phase and always argued with her, hugged her tightly as soon as she opened the door. "Mom, I missed you so much." Sang Fiwen buried her head heavily in Qinlan's shoulder, speaking in a muffled voice. In her past life, after the family went bankrupt, for some reason, Sang Jinan made another foolish decision, trying to make a comeback on the same old path, but unexpectedly, a collapse occurred. In that accident, Sang Jinan pushed his wife out of the way, while he himself was buried deep inside. After being discharged from the hospital, Qinlan was depressed every day, barely managing to get by on her love for her daughter, until finally, she passed away. Qinlan thought it was because she had been gone for a month, and her daughter, for once, missed her, so she smiled and said, "I just went out for a while, the new project." "Never mind. Let's not talk about that today, come down for dinner." Qinlan, remembering her daughter's apparent aversion to family affairs, stopped the conversation. This was a rare moment of warmth, and she didn't want to get into an argument. She ruffled her daughter's hair, messing up the unsightly blonde hair, her originally beautiful black hair, dyed blonde. Sang Fiwen looked up with her messy hair, blinking rapidly. Why don't we just abandon all that and move into Gulan now? Those were her inner thoughts, stuck in her throat. Because they sounded like the influence of games, since holographic games were still considered part of the entertainment industry, not the lucrative energy industry. She opened and closed her mouth repeatedly, unsure how to offer her suggestion subtly, leaving it stuck in her throat. Sigh. What could she do? In her past life, she had hated inheriting the family business. Qinlan found it amusing and asked helplessly, "What?" "Spit it out." Sang Fiwen gave up struggling and asked dejectedly, "We won't go bankrupt, will we?" Qinlan glanced at Sang Fiwen in surprise. Although it was a discouraging remark, she was surprised that her daughter was unusually concerned about the company. This was good news for Qinlan. She had always hoped her daughter would take over the company. To avoid spoiling her daughter's mood, Qinlan carefully said, "The new project is indeed challenging, but you need to have faith in our family. Your father and your mother are both capable. Don't worry. And your brother." Sang Fiwen couldn't help but mention her brother, Sang Peifeng. A flash of disgust crossed Qinlan's face, but she quickly suppressed it and said nothing more. Sang Fiwen knew when to stop. She knew Qinlan had always disliked Sang Peifeng, so she could only curse Sang Jinan inwardly. In short, Qinlan disliked Sang Peifeng because of Sang Jinan. In her previous life, Sang Peifeng, who had gone to explore with Sang Jinan and his wife during the collapse accident, also disappeared, his fate unknown. Sang Fiwen remembered that her brother had been very protective of her when they were young. If he was second to none in protecting his own, no one would be first. But as they grew up, Sang Peifeng became increasingly distant, and she couldn't understand why. Chapter 29. After breakfast, Sang Fiwen glanced at her personal terminal, which showed that today was the day of the preliminary entrance exam for the Imperial Blue Military Academy's early admission program. Almost forgot. Oh no, time is running out. Sang Fiwen downed her milk in one gulp, went back to her room to find the recommendation letter Chu Ci had given her last time, grabbed her bag, and rushed out. "Mom, I'm going to be late, I have to go. I talk to you when I get back." Qinlan looked at her impulsive daughter and shook her head, slowed down. Same old story, always so reckless. Hearing this, Sang Fiwen felt a lump in her throat. Even though she had grown into a hard-working adult in her mother's heart, a child is always a child. She went to find Jiang Chini first, but the room was empty, and she didn't know when she would be able to get leave again. Perhaps, like in her previous life, she would leave without saying goodbye again. The girl stood in front of the empty room, lowered her hand from knocking, and looked down, lost in thought. A moment later, she shook her head, drove her hovercar herself, ignoring speeding, and sped off, finally arriving at the examination hall just in time. Luckily, the examination hall was on the capital planet. Otherwise, having forgotten about the exam, she would have been left only to sigh in vain, and then be severely punished by Chu Ci afterward. The waiting room was already filled with top students from all over the country, each vying for attention, and hardly anyone spoke, resulting in a quiet room with little chatter. A vibrant voice broke the silence. "Sorry. I'm not late, am I? Here are my ID and recommendation letter." The staff at the door meticulously checked the authenticity of the ID and recommendation letter, found Sang Fiwen's name tag, and had her wear it on her right chest before allowing her entry. A group of outstanding young people had gathered in one room, all having fought their way through layers of selection, their rankings earned in a sea of applicants. Upon hearing that the girl entering with a letter of recommendation, most felt disdain, many displaying mocking expressions. Upon entering, Sang Fiwen felt dozens of eyes fixed on her, some scrutinizing, some indifferent, some disdainful. For a moment, she felt as if she were being pierced through. She boldly pierced through the spiderweb-like gazes, walked through the waiting room, and found an empty seat. Only after sitting down did a staff member belatedly announce, "Candidates with letters of recommendation, go straight and turn right, that's your waiting area." Sang Fiwen gave an "oh," showing no embarrassment, stood up, and, under the barrage of glares, strolled confidently towards another waiting room. A nepotism case, huh? They dare show their faces here? A candidate with thick eyebrows and large eyes spoke, his voice a low sneer, laced with disdain and barely suppressed jealousy. Sang Fiwen pretended not to hear, walked to the correct spot, and looked inside. 3 people were sitting inside, a boy and 2 girls. The boy had soft, short, brown hair, his long, slender hands resting on his knees, his posture impeccable, his features handsome, and a warm smile on his face. As Sang Fiwen reached the door, the boy also looked towards it, a look of surprise appearing on his handsome face. Sang Fiwen? Lu Qingcheng? Both of them simultaneously uttered slightly surprised whispers. A girl with pigtails, her name tag reading Ji Qian, curiously darted between the 2 girls, occasionally glancing at the other girl with short, ear-length hair. The girl with short, shoulder-length hair was named Hua Yun. She had been chatting and laughing with Lu Qingcheng earlier, but now she looked at Sang Fiwen with an unsettling gaze. Before Lu Qingcheng could even catch up, staff members led everyone to the examination hall. Another person arrived late, accompanied by a dismissive apology. "Sorry I'm late." It was a black-haired boy, his white shirt half tied up and half hanging loose. His face was perfectly sculpted, but his features were unremarkable, except for his captivating eyes. The staff member frowned, but upon seeing the boy's name tag, their displeasure vanished. The boy's name was Bai Yuan, recommended by the highly respected elder Jiang, someone not to be trifled with. As for the others, they were all backed by powerful figures. The staff member led the way, silently assessing the situation. Lu Qingcheng was probably the least influential among them, a promising talent favored by Colonel Hua Yi. Thinking of Hua Yi, the staff member felt a pang of cynicism. His rapid rise to colonel was certainly suspicious. Behind Hua Yi was the Hua family. In recent years, the Hua family had climbed the social ladder by ingratiating themselves with a powerful figure close to the new president, and their business was booming. The girl with short, shoulder-length hair, Hua Yun, was his youngest daughter. Another girl with pigtails, Ji Qian, although her recommendation letter didn't mention anyone particularly prominent, had an ancient surname, which was enough to inspire awe. And Sang Fiwen was strongly recommended by Chu Ci, the youngest female major general in history. Thinking of Chu Ci, the staff member felt a surge of admiration. Unlike Hua Yi, Chu Ci had repeatedly performed extraordinary feats for humanity in interstellar space, earning her accolades through hard-fought battles. Well, these teenagers are all too dangerous to offend. The staff kept their eyes down, leading the way. Lu Qingcheng's attention was entirely on Sang Fiwen. Having not seen her for days, he had a lot to say, but he could only suppress it, and walk towards the examination hall in the silence of the group. Upon seeing Lu Qingcheng, Sang Fiwen's dead memories began to resurface. In her past life, around this time, she had just completed her coming-of-age ceremony. Lu Wanchu had secretly arranged a grand romantic confession for her brother, Lu Qingcheng. Amidst the cheers and jeers, Sang Fiwen decisively rejected him on the spot, showing him no mercy. Lu Qingcheng wasn't embarrassed. Instead, Sang Fiwen and Lu Wanchu had a falling out, and she avoided the Lu siblings for several months afterward. Looking back now, she realized how naive she'd been. What was there to be so awkward about? It was just that Lu Qingcheng liked her. What did it have to do with her? Having cleared her mind, Sang Fiwen regained her composure. She'd only been surprised because she hadn't seen Lu Qingcheng in so long. After all, he was a familiar face from 10 years ago. In her past life, after going bankrupt, she received a stingy stash of money from Lu Wanchu, but she never received a word of concern from Lu Qingcheng, not even a simple greeting. Well, it was all right. After all, apart from Lu Wanchu, everyone else disliked her because of her massive debt. Perhaps the young man simply admired the glamorous young lady of the Sang family. It wasn't surprising, it was only human nature. The preliminary selection test for the Imperial Blue Military Academy, as usual, should have included a physical fitness test. But now, before the candidates was a spacious indoor arena, with dozens of black aircraft cabins set up on it. At the very front was a tall platform, below which was a temporary control panel where several research center staff members were busy integrating the dozens of cabins into an encrypted private network. Located on the 8th floor of the Imperial Blue Center Research Institute headquarters, deep underground lies the location of the supercube spark. At this moment, through complex methods, some power has been diverted into this encrypted private domain, creating a holographic examination room. The bespectacled girl from the Research Institute is waiting at the control panel, with her senior sitting beside her, monitoring the entire process. This collaborative project between the Imperial Blue Military Academy and the Research Institute has required their team to work overtime for a full month. The examinees signed confidentiality agreements on their personal computers one by one, then entered a designated area and lined up to await their turn. Why is it the ancient blue stealth game pod? Damn it, I didn't expect to be waiting here. Some examinees were already whispering amongst themselves, most with blank expressions, clearly not expecting this year's preliminary physical test to be in this format. A small number of students with inside information remained calm, even eager to try. Sang Fiwen instantly understood the crux of the matter. During training, Chu Xiai had mentioned some inside information. The physical fitness tests at the Imperial Blue Military Academy had always had a problem. The test scores of the candidates didn't match their overall abilities. Many candidates who theoretically measured S level showed overall abilities lower than A level after enrollment, and this phenomenon wasn't uncommon. Meanwhile, the Central Research Institute was struggling to find individuals with S-level mental strength to conduct confidential tests and collect data in order to improve stealth technology. The true effectiveness of stealth technology certainly couldn't be hidden from the Imperial Blue Military Academy, known as the Premier Military Academy. Therefore, the leaders of both sides quickly reached an agreement. After joint research, they generally agreed that stealth technology was the best way to test overall physical fitness, thus giving rise to this innovative assessment method. These candidates were the first to try this new approach. On the platform at the very front, a group of examiners from the Imperial Blue Military Academy sat, solemnly observing the candidates. With keen eyesight, one could spot a dozing, frizzy-haired old man among the serious examiners. Sang Fiwen, with her sharp eyes, quickly spotted Chu Xiai sitting slightly to the right of the center. Today, she had abandoned her casual retro style, wearing a solemn white uniform, her hair meticulously styled, her epaulets bearing a classic pattern of one moon and one star. A major general not yet 30, she was undoubtedly the most dazzling star in the Imperial Blue Star System's military. At the center sat the principal of the Imperial Blue Military Academy, his epaulets bearing one moon and 3 stars, General Jingxing. He was around 50, considered middle-aged in the Imperial Blue Star System, where the average lifespan was 200 years. He was robust, with an imposing presence. After the initial surprise, the whispers had automatically ceased. The outstanding young people were now lined up, their eyes bright, awaiting the start of the assessment. On the platform, Principal Jingxing, seated in the center, scanned the room. Sang Fiwen noticed that his gaze lingered for a moment longer on Ji Qian, the girl with twin ponytails. The principal spoke slowly, his voice deep and resonant. This preliminary selection will utilize the latest stealth technology from the Imperial Blue Center Research Institute. Regardless of whether you pass or not, I hope everyone will maintain top-secret secrecy upon returning. Imperial Blue's constitutional network covers everything. Do not harbor any illusions. I do not wish for the Imperial Blue Galaxy to lose any outstanding geniuses. After this warning, the principal continued to explain the preliminary selection process. Young people, the content of this preliminary selection is a battle for survival and conquest. The battlefield will be the ancient blue world. Chapter 30. For the next 12 hours, you will enter stealth mode through these pods, enter the private holographic examination room, kill monsters to earn points, and survive until sunrise. After sunrise, the survivors will be ranked according to their points, and the top 20 will pass the preliminary assessment. The assessment is open to all methods. Everyone must rely on their own abilities. Well then, I wish you all good luck. I hope to see you all again in the next re-examination. The candidates saluted the examiners on the platform in unison, then entered the pod simultaneously. Beside the control panel, the group led by the girl with glasses was methodically controlling the system, transmitting real-time holographic images back to the giant light screen on site. After entering the dedicated stealth pod for the assessment, perhaps due to the lengthy initial human depth scan, Sang Fiwen felt as if she had traversed a long river of time, with blurry images flashing through her mind. Between the sky and the earth, shattered golden light flew, forming a wide golden avenue. A serene immortal with flowing sleeves and a true dragon retreated from their entangled battle to a distant standoff. Fire, rain, and frost flew backward, sword light and blood blades reversed, and devastation was replaced by vibrant life. It seemed as if the history of the ancient blue world was reversing. She had a premonition that the so-called holographic battlefield was the ancient blue of 1,000 years ago. She hadn't expected to get to play the ancient blue DLC, additional content, while participating in the assessment. What a steal! After an unknown amount of time, Sang Fiwen found that her 5 senses had returned. Had she entered? In the last glance before she opened her eyes, another image flashed through her mind. In that scene, she glimpsed a vast galaxy, and beside nebulae resembling butterflies spreading their colorful wings, tiny specks of dust the size of mustard seeds slowly approached. This scene, seemingly unrelated to Gulan, seemed to have slipped from the depths of her memory. Those scattered nebulae were all dead planets. Could it be from a space science documentary she'd seen before? This little episode was quickly forgotten by Sang Fiwen. She was now in a primeval forest. Since she had entered the game world, the first thing she tried was to call up the game panel, but there was no response. Without a game panel, she couldn't see her character's attributes, so Sang Fiwen had to muster her attention and quickly look around. What she saw before her shocked her. Towering, solitary mountains, their shadows piercing the clouds, and through the gaps in the towering trees, the dark sky shone, upon which countless dragons. The sky was dark, the canvas like black velvet, and the long, winding bodies of the dragons, like thumb-thick golden and silver threads, darted across the heavens. Their enormous eyes surveyed the world, sharp and alert, much like eagles hunting for prey. Suddenly, a golden dragon seemed to spot something. It hovered for a moment, then swooped down, its body growing from the thickness of a thread to blot out the sky, grabbing something from an exposed area. It was a person, likely a newly generated stealth examinee, who had unfortunately spawned in a sparsely wooded area. Lacking cover, they were discovered by the dragons, and became the first to be eliminated. Several more dragons swooped down, tearing apart examinees, who had spawned in the exposed areas with a single claw. None survived. Sang Fiwen saw a flash of white light in the distance, in a sparsely wooded area, where an examinee had spawned. Watch out, find cover. Although the examinees were rivals, Sang Fiwen still called out a warning. However, she realized her warning seemed somewhat unnecessary, as the other person had clearly moved the instant they appeared. With a burst of speed, the person rushed into the dense forest where Sang Fiwen was, moving like a nimble cheetah. Sang Fiwen recognized the person. It was Bai Yuan, the black-haired boy who had arrived even later than her. She couldn't help but touch her face. Her appearance shouldn't have changed. Bai Yuan saw her, but didn't stop his charge, causing Sang Fiwen's body to tense. Could it be? Was this guy going to repay kindness with enmity? However, Sang Fiwen sensed something unusual coming from above, and in an instant, she made a choice, to trust the black-haired boy. Bai Yuan didn't slow down at all, charging towards her like a cannonball. The next second, she was violently knocked away, flying several meters with the force of the impact, and both of them crashed into the stream. Above, a massive black dragon claw descended, barely grazing their clothes, leveling the spot where they had just stood. Dragons, with their exceptional intelligence, had already noticed the faint, flickering lights, the white light that illuminated the candidates for fresh animation. This was the first test, designed to prevent immediate elimination. A shadowy black dragon in the sky noticed the white light that illuminated their refresh animation. Cunning by nature, it sent its claws into the void, silently teleporting above the forest. Because Sang Fiwen's attention was focused on Bai Yuan, she didn't notice the danger in time. However, as soon as Bai Yuan landed, her shout drew his attention, and he saw the girl's perilous situation. An act of kindness, in effect, saved both herself and others. Soaked to the bone, the two scrambled ashore and immediately plunged into the dense forest, fleeing the perilous spawn area. The night wind was biting cold, and even in safety, they dared not light a fire. Forced to endure the piercing chill, their soaked clothes were already showing signs of freezing. The activity had given veteran gamer Sang Fiwen a better sense of the strength of her current body, seemingly matching that of a max-level character. The system had been surprisingly generous, directly gifting her a max-level character's body. Encouraged by this newfound power, Sang Fiwen rubbed her hands together, her spirits unaffected by the initial drenched state. Bai Yuan, standing silently beside her, handed her several red fruits he had picked from somewhere. Her eyes widened. They were flame fruits. In the game, these fruits permanently increased strength. She wondered what effect they would have here. Bai Yuan had already demonstrated the effects of eating the flame fruit, his body now enveloped in steam. He nodded to her. It warms the body and restores strength. Sang Fiwen was skeptical, but after eating one, she too began to emit steam, and much of the strength she had lost with her body heat was restored. Wow, the effects of rare fruits here are like this. Is this what the native inhabitants of Gulen experience like? Thanks to Baiyuan, the two of them easily overcame the cold. The night deepened, and the dragons in the sky gradually returned to their towering peaks. Now they could move around freely. The two began to explore more freely, carefully wandering around, but they didn't find a single monster. Although they didn't find any monsters, they did find many rare and precious herbs. Besides the flame fruit they had found earlier, various precious herbs were hidden among the grass, occasionally emitting a soft, moist glow. Sang Fiwen's eyes widened again. Lingji, ginseng, Hisho Wu, dendrobium, cordyceps. These were rare finds even in normal games, but here they were scattered sparsely, one every 10 steps. Unfortunately, this was a private domain. She couldn't take them with her. Sang Fiwen felt a pang of heartache. Seeing this mountain of gold before her, yet unable to move it, was an indescribable pain. Baiyuan, arms crossed, watched the girl's distressed expression and suggested, "Why don't we pick some? They should also help restore stamina." The flame fruit from earlier had already demonstrated that these things were definitely useful for restoring stamina. Sang Fiwen nodded, and the two immediately got to work, rolling up their sleeves to pick flowers and herbs. Chu Xiai, watching the live broadcast from the platform, twitched at the corner of her mouth. While the other examinees were searching for monsters, she was pulling her teammates along, bending over and weeding. She definitely needed a good talking to when she got back. Extra training, absolutely extra training. Night had fallen, and all the dragons had returned to their nests to rest. Nearly 90% of the examinees remained alive when the system notification sounded. System, weapon selection boxes have been distributed. The points leaderboard has been refreshed. Please kill monsters in Dragon Ridge to gain points. Basic trial objective, gain points. Points are inheritable. Survive until sunrise. Advanced trial objective, seize the dragon treasure and survive until sunrise. Friendly reminder, please avoid the black tide. Some honest examinees were inwardly shocked. What did inheritable points mean? Did they really have to scheme against each other? Others didn't think so, like Sang Fiwen, who focused her attention on the black tide. Seeing her deep in thought, Baiyuan broke the silence. Shall we team up again? They followed the path of the herbs, gradually approaching the central area. The wind rustled through the trees, and the closer they got, the more they sensed pairs of eyes watching them from within. Sang Fiwen and Baiyuan, with their exceptional perception, had naturally noticed the anomaly. The monsters here were intelligent and adept at concealment. They were cunning and wary, not attacking proactively but secretly observing, waiting for their prey to tire in the cold night before baring their fangs. Monsters that could hide were difficult to kill. Teaming up was the best option. So she nodded, agreeing to team up, and suggested, "I have a plan. It's dangerous, but the reward should be good." Baiyuan chuckled, listening attentively. "Oh? A dangerous plan? I like that. Tell me about it." At the edge of the forest, small groups of examinees were retreating in the opposite direction, heading towards the area where monsters were less numerous. A burly, handsome examinee retreated to an area with an air barrier, presumably the very edge. He was accompanied by two other examinees, forming a small team. The team leader, with his thick eyebrows and large eyes, said, "We rest here. Later tonight, we go and kill those on the leaderboard and steal their points." One team member asked worriedly, "Will this really work? Shouldn't we just go find a group of monsters?" The other team member scoffed, "Why not? We can rely on our own abilities. It's not against the rules." The team leader continued, "If I'm not mistaken, our character physiques are generated based on our actual physical abilities. I estimate we're around level 90, and judging from our performance so far, your character level shouldn't exceed mine, right?" He glanced at the two team members, who remained silent. Then he continued, "I, Gu Lan, am already level 13. Soloing level 15 monsters is my limit, but the monsters here are at least level 100. How efficient do you think we'd be at killing monsters?" The worried teammate replied, "We can team up with others. That should increase efficiency." Before the captain with thick eyebrows and big eyes could answer, another teammate mocked, "How can you guarantee you won't become cannon fodder? Listen to the captain. Conserve your energy here." The captain with thick eyebrows and big eyes nodded approvingly. "That's right. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind." The three sat down to rest, waiting for the data on the leaderboard to update. In the thick darkness of the night, outside the invisible air barrier, a black mist, like a tangible ink painting, slowly spread towards the center. Where the inky black fog covered, everything turned to dust. Chapter 31. Beside the control panel, staff from the research center were diligently monitoring the private domain. In front of the podium, dozens of virtual screens floated in midair, broadcasting the real-time assessment results. The girl with glasses also watched the screens. Those recklessly pushing the boundaries stood out, silently commenting, "The death aura is already spreading, these candidates are really slow." Sure enough, soon enough, a black tide invaded the air barrier, and several candidates, led by the one with thick eyebrows and large eyes, turned into white light, failing the assessment. A moment later, the candidate with thick eyebrows and large eyes ejected from the cabin, his face showing resentment, refusing to accept the result. "Report, may I request another chance?" he pleaded loudly, unwilling to give up. A staff member nearby said, "I'm sorry, this student, there's no second chance. But this isn't fair. The rules for the assessment aren't clear. Furthermore, I question it. Why can some people participate with just a letter of recommendation, while I had to go through so many tests to get here?" The candidate with thick eyebrows and large eyes blushed, desperately grasping at this last straw, his voice loud and clear, sounding extremely self-righteous. Chu Si frowned upon hearing this. Adaptability is a basic quality of every soldier. There are no rules on the battlefield. She paused, then unceremoniously ripped away the candidate's attempt to cover up his embarrassment. "You should be grateful that there's a way to take the assessment without a letter of recommendation. Otherwise, even if you worked hard for 10 years, you probably wouldn't be able to get one." Hearing this, the candidate with thick eyebrows and large eyes clearly didn't believe her and wanted to continue arguing, but at this moment, his eyes swept over the information on the central screen. Character level ranking. Note: character levels are generated based on a combination of physical potential and mental strength. First place, Sang Fiwen, level 100. First place, Bai Yuan, level 100. Third place, Lu Qingcheng, level 99. The top few were all candidates who had entered with recommendation letters, and the top two were both at the maximum level, a full 10 levels higher than him. His face darkened, as if he had lost all his spirit in an instant, and he was helped out of the examination room by staff. The male examiner next to Chu Si frowned. Which school trained this person? He'd be blacklisted from now on. Chu Si raised an eyebrow. "Hua Yi, you don't need to do this. One person doesn't need to raise the level of an entire school." Hua Yi glanced at Principal Jingxing's expression, unable to discern anything, and continued to express his opinion. "This is clearly a problem with education. Students of the Dillon Military Academy must not." He became more and more agitated, his voice growing louder, before being interrupted by the elderly man, with an explosively white head next to him. "Hey, what's all the noise about? Can't the old folks get some sleep?" Hearing Elder Jiang speak, Chu Si and Hua Yi, who had wanted to continue arguing, shut up, ignoring each other and continuing to stare at the light screen. A black tide suddenly surged forth. Some unprepared examinees on the periphery couldn't dodge in time and were eliminated, turning into streaks of white light. The monsters hidden in the shadows were also startled, rushing out from their hiding places, all running in one direction. Once they converged, they would form a powerful monster tide. Taking advantage of the monster tide's infancy, Sang Fiwen and Bai Yuan, who had been observing from a large tree, seized the opportunity to strike. Both chose long swords as their weapons. They leaped down from the tree and attacked the few cunning monsters that emerged. Their combined sword energy crisscrossed, and several monsters fell to the ground. Sang Fiwen received a series of notifications. System: killed a Tier 1 monster, gained 1 point. System: killed a Tier 2 monster, gained 2 points. System: killed a Tier 1 monster, gained 1 point. System: gained monster ability Stealth. So the monsters in Dragon Ridge are ranked by stages, the lowest being Tier 1. She wondered what tier the dragons belonged to. After defeating monsters, there was a chance to gain skills. Wasn't stealth a skill exclusive to rangers? Bai Yuan narrowed his eyes, glancing at the distance. Black Tide is still 10 body lengths away, retreat a bit. During the battle plan discussion, Sang Fiwen assumed the Black Tide was a threatening force to both humans and monsters. She boldly proposed using this to hunt down the hidden monsters. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuan recalled a scene he witnessed while searching for the flame fruit, a thick, inky black mist surrounding the forest's edge, causing everything to wither in its wake. Sang Fiwen's guess was largely correct, and the two devised a plan to hunt monsters at the edge of the Black Tide. Thanks to Bai Yuan's eyes, which could see the Black Tide in the darkness, the two fought and retreated, always managing to escape to safety just before the Black Tide could seize them. After taking down numerous first and second tier monsters, their names climbed to the top of the leaderboard, occupying first and second place. far ahead of the third-place player. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from the depths of the forest, and a colossal beast, a full 5 meters tall, charged out of the woods. This monster resembled an elephant, with long, curved tusks. It was a third-tier monster, the giant mammoth. The giant mammoth roared and charged towards Sang Fiwen and Bai Yuan, its long, sharp tusks knocking over trees along its path. The two leaped aside, dodging the ferocious attack. A flash of cold light, and several deep wounds appeared on the mammoth's body. Abnormal bleeding. The mammoth thrashed its hooves wildly, shaking the earth, and swung its tusks horizontally, charging straight at Sang Fiwen. She rolled repeatedly, narrowly dodging the attack, and upon landing, activated stealth, disappearing into nothingness. The mammoth, having lost Sang Fiwen's sight, turned to attack Bai Yuan. This mammoth was tough and resilient, not easy to deal with. Faced with the fierce attack, Bai Yuan did not engage in a direct confrontation, fighting and retreating without greedily striking, only seizing fleeting openings to strike fiercely. Sang Fiwen fought with increasing ferocity, enjoying the exhilarating battle. She discovered that fighting in the private domain was incredibly free. It seemed that invisible shackles had been broken, boundaries had been shattered, and the constraints of various rules had disappeared. If before they were dancing in shackles, now they were dancing without them, completely unrestrained. The fierce battle between the two and the mammoth attracted some uninvited guests. Shadowy figures lurked in the distance. After several rounds of guerrilla warfare, their teamwork was flawless, propelling them to the top of the leaderboard, firmly holding the first and second positions. Leaderboard refreshes every minute. First, Sang Fiwen 21 points. Second, Bai Yuan 20 points. Third, Ji Qian 7 points. Fourth, Lu Qingcheng 5 points. After the Tier 3 monster mammoth fell, the two avoided the monster horde and went to a cave to recuperate. However, they had only sat down for a moment when the ground beneath their feet trembled. A monster horde was coming. Bai Yuan and Sang Fiwen exchanged a glance. They had clearly come towards an area with few monsters, so how could there be a monster horde? Someone deliberately lured them here. Sang Fiwen said apologetically, "I was careless. I was too busy killing monsters." Bai Yuan needed to keep an eye on the Black Tide's movements, while Sang Fiwen naturally had to pay attention to other hidden movements. Damn it! She clearly knew what the Imperial Blue Military Academy's spots meant to everyone, yet she still thought too highly of humanity. Bai Yuan not only didn't blame her, but his eyes also held a hint of barely perceptible tenderness. He shook his head. "It's not your fault. From the moment we entered the rankings, they've been wary of us, and they must have kept a good track of the distance." The two quickly left the cave, only to see a monster horde composed of enormous mammoths charging towards them 500 meters away. A fully formed monster horde is incredibly ferocious, difficult to confront head-on, which is why they chose to use the Black Tide to hunt monsters that hadn't yet formed a horde. However, the worst part now was that the cave they chose to hide in to avoid the monsters only had one passage. Bai Yuan, staring at the surging mammoth herd, mimicked Sang Fiwen's earlier gesture and chuckled, "I also have a plan, but it's dangerous, though we should be able to escape." Sang Fiwen didn't hesitate. "Tell me." With danger imminent, Bai Yuan succinctly explained, "I have a time-stop skill, which can pause the state of an object. I can use time-stop on a sword. The sword doesn't need to be too high, just higher than the mammoth herd. Then we strike the sword in the same direction, allowing it to accumulate enough kinetic energy." Sang Fiwen's eyes lit up, and she continued Bai Yuan's words, "Then we can jump onto the sword, and at the same time, you can deactivate time-stop, allowing the sword to carry us over the heads of the mammoth herd." Bai Yuan smiled but didn't nod. Half right. The mammoth herd was only 100 meters away. Without time to think, Sang Fiwen tossed her sword horizontally upwards. Bai Yuan used his skill, the sword hovering high above. The mammoth's giant hooves were less than 10 meters away. The two quickly struck and charged, and in the nick of time, Bai Yuan shouted, "Done. Mount your sword." Sang Fiwen lightly touched the ground, leaping onto the sword, only to see Bai Yuan still standing in the same spot. The fierce breath of the mammoths was already upon them, ruffling their hair. She looked sharply at Bai Yuan, only to see the black-haired boy smiling and waving at her. "Half right. It's to get you out of here." Time stopped, then dissipated. Sang Fiwen, riding the sword fully charged with kinetic energy, instantly flew away, the mammoth herd instantly engulfing Bai Yuan's figure behind her. She should have calculated that the kinetic energy charged in such a short time wouldn't be enough for the two of them to escape. She knew perfectly well that this was just a virtual world, merely a non-life-threatening assessment, yet why did she feel such a tightness in her chest? Sang Fiwen roughly wiped her face, no longer looking back, her gaze forward, resolute and bright. She took in several furtive figures not far away. Bastards. A few minutes later, Sang Fiwen stood atop several corpses, unusually swearing, spitting several times before the bodies turned to white light. You bunch of trash, you don't deserve to enter the Imperial Blue Military Academy. After killing the instigator, who had triggered the strange tide, Sang Fiwen embarked on her hunting journey alone. Human hearts are treacherous, she had used up all her luck, encountering Bai Yuan. From now on, she would trust no one. On the platform, Chu Xiai, who had been clenching his fists, finally breathed a sigh of relief and praised, Bai Yuan is a good guy, quite loyal. Ahem. Chu Xi's words were interrupted by old Jiang, who had been dozing off, but had somehow opened his eyes halfway, and was watching the live broadcast. Oh no, he almost forgot, Bai Yuan was the old man's recommended student. Chu Xiai scratched his head, and awkwardly apologized to the old man. Teacher Jiang, I'm sorry. It's alright, students are all judged by their own abilities. Your student is quite good, when will you bring him to meet me? So he wasn't angry. Chu Xiai breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Jiang Zi, seeing that there was no movement in Bai Yuan's cabin, continued to rest with his eyes closed, secretly grumbling to himself, his mood as if he had just ridden a spaceship. Jiang Chini, that kid, is smarter than a devil. How could he possibly be in such a predicament for a girl? Wait, could it be that this kid has finally fallen for someone? That's right, that's more like the spirit of a young man. Jiang Zi stroked his beard, a satisfied smile on his face. 1,000 years ago, Dragon Ridge was always silent. The dragons were incredibly powerful, and no creature dared to roam freely there. But tonight, it welcomed a group of uninvited guests. On the leaderboard, the names that had occupied the top 2 spots for the first half of the night had now fallen to near the bottom. Lu Qingqing's hand swiftly moved, unleashing a beautiful full moon slash. The giant beast fell, blood splattering everywhere. He glanced at the leaderboard. He was currently second, still some distance from Ji Qian in first place. The girl with short, ear-length hair sat on a branch, swinging her legs. She looked at the sky and giggled. Looks like I won't be able to get first place. Lu Qingqing nodded, smiling at Hua Yun, who was reaping the benefits, and said, It's alright, just the first test. He glanced at the rankings. Sang Fiwen's score remained unchanged at 21. For some unknown reason, Sang Fiwen's score hadn't changed at all since the latter half of the night. Lu Qingqing had originally intended to go find her, but after encountering Hua Yun on the way, he abandoned the idea. At this moment, his eyes showed neither worry nor curiosity. He was completely indifferent. Originally, his ideal wife was his childhood sweetheart, the eldest daughter of the Sang family, a perfect match, but that was merely a matter of weighing the benefits. Now that he had Hua Yun, he didn't see anything wrong with choosing a different wife. As the heir to the Lu family, he couldn't be like his sister, Lun Wanshu, carefree and unrestrained. He could never act on emotion. Only by maximizing the benefits of his choices could he ensure the family's longevity. Just before the first rays of dawn shone, the previously silent system suddenly issued an announcement. System. Candidate Sang Fiwen has slain a Tier 5 golden dragon, gaining 100 points, and obtaining a dragon treasure, also gaining 100 points. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Lu Qingqing raised an eyebrow, a fleeting look of surprise in his eyes, quickly replaced by interest. Hua Yun, perched on a branch, took in the handsome young man's expression, his brow furrowing slightly, as he watched the name soar to the top of the leaderboard. Sang Fiwen, covered in blood, stood atop a massive golden dragon corpse, holding a moonlight dragon pearl in her hands. Almost simultaneously with the dawn light shining on her face, a system announcement followed. System. Candidate Bai Yuan has slain a Tier 5 shadow dragon, gaining 100 points and obtaining a dragon treasure, also gaining 100 points. Upon seeing the system announcement, the blood-soaked girl, holding the moonlight dragon pearl, smiled knowingly. Due to extreme exhaustion, her figure swayed slightly. Chapter 32. After escaping the mammoth horde, her and Bai Yuan's scores remained unchanged, gradually falling to the bottom of the leaderboard. If Bai Yuan's name hadn't remained on the leaderboard, Sang Fiwen would have thought he had truly been crushed to death by the giant beasts. Unexpectedly, her plan was exactly the same as his: abandon the smaller monsters and hunt the dragon directly. This plan was nothing short of a high-stakes gamble, a win-win or a lose-lose situation. The sun rose, and 36 examinees survived. The leaderboard stopped updating, displaying the final results. Leaderboard, first place, Sang Fiwen, 221 points. Second place, Bai Yuan, 220 points. Third place, Ji Qian, 203 points. Fourth place, Lu Qingcheng, 850 points. Fifth place, Chen Mo, 185 points. Sixth place, Lin Yuan, 851 points. Seventh place, Ho Shangyun, 150 points. The assessment ended, and the hatches of the black cabin automatically popped open. On the leaderboard, the top 5 spots were almost entirely occupied by candidates with recommendation letters. At this moment, the other candidates felt a greater sense of admiration. Their gazes toward Sang Fiwen and the others remained complex, but now tinged with respect. Sang Fiwen's face was somewhat pale. Before being forcibly kicked out, she seemed to see a tiny, golden, fiery figure waving at her. Before she could see clearly, her consciousness returned to reality. Slaying the dragon was truly exhausting. Her mental energy was severely depleted. She didn't have time to pay attention to those gazes. Rubbing her temples, she took a deep breath and suddenly heard a congratulatory voice. Xiaowan, congratulations. Lu Qingcheng exited the cabin, looked around, found Sang Fiwen, and immediately smiled and offered his congratulations. The handsome young man, his face still showing worry, said, I've been looking for you, but I haven't been able to find you. Xiaowan, I'm so glad you're all right. Hua Yun, standing beside him, rolled her eyes and said coolly, You're certainly concerned about your friend, but he went straight for the dragon's nest, probably without even thinking about. Lu Qingcheng glanced at Hua Yun, gently shaking his head, signaling her not to continue defending him. Sang Fiwen fanned herself in front of her face with her hand. Who's gotten jealous? Out of modesty, although Hua Yun had feelings for Lu Qingcheng, she had never explicitly stated them. She didn't want to be the one to confess first. Sang Fiwen's retort was sharp and to the point, making her feel somewhat embarrassed and annoyed. Her face flushed, she quickly glanced at Lu Qingcheng, then glared fiercely at Sang Fiwen. Sang Fiwen knew when to stop. As for Lu Qingcheng's concern, she didn't respond. After all, he was her best friend's brother, so she maintained basic politeness, nodding to Lu Qingcheng before searching for Bai Yuan in the crowd. Beside them, a pair of eyes had been observing them, that of the twin-tailed girl Ji Qian. Her eyes shone brightly, looking directly at Sang Fiwen through the crowd. A dragon-slaying master, in the previous assessment, Ji Qian had also attempted to complete the Dragon Clan's mission. However, as soon as she approached the dragon's nest, the overwhelming dragon breath made her hesitate. She had no choice but to obediently find lone monsters, or small monster hordes, to accumulate points. Ji Qian silently clenched her fists. She must learn more from the dragon-slaying master after enrolling. Sang Fiwen searched around but couldn't find the black-haired boy. She was somewhat disappointed, but there was still the re-examination where she could see him. She could express her gratitude then. The principal's voice rang out. Congratulations to the top 20 outstanding young people for qualifying for the second round of testing. I hope you will continue your efforts and prepare well for the final assessment. A few people gradually approached, exchanging pleasantries with her. But she only smiled and nodded, waiting like a zombie until it ended, until Chu Xi came to her rescue. Is that all you got? Come on, come back with me. Let's continue training. Chu Xi said sternly, pulling the pale-faced Sang Fiwen away from the crowd of examinees. Faced with the renowned instructor Chu, the examinees dared not utter a sound, fearing they would be added to the Devil's Notebook. Although she vowed never to ride in Chu Xi's car again, Sang Fiwen truly couldn't drive the hover car anymore. She lay like a corpse in the back seat, a special nutrient solution Chu Xi had given her dangling from her mouth. While drinking the nutrient solution, Sang Fiwen mumbled thank you. Relaxing now, Sang Fiwen felt incredibly tired, a weariness that emanated from the depths of her soul. All she wanted to do was go home and collapse into bed. Chu Xi scoffed, if I hadn't come to your rescue, you were just going to let them keep surrounding you. After downing 5 doses of potent energy-restoring nutrient solution, Sang Fiwen felt much better. Not really, I just pretend to faint. If I faint, someone will carry me out. Chu Xi sighed inwardly. This competition had shown her that her student, seemingly invincible, possessed a naive kindness within and still needed refinement. However, this was also one of the reasons she liked Sang Fiwen. She wanted Sang Fiwen to be tempered in the future, yet she didn't want her to lose her good qualities. Oh well, we see. After she graduates, she can always stay off the battlefield and work in logistics. Chu Xi, lost in thought, sighed inwardly, while Sang Fiwen in the back row was already energetically doing sit-ups, wasting no time. Chu Xi said irritably, lie down and rest. There's plenty of time for training. She suddenly remembered something and added, by the way, I might not be at school recently. If you want to train, Just go to my place and use the equipment I given you access. Sang Fiwen obediently lay back down. Okay, I won't slack off. This time, the hovercar drove smoothly. After arriving home, Sang Fiwen went into the equipment room. She couldn't sleep yet. She had invited a group of people to the volcano, and she couldn't stand them up. Fortunately, the nutrient solution contained calming and nourishing properties, which could bring about a similar effect to light sleep. After logging in, Sang Fiwen stared blankly at the thing in her hand, somewhat bewildered. It was a bead as bright as the moon. This bead? It's exactly the same as the dragon treasure she obtained during the assessment. Could it be a bonus reward for first place in the preliminary assessment? Now she can see the item's information panel. Filled with doubt, Sang Fei opened the dragon bead's attribute panel. Golden Dragon's Dragon Bead, Dragon Treasure, size 1x1x1, weight plus 0.5. Acquisition method, chance to obtain by defeating dragons in Dragon Ridge. Collecting 7 may bring a surprise. Function description. The holder of this item receives a 200% bonus to all attributes and an additional 1 point of strength upon leveling up. It possesses a natural aura of power against non-dragon creatures, dealing an additional 100% damage to monsters. The interior is engraved with a phantom space. The Dragon Ridge Teleportation Array. The teleportation array has a 10 game day cooldown. A teleportation array? From Dragon Ridge? She checked the game time. 7:30. It was still early before the appointed time, so Sang Fiwen used the Dragon Ball's teleportation array without hesitation. System, you are about to be teleported to the illusory Dragon Ridge. The maximum time limit is 30 minutes. If you die within this space, your character will enter a weakened state for 1 day, all attributes reduced by 19%. You will automatically exit this space after the countdown ends. You can also use the Dragon Ball to exit at any time. Confirm teleportation? Yes. The surrounding space shifted, and in an instant, Sang Fiwen found herself amidst towering mountains. The previously serene sky, like black velvet, was now a clear blue, and dragons were flying through the air. The forest was quiet, while beasts hid in their dens, having developed a nocturnal habit, daring not to appear under the dragons' noses during the day. Sang Fiwen was lucky enough to spawn in a densely vegetated area. As soon as she landed, she began to run towards the thick vegetation. The flashing white light would alert the dragons, nearly causing her to be eliminated instantly. Sure enough, about 5 seconds later, a frost-covered dragon's breath struck, freezing the spot where she had spawned. Having avoided the initial danger, Sang Fiwen hid for a moment, confirming there were no other threats before checking her basic information. She could now access her character panel, which still displayed the information for the level 17 swordsman, Wan Xinghui, and the items in her inventory remained unchanged. Scattered on the ground were lovely Ganoderma lucidum, ginseng, and other rare medicinal herbs, along with other surprises. During the earlier assessment, it was too dark, and she hadn't noticed that these weed-like things were actually wild medicinal herbs. Sang Fiwen felt like she was sitting on a mountain of gold. Alchemists are highly sought after in the ancient world of Gulen, not only because of the low success rate of their elixirs, but also because medicinal herbs are scarce. Wild herbs are almost extinct. Players typically buy common herbs from pharmacies, or, if they're not in a hurry, buy seeds to grow them themselves. However, herbs are precious and difficult to cultivate. Growing herbs is troublesome. They require fertile spiritual soil, and watering with spring water containing spiritual energy. Spiritual spring water is usually extracted by evaporating rice wine, and a bottle of rice wine only yields a few drops. Obtaining common herbs is already this difficult, let alone rare ones. According to the game's historical background, Dragon Ridge existed in the ancient world of Gulen 1,000 years ago. At that time, the Ascension Ladder had not yet been destroyed, and the human world was rich in spiritual energy, which is why these herbs, seemingly like weeds, grew everywhere. Sang Fiwen leaped down, eagerly reaching for a graceful, 10,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum. System, harvesting failed. Master-level harvesting skill required. Damn! I forgot, the rules here have reverted to the games. Characters come with a basic gathering skill, but she never practiced it, so she could only gather the 3 basic herbs, red, yellow, and blue. Sang Fiwen sighed at first, but remembering that basic herbs could sell for 1 silver coin each in the NPC shop, she perked up and focused on weeding, making the most of every second. In the tranquil primeval forest, beside the graceful forms of rare and precious herbs, like 10,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum, 1,000-year-old ginseng, and 100-year-old snow lotus, a girl was diligently weeding. 30 minutes passed quickly, and Sang Fiwen was automatically teleported back to her room in the flower pavilion. Her inventory now contained over 150 basic herbs of various kinds. She had wasted a little time on the way, dodging suddenly appearing Tier 1 creatures, otherwise, she could have gathered 10 or more. A Tier 1 monster is equivalent to level 101. She's currently level 17, and she can't defeat any of the monsters here, she can only hide. Her gathering skill proficiency has reached 30 points, but she needs 70 more points to upgrade to intermediate level. Back in her room, she went to the guest room to find Lun Wanshu, but her character, Kinkinglu, was still fast asleep in bed. She hadn't logged in yet. Passing through the living room, Sang Fiwen saw a fiery red thin cloak on the table, its large hood covering most of her face. This must be the outfit Lun Wanshu made for her. Good taste, practical function, thumbs up. Sang Fiwen left a small pile of silver coins for Lun Wanshu on the table, then put on the cloak with satisfaction. When she needed to conceal her face, she could pull up the hood and use it with a veil. The camouflage effect should be quite good. Arriving at the outdoor courtyard of the flower pavilion, the glass greenhouse was under construction in an orderly manner under the guidance of the architect NPC Fan Ning. 2 NPC gardener girls were diligently composting special fertilizer in the backyard, and everything was thriving. Sang Fiwen was in a good mood, strolling through the garden, checking each of the spirit creatures she had released from the inkwash space yesterday. She had gone to the desolate mountains again under the cover of night, and caught a firefly. Now, there were 2 fireflies resting by the stream. Thanks to the suitable climate, they had matured overnight, and produced 13 glittering gold coins. Although her luck was average, and the number of randomly produced gold coins wasn't large, Sang Fiwen was still very happy. Even if it was just a single-digit number of gold coins each day, it would add up to a considerable sum. In the flower beds, the larvae of the swallowtail butterfly in its leaf nest had already pupated. In a while, colorful butterflies would be dancing in this world, and more importantly, they would produce raw materials for dye. Then Lun Wanshu would be busy. As a future master tailor, and a rising star in Gu Lan's fashion scene, she would naturally need to figure out how to make dye paste. On the other side, the peony and money vine had been transplanted properly, and were already showing signs of flowering. They should be ready to bear blossoms and fruit soon. Seeing that the creatures were in good condition, Sang Fiwen was relieved and picked up 13 gold coins, preparing to leave. Unexpectedly, she was stopped as soon as she stepped off the stone arch bridge over the island. "Hello, Wan Xinghui, I am Kong Liuhua, the guild leader of Shengshi Yinhua." A spirit ray sorcerer wearing a dark patterned robe and holding an orange glowing staff was waiting at the stone arch bridge. Upon seeing Wan Xinghui emerge, he politely extended his hand. Chapter 33. Sang Fiwen, of course, knew who he was. Besides being the guild leader of Shengshi Yinhua, Sang Fiwen also remembered him as a powerful figure possessing a set of Guanhan gene pieces. Kong Liuhua had once single-handedly turned the tide of a guild war against the odds, defeating 100 guild members single-handedly with his trump card, a celestial-grade growth-level staff, and utterly crushing the brilliant Starlight Guild. Of course, Kong Liuhua wasn't currently wielding the Guanhan gene set staff. As the guild leader, his equipment was comparable to, or even better than Fengxing Yilua's. He didn't have any hidden equipment effects. The staff in his hand was currently glowing with an orange light. Sang Fiwen had a moment of realization. Meeting powerful figures one after another, was this the butterfly effect of his rebirth? Kong Liuhua had a braid about collarbone length, with dewdrops clinging to the ends. The temperature difference between day and night in Gulan was significant. It seemed he had been waiting here before dawn. Sensing Kong Liuhua's sincerity, Sang Fiwen naturally reciprocated with a handshake, saying gracefully, "I heard so much about you, President Kong Liuhua. What brings you here?" Kong Liuhua grinned, revealing bright white teeth, and said frankly, "I'm sorry, my spies saw you on Fenghua Avenue yesterday, and then, I shamelessly blocked your door." Seeing Wan Xinghui frown, Kong Liuhua quickly assured her, "But don't worry, I keep your stay here a secret." Sang Fiwen nodded. Kong Liuhua was honest enough, and she listened patiently. Seeing that Wan Xinghui wasn't displeased, Kong Liuhua relaxed and got straight to the point. "I'm here for 2 reasons. First, I want to buy the Bai Washi Yuan strategy guide from you, and second, I want to add you as a friend." Sang Fiwen pondered for a moment and replied, "Adding you as a friend is no problem, it's my pleasure. However, the strategy guide is the result of the entire team's efforts, so I can't make the decision myself. I need to ask my teammates first." Kong Liuhua nodded. "Of course, I wait for your good news." Sang Fiwen accepted Kong Liuhua's friend request, and then sent a message to Xiao Wucheng, asking if she could sell the strategy guide. Xiao Wuchang was online early and replied quickly, sure, the more people break our records, the more we can break theirs and get another reward. It's a great deal. She added at the end, don't ask Tian Chong and Bei Meng, they listened to me. Since boss Xiaobai wasn't online, Sang Fiwen had to leave him a message. Including the previous message, she now had two. Making her presence known to the boss was a must. After saying goodbye to Kong Liuhua, Sang Fiwen rushed to Qianlong town. Instead of going to the town hall, she went to Zhang Lianying's shop and bought 10 sets of yellow-grade Thunder Pool scrolls. As she prepared to leave, the old woman counted her coins, grinning like a shrewd merchant. Cough cough. Little girl, come again. Hearing Zhang Lianying's unusual cough, Sang Fiwen thought, she was perfectly fine just a while ago, how did she get sick? Even NPCs in the ancient blue realm experience birth, aging, sickness, and death, and Sang Fiwen was a little nervous, she didn't want Zhang Lianying to die. She took out the pills Xingxing had given her from her bag, unsure if they would work on NPCs, and handed them all to Zhang Lianying. Zhang Lianying hesitated for a moment, then refused to accept them. The old woman's shrewd smile vanished, and she coughed lightly, her face showing helplessness. Little girl, you're very kind. However, the processed products from these human-grown herbs are useful to you strangers, but they're useless to us, they're like sugar pills. I'm too old, I can't eat sweets anymore. Sang Fiwen was a little disappointed, put away the pills, and could only think of other ways. Zhang Lianying also sighed, muttering hopelessly, unless it's a wild herb, it might be somewhat useful, but in this day and age, where can you find wild herbs? Before she finished speaking, the girl in front of her immediately pulled out a handful of colorful herbs from her backpack, and with a wave of her hand, spread them all on the counter. I have some. Which one do you think is useful? Which one? Wild herbs are almost extinct, can't you even choose? Zhang Lianying was half believing, half doubting, leaned up from the rocking chair, picked up a red herb still covered in soil, smelled it closely, and said with great surprise, oh my, this is very rare, it's really a wild herb. She stood up and collected all the herbs from the counter. System. Zhang Lianying's favorability towards you increased by 10. Ahem. This old woman has no money, but well, I wouldn't be happy to take advantage of a little girl like you. Zhang Lianying turned the armrest of her rocking chair, triggering a mechanism that opened a hidden door. She said to Sang Fiwen, little girl, follow me closely. Sang Fiwen quickly followed her inside. The space behind the hidden door was a warehouse, with shelves piled high with scrolls and other miscellaneous items in the corners. The scrolls were divided into 4 levels according to their power: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Sang Fiwen had previously bought the lowest level Yellow. Sang Fiwen moved among the shelves, her fingertips tracing the piles of scrolls, checking the information. Her eyes gradually widened. On these shelves, Heaven and Earth level scrolls were piled up haphazardly like cheap paper, like in a wholesale market. Town portal scrolls, random teleport scrolls, invisibility scrolls, speed scrolls, flash scrolls, area of effect magic scrolls, etc. Wow, so many good things. There's just one drawback. Just like before, the designs on these scrolls look like childish scribbles. Gulan doesn't have any fixed shops selling scrolls. There are very few NPCs who can craft high-level scrolls, and even fewer who actually sell them, so players have virtually no choice. So what if the designs look like graffiti? That's called high-level style, as long as it works. This is why, even after the destruction of Qianlong town in their previous life, despite the shopkeeper's bad temper and the shop's randomly updated stock every week, they still sincerely missed this quiet shop in the alley. They only regretted not stocking up back then. Ahem. Young lady, these herbs are enough for you to pick 10 sets of scrolls to take away, but not more than Xian level. He emphasized at the end, don't take more. Zhang Lianying was as stingy as ever. This was a completely unexpected windfall, since Sang Fiwen had genuinely only intended to help Zhang Lianying cure her illness. She struck gold. For her right now, scrolls were far more valuable than herbs. Her eyes lit up. After a moment's consideration, she began her shopping spree, acquiring 10 sets of Xian-grade scrolls. She took 1 set of each type of functional scroll she could currently use, such as return scrolls, random teleportation scrolls, and speed-up scrolls. She also acquired a considerable number of usable offensive scrolls, such as frost area of effect damage scrolls, fire meteor scrolls, and lightning pool scrolls. Considering her trip to the volcano, she took 3 sets of frost area of effect damage scrolls. She also acquired some control scrolls, such as vine entanglement scrolls and flash scrolls. Sang Fiwen restrained herself from looking at the heaven grade and earth grade scrolls. The conditions for using heaven-level and earth-level scrolls are extremely demanding, requiring not only high intelligence, but also enormous spiritual energy consumption. Even if one obtained them, they wouldn't be usable immediately. Although heaven-level and earth-level scrolls are highly sought-after items at auction houses, no one needs them now. She sighed silently, realizing she was too ahead of her time. She'd come back to stock up later. Oh no, she meant to deliver herbs to Zhang Lianing. I'm leaving now, Granny Zhang, please take good care of yourself. I bring you herbs again next time. Sang Fiwen greeted her before leaning against Zhang Lianing. This greeting wasn't an act, it came from the heart. She couldn't bear the pain of losing such a massive scroll collection. At the town hall entrance, Xingxing, AI Nyonai, and AI Cafe were already waiting there. Ji Qianlu hadn't logged on yet. Xingxing saw her from afar, and waved enthusiastically. Master! I'm here! Xingxing had naturally changed her address for Wan Xinghui from idol to master. Sang Fiwen, too lazy to correct her, pulled a handful of herbs from her backpack without a word. Since you call me master, I have to give you a little something as a gift. Take these herbs, and continue refining your pills diligently, you definitely achieve great things. The herbs, which cost 1 silver coin each in the shop, were piled high. Xingxing's eyes widened. Master. I will definitely refine my pills diligently. Xingxing readily accepted the herbs without hesitation, happily keeping her master's words firmly in mind. At this moment, Xingxing didn't realize that these herbs weren't the cultivated herbs available in the shop. It wasn't until she returned to refine her pills that she discovered the secret in the remarkably effective finished products. Love Milk and Love Coffee, standing nearby, also greeted Wan Xinghui, but the young couple seemed a little reserved, unlike their previous meetings. Wan Xinghui's godlike appearance in the previous battle had truly left a deep impression, and even they, as her allies, felt a certain distance upon seeing her again. Seeing their slight nervousness, Wan Xinghui smiled and patted them. I go inside to find the NPC first. Thank you for coming to help. Love Milk and Love Coffee, seeing Wan Xinghui's smiling face, breathed a sigh of relief and nodded quickly. Xinwen was already waiting in the hall. Upon seeing Wan Xinghui, he took out a yellowish-brown ball of light from his sleeve and handed it to her. Sang Fiwen took the ball of light. The little creature peeked out, stretching out its wings and limbs, somewhat resembling a glowing, fluttering moth. It's an earth spirit. This is a messenger I specially raised. The journey to the volcano is unpredictable. If anything unusual happens, you can use it to relay a message to me. Sang Fiwen held the fluttering moth, her eyes gleaming. Do I have to return the messenger after using it? Xinwen choked slightly. Of course I have to return it. Oh, I see. Sang Fiwen made no attempt to hide her disappointment, while Xinwen seemed a little embarrassed. She changed the subject, introducing the NPC, who had been sitting quietly to the side. It was a master-level sorcerer NPC wearing a bamboo hat, named Zhang San. Seeing that the leader, Wan Xinghui, was in position, he didn't say much and immediately set off. Xinwen prepared horses for the group and stood at the town entrance to see them off. I see you off here. I hope you all have a safe journey. At the same time, Sang Fiwen's quest changed. Progress 3. Head to the heart of the volcano. It was the first time Sang Fiwen had seen a quest with ellipses. She explained that the system was meticulous, giving away no spoilers at all. AI Nyonai stroked the magnificent horse, seemingly unable to tear herself away, and asked Xinwen, do we have to return this horse after we're done? Xinwen wiped his sweat. Why did Wan Vexia and her friends give off such a thieving vibe? The horse, of course, had to be returned. As they approached the volcano, the ground temperature rose, and the horses all stopped, unwilling to go any further, forcing the group to walk. Due to the heat of the season, very few players chose to level up here. There were only the 4 of them, and 1 NPC on the road. Fortunately, Xingxing and the other 2 kept joking around, so it wasn't boring. Xingxing kept pestering Wan Xinghui as they walked. Master, can you teach me how to do a cool sword flourish? Wan Xinghui sighed. Should I teach you how to be cool, or how to do a sword flourish? AI Nyonai, with her steady, sarcastic retort, Xingxing, did your PE teacher teach you Chinese? AI Cafe gave her a flick on the forehead. Don't bully her. While the young couple playfully bickered, Wan Xinghui began demonstrating the steps of a sword flourish, first teaching the inside and outside flourishes. Xingxing immediately copied her, and in a flash, a red character appeared above her head. Subtract 85. Loves milk, loves coffee, Wanxing replies. Pfft. Chapter 34. AI Nyonai slapped him with a healing spell, his words sharp. Little Star, forget it. Fighting isn't for you. Star gritted her teeth, ignoring him, practicing her swordplay as she walked. AI Nyonai could only heal her occasionally. As they neared the volcano's core, Sang Fiwen's friend message rang. It was Ji Qianlu, who hadn't shown up yet. Great God, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I stood you up. But I really have something to do today, I can't come. I just wanted to say hello, I have to go now. Sang Fiwen didn't mind. Everyone has urgent matters sometimes. If it weren't for the fact that it was her group today, she would have liked to take a deep nap. So she replied, It's okay, you go ahead and do your work. Great God, please call me next time. Ji Qianlu logged off. The monsters on the volcano's surface were no longer a threat to their group. Working together, they quickly cleared a path. Throughout the journey, Zhang San seemed preoccupied and didn't interact with them much. Sang Fiwen, familiar with the route deep underground, guided the group down the rock face. Upon reaching the second underground level, they encountered even more mutated monsters corrupted by dragon's breath. Giant worms, giant fire spiders, and other mutated creatures were everywhere, making their progress more difficult. Seeing this, Zhang San snorted coldly. He, who hadn't yet made a move, raised his staff. From beneath his wide hood, a set of ancient, obscure syllables emanated. A dazzling golden sunlight descended, and although the monsters before them possessed considerable fire resistance, they were still reduced to dust. Sang Fiwen was startled. This NPC unleashed a master-level fire spell with a single gesture. The 4 players and Zhang San were in a party, and after a large number of monsters were defeated, their experience bars surged. AI Nyonai felt it was unreal. Is this the boss's limited-time trial card? Everyone's eyes lit up as they stared at the fallen materials and glittering blue and purple equipment. AI Cafe, holy crap, this luck. Sang Fiwen couldn't help but glance excitedly at Zhang San, an absolute NPC with incredible luck. After Zhang San made his move, he swept ahead with unstoppable momentum, followed by 4 players busy picking up equipment. Xingxing, AI Nyonai, and AI Cafe were engaged in a brutal equipment hunting spree, ruthlessly discarding their blue gear. Before long, the 3, their backpacks bulging, could only sigh in despair. Milk, sprawled out in a starfish position, wailed, Family, does anyone understand? I feel like an old man seeing a beautiful woman, my legs just won't obey me. Coffee punched her boyfriend, sending him spouting nonsense flying like a shooting star. Little Star is still here. What rubbish are you spouting? Only Evening Star was still diligently collecting equipment. Her backpack space was unfathomably deep. Milk cast a healing spell on herself and said enviously, Master, your backpack is really big. Coffee chimed in, I'm envious. Master, where did you get your backpack? I want one too. This question reminded Sang Fiwen of something. There was a hidden shop NPC in the Central Plains that sold backpacks. They took up a small space, but had decent capacity, and almost every player had one in the late game. While it certainly couldn't compare to a backpack with its own inkwash space, like the Heavenly Jade Slip, it was still something players could only dream of at this stage. If she could really resell backpacks in her own Fenghua shop. She seemed to hear the sound of gold coins flowing into her pockets, but the Central Plains are surrounded by seas, and she can't go there yet. Her dream shattered. A casual question from Coffee Lover seemed to have touched a nerve with the Great God. The 3 watched as the Great God stopped picking things up, his face filled with hope and anticipation, only to be utterly disillusioned the next second. Then he buried his head in his work, transforming into a human vacuum cleaner, leaving a gleaming surface in his wake. Zhang San waited a while at the entrance to the lower level, annoyed by their slow pace, and clicked his tongue, urging, Why are you picking up all that trash? Hurry up. The others quickly jogged to catch up, coming. They soon arrived at the 5th underground level. Sang Fiwen's backpack space was running low. After weighing her options, she prioritized weapons and accessories, keeping several dozen pieces of decent purple gear, representing various classes, with particular attention to collecting some low-grade purple gear for healers. After all, her professional ethics were impeccable. She was just picking out the good stuff for her newbie boss. The 5th underground level was no longer a flat floor, but a spiraling, descending staircase space, with a bottomless abyss of fire in the center. At a glance, the descending tiers of space were filled with mutated monsters, like waves crashing against the shore. Xingxing's legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground, clinging to Wanqing's leg. AI Cafe lifted Xingxing up, explaining, Sorry, little Xingxing has a phobia of monsters. There are so many monsters, it's hard for her to walk. Sang Fiwen, however, saw a business opportunity. In her previous life, there were always players like this, unable to overcome their fear of realistic monsters. These players weren't few. Some were so afraid that they could only become secluded life skill players, relying on others to gather materials for them. There was a less common instance that could deceive the senses. Theoretically, if made properly, it could transform the uncanny valley into a dollhouse, turning the menacing monsters into plush toys. She happened to know a treasure trove of talisman drawing art master, Zhang Lianying. The old woman could definitely make it. She could exchange herbs for a batch of incense later. As for the name, let's call it Doll Dream Incense. Plan in motion. Why didn't anyone think of this in her past life? She was truly a business genius. Thinking this, Sang Fiwen patted her apprentice's head affectionately. It's alright, just watch from behind me. Seeing that her master didn't dislike her, and was even comforting her, Xingxing's eyes lit up with stars. A critical hit of goodwill. Looking at her apprentice's starry eyes, Sang Fiwen turned around, revealing a shrewd businessman's smile. She'd have to think carefully about the advertising slogan later. She shook her head. She'd deal with the task at hand first. One must take things one step at a time. The group looked around and saw a colossal bronze pillar, like a pillar stabilizing the sea, embedded in the sea of fire. The pillar's exposed section was entwined with a long, gnarled body covered in black scales, its head and tail hidden, a monster of unknown origin. Below the abyss, the sea of fire was deathly still, seemingly devoid of any living creature. What is that? A snake? Or maybe a dragon, haha. I gasped. Everyone else was stunned by the sight, and no one answered him. Sang Fiwen squinted at the bronze pillar, which bore the marks of an ancient seal, along with some dark red marks that caught her attention. They seemed to be fresh cinnabar marks, the shape, like graffiti? Sang Fiwen quickly pulled out a returned scroll from her backpack, and compared it to the bronze pillar. Her eyesight was always excellent. Sure enough, one of the cinnabar patterns was exactly the same as the one on the scroll made by the old woman. Could Zhang Lianying's recent cough have originated from this place? What's the old woman doing here? Sang Fiwen pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked Zhang San, Senior Zhang San, do you know Zhang Lianying? Zhang San looked at her with some surprise and nodded. How did you know? Seeing Zhang San's admission, Sang Fiwen nodded but didn't answer. Seeing her silence, Zhang San gave up. Holding a huge cinnabar brush, he said to everyone, the seal on the dragon-suppressing pillar is badly worn. I'm going to repair it, which will definitely provoke its backlash. Try to buy yourself some time. Before anyone could reply, Zhang San flew towards the central bronze pillar, took a deep breath, and a divine light flashed in his eyes. With each stroke of the cinnabar brush, the divine light in his eyes dimmed slightly. Sang Fiwen's mission also changed. Progress 3. Go to the heart of the volcano and repair the seal on the dragon-suppressing pillar, 0 to 1. From the moment Zhang San put down his brush, the deathly still sea of fire began to bubble. As if something had come to life, visible streams of black dragon breath emerged from the bursting bubbles, seeping into the surging, mutated monsters. In an instant, their eyes turned bloodshot, and they turned in unison, staring at Wan Xinghui and her group. A moment later, they roared and charged forward. Damn! It's a Guardian-type mission. Sang Fiwen secretly rejoiced that she had called for help instead of coming alone, otherwise, she would have been in real trouble. Wan Xinghui slapped her crimson gourd with her left hand, and a golden flying sword shot out, slicing down several monsters that were lunging towards the bronze pillar. The mutated monsters surged like a burst dam. Fortunately, the passage was narrow, and the monsters jostled and pushed, causing a stampede that sent them tumbling into the fiery abyss. Wan Xinghui, wielding a willily slender sword in his right hand, summoned an illusion to cut off the monster horde at the only entrance, a one-man fortress against 1,000. Golden flying swords circled the entire area, protecting Zhang San, who was drawing talismans in the center, and also slashing down a group of monsters that surged forward. Nionai nervously monitored Wan Xinghui's health at the forefront, where he couldn't use his agility to dodge the monsters. As the only healer, he felt immense pressure. -103, +25, +35, +30, -110. But he noticed that Wan Xinghui's health would drop and then rise slightly with the rhythm of the attacks, fluctuating like this, making healing relatively easy. Nionai cast healing spells sporadically, realizing he was practically useless. The pros could maintain their health even with just pills. From this, he concluded that Wan Xing's equipment must be excellent. Nionai wasn't wrong. Sang Fiwen's abnormal monster-resistant ability stemmed partly from the high defense of her orange-tier peach blossom robe, but more importantly from the flying sword's unique fall into mud characteristic. This characteristic allowed her to steal 5% of the damage dealt to a target and convert it into health or spirit points. Combined with her sword-wielding attack speed bonus, survival was naturally not a problem. One side of the passage was a rock wall, the other a cliff face, and many monsters skilled in climbing were trying to ascend. Sang Fiwen pulled out a Xian-grade Frost AoE scroll and handed it to the three behind her. Your intelligence is at least 15, right? Aim for the most monsters and smash them. Looking at the white graffiti scroll, Aang Yonai was somewhat silent. Was this some kind of toy? Xingxing was the first to use the scroll. Her spirit points dropped by half, and the frost struck the group of mutated monsters climbing up the cliff edge. The effect was remarkable. The monsters sealed by the frost fell into a sea of fire. Reduce 300, reduce 300, reduce 300. Star began replenishing her spiritual energy, and Love Coffee took her place, continuing to release scrolls to slam down new waves of monsters. The three took turns, and their spiritual energy was sufficient. The frost scrolls exploded with bursts of blue light on the cliff face. Their rhythm was excellent, and they successfully withstood the tidal wave of mutated monsters. In just a few minutes, their experience points soared, and white light emanated from their bodies as they leveled up. Surrounded by the monster horde, Love Coffee laughed heartily. I love this leveling method. It's like riding a rocket. Sang Fiwen looked towards the center. On the bronze pillar, Zhang San was almost filling the worn seal. Suddenly, a blood-soaked black figure fell from the upper level, his sword pointing directly at Zhang San, whose seal was still incomplete. The swordsman was enveloped in black dragon breath, his eyes filled only with a thick, inky black mist, his limbs stiff as a puppet. This puppet swordsman, corrupted by dragon breath, was clearly Lu Yanshi, the sect leader of the Observing Sword sect. Although Sang Fiwen had noticed something amiss last time, his mind remained clear. He hadn't expected the complete transformation to happen so quickly. The Grandmaster-level swordsman drew his sword and slashed at Zhang San, who was nearing completion of the seal in the center. The sword strike was incredibly powerful, forcing Zhang San to stop drawing his talisman and barely manage to create a fire-based barrier to protect himself. The seal, which hadn't been completed in one stroke, dimmed again. The seal repair had failed. Sang Fiwen decisively summoned Shenwen's personal messenger, the Earth Spirit, carrying her alarm, and burrowed underground. Lu Yanshi was a level 50 swordsman NPC. With the Dragon Breath's influence, he was probably already level 60. Zhang San was a level 50 warlock NPC. A ranged duel against melee. The probability of victory in this battle was very low. Sang Fiwen gritted his teeth, his mind racing, searching for a way to break the seal. We can't let the mission fail. We can't let Qianlong Town be destroyed again, like it was in the past. Taking advantage of the two Grandmaster NPCs' ensuing battle, Sang Fiwen tossed a return scroll to Xingxing and the other two. Staying here any longer would likely result in their deaths. It would be pointless. The three glanced worriedly at Wanqing, but seeing the Grandmaster calmly waving at them, they decisively crushed the return scroll and returned to the nearest town. The demonic puppet swung its sword, its aura sweeping across, and Zhang San was caught off guard, falling onto the lower steps. Taking advantage of Zhang San's fall, the demonic puppet charged up and unleashed a powerful strike, aiming at the nearly completely dimmed ancient seal on the bronze pillar. In that instant, Sang Fiwen suddenly remembered the vermilion graffiti on the pillar. A golden flying sword clanged against the demonic puppet's sword, causing the aura to veer off course. The deviated sword energy precisely struck the vermilion graffiti, causing the white light representing the teleportation array to illuminate, and the demonized puppet vanished from its spot. Chapter 35. After temporarily teleporting the demonized puppet away, Sang Fiwen breathed a sigh of relief, a white light emanating from her body indicating an upgrade. She looked down into the space below. A fiery tornado was raging on the steps below. It turned out that Zhang San was surrounded by a horde of monsters. In his desperation, he didn't care about anything else and used his Grandmaster-level fire-type ultimate move, Purple Flame Wildfire, to clear out the monsters. The effect was outstanding, like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Even the dropped items were burned. Sang Fiwen was furious. It was such a waste. Zhang San, who had violently cleared the area and burned the trash, jumped up, looking around blankly. Where did that demon go? Sang Fiwen took out a return scroll, pointed to the pattern on it, and then to the bronze pillar. He was teleported to Xian City. Only then did Zhang San notice the teleportation array engraved in cinnabar on the back of the bronze pillar. He frowned and asked, who drew the teleportation array? Xian City, the main commercial street in the central urban area. The commercial street here wasn't as prestigious as Luoyang City, but one row of shops already displayed the banner of the Brilliant Star Guild. The person making the investment decision had good foresight. It seemed that Ziyun City was the closest major city to Luoyang City. With convenient transportation, its future development was sure to be good. However, Feng Xingyi Luo, the investment decision-maker, had no time to appreciate his business empire. In the temporary headquarters hall of the Brilliant Star Guild, a stunningly beautiful level 0 woman named Hua Rong, seated on a central sandalwood chair, was swirling a wine glass in her hand. A small drop of wine spilled, piercing through the virtual screen displaying the words guild losses. She was sipping a glass of special fermented rice wine, then lightly wiped her lips, smiling brightly, and said, "I heard last time you led over 100 people to besiege a few, and ended up suffering a crushing defeat?" The young woman, representing the club's biggest investor, was smiling, yet it sent a chill down Feng Xingye's spine. Hua Rong retracted the light screen, swaying as she walked to Feng Xingye's side, lightly tapping his chin with her fingertip. "Don't be so tense. I just came to take a look around. I never imagined that this watchdog, raised for 30 million star coins, couldn't even snatch a bone." Her gesture was suggestive, seemingly flirting, but her tone was icy. "You said if one dog isn't good enough, how about changing it? I think Xingshi Yanhua is quite nice too." Feng Xingye swallowed hard. If he messed up Gulan's project, his career would definitely be over. Hua Rong turned and activated the video screen in the hall, displaying the recording of the failed raid that day. In the first-person perspective of the battle, a dagger was raised, and the Spirit Clan healer gently turned her head, accurately avoiding the surefire stun attack. The scene froze at the moment the healer turned her head, her face as beautiful as a painting, her eyes filled with indifference. Hua Rong pointed at the spirit race physician and stared at Feng Xingyi Luo, saying, "I need all the information about this person." Seeing that Hua Rong didn't press further, Feng Xingyi Luo relaxed slightly. "No problem." Looking at the handsome spirit race physician, he suddenly recalled the rumors circulating in the circle about Hua Rong, those handsome men who had disappeared from the Hua family, and understood. Having suffered losses exceeding half, Hua Rong had brought a new batch of investment and logged off without staying long. Just as Feng Xingyi Luo was about to relax, he heard a knock at the door. The person who entered was Chu Kuangren, who had already joined the guild and, thanks to his considerable skills, had become a reserve member of the elite team. However, Feng Xingyi Luo's recruitment of Chu Kuangren into the guild was naturally not for expanding the elite team. Feng Xingye asked calmly, "How's your plan going?" Chu Kuangren replied confidently, "Just waiting for the right opportunity. This time, I make that woman watching we taste utter disgrace." The next second, the ceiling above them suddenly cracked, and a sword aura slashed straight at Chu Kuangren's head. His pupils contracted, unable to dodge, he was cleaved into a cloud of blood mist. Another, weaker wisp of sword aura grazed past Feng Xingye's ear, carving a deep trench at his feet. Sword aura? Watching Hui. Cold sweat trickled down Feng Xingye's forehead. Just as he was filled with shock and confusion, a system announcement sounded. World Channel System Announcement. The level 60 world-class Demon King, the Fallen Sword Demon, has attacked Ziyun City. All parties are requested to provide support and protect the town. The Fallen Sword Demon kill leaderboard is now open, and contribution points are being tallied in real time. World Channel Yu Lingming, wow. It's a world boss. World Channel Yunyi, Ziyun City is in the Eastern Continent, right? Western Continent players are devastated. The teleportation fee is 1 gold. World Channel I love milk. I'm in Ziyun City. This sword demon is too powerful. It wiped out a row of shops belonging to the Brilliant Star Guild. Under the arrangement of the Ziyun City Lord, the Earth Spirit, carrying an urgent plea for help, vanished into the dust. Simultaneously, the warlock NPC stationed in Ziyun City sacrificed his life to open the city's protective array. Skills above level 50 cannot be used within the protective array, effectively suppressing level 60 bosses. However, there are drawbacks, such as the inability to use teleportation arrays or fly within the city. Amidst the smoke and dust, the fallen sword demon, unable to ride the wind, strode forward stiffly, wielding his sword arbitrarily. The shops on both sides of the avenue were sliced by the sword energy. Bricks and tile shattered and teetered on the verge of collapse, but not as easily as they had been at the beginning. At the other end of the city, city guards wielding shields were rushing towards them. The NPC guards of Ziyun City were all below level 50, numbering less than 500, and naturally no match for the level 60 Demon King, suffering a steady retreat. Seeing this, the commander NPC had no choice but to settle for second best, ordering the guards to raise their black iron shields and form a circular formation to protect the city's property as much as possible, while evacuating the NPC residents. These damned NPCs, why didn't they come sooner? Feng Xingye Luo finally came to his senses, cursing fiercely. For a moment, he genuinely thought it was Wan Xing returning to attack, even questioning his own existence for a moment. Ignoring the loss, he organized his guild members to gather, preparing to attack the suddenly appearing world boss. The world boss had a lot of health, anyone could get a piece of the action, and even death wouldn't clear contribution points. But only the one who landed the final blow counted as a kill, earning a place on the kill leaderboard. Upon death, it would definitely drop a valuable treasure chest, from which one could open sect tokens and other good items. As soon as the system announcement was released, all the major guilds were scrambling to organize and mobilize their personnel. This precious opportunity to establish their first guild was extremely important to every major club. Only by obtaining the sect token and choosing an unclaimed mountain to establish their sect could they gain recognition from the NPC forces of the ancient blue world, ensuring their future development. Otherwise, it would all be castles in the air. The fallen sword demon's damage to streets and houses had decreased, but it was still incredibly powerful for players. This boss seems to be a human swordsman. Humans can fall? Is there such a thing as a demon race? What kind of ridiculous respawn mechanism is this? How did the boss suddenly appear in the city? Players in Purple Cloud City were buzzing with discussion. Star, Milk Lover, and Coffee Lover were also in the crowd, watching from afar as the world boss swept through the streets. Looking at the scattered shops in the center, they exchanged glances. AI Nyonai couldn't help but ask softly, "This won't make us lose money, will it?" AI Coffee shook his head. "It's a world boss attack. No matter how they investigate, they won't be traced back to us, right?" AI Nyonai looked at the frenzied ranged players and sighed, "It's a pity we don't have a ranged attack class, otherwise we could have gotten some damage." He felt a little strange. Come to think of it, they only triggered this world boss while doing a quest with a pro player. Now everyone's attacking it. It felt like countless people had crawled into their bed. Xingxing was still immersed in the volcano adventure, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the unused scroll in her hand. "My master has so many treasures. Let's wait here. She'd definitely come and help us deal with this awful boss." AI Nyonai wasn't too optimistic. Currently, the average player level was less than 10, and only about a third of the players had changed classes. The top-ranked player, Wang Xingwei, is only level 20. Fighting a level 60 world boss is a long shot. Many daring melee players rush forward, only to be instantly killed by the boss. Meanwhile, warlocks and rangers, hiding behind the large formation of guards in Xian City, were firing stray arrows with surprisingly good results. Ranged classes, with fewer skills and limited damage output in the early game, have been relegated to the bench in random groups since the server opened. Now, they're finally getting their revenge on the world boss. Whoosh, 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 boom, boom. Arrows mixed with magic projectiles flew towards the world boss, and damage numbers immediately appeared above its head. Miss. -1 miss. -5, -10. A ranger player shouted, "Wow, I got a critical hit. 10 damage. Damn, the boss's defense is so high, I missed everything." A sword aura swept across, knocking away the shields of the frontline NPCs. The aftershock hit the warlocks and rangers hiding in the back, instantly killing them. "This is insane! My attacks on the boss reduce everything by 1, but the boss kills me instantly. Doesn't this world boss have any aggro? Why does it just keep walking in one direction?" Although the players complained, they were all excited about their first world boss, vying to get some damage. However, the streets were still littered with corpses. Those who hadn't died felt incredibly powerful, while those who had died realized it was survivor bias, and they could only run back to their corpses to minimize their losses. The boss's magic defense was very high. Most of the warlock's attacks only dealt single-digit damage, and the rangers had limited arrows. Individual players often had to run back to buy various supplies halfway through the fight. Before long, the well-trained elite teams of large guilds had assembled. The 500-player teams of the Brilliant Star Guild were all assembled. The elite team, consisting of 20 melee fighters wielding shields, formed a defensive formation at the front, protecting the warlocks and rangers behind them as they unleashed their relentless attacks. Spells and arrows flew in unison, fire and frost mingling in the air. However, even these well-equipped elite melee fighters were seeing their health plummet under the world boss's powerful attacks, putting immense pressure on the healers. Soon afterward, members of Thorns Rose and Grand Fireworks arrived, joining the fray. Gradually more and more small and medium-sized guilds arrived, even players from the western continent. Tens of thousands gathered in Purple Cloud City, attacking the level 60 world boss. The scene resembled ants devouring an elephant. At this stage, the level 60 Demon King was undeniably powerful. Its sharp sword aura and black dragon breath alone inflicted massive damage on any player who approached it, severely limiting the melee fighter's damage output. Fortunately, the boss seemed to lack intelligence and didn't have a fixed aggro. Simply remove obstacles and slowly move forward in one direction. Chapter 36. Qianlong Town. The Earth Spirit had returned to Shenwen's side, and he only then realized that a reclusive old sorcerer lived in the quiet alleys of Qianlong Town. When Shenwen arrived at the shop, the old woman was carefully wiping a golden egg about half an arm's length tall with a tattered rag. After hearing Shenwen's account, Zhang Lianing knew something was wrong. He quickly put down the rag, grabbed the egg, put it in his pocket, and immediately used a directional teleportation talisman. Sang Fiwen, still standing before the dragon-suppressing pillar, saw the cinnabar graffiti on the pillar light up, the teleportation array activated, and a hunched figure carrying a burlap sack suddenly appeared. Upon arriving at the scene, Zhang Lianing immediately understood the situation. He pushed Zhang San, who was about to pick up his brush, aside, snatched the cinnabar brush, and quickly finished applying the seal. The black mist slowly receded, and the sea of fire beneath the abyss returned to calm. Zhang San, whose cinnabar pen had been snatched, was stunned by the old woman's skill. How do you know the talisman drawing technique passed down through my Zhang family? Zhang Lianing, in one swift motion, tossed the cinnabar pen back. What do you mean you? Hey, is that a snot-nosed brat? The little one's grown up so much. Zhang San was shocked. He looked closely. The old woman's face was disguised, revealing nothing, but the voice and mannerisms truly resembled his great-grandmother, who hadn't returned home for decades. Zhang Lianing lifted her eyelids to glance at the suspicious Zhang San, shaking her head. Ah, still the same as before, very dull. Yes, even when a phoenix pecked your bottom as a child, you didn't know to run away. Zhang San was struck dumb, then deeply moved. It really is you, great-grandma. After acknowledging his ancestry, Zhang San knelt before Zhang Lianing, obediently accepting his great-grandmother's scolding. You snotty-nosed brat. I even taught you step by step. You're so slow at drawing a dragon-suppressing talisman, can't even finish? Are you constipated? There's a boss waiting in Xian City, and Sang Fiwen couldn't help but interrupt this heartwarming scene of grandchildren surrounding their knees. Grandma Zhang, although we're safe for now, that sword demon who almost broke the seal will return. You see? Zhang Lianing stopped her lecture, patted her great-grandson's shoulder. My dear grandson, go with the girl. Do it neatly this time. Don't drag your feet. What kind of behavior is that? Having been thoroughly scolded by his great-grandmother, Zhang San, who had gone from a master to a mere grandson, obediently nodded, took out a return scroll, and crushed it. No reaction. Zhang San nervously looked at his great-grandmother, and sure enough, Zhang Lianing was glaring at him. You even managed to draw a wrong return to city talisman? Seeing that Zhang San was about to be showered with his great-grandmother's spittle again, Sang Fiwen quickly smoothed things over. Purple Cloud City must have a spatial barrier activated. Teleportation arrays are unusable. Zhang San gave Sang Fiwen a grateful look. At this moment, the burlap sack on Zhang Lianing's body began to shake incessantly, as if something inside was vibrating and emitting beams of golden light. Zhang Lianing had no choice but to open the burlap sack and take out a shiny golden egg that was wobbling incessantly. I just took this old fellow out to dust it off, alas. It's fate, I didn't expect it to show signs of revival here. In the scorching atmosphere of the sea of fire, the golden egg wobbled incessantly, flame patterns flowing across its surface, and a crack appeared. Crack. A wet thing poked half its head out of the crack. Sang Fiwen stared at the small yellow head. This is a chicken? After cracking open the eggshell, the little creature's dark eyes darted around, and the first thing it saw was a spirited woman. It let out a joyful chirp, its voice like jade shattering in the Kunlun Mountains. The golden egg, half an arm's length tall, burst open completely, and the phoenix's clear cry swept across the sea of fire. The beautiful, legendary creature stretched out its fiery red wings. The little creature, mistaking her for a chick, looked at her and blinked. Ah! A phoenix! The fledgling phoenix flapped its wings and plunged into the sea of fire. Its feathers seemed to have a fire-repelling effect. Wherever its fiery wings swept past, the lava parted, and the black mist hidden within dissipated. The old woman gazed at it, her eyes filled with a sense of vicissitude and a hint of nostalgia for bygone days. No, it was once my old companion phoenix. Zhang San looked at the vibrant young phoenix, recalling the old, plucked phoenix that had chased him as a child, pecking at his feathers. He murmured to himself. So that old bald chicken was so powerful, it could even purify the polluted dragon breath. He paused, then smiled, looking at the girl he'd taken a liking to, and said with relief, I thought Phoenix would never return. Well, since it has forgotten its past after its rebirth, it's free of its shackles. Its mission is over. Let it stay with you. A few breaths later, the young Phoenix rushed forward again. After bathing in the scorching lava, its body had grown stronger, circling the heroic female warrior, chirping happily. System, are you willing to form a blood pact with the legendary ancient spirit creature, the Phoenix? Sang Fiwen looked at the beautiful creature beside her, feeling like she was dreaming. Yes, in Xian City, the fallen sword demon boss had reached the lower city. After the seal on the dragon-suppressing pillar in the Sea of Fire was completed, the sword demon, who had lost the ability to sense the dragon's breath, suddenly stopped, turned around, and slashed at the group of players with the highest aggro. The attacked players were elite members of the Brilliant Star Guild, all seasoned professional players. Seeing the boss's sudden change in behavior, they quickly reinforced their defenses. The boss, suddenly harboring resentment, turned and swung its long sword, sending them sprawling. The commander, Windwalker Leaf, shouted, Attention! The boss's behavior has changed. The boss's aggro is on one group. Frontline players, use healing items. Healers, keep healing. Purchasing team, deliver healing items, and wine promptly. Don't let supplies run out. The prosperous fireworks group happened to be nearby. Seeing this, Kong Liuhua gloated. As an old rival, he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to mock them. Vice Guild Leader Feng, quite the grand gesture. I didn't expect your guild to still be so strong after being wiped out by the beautiful Zheng. Zheng Wei, inexplicably called out, glared at Kong Liuhua. Guild Leader Kong, don't drag me into your ultimate attack. Thanks for the invitation. I politely decline. Among the members of the Thorns Rose Guild, rangers made up a large proportion, but their armor-piercing arrows were sparse. Compared to the other two major guilds, their offensive was simply not impressive. Guild leader Zheng Wei emphasized the battle plan in the team channel from the beginning. Focus on suppressing your output, listen to commands later, and try to secure the kills. Thorns Rose was composed of a group of valiant female players, who never questioned guild leader Zheng Wei's decisions, and all suppressed their output. Half of Zheng Wei's attention was on Xiao Wucheng's group, intently observing their skill level, secretly alarmed. These people were all highly skilled, their attacks were sharp, their reactions were incredibly fast, and they seemed to be handling the situation with ease. That girl, Xiao Wucheng, seems to have put in the effort these past few years, gathering a bunch of perverted guys, thanks to her advantageous position. Zheng Wei smiled, finding it increasingly interesting. She was looking forward to future guild wars. While giving commands, Feng Xingyi Luo retorted to Kong Liuhua, Not at all, it's all thanks to the support of our big spender. As you know, Brilliant Club always has good luck with its investment. At the last holographic investment conference, a wealthy new investor appeared, and somehow, the rising star conglomerate, the Hua family, suddenly joined in the investment. The Hua family looked around and initially chose Shengshi Club, but for some reason, ultimately chose to invest in Brilliant Club. Shengshi Club and Brilliant Club were already fierce competitors with many old grudges, and this time, a major feud had been formed, especially since a 30 million star coin investment had been snatched away. Feng Xingyi Luo's words struck a nerve with Kong Liuhua, the leader of Shengshi Club. Kong Liuhua sneered, The money from our sponsors doesn't grow on trees. If you can't take down the world boss this time, I think we should reassign this project. Seeing Feng Xingye's gloomy expression, Kong Liuhua laughed loudly, and continued to deliver the finishing blow. Oh, not only. Adding to the previous losses, this time Brilliant is probably going to be hard-pressed to catch up. Ha ha ha. But Kong Liuhua's laughter quickly stopped, like a duck being choked. Because the boss slashed at Shingshi's elite team, the aggro shifted. Hey! What's going on? Second team, fill in. First team members who died, hurry up and run back to your corpses. Although Shengshi Fireworks didn't have the financial resources and constant supplies of brilliant starlight, it had a large number of members. If someone died, they could fill in, employing a human wave tactic of using lives to overwhelm the boss. Feng Xingye's expression softened slightly. He had taken advantage of the lull in Kong Liuhua's taunts to direct everyone in the team chat to reduce their damage output, and now it had worked, giving Brilliant Guild a breather. The straightforward Kong Liuhua suddenly realized why the usually bold and decisive Jingyi Qiangwei was being so humble this time. They didn't want to be the first to act, only wanting to land the final blow? Guild Leader Zheng, Vice Guild Leader Feng, you're quite the schemer. then don't blame him for reducing his output. If they can't kill the world boss, they all die together. The three guilds tacitly understood and collectively lowered their output, eventually attacking only intermittently, focusing on defense, waiting for the boss's aggro to be drawn away by other teams. Xiao Wuchang had been watching the boss's movements closely, and noticed the reduced attack frequency of the three guilds. At this moment, she saw the boss's gaze turn in her direction. She was naturally also after the sect token. Fortunately, it was a rest day, and all her people were online. After the boss appeared, Xiao Wuchang immediately gathered a group of people and headed to Xian City. Upon arrival, the sharp-eyed Xiao Wuchang spotted Xingxing and her two companions with strange expressions in the crowd from afar and added them to her team. Xingxing, AI Nyonai, and AI Cafe chatted amongst themselves, recounting the events at the volcano to Xiao Wuchang and the others. Tianchong, positioned in the front row with shields, imagined the surging monster tide and exclaimed longingly, "Wow, Wuchang, that's not fair. You didn't include me in such an exciting event." Bei Meng, constantly casting spells, poured cold water on him. "Come on, as if you have time." Tianchong looked dejected. His major was notoriously demanding. With classes ending late every night, he had no choice. Seeing Tianchong's gloomy expression, Bei Meng thought he'd been a bit harsh. They all endured it. He wouldn't criticize his younger brother, but couldn't muster a word of comfort. Not only Tianchong, but several other team members, also in their second year, looked somber. Xiao Wuchang took a moment to scold Bei Meng. "Bei Meng, you shouldn't be able to control your mouth, just so it's shut." As they were chatting, suddenly the boss turned and slashed at them with his sword. Chapter 37. The members of the Laughing Swordsman team were in an uproar. The group, who had been so carefree, quickly tightened their formation. The tacit balance of power among the three major guilds had made their small team the target of aggro. Despite their small number, only a few dozen, their real-time DPS was unparalleled. Laughing Wuchang, long sword across his chest, faced the challenge head-on, laughing, "Everyone, get your spirits up. We got the boss's aggro, hold on." Behind him, the others responded in unison, their voices booming, "Yes, sir." Laughing Wuchang had brought along his like-minded juniors, each possessing top-notch skills and unwavering determination. The melee fighters switched to their defensive shields, precisely blocking the boss's basic attacks. The healers were on high alert, anticipating the right moment to heal. The ranged DPS unleashed a barrage of spells, raining down various magical projectiles while meticulously managing their supplies and skill timings to maintain exceptionally high DPS. The boss, billowing black energy, charged towards them. Tianchong, Xiao Wuchang, and about a dozen other melee DPS raised their shields to block the attacks, but even a level 60 boss's basic attacks without special abilities were no match for them. The front line's health was critically low, teetering between near death and full health. Fortunately, the healer's predictions were spot on, especially a human female healer named Scarlet, who could instantly revive her teammates from near death. A true miracle. Led by Bei Meng, the back line of 20-odd ranged DPS was also formidable. Especially two female players, who looked exactly alike, unleashed attacks with the frequency of a Gatling gun, achieving astonishing DPS. Their names clearly indicated they were twin sisters, Zhang Yuelu, a demon race ranger, and Xian Yuehu, a spirit race sorcerer. In reality, they were indeed twin sisters, and Shang Gulan loved studying Eastern mythology in history class. Fortunately, the boss was a humanoid monster, so there was no possibility of brute force. Xiao Wuchang observed for a while, made some minor adjustments, and the effect was good. She smiled, "We can hold on. Keep attacking like this." So this small team became the leader among the large guilds. Although the health bar fluctuated, at least there wasn't a mass wipe. Those who occasionally died immediately resurrected fearless. -35, miss, -33, -1, -11, -25. With someone maintaining aggro, tens of thousands of players began to unleash their full damage potential, and the boss's health finally decreased slowly at a steady pace. After an unknown amount of time, the boss's health was almost below 20%. "Retreat!" Xiao Wuchang shouted fiercely, "Back off, it's about to go berserk." Before she finished speaking, the boss roared to the sky, black energy erupted around it, its size increased several times, its clothes tore apart, and the muscles on its back bulged and burst, revealing all sorts of bizarre monster organs, scorpion tails, worm mouthparts, spider web sacs, snake tails. In an instant, the members of Xiao Jianghu had retreated 5 body lengths, and the players who couldn't retreat in time suffered heavy losses. Scorpion tails pierced through a group of melee fighters. Spider webs suspended ranged classes in the air, and snake tails swept through, causing people and horses to fall. Players near the city gate saw crimson flames surging in the sky outside the city, and a fiery red object was approaching. Holy crap, what is that? Could it be another world boss? Who did Xian City offend? Some sharp-eyed players had already recognized the fiery red object as a winged flying mount. However, the flying mount rapidly descended, disappearing from the player's sight. A few breaths later, a golden sword aura ripped through the sky from the direction of the outskirts. Holy crap, it's Wan Xinghui. The number 1 on the leaderboard is here. Wan Xinghui arrived on her sword, her red robes fluttering. At the same time, Xiao Wuchang's friend message also went off. Wuchang, add me to the team. Xiao Wuchang did so without hesitation. After Wanqing joined the team, he immediately spoke in the team chat. Trust me. Lure the boss to outside the city gate. Xingqing also saw his master's message and couldn't help but boast to Ai Nyonai, see? I told you my master would handle this boss. Ai Nyonai glanced at the team information. Zhang San was still in Wanqing's team. He couldn't help but get excited. They might actually get the first kill. The Xiaoxiao Jianghu team began moving towards the city gate in an orderly fashion, while other players expressed their confusion. Are they crazy? Once outside the city, there's no more suppression from the formation. Won't they be wiped out instantly by the boss's skills? Someone shouted. Are they trying to prevent other big guilds from getting a kill and dragging everyone down with them? This shout gradually swayed the clueless players. No way. Laughing impermanence is too selfish. We fought for so long. We can't let all our efforts go to waste. The one who shouted just now was Chu Quangren. Feng Xingye gave him an approving look. Clever. After Wang Xingli appeared outside the city gates, Xia Wuchang and the others began to pull the monsters out of the city. There must be a plan behind this. Thinking back, Feng Xingyalu ordered in the team channel. Gather together, secure the first kill. Don't let the boss get outside the city. Kong Liuhuo of Shengxianhuo called out. Zheng Wei, what are you planning to do? Zheng Wei glanced at Wang Xingwei's movements and decisively ordered. Team 1, leave the team with me. Everyone else, do your best to stop Suizan's people. Then she led the elite team, that had left the Thorn Rose Guild, and directly applied to join Xia Wuchang's team. Receiving the Thorn Rose team's application to join, Xia Wuchang was a little surprised. Zheng Wei's actions were certainly not out of weakness towards her old rival. The only reason she could do this was because of Zheng Wei's investment in Wang Xingli. But Zheng Wei was taking it far too seriously, even bowing to her nemesis. However, thinking back, Xia Wuchang herself was in the same boat. To keep all one, she was even considering setting up a dual guild leader system for her guild. After a moment's hesitation, Zheng Wei's application to join the team was approved. With the brilliant starlight approaching aggressively and grand fireworks hesitant, the help of thorns and roses would provide much stability. Kong Liuhua, seeing this, finally realized Zheng Wei's scheme, but it was too late for him to follow suit. Xiao Wuchang's team was full. Feng Xingye glanced at Zheng Wei and Kong Liuhua, sneering, fence-sitters. Kong Liuhua, with his excellent hearing, caught Feng Xingye's sarcastic remark. Seeing that he wouldn't get any benefits, Kong Liuhua decided to go all in, following Zheng Wei's example, and staying with the elite team to continue following the boss, while the others were sent to intercept the brilliant starlight. Whether it's Zheng Wei or Xiao Wuchang, it doesn't matter who gets the sect token, as long as they don't steal their own patron's brilliant starlight. He didn't forget to shout towards the city gate. Evening Star returns. We, Prosperous Fireworks, have really helped you. Prosperous Fireworks and Brilliant Starlight had a long-standing feud, so when the two sides met, they naturally fought fiercely, with many resorting to underhanded tactics, leaving the female players of Thorns and Roses stunned. The onlookers watched the spectacle, whispering amongst themselves. The way the three guilds were behaving, they found the mutual backstabbing and slapping amusing. Later, the news of the three guilds fighting in the World Boss Battle also appeared on the game forums. Surfing expert Kong Liuhua naturally saw it too. Some people were even shipping him and Feng Xingye as a couple. He immediately closed the post, cleansed his eyes, and sighed at how many eclectic people there were these days. The fiery red flying mount she had previously ridden was naturally Sang Fiwen's battle pet, the Phoenix. She had gotten a great deal from Zhang Lianing this time. Phoenix, Tier 1 Legendary Creature Level 5, Upgradable, Experience 0/2000, Growth Potential 20, Lifespan 0/200. Talent, Gain Spell Skills upon Advancement. Health, 500. Loyalty, 50/100. Attributes, Constitution 20, Strength 15, Intelligence 30, Agility 20, Perception 15, Charisma 30. Magic Defense 15, Physical Defense 15, Movement Speed 100, Attack Speed 15, Load Capacity 200. Skill, Nirvana. When she and Zhang San arrived on the Phoenix, Zhang San immediately noticed that the Purple Cloud City's grand formation prohibited spells and flight, so he stopped outside the city. Currently, her Phoenix is too weak to participate in the battle. Upon landing, she was taken into Sang Fiwen's inkwash space, while Zhang San quickly began setting up an array in the forest. Seeing Zhang San setting up the array, Sang Fiwen conceived a plan and devised a kill strategy with this master-level NPC. With the help of thorn rose and flourishing fireworks, the fallen sword demon walked out of the city gate and into the area outside the city, unprotected by the large array. Without the suppression of the city's array, the boss, now in its half-human, half-beast form, radiated intense black energy, charging up a high-level skill. Zheng Wei narrowed her eyes, feeling somewhat uneasy, and looked at Wan Qinghui, who hadn't made a move. If this level 60 fallen sword demon were to unleash its skill, everyone within 100 meters of it would be wiped out, including the city gate. The city lord of Xian City would definitely cause trouble for Xiao Wuchang and his group, ranging from fines to imprisoning them in the NPC jail for months. Of course, players could resist and escape, but they would then be wanted by the authorities and forbidden from entering any city in the Eastern Continent, which would mean abandoning all their development in the Eastern Continent. Zheng Wei, who had staked almost everything on the guild's early development, only hoped that Wan Qinghui wouldn't disappoint her. Seeing Zheng Wei's expression, Xiao Wuchang naturally knew what she was thinking and sneered, regretful? While there's still time, why not leave the team? Black energy swirled around the boss, its sword almost completely filled with red light, ready to unleash a devastating, map-wide ultimate attack in the next second. Suddenly, everyone saw a flash of figures, and two Wan Qinghui appeared on the field, one still in the distance, and the other suddenly appearing behind the boss. As Wan Qinghui remotely summoned the crystal mirror image, she also activated the active skill of her peony sword, Luotian Possession. Luotian Possession lasts for 3 minutes, grants an additional 500 HP, an additional 1000 spirit, immunity to all spell damage, absorption of 80% physical damage, and resistance to all abnormal statuses. Cooldown is 1 natural day. The peony sword unleashed 1,000 layers of radiant light, and the phantom of Luotian merged with her. The onlookers only saw the red-clad figure unleash a series of flying kicks, causing the black fuming half-beast monster to stagger several steps. Holy crap! She can actually get close. So powerful. What kind of insane equipment is this? She's tanking it. Combo 3, Combo 4, Combo 5. The onlookers were stunned, even forgetting to continue fighting the boss, all watching the solo show. Holy crap, the number 1 warrior on the leaderboard, I bowed down to you. Someone's loud voice shouted, and Wan Qinghui's title of number 1 warrior on the leaderboard became deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. Wan Qinghui's series of kicks not only interrupted the boss's charge-up, but also briefly stunned it. Taking advantage of the moment, she grabbed the boss and simultaneously used a scroll she had been holding. The scroll displayed an activation countdown, an anchor point teleportation talisman that Zhang San had hastily drawn in the forest. Where's the boss? Where did it go? Wan Qinghui's illusion vanished along with the boss. 100 meters away in the forest, Zhang San had already set up the ancient fire elemental array, 9 luminaries. At the center of the array was a phantom, floating anchor point. The instant Wan Qinghui's illusion and the boss appeared before the anchor point, the ancient fire elemental array was activated. The sun in the sky seemed to be drawn by the array on the ground. 6 miniature suns flashed from the array and exploded with a deafening roar. Instantly, heaven and earth were connected by a tiny but magnificent fiery red tornado, and powerful air currents swept outwards from the tornado's center. After the dust settled, the half-human, half-demon fallen sword demon had vanished, replaced by a golden treasure chest and several pieces of orange glowing equipment. Chapter 38. The forest outside Xian City was swept by a fierce wind, leaves flying everywhere. Players were caught in the aftershocks of the fire tornado, thrown several meters away, their howls echoing through the fierce wind. World Channel System announcement. Congratulations to Laughing at the World for achieving the first kill of the fallen sword demon. This contribution ranking will be retained for 7 days, and can be viewed at any time. Done! Zheng Wei loosened her grip on the crossbow. Sang Fiwen, who was speeding on her sword, received the kill notification and almost jumped up to celebrate, but luckily, she remembered she was still on her sword. Her illusion triggered the 9 luminaries formation, so the final blow was attributed to her. Thanks Zhang San. Thank you Grandma. System notifications popped up one after another. System. Congratulations on killing the world-class Demon King, the Fallen Sword Demon, and obtaining the title Quick Eyes and Hands, rewarding 100 silver coins, 100 character reputation points, and 1 skill upgrade point. System. Congratulations to your team Laughing at the World for ranking first on the Fallen Sword Demon contribution ranking. Reward. 200 silver coins, 1 equipment box, royal quality, and 1 material box. Quick Eyes and Hands, title in martial arts, speed is the ultimate weapon. Masters need not only luck, but also unparalleled speed. Wearing this title grants a 50% increase to movement speed, and an additional 1 point of agility upon leveling up. This title was on Sang Fiwen's wish list in her previous life, but unfortunately, only those who completed the world-class boss kill for the first time could obtain it. Sang Fiwen was thrilled. The top-tier title she had sought but couldn't obtain in her previous life was now displayed in her character panel. She equipped it without hesitation. The world boss offered rich experience rewards, and the players who participated in the attack all emitted a white light indicating they had leveled up. Depending on their contributions, players received different system notifications, and looking at the random equipment and material boxes in their inventory, they were filled with the joy of a bountiful harvest. Holy crap, I got a purple sword. I'm a healer, I can't use it. Change, change, change. I got a purple staff. The top player is so cool, 1 blow sealed the deal. Doesn't anyone think that Guild and Swordsman Online is strong? They're the ones drawing aggro most of the time. Is Xiao Wuchang going to start a guild in the future? I want to join, front row seat. The chat channel was instantly flooded with praise. Xiao Wuchang, of course, wouldn't miss this excellent opportunity for exposure and promptly posted a recruitment notice. World Channel Xiao Wuchang. The world of Swordsman Online is recruiting talented individuals. All those interested in joining the Swordsman Online Guild are welcome to apply. World Channel Kong Liuhua. Wait, you guys issued a sect token? Kong Liuhua casually probed for information, and only then did Xiao Wuchang remember the sect token. She quickly sent a private message to Wan Xinghui. 1. Issue a sect token. It's all up to you. Everyone was happy, except for one group, who were filled with sorrow. On the street, the members of Brilliant Starlight dared not breathe. The vice president, Feng Xingjielio, had a face so gloomy it was almost dripping with water. They were blocked inside the city gate by the combined forces of Thorn Rose and Prosperous Fireworks. Previously, because they had suppressed their damage output, the Brilliant Starlight team hadn't even made it into the top 5 of the contribution rankings. In other words, even some smaller clubs had surpassed them. In the forest outside the city, the aftershocks of the 9 Luminaries formation had passed, and the traces had dissipated. Seeing the culprit brought to justice, Zhang San, preoccupied with his great-grandmother, didn't even glance at the trash on the ground before using a teleportation talisman to leave. Sang Fiwen arrived at the scene on her sword, happily picking up the loot dropped by the boss. She tossed 3 orange-tier items into her backpack, placing them alongside a pile of purple-tier items she collected earlier at the volcano. The 3 orange-tier items were a spearman's weapon, a melee shield, and a warlock's robe. She handed them over to Xiao Wuchang for later use. The members of the Xiaoyao Jianghu team all received the rewards for being first on the contribution leaderboard. She also had a random orange-tier item box, several material boxes, and 5 gold coins in her inventory. Looking at Xiao Wuchang's private message, and then at the precious treasure chest on the ground, Sang Fiwen shook her head with a wry smile. Her luck was average. She never expected someone would ask her for a wish. If only Boss Xiaobai were here. Sang Fiwen glanced at her friends list, and to her surprise, Lin Yuan's avatar had just turned from gray to green. He was online, however, calling Boss Xiaobai over to open the chest was unrealistic now. The sounds of players gradually drifted from afar. They were probably following the commotion of the fire tornado. World bosses drop unclaimed items, often sparking fierce competition among players, and potentially leading to bloodshed. Sang Fiwen wasn't wrong. The players who came were there to take advantage of the chaos. She couldn't stay here long. Gritting her teeth, she opened the treasure chest. Inside lay a golden token. It actually dropped. A sect token. Great. Taking the token, Sang Fiwen crushed a return scroll and returned to Ziyun City before anyone else arrived. Ziyun City Square was in an uproar. Sang Fiwen took out the sect token, coveted by every guild, and the 3 orange-tier items, handing them to Xiao Wuchang. Only then did she belatedly realize the significance of her discovery. Gu Lan's first guild token. She was the one who got it. This would be a momentous event in player history. Xiao Wuchang tossed the sec token to Tian Chong, who scratched his head and asked sincerely, "Boss, where should our guild be located?" Holding the sec token, Xiao Wuchang stroked his chin. "Good question. A1, what do you think?" Bei Meng thought to himself, "Boss is really cunning. He's asking as if Wan Qinghui has already agreed to join their guild." He turned to look at Wan Qinghui. She hadn't heard the lively discussion. The top-ranked player was huddled to one side, busy replying to messages. Sang Fiwen had just received 2 messages from Lin Yuan, replies to her previous 2 comments. "I'm free. The strategy was originally your idea, so you can handle it." Seeing that Boss Xiaobai's first thing to do after logging on was to reply to her, she was overjoyed and immediately asked, "Boss Xiaobai, you're up so early. Shall I take you to level up?" Lin Yuan glanced at the bright sun and chimed in, "It is quite early. 10 gold an hour?" Sang Fiwen's eyes narrowed into crescents. She loved Boss Xiaobai's generosity. Xiao Wuchang grinned and leaned closer, oh so focused. "Who is it?" "Wuchang." "Oh. Sorry, you asked me about the guild location earlier, right?" Wan Qinghui said as she walked away, quickly disappearing into the distance, leaving behind the words, "Choose Zhejiang Peak next to Luoyang City." Before Wan Qinghui could disappear into the teleportation array, Xiao Wuchang shouted, trying to seal the deal, "You get 50% of the guild credit. Don't you dare back out later." Wan Qinghui gave her an okay sign, leaving with the words, "Taking the boss to level up, see you later," and then left through the teleportation array. Bei Meng, having witnessed his boss's masterful ability to recruit, was utterly impressed. He turned to Tian Chong, who was still studying the map, and said, "Next time you see Wan Qinghui, remember to call her Sister Wan." Xiao Wuchang returned just in time to hear this, giving Bei Meng an approving look, "You're the one who's got it, kid." Watching Wan Qinghui strut away, Xiao Wuchang shook his head, TSK, truly a friend forgotten for a pretty face. Actually no, it wasn't that, his Wan was just greedy for money. Bei Meng had already taken out the shop map, found the location of Zhejiang Peak, observed the terrain, and praised, "Boss, this place is really good." He continued, "Look, a river flows through it, the Luo River surges from the foot of the mountain, winding around its base, steep on both sides." Tian Chong, impatient to hear so much, went straight to the point. "Just give me the conclusion." Bei Meng scoffed, "I seem to remember there was an IQ threshold for choosing the mecha design course? How did you get in?" Tian Chong rubbed his head, recalling a painful memory, and muttered a rebuttal, "I didn't get in." Xiao Wuchang, carrying the sect token, headed towards Luoyang City, intending to go to the sect's management office to select the easily defensible Zhejiang Peak as the guild's location. Meanwhile, Sang Fiwen had already returned to Luoyang City, stopped by the flower pavilion, and cleared out her backpack. In the spacious storage room, Sang Fiwen began to tally her spoils. A pile of purple gear, several skill books, a few orange items. Her grin was as wide as a miser's. She then carefully selected a set of level 15 healer gear, and put it back into her backpack. When she came out, she bumped into Lun Wanchu, who had just logged in the lobby. Lun Wanchu pulled Sang Fiwen around, admiring her masterpiece. "Wow, no wonder it's a cloak I made, it's so cool. Wow, the lines, the patterns, the hem. Perfect." Lun Wanchu seemed to be praising Sang Fiwen, but in reality, she was praising herself. Sang Fiwen suddenly remembered the shop matter. She was supposed to inspect the shop today, but she was in a hurry to find Boss Xiaobai and had originally planned to put it off. Now that Lun Wanchu was online, things were much easier. So she coaxed, "I have some good news. Want to hear it?" Lun Wanchu covered her mouth with both hands, excitedly exclaiming, "You won the lottery? How much? If you become rich, don't forget me." Sang Fiwen was too lazy to pay attention to her best friend's daydreaming. "I don't buy star color. From now on, you're promoted to assistant shop manager with 2 shops. "We have shops? Where are they? I was just worried about where to sell my fashion items." "You don't know, the commission from street vendors is outrageous." Sang Fiwen thought to herself, "I know all too well, I got a full 25 gold coins deducted from my street vendor account." Unsurprisingly, Lun Wanchu was very interested in opening and running the shops. Sang Fiwen added her best friend as a manager, and sent her the coordinates of the 2 shops. Lun Wanchu packed a backpack full of fashion items, and prepared to go to the shops. Seeing her best friend heading out with everything ready, Sang Fiwen stopped her. "Hey, wait a minute, is that all you're taking?" Her friend retorted confidently, "That's all the fashion items I made. Please, Luciani, we're opening a shop now, not setting up a street stall. Come with me. Sang Fiwen led her to the storage room, opening boxes of purple-grade equipment. Go to East Street and rent a delivery wagon. Level 10 equipment is 5% off for a limited time. Also, hire a shop assistant NPC. She went on and on about the details of opening a shop for players, and Lun Wanchu listened intently, 100 times more attentive than in class. Damn capitalists. Lun Wanchu cursed as she jotted down key points in her notebook, her eyes shining brightly. Xiaowan, how about we call the fashion shop Shuwan Pavilion? Seeing her best friend's dreamy eyes, Sang Fiwen smiled and nodded. After seeing Lun Wanchu off, Sang Fiwen sent the organized strategy guide to Kong Liuhua. Kong Liuhua replied instantly, thanks. I send the reward to your email later. There's something else. Would you be so kind as to ask the top-ranked player to help us take first place on the speedrun leaderboard? Coincidentally, Zheng Wei also messaged, Xing Hui, when the world boss spawns next time, could you join my team and help us secure the kill? Remembering the favor Shengshi Yinhua had done for Brilliant Starlight, Sang Fiwen replied to Kong Liuhua, no problem. Besides the 10 gold for the strategy guide, I offer 30 gold for the dungeon run. Then, after careful consideration, she replied to Zheng Wei, I was purely lucky to get the kill this time. I can join you for the next world boss fight, but I can only say I do my best. There were too many things to do, and time was truly insufficient. After repaying the favor, she would have to explore the map alone. As for a boss, one newbie boss would suffice. Beside the teleportation array in Luoyang City stood a peach tree. Lin Yuan leaned against it, arms crossed, like a cat basking in the afternoon sun. Passing players couldn't help but stare at him, as if he were a beautiful sight. 3 female players, glancing back as they walked, accidentally knocked over a fruit and vegetable stall belonging to an NPC. The handsome, short-haired, curly-haired elf was completely unaware that he had become part of the spectacle, engrossed in playing with his orange staff. Dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating his fair collarbone. Sang Fiwen, draped in a fiery red cloak, her large hood revealing only her beautifully sculpted jawline and neck, also paused to admire the sight for a moment. However, after a few more players knocked over the fruit stall, she suddenly snapped back to reality, quickly walking to Lin Yuan, her wide robe shielding him from the stares. Little boss, sorry to keep you waiting. Chapter 39. Sang Fiwen took out the carefully selected healer's outfit and handed it to him. Boss Xiaobai, use these level 15 purple gear for now. I bring you better ones later. Seeing her arrive, he waved and gave her a lazy smile. So polite. Looks like I have to double the leveling fee? His level wasn't high enough yet, so he casually stuffed the items into his bag and tossed her a small bag of gold coins. I'm too lazy to look for equipment, so I leave the rest to you. Sang Fiwen lightly weighed it in her hand. Good heavens, at least 20 gold coins. That's double the tip. How could she accept that? Taking the small amount of money, Sang Fiwen was full of energy and first teleported Boss Xiaobai to Xian City. Once they reached a sparsely populated area, using the forest as cover, she summoned a phoenix and flew with Boss Xiaobai to the Guanjian sect. After the anomaly at the Guanjian sect, all the NPCs within had been transformed into mindless, demonic creatures. High level, low intelligence, perfect for her to level up and casually carry clients. Arriving at the same grotto as before, she put away her phoenix and skillfully found the hidden passage she had opened previously. The two arrived at a small stone bridge with red railings. The stone tablet that had originally been inscribed with the 3 characters Guanjian sect was now half covered in black mist and blood, and the other half had crumbled into rubble. A few demonic monsters dressed in Guanjian sect robes lingered at the entrance. Their lower bodies were still human, but their upper bodies had grown different monstrous organs, just like the demonized Lu Yanshi. Following the presence of humans, they charged towards them, roaring incoherently. Sang Fiwen drew her willowly slender sword with her right hand, shielding Lin Yuan. With her left hand, she tapped the crimson gourd at her waist, summoning the peony sword, nurtured within her sword intense space. With 2 swords, she swiftly dispatched these mere brutes. After dealing with the demonized monsters, strangely, their corpses didn't dissipate as usual, dropping materials or equipment. The two continued their stealthy advance. Passing a stone bridge, Sang Fiwen twirled the spider ring inlaid with a poison-repelling gem on her hand. Sure enough, a soft rustling sound came from the forest. With the key item, the alluring and handsome snake demon naturally reappeared, this time emerging from the river. Stepping ashore from the shimmering water, water droplets still clung to the scales of the snake demon's tail. Sang Fiwen whistled softly, about to launch another impromptu challenge, when suddenly a wide white silk robe fluttered down, precisely enveloping the alluring white snake demon. Lin Yuan's outer robe completely obscured the white snake demon's alluring upper body. Don't look at what you shouldn't see. The handsome physician stepped forward, blocking her view, his eyes coldly fixed on the white snake demon. Young master, please put your clothes on. Sang Fiwen was quite disappointed. She hadn't expected that even in the 125th year of the star calendar, there would still be conservatives. Fortunately, the white snake demon had a good temper, and wasn't angry. She actually put on the wide white robe, concealing a patch of skin, leaving only her white snake tail exposed. The white snake demon looked at the still dissipating demon corpse on the ground and lamented, mortals, overestimating themselves. Everyone's ambitions are higher than the sky, but their lives are as fragile as paper. Sang Fiwen found it amusing. This white snake demon was quite the drama queen, spouting words of compassion while her eyes concealed disdain. As she spoke, the white snake demon made a hand seal, retrieving some items from the corpses of the demonic creatures. The corpses then vanished without a trace. Sang Fiwen recognized the items the white snake demon had retrieved. They were materials from the mutated monsters she had collected at the volcano, still emanating wisps of black dragon breath. Sang Fiwen narrowed her eyes slightly. The white snake demon showed no signs of demonic transformation. Why was he taking these items? The white snake demon didn't explain. After carefully storing the materials, he asked the two outsiders, two heroes, I have a request. Would you be so kind as to help eliminate the demonized fire scorpion demon in Panhuan Mountain? System, accept the white snake demon Suzhen's request, yes. Seeing the two heroes agree, the white snake demon looked sorrowful. We were husband and wife. I really can't bring myself to kill her. She's in the mountains, at the fork in the road ahead, go right. Sang Fiwen raised an eyebrow. She had misjudged what had happened earlier. She thought the white snake and the scorpion were enemies, but it turned out they were a demon couple. He wanted to kill his wife? What a dramatic plot. Her gaze towards the white snake instantly transformed into one of disdain for a scumbag. The white snake demon, Suzhen, didn't care about the red-robed heroine's disdainful look. Just like last time, he transformed back into a white snake and retreated into the dense forest. Lin Yuan, who had been intentionally or unintentionally blocking Sang Fiwen's view, finally breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled, how interesting, shall we go take a look? Seeing that Boss Bai was so interested, Sang Fiwen naturally had to go, even if it meant going through fire and water. On the way to the fire scorpion boss's territory, there were many demonized Guanjian sect Taoists. Sang Fiwen was in charge of clearing the way, cutting through everything along the way, and soon they arrived at their destination. Upon arriving nearby, Sang Fiwen covered her nose in disgust. The stench of alcohol was overwhelming. Was this boss a drunkard? In the middle was a thatched hut, with broken wine jars scattered everywhere. Under the hut, a bewitching fire scorpion woman in red was chugging down a wine jar. After drinking her fill, the drunken succubus wiped her mouth and murmured, Zhenlong, don't go. Lin Yuan suddenly told a lame joke. I heard of scorpions soaking in wine, but I never seen a scorpion drinking heavily. Sang Fiwen chimed in, ha ha ha. The two stepped on a pile of broken wine jars. Startled, the fiery scorpion succubus snapped, which blind brat is this? She propped herself up, her alluring eyes flashing towards them. Oh? A pair of lovebirds? Leave now, and I spare your lives. However, the fiery scorpion succubus's response was a flying sword with a long golden tail, piercing her wine jar through, spilling the wine everywhere. The fiery scorpion succubus, dressed as an exotic dancer, was furious. Her armlets transformed into giant scorpion pincers, and a long, spiky tail sprouted from her spine. With a frenzied tone, she roared, you won't listen to reason, so you have to suffer the consequences. Stay here and be my ninth sister side dish, that be a way of staying together forever, ha ha. System, you have disturbed the wild demon king ninth sister. Fire scorpion demon ninth sister. Level 45 demon king. HP 430, 000/430, 000. Little white boss, sit back and watch the show. Facing a level 45 wild boss, Sang Fiwen was not afraid at all. Her celestial peony sword had an effect. Attacks ignored level. In other words, even with a maximum level advantage, she could still deal damage without any reduction. As long as she wasn't instantly killed by the boss, she had a chance of winning. She lacked information about the fire scorpion demon Jiao Nyang. Based on her guess, Jiao Nyang was likely a unique wild boss, the kind that wouldn't respawn after being killed. According to experience, wild bosses usually possess wide area, map-wide damage skills. The fire scorpion monster's attacks were likely fire-based or poison-based. Sang Fiwen silently prayed that Jiao Nyang's ultimate attack was poison. Lin Yuan had already disappeared into the nearby woods, finding a tree stump to lazily sunbathe, his gentle, watery eyes closely following the girl's figure. Jiao Nyang spun rapidly, her scorpion tail whipping around like a whirlwind, hurtling towards Wan Xinghui like a whirlwind of fire. Wan Xinghui tumbled repeatedly, and the instant the whirlwind stopped, she used her slender sword to carve a slash into the scorpion's tail. Swish, 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 bleeding profusely. -500, -500, -500. Following the scorpion tail's attack came a pair of giant pincers, tearing through the air with a single strike. The red-robed girl leaned to the side, barely dodging. The attack missed, and Jiao Nyang's giant pincers dug deep into the ground. Wan Xinghui, of course, didn't miss this opportunity. Her flying sword and the sword in her hand attacked relentlessly, gradually reducing the boss's health. 512 -533 -700. The scorpion tail lashed out swiftly at a tricky angle, forcing the red-robed girl to retreat. Jiao Nyang, whose health had dropped to 50%, pulled out her pincers, licked her lips, and said, "What a nimble fellow. Wait until I paralyze your limbs, then see how you escape." The phase transitions at 50%. This unique boss is truly difficult to deal with. Jiao Nyang's scorpion tail swelled, her entire body turning green. After a moment of preparation, she rapidly sprayed out a cloud of highly poisonous green mist, instantly creating a thick miasma around them. A thick, poisonous miasma filled the air. This ultimate attack was an unavoidable, guaranteed hit. Within the dense miasma, a faint light protected the red-robed girl. Seeing no poison buff in her status bar, Sang Fiwen breathed a sigh of relief. The ring on her finger emitted a faint glow. The poison-repelling gem was indeed the trump card against the fire scorpion demon, Jiao Nyang. Oh no, Ba Xiaobai is also in the poisonous fog. She turned her head, but her vision was obscured by the green miasma. She couldn't see him. Lin Yuan leaned lazily against a tree stump. In an instant, an overwhelming fog swept in, blocking out the sunlight. A small, transparent snake lazily flicked its tongue, a warning, that fool, picking on the weak. The next second, a venomous scorpion stinger hovered near Lin Yuan's neck, and Jiao Nyang's seductive laughter rang out, "Hee hee hee. Young master, your servant has arrived." Lin Yuan's body slowly tensed, his well-defined knuckles gripping his venomous staff. He was in a terrible mood. If it were just a matter of not being able to leisurely bask in the sun, it wouldn't be so bad, but the instant the girl's figure disappeared into the poisonous mist, his heart felt like it had been squeezed tightly. The scene etched into his mind began to churn again. The demoness' drunken breath brushed against his ear. "Young master, tell me, if I were to tie you up, wouldn't your little wife be helpless?" He raised a hand to rub his temples, trying to relax, but upon hearing these words, his eyes, which had been as gentle as spring water just moments before, froze, and a sinister rage could no longer be contained. "You're courting death." The moment his thin lips parted, a flash of cold light appeared in his hand, and blood splattered everywhere. Nine Maiden's eyes widened, the world spun in her vision. Fiery red blood gushed from the bowl-sized gash, and beside the headless female corpse, a beautiful head lay fallen. Execution. The black-haired youth's eyes were icy cold, as he turned his head to avoid the gushing blood. With Jiao Nyang dead, her body gradually dissipated, leaving only a red robe and a head on the ground, eyes wide open. Two demon cores remained, one white and one red, the white core wreathed in wisps of black energy. "Ba Xiaobai, are you all right?" The poisonous mist was slowly dissipating, and a girl's anxious voice came from not far away. Lin Yuan looked at the executed boss at his feet, only then belatedly considering how to smooth things over. Ian said cheekily hiss. "How about reviving her?" "Oh no, the old man's around. I can't do it, ha ha. How about you find that old man for me sometime? That way I can upgrade my abilities." Who told the host to always ignore the tasks it gave him? Ian felt a surge of satisfaction seeing the rare hint of panic in its host. Fortunately, before the poisonous fog completely dissipated, a white figure darted in like lightning, snatching the two demon cores from the ground. The poisonous fog completely cleared, and seeing that little white boss was unharmed in the woods, Sang Fiwen first breathed a sigh of relief, then tensed up again. The white snake demon, Sujin, had appeared beside little white boss at some point, with Jiao Nyang's head still under his feet. Sang Fiwen, ? Lin Yuan resumed his usual nonchalant demeanor, leaning against a tree and chuckling. Young master killed his wife to steal her cores, truly heartless. Seeing that his host had lied by telling the truth, perfectly smoothing things over, Ian, who had originally wanted to watch the show, could only sigh regretfully. The white snake demon, Sujin, had completely shed his previous cold and compassionate appearance, no longer concealing the black aura emanating from him. He gazed at the 2 demon cores in his hand, his eyes half filled with affection, half with greed. "Thank you for your century of nurturing, my lady," he said, swallowing the 2 demon cores. "My lady, look, we be together forever." In an instant, the alluring white snake prince sprouted 2 horns, his vertical pupils glowed with an ominous golden red, and black energy surged, threatening to engulf Lin Yuan. "Little white boss, watch out." The red-robed girl rushed towards Lin Yuan like an arrow, pulling him into her arms and fleeing quickly. The handsome physician leaned lazily against her arm, a satisfied smile curving his lips. "That was close. We almost became a pair of doomed lovers." His warm breath brushed against her earlobe, tickling Sang Fiwen, who was busy fleeing, and she chuckled dryly. Little white boss's level of lame humor is really not good. Chapter 40. Fortunately, Sujin was still undergoing transformation after consuming the demon core, leaving him no time to pursue. Suddenly, thunderclouds gathered in the sky, with purple gold lightning flashing within. Sang Fiwen's pupils contracted slightly. In her previous life, she had seen such thunderclouds in the Ascension Dungeon. The Berserk boss's attack was to summon the Tribulation Lightning. Sang Fiwen, deeply traumatized by the Tribulation Lightning, blurted out, "Oh no, we have to go." She grabbed Lin Yuan and leaped onto the phoenix, not even bothering to collect the loot dropped by Jionyang. The phoenix carried the 2 away at high speed, the mountaintop already shrouded in tribulation clouds. Lin Yuan turned back unwillingly and asked, "Aren't we going to finish him off? There are still treasure chests to open." Sujin was transforming into a dragon, his newly grown horns glowing with a blue light, his serpentine body in the shackles of transformation. Sang Fiwen hadn't expected Boss Xiaobai to be so enthusiastic. Without turning her head, she said, "No time." If Sujin hadn't killed Jionyang just now, even if Jionyang stood still and let me chop her, it would still take 10 minutes. "Let's take a break for now, and come back later." Lin Yuan clicked his tongue in comment, "A couple, this is too cruel." Sang Fiwen also sighed, then, as if she had found a kindred spirit, happily asked, "Boss Xiaobai, you also like NPC stories? You like them?" "Yes." "Then I like them too." Sang Fiwen scratched her head. What kind of answer was that? Guanjian sect wasn't too far from Xian City, and the local spectacle naturally attracted a lot of discussion from onlookers. World Channel Hua Sui. Wow, did anyone see it? There are purple gold clouds south of Xian City. World Channel Lu Bowen. I saw it. It's amazing. Is it some kind of hidden quest? World Channel Phone Lingwei. Anyone want to team up? Want to check out the action? World Channel Lung Xiang Shiren. I'm nearby, guess who I saw? The number 1 player on the leaderboard, Wan Xinghui. World Channel He Jiangyu. As expected of the number 1 warrior, he just killed the world boss at noon, and now he's causing trouble again. World Channel Hua Sui. Anyone want to go for soup with me? DM me to team up. Knowing that the number 1 player was near Tianlei, and that it might involve a hidden quest, a small group of players hoping to take advantage of the chaos quickly rushed towards the vicinity of Guanjian sect. The first to arrive were naturally the rangers from various guilds. They looked around but didn't see Wan Xinghui. The opportunists charged forward with bloodshot eyes, like hyenas smelling meat, convinced that a fortuitous encounter must be hidden in the eye of the storm. The earliest arriving players shoved each other, oblivious to the fact that the thunderclouds in the sky were growing thicker and thicker. "Get out of the way! I found this place first. There's a hidden door in the cave. It's probably the entrance to a hidden dungeon." Finally, the accumulated tribulation lightning struck, one after another, bolts as thick as century-old tree trunks descending, striking the mountain peak of the Guanjian sect, purifying all the demons and covering up all the stories. Oh, and it also killed a bunch of players who came to fish in troubled waters. The charred Sujin had revealed its true form as a white snake, half of its newly grown dragon horns broken, and a bunch of wings on its back, though its skin was torn open, revealing bone. The heavenly lightning was far from over. It stumbled and flapped its newly grown wings, flying towards the nearest human city, where the great formation might help it withstand some of the damage and give it a chance to survive. Feng Xingyi Luo, who was organizing members to tally the losses on the main street of Xian City, looked at the 4-figure gold coin repair bill and rubbed his incessantly twitching right eye. A thunderclap echoed outside Purple Cloud City. He looked up at the sky, following the sound. The group of members beside him also looked up curiously. Someone exclaimed, "Is that thunder over there?" "It really is." "Wow! Such a thick bolt of lightning. Hey, wait a minute. Is that thundercloud drifting this way? System. A mutated demon king is heading to Purple Cloud City for tribulation. The Purple Cloud City Lord immediately issued an order, and the guard NPCs began evacuating the city's residents. A quarter of an hour later, Purple Cloud City was baptized by the tribulation thunderclouds. Many houses suffered severe damage. The Brilliant Starlight Guild, as the only player faction that had purchased real estate, suffered a huge loss. Amidst the blaring alarms, Feng Xingyi Luo stared at the system notification that his real estate valuation had reached zero and suddenly laughed. When he bought the shops in the center of Purple Cloud City 3 days ago, he never expected a moment like this. After an unknown amount of time, the thunderclouds finally dissipated, and Suzhen, at the center of the thunderclouds, was barely clinging to life. The heavenly lightning cleansed all impurities, the black dragon breath on its body dissipated completely, and its eyes regained their clarity. Suzhen, who had been lying on the verge of death, seemed to suddenly remember something. With his last breath, he stumbled and flew back towards the mountain where the Sword Observation Sect was located. The moment the thunderclouds left the Sword Observation Sect, Sang Fiwen rode her phoenix back to the place where she had fought Jionyang. The little phoenix, after carrying people several times, grew hungry and softly cried in protest, refusing to return to the ink painting space. System. Battle pet loyalty decreased by 1. Sang Fiwen looked at the sulking little phoenix, and had no choice but to let it wander outside, swaying back and forth like a petulant child. As usual, she ransacked the boss's room, finding several plump wine worms, about 2 inches long, swimming leisurely among the wine jars under the thatched shed, like small fish. Spiritual wine worms. Sang Fiwen's eyes lit up. She scooped out the fish-like worms, and kept them in Zheng Yi's gourd. At the spot where Jionyang died, there was a gleaming golden treasure chest, and 2 pieces of orange equipment. Sang Fiwen's eyes lit up, and she clasped her hands together, looking at Lin Yuan. Boss Xiaobai, can I make a wish again this time? Lin Yuan readily nodded. Of course. She made a huge demand. I want the same set of equipment as that immortal sword from last time, or a high-level skill book. Ayan flicked her tongue. TSK, this woman has a big appetite. Lin Yuan and Ayan were connected by thought, and Lin Yuan asked succinctly in his mind, is it possible? Ayan honestly replied, not sure, let's try. Just as they were about to open the treasure chest, a long skeletal figure stumbled in from the horizon, as if using its last breath, before crashing down the mountain. Sang Fiwen drew her sword, shielding Lin Yuan. The sword had barely left its sheath when the skeletal remains transformed into the White Snake Prince. But it seemed not to see them at all. The black aura surrounding it had been completely washed away by the heavenly lightning, restoring its cold and compassionate appearance. It walked towards the place where Jionyang had died, its blood-stained fingertips trembling as it touched her head. Jionyang, your true love has returned. After hundreds of years of dazed existence, his mind now clear, he deeply regretted being bewitched by the black dragon's breath and swallowing the mutated demon core. If I had known that transforming into a dragon would be like this, I would have preferred to forever dwell at the foot of Mount Li, to stay with you forever. The White Snake Prince was clearly at his limit, unable to maintain his human form. He reverted to his original form, lightning still churning his wounds. He turned and pleaded, please, young heroes, give me a quick death. A flash of cold light from a sword ended the White Snake Prince's life, leaving behind a golden treasure chest and 2 smooth demon cores, their interiors shimmering with wisps of purple gold. World Channel System announcement. Players Wang Xingwei and Lin Yuan have completed the hidden storyline of the Guanjian sect. System. Congratulations on completing the hidden storyline. Rewards. 100 silver coins, 100 character reputation points, and 1 skill upgrade point. Lin Yuan sighed. Do you think Jionyang would still be willing to be with Suzhen in the next life if she knew he had repented? If NPCs in the Gulen game had an afterlife? She shook her head and said softly, if he truly repented, he shouldn't continue to entangle her in the next life. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Late blooming affection is worth less than grass. The speaker meant no harm, but the listener took it to heart. The handsome physician lowered his eyes, concealing the turmoil within, and said nothing. The little phoenix, which had been strolling around, was drawn to the 2 demon cores. It first nudged the round demon core with its wing, then pointed to its belly, and finally looked at its master, letting out a series of soft chirps. Sang Fiwen immediately understood, picking up the large demon core that had been tempered by tribulation lightning, a great tonic for demon beasts. Seeing the little phoenix staring intently at the tempered demon core in her hand, Sang Fiwen's playful side emerged. She shifted her hand holding the demon core from left to right. So the little phoenix's neck also shifted from left to right, staring expectantly. Looking at that innocent and hopeful gaze, Sang Fiwen stopped her teasing and fed the little phoenix Jiao Nyang's demon core first. Alright, here you go, enjoy. After swallowing the demon core, the little phoenix's eyelids drooped, then it tucked its head into its wings and fell into a deep sleep. Its feathers shimmered with a new light, and its size seemed to have increased slightly. After returning the sleeping little phoenix to the ink-washed space, Sang Fiwen heard Lin Yuan's reminder behind her, "Bad news, your wish didn't succeed. Of course, there's no such thing as a free lunch." After a pause, Lin Yuan continued, "The good news is, although they're not a set, the quality is the same." "No way." Sang Fiwen ran over to check. The White Snake Demon's treasure chest contained a universal skill book, 100 Ghosts Parade, while the Fire Scorpion Demon's treasure chest contained a red, narrow-sleeved robe shimmering with golden light. 100 Ghosts Parade? A celestial grade garment. Boss Bai's luck is truly outrageous. Millennial Fire Scorpion Demoness robe. Celestial grade, size 2x4x5, weight plus 4.2. This item is untradeable, and will always drop upon death. Once the complete set is collected, it will be bound to the player. Item attributes. Level requirement 45, all attributes plus 45, magic defense plus 50, physical defense plus 50, poison resistance plus 10, weight capacity plus 30%. Trait 1, Aura of Wine, passive, increases spirit energy regeneration speed by 100%. Trait 2, Teleportation, active, removes all abnormal statuses and instantly teleports the user to any location within a 10 by 10 by 10 area, granting 1 second of invulnerability. Cooldown, 500 seconds. Trait 3, Fire Scorpion Poison Mist, active, creates a 10 by 10 by 10 area of highly poisonous mist that lasts for 10 minutes. Creatures within the area gain 1 layer of poison every 10 seconds, up to a maximum of 5 layers. Cooldown time, 1 natural day. Even though Sang Fiwen had defeated 3 bosses above her level, and her experience points were skyrocketing, she was only level 26. Even with level-reducing gems, she was still several levels short of equipping them, so she could only keep them in her inventory to spur herself on to level up. When Sang Fiwen turned her head, she saw Lin Yuan leaning against her, smiling at her. His black robe with gilded flame patterns was lifted by a corner in the mountain wind, the dark red silk embroidered hem flowing. Most striking was the waistline cinched by the sculpted design of the robe, which transformed the aloof, life-saving physician's uniform into a captivating battle robe. "Does it look good?" Noticing her gaze, Lin Yuan chuckled. The dark red teardrops falling from his ears were the lover's tears earrings she had carefully chosen, now swaying alluringly. Sang Fiwen nodded, secretly impressed. No wonder its equipment with charm stats. It wasn't a waste of time, she thought. She whistled, sincerely praising, "This equipment really suits you." Their eyes met, and she extended a hand to him. As if bewitched, Lin Yuan instinctively grabbed her wrist, pulling her half a step closer, only to have a book slapped against his face. The girl was holding a skill book, somewhat apologetically. "Oh dear, Boss Bai, I'm sorry. You can learn this 100 Ghosts Parade. It's very useful. 100 Ghosts Parade, universal skill. Summons random ghosts from the 18th level of hell. Can command ghosts. 1 hour cooldown." Lin Yuan reluctantly released the girl's wrist, turning his head away from the skill book, sullenly saying, "I don't want it, the name is unlucky." The girl, with a regretful expression, readily learned the skill book, then pulled out several equipment boxes, her eyes sparkling. "Boss Xiaobai, can we make another wish today?" Just as Lin Yuan was about to take the boxes, a rustling sound came from the dense forest, and a group of players with unfriendly expressions emerged. Sang Fiwen put away her things and looked at the uninvited guests. The leader was none other than Chu Quangren, whom she hadn't seen for several days. Surprisingly, despite the kill order, he was still radiant, and even sported a set of purple gear. Chu Quangren, carrying his ghost-headed saber, led a dozen or so players, his imposing manner overwhelming them. Wan Xinghui said calmly, "It's you. Haven't deleted your account yet?" These words, to Chu Quangren, were blatant mockery and a reopening of old wounds. He shouted, "Wan Xinghui, don't be so arrogant. How are you going to compensate us for our losses?" Chapter 41. Let's rewind to a short time ago. The system announcement that Wan Xinghui and Lin Yuan had completed the hidden quest at the Guanjian sect naturally sparked a discussion. Many people who went to the Guanjian sect to join the fun died, and many complained that they got nothing and were struck dead by lightning. World Channel Hua Sui. So frustrating. That thundercloud was a full map attack. We got nothing, just wasted teleportation fees and experience points. World Channel Lu Bowen. No wonder we didn't see Wan Xinghui. She's so mean. We were discussing it in the World Channel for ages, and she didn't even warn us, causing us all to die. World Channel Feng Linghui. Exactly. Shouldn't the top-ranked player compensate us for our losses? World Channel Lung Xiangxiren. I second that. Make Wan Xinghui compensate us. Chu Quangren, who had been closely monitoring Wan Xinghui's movements, immediately realized this was a perfect opportunity, seeing the constant complaints in the World Channel. World Channel Chu Quangren. Yeah. Wang Xinghui is shameless, dragging a bunch of players down with him while doing a quest. World Channel Qingyu. Exactly. I was perfectly fine in Xian City, and I got dragged into this too. Shouldn't the top-ranked player be responsible? World Channel He Jianyu. Wasn't Xian City evacuated beforehand? The players, who were struck by lightning, were already feeling down, but seeing the discussion in the World Channel, they all joined the condemnation. A few objective criticisms were ignored by the enraged hyenas. World Channel Hua Sui. Right. The top-ranked player did a quest and didn't take responsibility, dragging everyone down with him. Shouldn't he apologize? World Channel Feng Linghui. What's the use of an apology? Show some sincerity. 1 gold coin per person, and we let bygones be bygones. World Channel Ripples. Doesn't this count as contributing to her successful completion of the mission? We should give her something, right? At Evening Star Return World Channel Chu Madman. Evening Star Return embezzled the hidden mission rewards. Those brothers who died from being struck by lightning should all seek compensation from her. World Channel Flower Follow. Count me in. World Channel Ripples. +++ me too. Thus, a group of players from the Sword Observation Sect came to demand an explanation. We won't ask for much, at least 10 gold coins each, right? After Chu Madman spoke, a ranger named Qingyu immediately chimed in. I advise you to show some sincerity, you made us all lose a level. With them leading the way, the other dozen or so players also spoke up, aggressively condemning her. Seeing that their goal had been achieved, Chu Madman and Qingyu secretly took out a recording mirror and began recording. Besides the experience loss, I also lost a purple item. Yeah, when I ran back to my corpse, I didn't see the item anywhere. Did you pick it up? The number 1 on the leaderboard isn't going to deny it just because they're powerful, are they? Wan Xinghui suddenly realized you guys are here to scam us? Ha ha. Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. These people were definitely here to scam us. What scam? You clearly messed up the quest and caused us to die. The swordsman named Lu Bowen shouted, his neck stiff. A female sorceress named Hua Sui was immediately attracted to the handsome healer leaning against the side. She swayed her hips and stepped forward, gazing at Lin Yuan with affectionate eyes, her voice sweet enough to squeeze out honey. Hey, healer over there, don't be fooled by this wicked woman. She used us all as scapegoats to complete the hidden quest herself. It's too dangerous for you to follow her. After the group arrived, Lin Yuan had been absent-mindedly fiddling with the tassel. Upon hearing the phrase vicious woman, he suddenly chuckled. He turned to Hua Sui. Oh? Then, as her employer, am I even more vicious? His tone gradually shifted from a chuckle to a cold laugh, his eyes changing from languid to icy, staring at Hua Sui as if she were an ant on the roadside, indifferent yet harboring murderous intent. Seeing the handsome doctor looking directly at her, though his gaze was terrifyingly cold, Hua Sui still mustered her courage and continued in a sickeningly sweet voice, Doctor brother, my skills are quite good too. How about you hire me to help you level up? As she spoke, she gave Lin Yuan a flirtatious wink. Seeing someone openly trying to poach her boyfriend, Sang Fiwen was beyond tolerant. Wan Xinghui coldly pointed her sword at Hua Sui, retorting, I didn't expect you to be so ugly, yet so ambitious. You? Hua Sui angrily threw a fireball at Wan Xinghui, but immediately regretted it, frantically looking at the leader, Chu Quangren. Sure enough, Chu Quangren also looked at her grimly. Before they came, they had agreed that Wan Xinghui would make the first move, but now, this sorceress had disrupted their plan. Bang, -31. Wan Xinghui let the sparks explode on her body, a red message appearing above her head. System. Player Hua Sui of the Justice Squad attacked you. You can retaliate. It will not count towards your sin value. The girl in red robes lightly leaped onto the treetop, tilted her head, and winked at Lin Yuan. Want to bet? Let's see how many purple items they can drop. Before Lin Yuan could answer, she interjected, I bet at least 5 items. 5 gold coins, no takebacks, boss, bye. After speaking, She lightly tapped the gourd with her left hand, and a golden flying sword drew from its sheath, slicing across the necks of Chu Quangren and Qingyu, the leaders, splattering blood. Then she stomped on Chu Quangren's corpse, grinding it hard. You trash, you never learn, always coming looking for a beating. Then she turned to the remaining troublemakers, a mocking smile playing on her lips. You could all come at me together. I can refrain from intervening for a minute. She paused, then continued with a smile, otherwise, the situation will be one-sided, making it seem like I'm bullying you. Ayan, who had been silently watching the scene, thought warily, this woman is not to be trifled with, she has quite a temper. It glanced again at its host, whose face was full of doting affection, and shook its head. It truly didn't understand human emotions. Seeing this, Hua Sui's face flushed red with anger. Let's all attack together. I refuse to believe it. A group of players launched their attacks, the battlefield bursting with various skill effects as they assaulted the red-robed girl. However, she moved like a nimble cat, effortlessly weaving through the players and dodging all the attacks. Hua Sui unleashed a barrage of attacks. Her firepower was undeniably considerable, but she couldn't hit her target at all. She screamed in fury, you broke your promise. Didn't you say you wouldn't move for a minute? Oh dear lady, I suggest you go to the clinic to get your head checked, and maybe get some plastic surgery while you're at it. Wan Xinghui dodged while pointing to her head. The attacks from over a dozen players rained down like a shower of flowers, but all missed, blasting the charred stones, already ravaged by lightning, into dust. Smoke and dust billowed, and the red-robed girl's figure flickered in and out of existence, like a wandering ghost. 3, 2, 1. A minute passed, and the golden flying sword soared again, tracing a graceful arc in the air, spraying puffs of blood like a symphony. The girl in red robes began counting the purple gear on the ground. 1, 2. How come there aren't many purple items? You poor bastard. The more she counted, the more disheartened she became. It was over. Nearly 20 players, and only 4 pieces of purple gear had dropped. She had no choice but to take out 5 gold coins and hand them to Lin Yuan. Here, a bet's a bet. The premise of the bet. Lin Yuan winked slyly. I agreed to bet with you. He pushed a few gold coins back with his fingertips. I won't bet such a small amount with you. Sang Fiwen awkwardly took back the gold coins. The little white boss really couldn't be judged by ordinary standards. Now it's quiet. Shall I continue opening boxes for you? Oh right. She eagerly pulled out the previous box, handing it to Lin Yuan, with a hopeful expression. The wind rustled, the red-robed girl's eyes gleaming as she stared at the box, while the handsome physician opening it watched her tenderly. On the game forum, a new post appeared titled Top Player Bullies Others, containing a first-person perspective video. After careful editing, the content was presented as Wan Xinghui bullying others, slaughtering over a dozen players without a word. Breaking news. Top Player Bullies Others. First-person perspective confirms Wan Xinghui's massacre of casual players, posted by Justice's Little Hammer. In the video, the red-robed girl stepped on corpses, arrogantly crushing the heads beneath her feet. You trash. The scene shifts, and she coldly says to a pale-faced female sorcerer, Sister, I suggest you go to the clinic to get your head checked, and get plastic surgery while you're at it. Then, with a swift stroke, she cuts the sorcerer down. Sword energy crisscrossed, corpses and equipment littered the ground. The poster's angry, trembling voice came through the screen, accusingly saying, We were just seeking justice for Xian City. First floor, hot comment, get out of Gulan, you show off. Just because you're number 1 on the leaderboard doesn't mean you can just start a fight? At Giant Tech, come and do something about this. 3,879 likes, 2 indie floor, hot comment lol. Didn't you see that hot post about brilliant starlight being surrounded? Wang Xinghui single-handedly slaughtered half the enemy team. I'm totally swooning over this crazy beauty. 2,953 likes, 3 RD floor. Am I the only one who noticed that female warlock? She's so sweet looking. Is Wang Xinghui jealous of sweet girls? 525 likes, 4th floor. Located in Xian City, now a wasteland after being struck by lightning. It's unfair that Wang Xinghui dragged the main city down with her while doing quests. 512 likes, 5th floor. Has anyone analyzed Wang Xinghui's equipment and skills? It seems like she's cheating, instantly killing people. At Juicy Technology, I suggest a thorough investigation. 355 likes, 5th floor. I agree with the above. The more powerful the skill, the higher the spiritual energy consumption. How come Wang Xinghui's spiritual energy is infinite, like she's cheating? At Juicy Technology, 243 likes. This post quickly became a trending topic, and the discussion intensified. Any objective comments were suppressed by the overwhelming criticism. Gradually, this public opinion evolved into a massive, comprehensive discussion targeting Wang Xingwei, the top-ranked player. There were both those who praised and those who criticized, turning the forum into a bloodbath. Xiao Wucheng, who was processing guild registration, suddenly received several private messages. Bei Meng, boss, have you seen the posts about He Wan on the forum? Tian Chong, boss, who's badmouthing He Wan? I'm going to beat them up. Xiao Wucheng quickly glanced at the game forum. After a few seconds, he realized someone was deliberately stirring things up behind the scenes. Most bystanders were completely clueless. The ones making the fuss were just a few people with the same IP address. It's just a public opinion war. Xiao Wucheng closed the post and scoffed, "TCH, petty tricks. I already done all this. These kinds of tricks are easy to counter, you just need a trigger. For now, let the dust settle. Don't rush. Even Awan herself probably doesn't know about this. Don't bother her." Xiao Wucheng replied to Bei Meng and Tian Chong, calming his two indignant underlings. Xiao Wucheng continued with guild matters, using the SEC token and signing the electronic agreement. The NPC in front of me smiled and said, "Congratulations. The paperwork will take 2 days to process. You will be notified to pick up your mountain use permit in 2 days." Chapter 42. In stark contrast to the desolate scenery of Xian City, Luoyang City was bustling with prosperity. Twilight bathed Luoyang City, and the once quiet Fenghua Avenue, now illuminated by lanterns, was teeming with people. A new 2-story shop called Shuwange had opened on the street. Under its eaves, extravagantly displayed high-end purple ornaments, and the shop windows were filled with exquisite fashion items and various equipment shimmering with purple light, attracting many players to enter and browse. As Xingxing stood at the entrance of this new shop, Shuwange, peeking out on tiptoe, 3 or 5 players emerged from beside her, carrying brocade boxes. The enthusiastic farewells from the NPC shopkeepers mingled with the clinking of gold coins against the counter. This was undoubtedly one of the most vibrant shops on Fenghua Avenue. Welcome back next time. The fashion in this shop is absolutely gorgeous. Much better than the tailors run by NPCs. I wonder who the owner is, opening a shop in Luoyang City so quickly. Did you see the system announcement? An auction house is opening next to this shop the day after tomorrow. There will be a huge flow of people every day. I really envy the owner of Shuwange. They're so lucky. Shuwange also sells purple gear. I checked, and they have a lot of stock, mostly high-quality equipment at level 10 to 15. This shop must be backed by some large club, otherwise, how could they have so many resources? Judging from the style of this shop, I bet it's run by the goddesses of Thorn Rose. Xingxing was curious and wanted to go in and see the supposedly gorgeous fashion, but she didn't move. She obediently stood at the shop entrance waiting for someone. Not long ago, she received a message from her master. "Little Xingxing, are you free?" Xingxing, still in the rented alchemy room, immediately replied, "Master, how did you know I was free? I just finished refining pills, and this time the finished pills are even more effective than before. The herbs you gave me are amazing." "That's good. Xingxing, wait for me here. Coordinates 10392, 13920, 019. So Xingxing went to the entrance of Shuwan Pavilion, and Sang Fiwen quickly arrived as well. The two then browsed the shops together. Xingxing looked at the beautiful clothes, almost unable to move. Girls always love beauty. Seeing Xingxing scrutinize a purple dress for a long time, Sang Fiwen smiled and asked, "You like this?" Xingxing nodded. "The purple hem looks just like the purple mist that floats out of the cauldron when I'm refining pills." But when she saw the price tag, she immediately shook her head vigorously. 5 gold coins. Too expensive. Sang Fiwen stopped Xingxing, who was about to leave, and put 5 gold coins in her hand. "Go buy it. Consider it a gift from your master." Seeing Xingxing still hesitating, Sang Fiwen urged her with a smile, "Go quickly. Your master has enough money." Shuwan Pavilion had been open for a day, attracting many players with its beautiful fashions and powerful equipment. Although the prices were high, there were still quite a few sales. Xingxing really liked the purple dress. Seeing her master support, she happily went to get the dress and pay for it, but unexpectedly, another hand reached for the dress at the same time. It turns out another female player named Great Duo had also taken a liking to the purple dress. She had just borrowed money from her friends, and was back to buy the dress she'd been longing for. "I was the one who saw this dress first." Great Dodo preemptively snatched the dress. Star was somewhat bewildered. Seeing this, Sang Fiwen stepped forward. "It wasn't like it was first come, first served, was it? You didn't pay a deposit, did you?" Great Dodo looked at the hooded, red-robed player in front of her, who seemed rather difficult to deal with, so she rolled her eyes, quickly found a nearby shop assistant NPC, paid, and left. Actually, besides them, customers were frequently arguing, all competing to see who could place an order faster. Lun Wanchu's clothes were very popular, which was within Sang Fiwen's expectations. She knew Lun Wanchu's talent in this area. However, Sang Fiwen was frustrated that even she, as the shop owner, couldn't get her own items. Seeing Star's disappointment, Sang Fiwen led her to the tailor shop on the second floor. There should be stock up upstairs. Hey, the second floor doesn't seem to be open yet, a player nearby reminded her. The shop NPC guarding the stairwell let the two through, and immediately a player confronted the NPC. Isn't the second floor closed? How come they can go up? The shop NPC maintained his professional smile and politely replied, Dear guests, those are our shop owner and her friend. The second floor is still under construction and not open to the public. Please look forward to it. Isn't that the one in the red cloak Wan Qinghui, the top-ranked player? No wonder, I was wondering why there was another player-owned shop. It's not surprising if it's her. Didn't you guys check the game forums? Wan Qinghui is arrogant and has a terrible character. I will absolutely not spend money here. Sang Fiwen led Qinghui to the second floor, and from the doorway, they could hear the soft whirring of a sewing machine, indicating that things were very busy inside. The second floor had been converted into a garment workshop, with the assistant shop owner and chief designer buried in a pile of fabrics, frantically working on a sewing machine. Kinkinglu, I brought my apprentice. Sang Fiwen introduced her to Xingxing. This is my partner, and also the assistant shop owner here. Kinkinglu looked up, greeted Xingxing amicably, then complained to Sang Fiwen, Sigh, business is so good. When are we going to restock the purple outfits? They're almost sold out. Sang Fiwen then checked the shop's sales figures. She had priced purple outfits at 80 to 150 silver coins each, while Lun Wanchu priced fashion items at 1 to 10 gold coins each. Their daily income had already reached 50 gold coins. Purple outfits were necessities, so sales were naturally excellent, while fashion items were currently luxury items, and sales were only average, but the future looked promising. She felt a headache coming on. It seemed she'd have to go back to manual labor again. She could only issue a blank check first. Okay, I fill the inventory tomorrow, don't worry. By the way, do you have any purple outfits? Kinkingla pointed to the finished clothing section in the corner, where there were several purple dresses. Sang Fiwen led Xingxing to pick one out. It was even prettier than the previous one. Xingxing explained, Master, you're truly amazing. Sigh, I also want to open a shop. AI Cafe said my pills would definitely make a lot of money, but every time I set up a stall, I get a lot of fees deducted, and the herbs aren't cheap either. Making money is so hard. That's natural. The most difficult and arduous part is for alchemists in the early stages. Sang Fiwen grabbed Xingxing's wrist and took the opportunity to ask, Interested in joining us? I have another shop between the academy and the escort agency. You can be the assistant shopkeeper and chief alchemist there. Besides, I cover all the costs of refining the pills. According to her plan, another shop adjacent to the academy and the security escort agency would primarily sell elixirs, along with miscellaneous goods such as rice wine and scrolls. Xingxing's eyes lit up. Then she scratched her head sheepishly. Master, I feel like I'm taking advantage of you. I'm so sorry. Sang Fiwen, however, knew this was a surefire business, and shook her head with a smile. Xingxing, you don't know how high your alchemy talent is. I'm afraid I mistreat you. Kinkinglu emerged from a pile of fabric. Wanqing, you should first consider the supply problem for this shop. Sales are too good, demand exceeds supply. I need funds to buy better equipment and hire more people. No problem, I provide the funds. Xingxing, you should also set up a better alchemy room and hire some NPC shop assistants. Xingxing, being young, was a little nervous and asked, Can I ask AI Cafe to come along? Actually, she's my older sister, and she knows more about these things than I do. The more people the better. So Sang Fiwen immediately drafted an employment contract, had Xingxing and Lun Wanchu sign it, and also sent messages to AI Cafe and AI Nyonai. Soon after, AI Coffee and AI Milk, having received the news, also arrived at Shuanj. They discussed the details of opening a shop selling pills. AI Coffee asked, Xingxing, how many pills do you have now? Xingxing took out 3 types of blue-quality pills, piled on the table like a small hill. 96 lesser rejuvenation pills that instantly restore 10% of maximum health, 10 lesser clear mind pills that remove 1 layer of poison, and 10 lesser hemostatic pills that treat mild bleeding. There are few players who can refine pills now, and pills are in high demand, so this batch shouldn't have trouble selling. Little Star said sheepishly, Master, I'm sorry, I wasted over a dozen herbs this time. I try harder next time to achieve a higher success rate. Sang Fiwen was a little numb. This terrifying success rate. She silently increased the budget for the pill shop in her mind, wanting to build a dedicated alchemy room for her apprentice and buy the best alchemy equipment. Seeing the pill inventory, Love Coffee gently shook her head. This is still not enough. We need to hire more alchemists, and as far as I know, apart from Star, other players who have learned alchemy skills don't have such a high success rate. Herbs are also the problem. Sang Fiwen immediately said, Don't worry about the herbs, there's plenty. Suddenly, she remembered something. The level 20 dungeon, Pansiling, which would soon become a popular dungeon, required a large number of antidote pills. So she solemnly instructed, Xingxing, remember to refine all antidote pills recently. If you see anyone selling antidote pills or single ingredient formulas, buy them as long as the price is reasonable. You can get the money directly from Kinkinglu. Lun Wanchu nodded, noting this down. Sang Fiwen had already given her a full 50 gold coins as operating funds. AI Cafe said, Then we sign contracts with alchemist players, offering to provide 50% of the herbs to attract them. That's a really tempting offer. Xingxing nodded, yes, it was indeed very attractive. Sang Fiwen deposited another 50 gold coins into the shop, letting Lun Wanchu manage it entirely. This would be the initial expenses for both shops, AI Cafe, and the others only needed to register with Lun Wanchu to withdraw the funds. In addition, she wrote down a list from memory, which included future alchemy masters, tailoring masters, and blacksmithing masters, and handed the list to Ainyonai, who was in charge of recruitment. Besides screening the players who applied for jobs, he was also instructed to proactively contact those on the list to sign contracts. They chatted for a long time, finally settling on Xingwan Pharmacy as the name for their shop, which mainly sold elixirs, before excitedly dispersing. Lun Wanchu had been staying at the shop recently, while Sang Fiwen returned alone to the flower pavilion. Instead of resting, she found 3 large wine vats in a corner, estimated their capacity and proportions, and took out 5 bottles of rice wine that restored 20% of maximum spiritual energy, pouring them evenly into the 3 vats. She fetched several large buckets of river water from a tributary of the Lu River, filling the remaining space in the vats. In an instant, the rice wine was diluted beyond recognition, leaving only a faint aroma, and the restoration effect dropped to 1% of its original value. Sang Fiwen wasn't wasting resources. Her crimson gourd was teeming with 4 leisurely swimming fish, spoils from Jiao Nyang's thatched hut. Wineworms. Wineworm, spiritual creature. A spiritual creature born from aged fine wine, capable of transforming bland wine into aged liquor, restoring spiritual energy by 100%. Carefully, a fish was placed into each of the 3 wine vats, leaving the last one in the gourd. The wineworm swayed happily in the vats. Sang Fiwen hummed a little tune, scooping up a ladle of diluted rice wine, 9/10 river water. The ratio she had repeatedly experimented with in her past life was now perfectly replicated. The diluted liquid reflected the moonlight, appearing to her like gleaming silver. These seemingly meager 3 vats would become 300 bottles of rice wine with doubled effects tomorrow. As she hummed, she suddenly remembered something. During her discussion with everyone in the shop earlier, she felt she had overlooked something. The medicine box was also a business opportunity. Pills need to be stored in a medicine box to be used in battle, but the medicine boxes sold in shops can only hold a maximum of 4 pills, and even then, they cost 1 gold each. However, increasing the capacity of the medicine box is a practical pursuit for players, and player-made medicine boxes will only become more expensive later on. In her previous life, a player with a craftsmanship skill created an exquisite medicine box that could hold 8 pills, priced at 2 gold. Sang Fiwen also bought one, disassembled it, and studied it, and couldn't help but admire the designer's ingenuity. More pills would double the material cost, less pills would prevent it from being formed, and the cost was about 50 silver coins, making it the most cost-effective player-made item. She still remembered the structure of that medicine box, and could provide the blueprints to the craftsman NPC to make it. It had mortise and tenon joints in the wooden interlocking layers, lined with silk, and a rotating octagonal structure. All the materials were common. Back in her study, Sang Fiwen focused intently on recreating the structural blueprints of the medicine box, which resembled an octagonal rhombus. Paying close attention to brand identity, Sang Fiwen then drew a design of a goddess flying atop the octagonal medicine box, which would serve as the logo. This seemingly simple design actually concealed an opportunity to make her medicine shop a market sensation. After all, while other shops were still limited by the capacity of their 4-slot medicine boxes, Xingwan Pharmacy's top-quality medicines, accompanied by the 8 Immortals box, had already become the preferred choice for players. Then, Sang Fiwen sent a message to AI Cafe, asking her to come to Huajian Shuixi when she had time, bring the design and pattern, and commission a batch of medicine boxes bearing the goddess logo. She then instructed her to apply for a patent in the Luoyang Hall after they were made. After thinking for a moment, she also sent a message to AI Nyonai, instructing him to hire 2 apprentice NPCs to bottle wine at Huajian Shuixi and expedite the opening of the medicine shop. In 2 days, the auction house in Luoyang City would open, at which time the foot traffic on Fenghua Avenue would undoubtedly reach its peak. Chapter 43. After arranging things at the shop, Sang Fiwen logged off and tidied herself up to go to school for training. Just as Sang Fiwen was about to leave, she bumped into her brother, who hadn't returned for half a year, in the entryway. Judging from the direction he was coming, he seemed to have come from the housekeeping staff's quarters on the first floor. Sang Peifeng hadn't changed much from her memory. He still wore his ever-present gold chain glasses, exuding a scholarly air, and still had that refined and amiable demeanor. "Brother? Why are you back?" Sang Fiwen looked at him with surprise, then deliberately dragged out her words. "Oh, I know, you're back to see your fiancé?" If she remembered correctly, in her previous life, Sang Peifeng had become engaged to Hua Rong of the Hua family half a year ago, and they should be making it public soon. However, Sang Fiwen disliked the Hua family. After the Sang family went bankrupt in her previous life, the Hua family not only didn't offer any help but also took the opportunity to acquire the Sang family's company at a low price. Hua Rong even turned her back on them, and broke off the engagement with Sang Peifeng. Why not just sabotage their relationship? Sang Fiwen thought silently. After all, it was a marriage of convenience for mutual benefit. Sang Peifeng probably wouldn't blame her, right? Sang Peifeng returned to the capital planet at the same time as Qin Lan, but he hadn't gone back to the Sang family residence. He didn't want to go back to that so-called home. If he could, he wouldn't even want to go back to the capital planet, but unfortunately, he needed to maintain regular face-to-face meetings with his nominal fiancée. The Obsidian personal terminal on his wrist contained newly downloaded surveillance footage from the Sang family residence. The video clips all involved a man, but there was very little footage of him this month. He seemed to be intentionally avoiding surveillance, and he hadn't appeared in the last few days. Last night, Sang Peifeng and Hua Rong met as usual. In public, they were like a couple deeply in love, a perfect match that drew envy from everyone. But in private, Hua Rong was a complete madwoman. She went berserk in front of him, smashing everything in the room, simply because the video clips he brought weren't to her liking. The few clips, no more than 30 seconds long, were naturally unsatisfactory to her. Hua Rong always demanded a one-to-one recreation of the man's daily life. At these moments, her controlling nature was suffocating. Sang Peifeng still remembers the madwoman smashing a wine glass, screaming, "No! I can't let him disappear again! I finally found him! Haha, senior, you think I wouldn't recognize you just because you look different? Even if you turn to ashes, I will find you." No one would have imagined that Hua Rong, the powerful heiress of the Hua family, would actually take a liking to the Sang family's bodyguard. He was a disheveled young man that Sang Peifeng would never have given a second glance. This seemingly unremarkable young man was precisely the reason Hua Rong chose Sang Peifeng as her partner. Although Hua Rong was a womanizer, he could tell from various signs that she was serious about this man named Jiang Chini. She was constantly seeking out different men, playing around with them, and then forgetting them, some even ending up in dire straits. But only with Jiang Chini did Hua Rong secretly observe him, carefully searching for all aspects of his daily life behind his back, yet never daring to approach him, treating him like a lost and found treasure. In the video footage Sang Peifeng brought yesterday, there was a segment exceeding 10 seconds, showing Sang Fiwen dragging Jiang Chini out of the house. Upon seeing this, Hua Rong smashed the last wine glass, glaring hatefully at Sang Fiwen in the image, biting her lip and muttering, "That brat, I chop off her fingers." After reducing the room to rubble, Hua Rong finally calmed down, looking at Sang Peifeng with a charming smile. "Oh, sorry, I forgot that's your sister." Sang Peifeng steered the conversation back to the main point. "Sang Jinan isn't willing to invest easily. I need you to spread some word first. Also, you need to act even more devoted to me." Hua Rong poured herself another glass of wine. A glass of red wine, a strand of hair tucked behind her ear. Her striking beauty was accentuated by this gesture. "So you agreed to my previous proposal?" Sang Peifeng lowered his head, removing his gold chain glasses, and gently wiping them. "Of course. As your official fiancé, I help you manage the investments in the Brilliant Club, and I also keep an eye out for that doctor named Lin Yuan. If he could, he truly didn't want his future wife to be a madwoman like Hua Rong. Of course, it was all just an act. They naturally break up when the time came, so there was no need to worry too much. Sure enough, Hua Rong laughed heartily, but her tone was as cold as a winter wind. Don't actually fall for me, okay? I change fiancés all the time. As the heir to the Hua family, wherever her father Hua Ye's ambitions lay, she would be the first to go, paving the way by any means necessary, even if it meant a marriage alliance. If it weren't for her ruthless and swift methods, she'd probably be married to someone else now, not just a question of which fiancé she have. Her father was always cold and ruthless, treating his daughter as a bargaining chip. As before, Hua Rong approached Sang Peifeng at her father's behest. But to her surprise, the other party was unlike any of the previous incompetent fools. He quickly saw through her true intentions. Hua Rong thought she had messed things up this time, but to her astonishment, Sang Peifeng not only didn't distance himself from her, but even directly surrendered to her. Only afterward did she investigate and find out that Sang Peifeng was just an illegitimate child, constantly ostracized by Madame Sang. No wonder he harbored ambitions to ruin the Sang family. Hua Rong had seen far too many incompetent lackeys, but Sang Peifeng was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Although he was an ungrateful wretch, that didn't stop her from liking him. As a knife in her hand, all that mattered was his sharpness. Seeing Sang Peifeng agree to 2 new tasks, Hua Rong was very satisfied and agreed to his requests. She began preparing to mobilize funds to invest in X-Planet's dark matter, hoping to lure Sang Zhenan into the scheme. The Hua family's intelligence came from that high-ranking official in the central government, so it was naturally accurate. Hua Rong and Sang Peifeng had already discussed it. The underground reserves of dark matter on Planet X weren't as abundant as those on the surface, so the investment was destined to be a waste. But they couldn't catch a wolf without risking their cubs, so they had to cast the bait. As for the public engagement, that was even simpler. In Hua Rong's mind, what was a young woman's reputation? Could she eat it? She just needed to spend time thinking about what excuse she needed to come up with to appease her father. When it came to talking, Hua Rong was always much better than her half-sister, Hua Yun. Thinking of the pretentious Hua Yun, a vicious glint flashed in Hua Rong's eyes. That bitch, thinking she could be on equal footing with her just because she found the heir to the Lu family? Dream on. She wouldn't follow in her mother's footsteps. That poor woman's footsteps. Even with her father's protection, that bitch and her mother would forever be trampled underfoot, living or dying at her mercy after her success. All the way, Sang Fiwen kept thinking about Sang Peifeng's words. Her brother didn't answer the question about his fiancée, but instead asked a strange question. I just came back to visit. By the way, where did your bodyguard go? Sang Fiwen was stunned. Her brother had never given Jiang Chuni a second glance, so why was he asking about her bodyguard now that he was back? Seeing her strange expression, Sang Peifeng realized his own awkwardness and abruptness, so he changed the subject and hurriedly left. Just like in her memory, he hadn't had a proper conversation with Sang Fiwen since he came of age. Jiang Chuni's leave this time was indeed very long. Even Sang Fiwen couldn't contact him, as if he had vanished into thin air. She suspected several times that he might have left without saying goodbye again, just like in her previous life. Jiang Chuni seemed to be hiding many secrets, but she wouldn't use her rebirth to pry into his private affairs. Amidst her swirling thoughts, Sang Fiwen arrived at Chu Si's office. She cleared her mind of all distractions, and trained as hard as ever. After the physical training session, she continued copying the mecha design drawings from before. Halfway through, someone knocked on the door. It was an elderly man with gray hair. Sang Fiwen had a good memory. This old man was one of the examiners who had sat at the assessment site before, right next to Principal Jingxing. In short, he was definitely a big shot. She immediately bowed politely and greeted him. Hello, teacher. Teacher Chu isn't here right now. I'm her student, Sang Fiwen. He didn't know who the other person was, but calling them teacher was always a safe bet. Jiang Zi had come to retrieve the mecha design blueprints that Chu Si had borrowed, but he hadn't expected such an unexpected find upon opening the door. Isn't this that brat's sweetheart? Thinking of that brat, Jiang Zi couldn't help but puff out his cheeks and glare. Jiang Chuni, under the pretext of practicing his long-neglected skills, drove Jiang Zi's treasured antique, the KS first-generation mecha, and disappeared yesterday. Hopefully, it didn't die in outer space. Hee, Sang Fiwen, what a nice name. Oh, I'm here to get something from Chu Si, that little rascal. He promised to return the design drawings yesterday, but he didn't show up, so I had to come here. Sang Fiwen blushed. She was still looking at the design drawings, and Chu Si had probably delayed returning them because of her. She immediately apologized. Teacher, I'm sorry, I was practicing by copying them, so I was a little slow. Jiangzi stroked his white beard. Oh! This girl can understand mecha design drawings even before she's enrolled. Anyone with mental strength below S level would faint at a glance at mecha design drawings. Even with S level mental strength, copying them is extremely difficult. Jiangzi became interested. Girl, let me see your copy. The gray-haired old man put on his reading glasses, glanced at the sketch on the table, and nodded to himself. She was a promising young girl. But overall, she was limited by theory, and some parts lacked practicality. Jiangzi, unusually inclined to take on a student, took off his reading glasses and looked at Sang Fiwen, suggesting, Why don't you come with me? I have a bunch of scrap parts. Want to practice on them? Sang Fiwen's eyes lit up. 15 minutes later, she followed the old man to a hatch. It looked deserted, covered in dust. Jiangzi stood beside the hatch, activated an iris scanner, and scanned his right eye. The heavy green hatch opened to both sides, revealing a huge warehouse filled with mechanical alloys. There was an empty space nearby, clean of dust. Judging from the marks, a small mecha had likely been there not long ago. These are all old relics, nothing new. Just play around with them. Sang Fiwen noticed an old-fashioned mechanical arm. She involuntarily stepped forward and touched the fingertips of the dusty mechanical fingers. The massive, dusty mechanical fingers touching the tiny fingertips was like an old horse finding its discerning owner. A slightly cool touch brought Sang Fiwen back to reality. She glanced back at Jiangzi, and the old man waved to her, Go ahead and use your skills. The toolbox is in the cabinet on the right. These are all discarded designs from mecha research. They're all old stuff. Use them boldly. Sang Fiwen wandered through the scrap metal, her mind racing with ideas. After thinking intently for a long time, she finally began to disassemble and tinker with the toolbox, extracting some necessary parts and materials. Jiangzi found a chair and sat down to watch, occasionally offering guidance as the girl moved. Sang Fiwen felt that the old man was like a living textbook. He could explain anything she didn't understand in simple terms. Towards the end, Sang Fiwen felt a little dizzy. You often overdraw your mental energy like this? This habit is bad. Jiangzi quickly stopped her, advising, Never push yourself in the future. Remember, overdrawing too much will damage the root of your mental energy, and that's irreparable. Before leaving, as the owner of this place, Jiangzi also had Sang Fiwen's iris scan recorded, so she could come and go as she pleased. With such a treasure trove opening its doors to her, Sang Fiwen couldn't help but jump up and hug the white-haired old man. Teacher Jiang, thank you. Go back quickly, you have a retest the day after tomorrow, make sure you're well rested. Jiangzi chuckled, unable to resist giving her a word of advice. Chapter 44. Back home, Qin Lan grabbed Sang Fiwen, who was trying to sneak into the gaming room, and ordered her to eat dinner properly. Sang Fiwen obediently sat at the table, watching the dishes being served one by one. When the housekeeper brought out the last dish, a stir-fry with a bluish-green tint, Sang Fiwen couldn't sit still. She secretly flipped her wrist, letting her personal terminal scan the last, unidentified dish. While busy plating the dishes, Qin Lan didn't forget to scold her daughter. Stop drinking those artificial nutrient solutions all day long. Try these. Local specialties from Sinbexing. The computer quickly popped up an ingredient analysis interface, and the jumping skull warning in the lower right corner made the girl's face turn pale. Mom, this dish is poisoned. Qin Lan looked at her daughter with loving eyes. No, these are local Sinbexing mushrooms. They're this color, not poisonous. Your mom learned how to make them from the local chef. Try them. The last dish was made by Qin Lan herself. Ms. Qin had recently fallen in love with Sinbexing's cuisine. Wild mushrooms, a local specialty. Stir-fried mushrooms. So delicious it was said to make your tongue fall off. Since her daughter had never been to Sinbexing, Ms. Qin, missing her daughter dearly, specially learned to cook. The first thing she did upon returning home was to give Chef Zhang a short break, preparing a culinary feast for her daughter. Upon hearing this, Sang Fiwen tremblingly poked at the plate of blue-green mushrooms with her fork, finally deciding to pick up a seemingly safe slice. The metal clinked against the porcelain plate with a resolute, almost resigned, sound. Mom, the Sibai aliens are pretty strong, huh? Sang Fiwen stared at the blue-purple mushroom slice on her fork, swallowing hard. You seem to be doing well. Why are you asking that? Eat up. It's really delicious. Qin Lan enthusiastically promoted the food. Well, the delaying tactic failed. Sang Fiwen closed her eyes and quickly swallowed the stir-fried mushroom, trying her best to block out the taste and control her facial expression. Success. Sang Fiwen grabbed a tissue and naturally diverted Qin Lan's attention. Mom, what have you and Dad been busy with lately? Hearing her daughter inquire about company projects, Qin Lan immediately made some adjustments on her personal computer, bringing up a virtual screen. Take a look. Sang Fiwen took the opportunity to spit what was in her mouth into the tissue, leaned over to look at the screen, which displayed liquid metal fluid resembling fluorescent jellyfish at a 720-degree angle. A white nano-cleaning robot quietly crawled to her feet, and Sang Fiwen casually poured the entire plate of mushrooms into its open hopper. The little thing immediately and faithfully absorbed the waste. The dark matter project is about to start, Qin Lan said hopefully, completely unaware of Sang Fiwen's subtle movements. With it, we won't have to worry about the depletion of mineral resources on Sabay Star. Sang Fiwen gave an "oh," silently calculating the time. Next month, her father was going to decide on a large-scale investment in this jellyfish-like dark matter. She probed indirectly, won't this jellyfish, like the mineral veins, quickly dry up due to mining? We already deployed 3 survey teams of 100 people each to cross-verify the surface resources of Planet X. We can confirm that surface dark matter is very abundant. If we add underground resources, the estimated amount is at least 3 times that of the current mineral veins. But aren't there no real survey data on underground resources? It's all speculation. What if there's no dark matter underground? Sang Fiwen was certain there was no dark matter underground. That was how the Sang family had fallen in her past life. In her past life, she hadn't paid attention to the family business, and later, with her family destroyed and her family wiped out, she regretted it deeply and wanted to know the cause and effect, but no one could tell her anymore. We really can't investigate underground, but the Hua family can. Qin Lan put away the light screen, her eyes unfathomable. Next month, Hua Rong and Pei Feng will publicly get engaged. The Hua family gave us their investigation report. Sang Fiwen unconsciously raised her voice. She had finally grasped a clue. Her father had been deceived by the Hua family. Then what about Sang Pei Feng? Did he know that Hua Rong was using him to seize the Sang family? She clenched her fists. The doubts of her past life seemed to dissipate somewhat. Seeing Sang Fiwen's worried expression, Qin Lan, to comfort her daughter, and to convince herself, added, the Hua family does indeed have ways to leverage military resources. Your father is right to trust them. Sang Fiwen sneered inwardly. With Hua Ye's ambition, how could he let the Sang family have this money-making opportunity while he himself wasn't the first to invest? Now it's not too late. As long as there's a second survey report, even if its authenticity can't be confirmed, she believes her parents, with their caution, won't gamble everything on Planet X like in her previous life. But this will definitely require the use of military mechs. Sang Fiwen's eyes lit up. She had already reached the entrance threshold for the Imperial Blue Military Academy, and had a teacher who appreciated her. She could ask Chu Xi for help. I suddenly remembered I haven't handed in my schoolwork. Sang Fiwen sprang to a halt, the sound of a hovercar starting up coming from outside. Let's go tomorrow. Qin Lan shouted, glancing back at the table. Oh, you all eaten? I told you I mastered the cooking this time. In a corner of the kitchen, a nanobot was diligently processing hazardous waste in its abdominal cavity. That night, Chu Xi was applying a face mask and reviewing her personal computer. The screen displayed the mission details when a doorbell rang. She instinctively pulled out a folding light blade from under her pillow, springing up like a spring and knocking over a bunny cushion on the sofa. Chu Xi tiptoed towards the door, her mind flashing through images of bloody crimes. A soldier who received a mission suddenly died in his home. She always loved stories, with a strong sense of mystery. If she were ever the protagonist, she would definitely beat the assassin to a pulp, making them regret their actions. Just as Chu Xi was rubbing her hands together, she heard a familiar and energetic voice. Teacher Chu, it's me, Sang Fiwen. The girl's clear voice pierced through the specially made door. Chu Xi glanced at the monitor screen. The girl was making a hard shape with her hands towards the camera. It was indeed her energetic student. She put away her folding light blade and opened the door. A girl at the door held a rabbit-shaped mechanical doll, a crooked moon and a star pinned to its ears, a Major General's badge. Tada! Teacher Chu, this is for you. Sang Fiwen looked at Chu Xi opening the door, noticing a slight disappointment on her teacher's face. However, her eyes lit up when Chu Xi produced the rabbit doll. Chu Xi took the rabbit mechanical doll. It had obvious handmade marks, a very delicate and ingenious design. Handmade items are rare these days. Did you make this? Yes. This is a transforming Major General Rabbit. The girl wounded up like a prized possession, and the rabbit mechanical doll unfolded into a rabbit lady riding a vintage motorcycle, the rabbit wearing goggles giving a thumbs up. Chu Si noticed the movable joints, which were exactly the transformation design from the original mecha design drawings. Who would have thought that a cute rabbit plushie could be related to a majestic mecha? Not bad. You're quite good at drawing inferences. Come in. Sang Fiwen followed Chu Si into the house, from the entryway to the living room. Chu Si's house was like a rabbit museum, from the ornaments to the tables and chairs, from the bushes by the door to the vintage motorcycle patterns, everything was rabbit-themed. The two sat down on the rabbit-shaped sofa. Chu Si picked up a rabbit cushion from the floor, nestled into the sofa, and looked at Sang Fiwen. So what's up? You came to see me so late, and brought me such a big gift. What's the matter? Sang Fiwen was a little embarrassed now, fidgeting for a moment. It is indeed a troublesome matter. Spit it out. Chu Si shot her a glare. Okay. Sang Fiwen sat up straight. Concealing her rebirth details, Sang Fiwen recounted her speculations from the restaurant, pointing the finger at the Hua family as the source of her suspicions. I'm worried that Hua Rong's frequent changes of fiancés are a way to ruin the other party, and this time it might be targeting my family too. Chu Si and Hua Yi had been colleagues for years, but their personalities clashed drastically. Regarding Sang Fiwen's family situation, she didn't need to investigate to conclude that it was definitely Hua Yi, that greedy old glutton, who was behind it all. In the past, missions always included specially granted incidental investigation privileges, and this time was no exception. However, it depended on the specific circumstances, so Chu Si carefully said, "Send me the information about Planet X first. But I can't guarantee I get the survey report. I try my best within the allowed limits." Upon hearing Chu Si's words, Sang Fiwen jumped up happily. "Thank you, Teacher Chu." After seeing Sang Fiwen off, Chu Si continued to review the mission details. Another newly formed unstable singularity had appeared near the D-Lon star system. Soon after, Sang Fiwen sent over a package of data on Star X. Chu Si received it and opened the coordinates of Star X. Coincidentally, it was on the same trajectory as the newly formed singularity, meeting the definition of on the same path. This little girl is lucky. A smile appeared on Chu Si's lips. Sang Fiwen felt a little relieved after finishing her business. She didn't get home until late at night. Having developed a phobia of sin-based cuisine, she first confirmed that Qin Lan wasn't waiting for her, then dashed into the gaming room. She was a little late, and when she logged on, the sun was already high in the sky in Gulan. As soon as she logged on, Kong Liuhua sent her a private message. "War God, you're here." Her inbox contained 10 coins as payment for the strategy guide from Kong Liuhua. Sang Fiwen then remembered her promise to run the dungeon. It was already late, and he was still waiting for her. "Sorry, I'll be there in a bit." Sang Fiwen had originally planned to visit Qianlong Town, but since defeating the world boss, the fallen sword demon, the quest hadn't changed, so she had to postpone it. Legendary quest. The Secrets of Lilong Volcano quest content. Qianlong Town Mayor Shinwen has commissioned you to investigate the anomalies of Lilong Volcano. Progress 1. Investigate the anomalies of Lilong Volcano and search for mutated materials, 3/3. Progress 2. Visit the Guanjian sect and persuade the sect leader to provide support, 1-1. Progress 3. Proceed to the heart of the volcano and repair the seal on the dragon-suppressing pillar, 1/1. Progress 4. Question mark. Please visit Shinwen or Zhang Lianing first. However, no matter how urgent the situation, before leaving, Sang Fiwen had one last routine task. Harvesting the crops. In the garden, the peony planting was mostly complete. The tall peony was beginning to bear peaches, and the buds of the money vine were full. Butterflies fluttered about, collecting nectar. Some colorful honey had already fallen from their nests, and fireflies had dropped 20 gold coins. Surprisingly, the wine worms were very efficient at converting rice into aged wine. The wine vats in the backyard were already emitting a rich aroma, and Ai Nyonai had hired 3 administrative NPCs to bottle the rice wine. Aged rice wine instantly restores 40% of maximum spiritual energy, 50-second cooldown. Sang Fiwen also kept a wine worm in her gourd. Now, the rice wine inside not only had the gourd's blessing but also the worm's blessing, making it very effective. It was just a pity that the rice wine would lose its effect once poured out of the gourd. Zhengyi Hulu. Wine status, October 10th. Aged rice wine. 1 sip restores 50% of maximum spiritual energy, increases flying sword damage by 50%, stacks up to 5 times. Sword intent space. 1/5 Luotian peony sword. She spent 10 minutes wandering around the flower-filled pavilion. As she accumulates more spiritual items, it will likely take even longer. It's time to consider hiring someone to manage things, preferably a butler-type NPC. As soon as she left the city, she sensed something amiss. Someone was following her. There were probably quite a few wandering swordsmen lurking in the shadows. Chapter 45. Lately, there are flies everywhere, Sang Fiwen thought, slightly annoyed. A cold glint flashed behind her. She deftly tilted her head, sidestepped, and with a swift elbow strike, knocked back the player who had ambushed her. Then, she drew her long sword and slit his throat with a backhand motion. Blood splattered thud. The player whose ambush had failed became a corpse, promptly resurrecting and heading to the graveyard. Then, the flies continued to swarm her, much to Sang Fiwen's annoyance. Few 20 players followed her. Occasionally, one would launch a sneak attack, while the others kept a safe distance. They maintained a safe distance, while simultaneously provoking her. This tactic was familiar. They intended to wear her down and probe her strength. Shengshi Yinhua was still waiting for her at the entrance of the Baiwa Shiyuan dungeon. But last time, she had been cornered there by Fengxing Yelua, so it was better to be cautious this time. Thinking of this, she sent a message to Kong Liuhua. Sorry, I have to break our promise, I'm being watched, so I won't be able to bring you the enemy. Kong Liuhua's reply was concise, coordinates. Sang Fiwen naturally didn't want to owe anyone another favor. Thanks, I can manage. Kong Liuhua was also quite straightforward. God of War, let's cooperate next time. With the remaining time back to her own, Sang Fiwen thought of an excellent map. Misty Forest. The Misty Forest was a monster map for levels 40 to 45, with complex terrain and limited visibility, perfect for dealing with these annoying flies. After devising her fishing plan, she flicked her wrist, and an acceleration scroll appeared in her hand. She crushed it and began to run wildly. Damn, she's gone! Quick! Follow her! Just as she started running, a hurried voice came from behind. Sang Fiwen's lips curled into a smile. Yes, hurry up and follow. To take care of the rangers behind her, she deliberately sped up and slowed down, slowing down each time she was about to lose them, giving them the illusion that she could catch up with her on her own. This group of players tracking her were elite members of the Brilliant Starlight team, sent by Fengxing Yelua. Their orders were to track Wan Xinghui's movements, gather intelligence, and not lose sight of her. Wan Xinghui ran wildly, disappearing into a dense forest, followed by a dozen rangers about 20 meters behind. The ranger named Leng Guang was the team leader. Seeing Wan Xinghui disappear, he led the group to speed up and also disappeared into the forest. Leng Guang was somewhat annoyed. Wan Xinghui ignored their provocations. She had been taking pictures with the recording stone the whole way, but hadn't gotten any useful material. He feared he wouldn't be able to report back to Fengxing Yelua. Gradually, Leng Guang noticed a thick white fog surrounding him, obscuring even his closest teammates. Only the team status bar showed their teammates' stats. The elite team of a dozen or so rangers had to stop and grope their way through the dense forest, only to find themselves surrounded by white fog. Why is my spiritual energy at 0? Leng Guang immediately ordered drink. The wine is ineffective too. Stepping into the white fog, their spiritual energy rapidly decreased until it reached 0. It couldn't automatically recover, nor could it be restored by drinking. Leng Guang assessed the situation and warned, the white fog has a special mechanism. Besides obscuring vision, it also drains spiritual energy. We should. He was interrupted by a scream. Help! A ghost! What the hell is that? Ah! Don't chase me. Leng Guang heard his teammates' screams beside him, but couldn't see anyone. He only heard a chorus of screams that eventually subsided, leaving only a crunching sound. It sounded like chewing? Could there be monsters that eat corpses? Seeing only a white mist, Leng Guang gritted his teeth, cold sweat soaking his clothes. He was being driven mad by his own imagination. He lost his composure, frantically running around like a headless fly, trying to find the entrance he had come from. Suddenly, 3 enormous white skeletal skulls flashed before his eyes, their deep eye sockets glowing with eerie blue flames. The poor ranger was instantly terrified and fainted. So easily scared, what a coward. Sang Fiwen swiftly slashed down the last ranger who had been following him, happily picking up the fallen purple gear and tossing it into his backpack. In just over 10 minutes, he had already acquired more than a dozen pieces of ranger purple gear. He had to thank Fengxing Yelu for this, who provided him with equipment every day. At her feet, a small, skeletal dog was rolling around. This dog had 3 white bones, and its short, bony tail wagged incessantly. It was a level 45 ghost she had summoned using the 100 Ghosts parade before entering the dense forest. Its size could change. It was quite cute, though a bit too bony. The misty forest was located in the southernmost part of the eastern continent, covering a vast area, its edge connecting to the sea. The forest was shrouded in white mist year-round, making creatures within it prone to disorientation and getting lost. This mist was the fog of loss. Besides disrupting the player's senses and disabling the coordinate system, it also reduced the player's spiritual energy to zero, forcing them to rely solely on basic attacks for damage, making it the most hated map among players. Under the cover of the misty fog of the misty forest, the skeletal puppy suddenly charged, creating a striking visual impact. Caught off guard, she followed up with a sneak attack on vital points, easily dispatching the elite rangers of the Brilliant Stars faction. Sang Fiwen dared to come here because she had already mapped the area in her mind. The place was filled with lush blue flowers, seemingly inconspicuous roadside wildflowers, but actually concealing a secret. These blue flowers varied slightly in number, shape, and shade, subtly indicating their location. Sang Fiwen observed the blue flowers on the ground, constantly adjusting her direction, heading towards a water source she remembered. The white fog thickened, carrying with it strings of childlike laughter and whispers. These whispers were the ancient and mysterious language of the forest. New players might find them eerie, but Sang Fiwen knew the source of these faint sounds, which was one of her purposes in coming here. This place nurtured unique spiritual creatures, the children of the forest. They are translucent, humanoid creatures with large umbrella-shaped canopies on their heads. They move nimbly, sometimes floating in the air, able to quickly slip into the veins of plants. They like to gather in groups, and will hide and observe players when they see them. If a player is lucky enough to encounter a forest child and max out its affinity, there is a chance to form a contract with it, and make it their messenger. Forest children are extremely picky about their environment, and difficult to raise. They need a quiet environment with lush vegetation, but they are among the very few humanoid creatures that have their own inventory space. The game is about to open an auction house. Although players can select and buy goods online, they must use a payment code to pick up the goods at the auction house. This is a notoriously flawed mechanism from the previous game, widely criticized, but the developers refused to change it. Players with ample funds would hire other players to deliver goods for them. In her previous life, Sang Fiwen had considered hiring game NPCs to open a game world relay station, which would undoubtedly generate substantial profits. What Sang Fiwen envisioned, other large and small conglomerates could naturally think of as well, but the costs were too high, and no one pursued it. Because delivery usually involved traversing adventure maps with numerous monsters, life-oriented NPCs were unwilling to do it, while hiring combat NPCs was too expensive. Therefore, this unprofitable business was never undertaken. Of course, this was just a bold idea. How to actually implement it depended on opportunity. The children of the forest were inherently highly intelligent spiritual beings. Even one was difficult to tame, let alone a group. Following her memory, she finally arrived at her destination, beside a fluorescent blue stream. The monsters lurking by the stream were fluorescent giants, as large as small hills, numbering in the dozens. They wouldn't leave the stream's edge, only occasionally venturing to the edge covered in white mist to absorb spiritual energy, before returning to the water and spitting out a fluorescent blue liquid. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the fluorescent blue stream was filled with a viscous liquid, not ordinary water. These fluorescent giants emitted specks of light, like large dandelions, their fluorescence gradually consuming the white mist. They were a group hostile to the children of the forest. She crouched in the jungle a few dozen meters away from the fluorescent stream. Several palm-sized humanoid creatures appeared beside her, their bodies composed of translucent mycelium and fluorescent moss, their heads topped with glowing umbrella-shaped mushrooms. The little creatures imitated her, crouching on the ground, curiously watching the human, but not approaching. In fact, when the human's gaze swept over them, they warily darted into the trees. Sang Fiwen knew the children of the forest were extremely wary, so she didn't approach them rashly. Instead, she planned to kill a few of the fluorescent giants to surrender. Finally, when two fluorescent giants broke away from the main group and came to the edge of the forest to absorb spiritual energy, Sang Fiwen made her move. In the white mist, the player's spiritual energy was depleted, preventing her from using skills, but the skills attached to her equipment remained active. She shot a spider silk towards the nape of a fluorescent giant's neck, leaped like lightning to the giant's shoulder, and spun like a nimble top, wielding two swords in reverse, instantly dealing massive damage. -801, -831, -1021. The skeletal puppy, that had been following her now swelled to 3 times its original size, its 3 enormous heads opening gaping maws as it lunged at another fluorescent giant. -550, -358-505. System. You have alerted an elite monster, the Corrupted Giant Golem. Corrupted Giant Golem. Level 40 Elite Monster, 20,000/20,000. 2 gigantic, fluorescent blue golems swung their massive arms, snapping nearby trees, and swung their thick wooden clubs at Sang Fiwen. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that the fluorescent blue on these golems originated from parasitic mycelia, which covered their skin like ivy, a truly disgusting sight. Sang Fiwen shot a spiderweb at a nearby tree trunk, tensed his body, and leaped through the air, dodging the golem's powerful attack. He then slammed his club into the stream, creating a 3-zhang-high splash of blue water. The splash contained fluorescent blue mycelial spores, which landed on the hellhounds. Like seeds entering the soil, they seeped into the bones, and the mycelia began to spread rapidly. The skeletal hellhounds let out a long howl, their bodies erupting in blue flames, instantly burning away the mycelia clinging to the bones. The parasitic mycelia writhed and struggled like living things before turning to ash. The flames roared and spread to the giant golem entangled with the hellhound, burning away all the mycelium covering its skin. Decreased by 85,015. After the fluorescent mycelium burned away, the giant golem's health bar instantly emptied, and it collapsed to the ground, revealing its original form, a desiccated cyclops corpse, gradually turning to dust. Sang Fiwen repeated the process, commanding the hellhound to kill the second giant golem, then picked up the 2 level 40 purple items on the ground. Around them, dozens of tiny mushroom figures emerged from the folds of bark, their translucent heads clapping loudly, seemingly encouraging Sang Fiwen and the hellhound. System. Forest Children Clan Favorability +1. Before Sang Fiwen appeared a figure larger than the other forest children, its mushroom head resembling a full flower bud. The little flower bud was quite bold. It climbed up and sat on Sang Fiwen's shoulder, pointed to the remaining decaying giant golems by the stream, patted her shoulder, and encouraged her to keep going. Just before she stepped into the golem's territory, a system notification suddenly sounded. System. Battle Pet Phoenix successfully advanced. Chapter 46. Sang Fiwen quickly summoned the phoenix. After absorbing the demon core from the heavenly thunder baptism, it had grown larger, its feathers now a mix of red and gold. It was now a second-tier legendary creature, and its skill bar had gained an active skill, Blazing Feathers. Blazing Feathers, active flames wings to launch blazing phoenix feathers, igniting a 10 by 10 by 5 area, burning enemies within. Coincidentally, the fluorescent parasitic mycelium was weak to fire. Sang Fiwen slapped his thigh, sheathed his twin swords to conserve energy, and commanded the phoenix and the hellhound to fight. By the stream, a dozen decaying giant golems were wandering aimlessly. Suddenly, a white bone hellhound entered their territory, attracting the golems, who swarmed forward. The moment the hellhound was surrounded by the decaying giant golems, its body suddenly erupted in azure flames, which engulfed it. Simultaneously, the hellhound's flames ignited the innermost ring of golems, sending a series of fatal damage spikes through the air. 20,000, 20,000, 20,000. The next second, a tiny skeletal dog nimbly slipped out from a gap beneath the golem's feet. Driven by the flames, the outer golem scattered, trying to escape the blue fire. But Sang Fiwen wouldn't give them a chance. He commanded the phoenix to advance, its golden red wing shooting towards the fleeing golems, creating a sea of red fire. 20,000, 20,000, 20,000. Before long, only a few dozen desiccated cyclops corpses remained on the ground, slowly dissipating. System. Forest Children Clan Favorability +10. Sang Fiwen glowed with an upgrade light. She's now level 27, and her battle pet, the phoenix, has leveled up from 5 to 8. The corrupted giant golems have all been wiped out, dropping equipment and materials everywhere. Monsters in the misty forest have a chance to drop equipment that increases vision. A normal player's depth vision is 20 meters. Beyond that, it's a blur. This is the only map in the eastern continent that produces vision-enhancing equipment, with bonuses ranging from 5 to 30 meters. To pursue a better adventure experience, after upgrading their equipment in various aspects, vision will become one of the player's priorities, especially for ranger players. Imagine when tracking a ranger with a 50-meter vision range, it would greatly enhance stealth. Even if the tracked person's perception exceeds 200, they won't be able to detect a ranger with a much wider field of vision. Sang Fiwen gathered all the loot before nightfall, casually glancing at a few items. They were all level 35 to 40 blue and purple equipment, 18 blue pieces and 10 purple pieces, 5 of which had vision attributes. They were good for personal use or for selling, a truly bountiful haul. The forest children, who had been watching, also sprang into action, rushing towards the fluorescent blue stream and jumping into the viscous liquid like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Like sponges, they absorbed the fluorescent blue spores from the stream, and soon the mushroom caps on their heads were swollen, and the stream returned to its clear, transparent state. Then, the plump fluorescent blue mushroom figures wobbled ashore, like drunkards, and burrowed into nearby tree trunks to hibernate. The flower bud figure remained perched on Sang Fiwen's shoulder, babbling at her for a while, but realizing she couldn't understand, it burrowed into her forehead like a tree. System, you have learned the ancient forest language. The little flower bud popped out again. Sang Fiwen held him, and he said, kind and powerful human, Flower likes you. Flower wants to be your friend. Sang Fiwen tried to reply in the forest language he had just learned, thinking of the common language of Dylan, but instead uttered a set of obscure and ancient syllables. I am willing to be your friend, it is my honor. System, Flower's favorability +5. The little flower bud, now a human friend, danced happily, then continued, the forest is facing a catastrophe. Evil things are devouring the fountain of life. Flower's human friend, will you help Flower and her people? System, accept the request from Flower, the child of the forest? Yes. Sang Fiwen summoned the quest screen to view the details. Hidden quest. Save the Misty Forest quest content. Flower, the child of the forest, has asked you to save the Misty Forest from destruction. Progress 1. Please follow Flower's instructions to clear the decaying golems and purify the water contaminated by decaying mycelium. 1/5. Seeing 4 more areas needing cleaning, Sang Fiwen felt a slight ache in her liver. However, Hua Hua, full of energy, guided its valiant human friend to the next polluted stream. Luoyang City, Peony Street. Since the reconstruction of Xian City, the headquarters of Brilliant Starlight had moved here. Recently, members of Brilliant Starlight have been whispering amongst themselves. Ever since their confrontation with Wan Xinghui, Feng Xingye Luo has gone mad, diverting its elite forces from important tasks like attacking dungeons and developing resources, sending out a large number of members to monitor Wan Xinghui and Lin Yuan's movements, adopting a stance of no return. The guild was rife with complaints about Feng Xingye. After Ling Guang and the others revived, they were anxiously on their way to report when they suddenly received good news. The guild had dropped its pursuit of Wan Xinghui, and the elite team members could continue their dungeon raids. They breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they didn't have to face that killing god anymore. Great. Feng Xingye has finally been dismissed. He clearly had a personal grudge against the top-ranked player, dragging the entire guild down with him. He should have been punished long ago. In an antique-style mansion by the street, the carved window frames of the study cast dappled shadows on the desk. Feng Xingye stared at the screen in front of him. The 2 red characters ordered were particularly glaring, his knuckles white from gripping the screen. Outside the window, the elite team members' discussions drifted over. Those subordinates, who had once obeyed him, were now kicking him while he was down. After the Brilliant Starlight Guild's investment in Xian City went to zero, Feng Xingye finally faced his punishment. A refined-looking physician had taken his place, sitting in a sandalwood chair in the study, while he himself had been stripped of all power and reduced to a mere follower. This residence, originally purchased by Feng Xingye under the guise of guild development for his own enjoyment, had temporarily become the guild's new headquarters. Feng Xingye, from this moment on, I am the head of the Ancient Blue Project at the Brilliant Club, which means I will replace you as the new vice president. This refined physician named Z was sent by the Hua family. It seemed that Hua Rong hadn't just threatened him verbally last time, she meant it. Feng Xingye gritted his teeth inwardly. Entrusting the Ancient Blue Project entirely to an outsider of unknown origin, it seemed the guild leader was truly getting old. A sinister glint flashed in Feng Xingye's eyes, but he immediately concealed his displeasure, accepting the punishment with a composed expression. Knowing he wasn't agitated and remained relatively composed, she continued, of course, I'm not usually here. I arrange everything once a week, and you be in charge. However, Feng Xingye, I'm warning you to put aside your personal grudges, and not to do anything underhanded behind my back. I already stopped those unnecessary activities to get the guild back on track. Feng Xingye gritted his teeth and said, other activities can be cancelled, but the forum's public opinion campaign has already started to take off, and I don't agree to cancel that. I already bought out the video. Wan Xinghui wants to clear her name. There must be a price to pay, and I guarantee that the price will be more than enough to offset the losses suffered by Purple Cloud City. The refined physician chuckled after hearing this. That's acceptable, but the guild's resources are scarce. I can't control you personally, but you have no authority to use other resources. Also, I give you 1 day to organize all the detailed accounts. I need to know the purpose of every single fund, and this will continue in the future. If the funds are used improperly, I will naturally seek compensation from your boss for breach of contract. You should know that, right? The chirping of a lark outside the window made the silence in the room even more profound. Feng Xingye's heart was in turmoil, but he maintained a submissive smile. Vice Guild Leader, you flatter me. I will go and organize the accounts immediately. Deep in the misty forest, Sang Fuan cleaned 3 more polluted streams. Because the water was contaminated, he saw almost no living animals along the way. The monsters here were all parasitized by mycelium, all mindless decay golems, no different from the previous decayed giant golems. Sang Fuan followed the same method, commanding the Phoenix and Hellhound to fight and purify all 3 streams. After slaying countless decaying golems, her backpack was overflowing with loot. Besides blue and purple gear that increased vision, she also found 12 purple-grade mist backpacks, a rare find in the mist forest. Mist backpack, purple master-level backpack, dimensions 2x2x2, weight 1.2. Capacity 8x8x8, weight plus 50, can expand backpack space. Expansion only takes effect when placed in the original backpack space. She filled the original backpack space with as many mist backpacks as possible, instantly increasing her backpack capacity significantly, allowing her to collect even more equipment. The mist backpacks that didn't fit were placed in her ink space. Led by the forest child, Flower, they finally arrived at the last polluted stream. The monsters here were decaying shadow hunters, which, judging by their size, appeared to be parasitized cheetahs. These cheetah skeletons, parasitized by mycelium, moved with incredible agility, leaving only after images. Just as the Hellhound's 3 heads had bitten the forelimb of one of them, the other shadow hunters had already scaled the trees, pouncing from different angles. The Hellhound, battered for so long, was riddled with wounds and on the verge of collapse. Even though its health bar hadn't reached 0, its summoning timer only had 5 minutes left. The Phoenix preened its feathers on a nearby branch. After several battles, it had reached level 12, but had consumed a large amount of tail feathers, and now looked exhausted, needing some rest. Sang Fuan lightly tapped her gourd, summoning the peony sword from her sword in tent space and gripping it in her right hand. With her left hand, she drew a willow-leaf slender sword, and with a flick of her toes, thrust it towards the decaying shadow hunters surrounding the Hellhound. Although she was only level 27, with various buffs, her agility had already surpassed 200. Even against elite level 40 monsters, like the decaying shadow hunters, known for their agility, her speed was in no way inferior. Reduce 851, reduce 580, reduce 732. She spun and swung her twin swords. A flash of cross-shaped light as the blade sliced through the shadow hunters' bodies, severing a large patch of parasitic mycelium. She successfully transferred the hatred to herself, and the shadow hunters, claws waving, charged at her with a powerful gust of wind. Clang! Sang Fuan deftly parried with her left hand, deflecting the attacking claws. Amidst the sparks, her eyes locked onto the shadow hunter's tailbones, the source of each mycelial regeneration. From previous battles, Sang Fuan had figured out the weakness of these puppets. Once she found the initial point of parasitism, even without fire, a single blow could be fatal. Having found the weakness, Sang Fuan's sword moved like a meteor, her body like a ghost, flanking from behind and striking directly at the vital points, inflicting fatal damage. The decaying shadow hunters fell one after another. After clearing away the decaying shadows, the children of the forest didn't swarm in as before. They hesitated to clean the polluted water source, instead hiding themselves, as if some greater danger lurked beneath the surface. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the ancient banyan tree by the stream, its leaves falling in disarray. A black whirlwind had appeared from nowhere. The black whirlwind, carrying decaying leaves, tore through the mist, transforming into a figure draped in black robes beside the polluted stream. The black-robed figure, formed from condensed whirlwind, turned around. His face was gaunt and skeletal, and he held a skull-headed staff. He stared menacingly at the red-robed female swordsman. "Young heroine," he said, "I have no grudge against you. Why have you ruined my plans?" Hua Hua, perched on Sang Fuan's shoulder, immediately pointed at the black-robed sorcerer and angrily said, "It's you, you wicked fellow. You brought the evil thing to the Tree of Life." The little flower bud transformed into light, and like when imparting the language of the forest, it entered Sang Fuan's brow, connecting with her mind. "Hua Hua's human friend," it said, we beg your help to defeat the evil one. Chapter 47. As Hua Hua possessed her, the system notification sounded, indicating a change in the mission. Hidden mission: Saving the Misty Forest, Progress 2, Defeat the Black-Robed Warlock 0/1. System: Receive the blessing of Hua Hua, the Child of the Forest. Movement speed in the Misty Mist is increased by 20%, and spirit energy recovery speed is increased by 100%. Sang Fiwen glanced at her spirit energy. It was indeed recovering rapidly. She now had a spirit energy cap of nearly 3,000, significantly more than most warlock players of the same level. The shrunken hellhound was rubbing its 3 heads against her calves. She gently stroked the wounded skeletal puppy, feeling the chill unique to undead creatures emanating from her fingertips. Go! The skeletal puppy pounced, its size increasing dramatically. Its 3 enormous heads simultaneously opened their massive, interlocking jaws, lunging at the black-robed warlock. A flash of cold light exploded, a golden light illuminating the stream. The flying sword aimed straight for the black-robed sorcerer's head, but just before it struck, the sorcerer transformed into a black whirlwind. A hoarse voice echoed through the wind. Since you remain so stubborn, young hero, don't blame me for turning you into nourishment for sure too. System: You have disturbed the wild demon king Chioing. Sorcerer Chioing, level 50 demon king, HP 480, 000/480, 000. Where the black whirlwind passed, vegetation withered, and the forest children, having nowhere to hide, fled in all directions. The whirlwind formed by the sorcerer Chioing swept across the polluted stream, carrying a foul-smelling fluorescent blue liquid that formed a black waterspout that hurtled towards Sang Fiwen. The black-robed sorcerer's avatar attacked swiftly and fiercely. The hellhound rushed towards the black waterspout against the foul wind, opening its 3 enormous mouths to bite down hard, cutting off the water flow. The white bones crumbled inch by inch in the corrosion. -581, -721, -351. A few breaths later, the already weakened hellhound's health bar reached 0. Its form dissipated, ending its summoning state and returning to the primordial hell. The majestic black water tornado was now in ruins. The warlock Qiao Ying's transformation ultimate skill was interrupted by the hellhound, and he reverted to human form. Thank you, Sang Fiwen said softly, hoping to summon this adorable skeletal puppy again later. While the warlock Qiao Ying's black whirlwind transformation skill was still on cooldown, Sang Fiwen seized the opportunity, and her golden flying sword once more swept towards the black-robed warlock. With a series of sharp, swift cuts, deep cross-shaped wounds appeared on the black-robed sorcerer's body, bleeding profusely. -1,500, -1,500, -1,500. Humph. The black-robed sorcerer snorted coldly, his lips moving slightly, as he uttered a string of obscure syllables. The gate to the dead opens. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen cheetah skeletons crawled out of the mud beneath the stream. Countless fluorescent blue mycelia immediately clung to the surface of the skeletons upon emerging from the water. The newborn corruption shadow hunter did not attack Sang Fiwen, but instead stood guard beside the black-robed sorcerer, helping him fend off the elusive golden flying swords. The sorcerer Qiao Ying was highly intelligent. This was merely a delaying tactic. Once his transformation black whirlwind skill was ready, he would immediately take the life of this red-robed man. This boss was extremely cunning and difficult to approach. Just as Sang Fiwen was feeling a bit of a headache, a clear phoenix cry rang out. Seeing its master in trouble, the phoenix rejoined the battle. A blazing inferno descended, striking the warlock and reducing over a dozen corrupted shadow hunters to ashes. With their defenses gone, the puppet servant's golden flying swords once again entangled the warlock, inflicting massive damage. -851, -887, -1,350. After the critical hit, the system notification rang out. System: Sword Control Technique, Level 1, Proficiency reached 100. Please go to the academy to upgrade the skill. Sang Fiwen was overjoyed. After so long, Sword Control Technique had finally reached maximum proficiency. His saved skill points could finally be put to use. However, at this moment, the black-robed sorcerer's transformation skill was ready. He smiled coldly, preparing to transform into a black whirlwind, but just then, tough, thorny vines sprouted wildly from the soil beneath his feet, tightly binding his body and preventing him from transforming. His gaze swept over the red-robed female warrior opposite him. She still held a crushed scroll in her left hand, and a slender sword in her right, charging towards him like an arrow released from a bow. Sang Fiwen had just used a Xian-level vine entanglement scroll to interrupt the black-robed sorcerer's transformation. Taking advantage of this moment, she pounced forward, reaching for the sorcerer's robes before the black flames burned the vines. The instant the sorcerer, Chiu-Ying, raised his hand to cast a spell, Sang Fi-Wen used the willow leaf rapier's binding technique, momentarily stunning the boss. She then leaped forward, kicking Chiu-Ying repeatedly, sending him flying 3 meters, like a kite with a broken string, interrupting his spellcasting once more. With a flick of her wrist, a vine entanglement scroll appeared in her palm. She crushed the scroll at the perfect moment, and the rapidly growing vines entangled the just-risen Chiu-Ying. The forest child's blessing provided a powerful spiritual energy-sustained buff. She only needed to occasionally sip some aged wine from her gourd to ensure her spiritual energy remained constant. If necessary, she could use the spirit bead embedded in her spider ring, which was already filled with 1,000 spiritual energy points. Although Chiu-Ying's skills were unpredictable, his weakness was the lack of super armor. Once Sang Fi-Wen gained control of the situation, she steadily maintained control of the battlefield, her golden flying sword dealing rapid damage. After 5 minutes, the boss's health had dropped to 20%. No! I can't waste my life here, Sure is waiting for me. The boss had transitioned to a new phase. Sang Fi-Wen retrieved her flying sword, retreated 10 meters, and quietly observed. The nearby stream transformed into tiny waterspouts, drawn towards the sorcerer Chiu-Ying, coalescing into a giant hollow water sphere that carried him rapidly into the depths. Watching the fleeing boss disappear into the white mist, Sang Fi-Wen didn't give chase. Judging from the dialogue, a cutscene had been triggered, and a forced pursuit would be futile. The next second, Flower flew out from between her eyebrows, gazing at the dried-up stream, and sighed. The bad guy escaped again, and even took the fountain of life with him. How despicable. Seeing Flower's dejected expression, Sang Fi-Wen spoke up at the opportune moment. Don't worry, I deal with that bad guy and retrieve the fountain of life. Hearing this, the flower bud on Flower's head seemed to open a crack, happily saying, Thank you, you're Flower's best human friend. System. Flower's favorability is full, Forest Children's Clan favorability plus 10. The human and the spirit continued their journey. Flower led her human friend to a stone wall, dispelling the illusion on the wall to reveal a hidden cave inside, containing 5 glittering golden treasure chests. Sang Fi-Wen's eyes lit up instantly. This was the stage reward for this hidden quest. There were actually 5 golden treasure chests. How generous. Sang Fi-Wen rubbed her hands together, exhaled, and opened them one by one. None of these treasure chests were locked. She held her breath and pushed open the lids, the glow of the orange equipment illuminating the rock wall. The items include mist boots with flowing array patterns, an hourglass-shaped mist necklace, a high-grade mist backpack, a swordsman's skill book, and the special item Oxygen Orb. Additionally, 5 gems reducing level requirements by 15 and 20 gold coins were also obtained. Mist boots, superior royal grade, size 2 by 1 by 1, weight plus 0.9. Equipment requirements, agility 150. Agility plus 100, constitution plus 80, perception plus 50, movement speed plus 40, evasion plus 10%, vision plus 20 meters. Mist necklace, superior royal grade, size 1 by 2 by 1, weight plus 0.5. Equipment requirements, perception 150. Perception plus 100, intelligence plus 80, agility plus 50, attack speed plus 40, stealth plus 10%, vision plus 20 meters. Advanced Mist backpack, orange royal grade backpack, size 1 by 1 by 1, weight 0.5. Capacity 10 by 10 by 10, weight plus 120, can expand backpack space. Expansion only takes effect when placed in the original backpack space. Crescent slash, skill book size 1 by 1 by 0.5, weight plus 0.1. Swordsman skill, longsword cuts through the void dealing 100% to 300% damage, with the effect of a crescent moon phantom descending, causing enemies to lose sight for 2 seconds. When the target enemy's health is below 20%, there is a chance to kill the opponent. The success rate is related to the level difference and the target's defense. Oxygen Orb, special item, size 0.3 by 0.3 by 0.3, weight plus 0.1, can be held in the mouth to provide oxygen. Provides 60 minutes of oxygen supply, with a 12-hour cooldown. Sang Fi-Wen equipped 2 top-tier orange-tier items, then slapped her skill book and learned the powerful finishing move, Crescent Slash. The orange-tier mist backpack she obtained was a rare item with a very low drop rate. She decided to keep it for herself, as more backpack space was always better. As for the Oxygen Orb, it was a functional item usable underwater, requiring 1 accessory slot to activate. She could wear it when venturing into underwater maps later. Unfortunately, the oxygen supply time was too short, otherwise, she would have liked to swim across the ocean directly to the central plains. Having reaped a bountiful harvest, Sang Fiwen shook off the fatigue accumulated from the previous mission and walked out of the cave refreshed. Continuing deeper, even bluebells no longer grew here. The mist was as thick as a tide. The hem of Sang Fiwen's clothes was soaked with the humid air. She could hardly move on her own, and could only follow the flower's guidance with difficulty. After an unknown amount of time, Hua Hua led her to a dead end surrounded by rock walls. A group of forest children surrounded her, dancing and humming songs. When the dance stopped, the illusion disappeared, revealing a secluded place behind the rock walls, overgrown with low shrubs. A winding path was paved with fireflies, and blue morpho butterflies perched on Sang Fiwen's shoulder, their wings scattering silver dust like starlight falling to earth. Hua Hua's human friend, this is the forest children's plantation. We planted many berry bushes to entertain our friends. Before the fierce battle, please enjoy our hospitality. Each shrub bush bore 7 or 8 purple berries, called mist berries. Consuming them permanently increases vision by 1 meter and spirit energy regeneration speed by 5%, with a maximum consumption of 5 berries. Sang Fiwen had only seen these berries at auction houses in her previous life. The starting price was 300 gold, and they were usually snapped up as soon as they appeared, fetching prices as high as 1,000 gold. Hua Hua, thank you and your people for your hospitality. Sang Fiwen's eyes lit up, and she immediately squatted down to gather the mist berries. She ate 5 herself first. They were sweet, crisp, and juicy, restoring her stamina to full and increasing her vision. Then she packed the remaining berries into her backpack, a total of over 120, raising her gathering proficiency to 55. The red-clad heroine looked left and right, but couldn't find any berries. A little unwillingly she asked, Hua Hua, can I transplant some shrubs? Hua Hua scratched the flower bud on its head, somewhat embarrassed. These shrubs will wither once they're removed from this soil. I'm so sorry, Hua Hua's human friend. Its flower bud drooped, as if not fulfilling its friend's wish was a devastating blow. Seeing this, Sang Fiwen felt so guilty, she wanted to slap herself. She immediately reassured herself, no, I was just asking casually. Then please continue to take care of these shrubs, Hua Hua. Hearing this, Hua Hua immediately nodded, her smile pure, and the flower buds on her head regained their vibrant color. Although she couldn't transplant the mistberry bushes, the money-grubbing Sang Fiwen still had other gains. The nest of the blue morpho butterfly. The blue morpho butterfly is characterized by producing a shimmering, lake blue nectar, which can be made into a popular dye favored by those who prioritize aesthetics. Hua Hua said solemnly, Hua Hua's human friend, you are about to face the nest of evil creatures. Are you ready? I'm happy to serve you, my friend, child of the forest. Hua Hua then burrowed into her forehead, conveying a strange and eerie image to her. In the image, deep within the mist, on a towering tree, faintly visible, pulsated with a fluorescent blue, translucent tumor, inside which was a curled-up black shadow, the tumor beating like a heart. Chapter 48. Hua Hua's voice echoed in her mind. Please help us destroy the mother nest of the evil creatures, and the misty forest will bestow upon you an eternal blessing. The quest log also updated. Hidden quest saving the misty forest progress 3. Save the tree of life. Destroy the corruption mother nest 0 to 1. After finishing the harvest, Sang Fiwen emerged from the illusion-shrouded plantation. Following Hua Hua's guidance, she finally arrived at the foreshadowed scene, the origin of the misty forest. Here, the misty fog did not shroud the entire map. The view was open, revealing a vast flat plain. The central tree of life stood tall, its canopy seemingly touching the clouds, its roots coiling across the earth like giant pythons, the birthplace of the children of the forest. Originally, a silver ribbon-like river encircled the plain, the outer ring lined with ancient trees, the inner ring with blooming flowers. This river, a tributary of the ocean, rushes here and encircles the tree of life. 5 streams meander from here, supplying the spring of life to all things and nourishing the entire forest. But now, humic mycelia from the deep sea, like evil vines, have wrapped themselves tightly around the tree of life. The humic mother nest, parasitic on the trunk, resembles a hideous tumor, covered with countless vascular mycelia. The humic mother nest has usurped the tree of life, connecting the entire forest and scattering humic spores into the spring of life, corrupting all living things. As soon as Sang Fiwen stepped into this area, the calm water suddenly boiled violently, the soil was overturned as if by an invisible giant hand, and countless humic puppets crawled out, seemingly countless wronged souls emerging from hell in an instant. Thousands of monsters appeared in the area, surrounding the lone red-robed heroine, and the path to the giant tree was completely blocked. Sang Fiwen immediately used Crystal Mirror, Sword Control Technique, and 100 Ghosts Parade. The illusion leaped towards the monster horde behind her, the golden flying sword slicing through the path like lightning, monsters vanishing in white light wherever it passed. As 100 Ghosts Parade activated, a colossal bronze gate appeared with a deafening roar. This gate was even larger than when she summoned the three-headed hellhound, frantically draining her spiritual energy. Intricate, mysterious runes were carved into the gate's panels, and rotting arms clawed frantically from the cracks. A chilling roar echoed from behind the gate. With her red robes billowing, Sang Fiwen crushed the flaming meteorite scroll in her left hand and gulped down spiritual wine from a gourd in her right. In an instant, fiery meteors rained down, parasitic hyphae sizzling in the flames. Swarms of decaying golems fell, only to instantly transform into new monsters, the endless onslaught a source of despair. Having finally fought his way through, Sang Fiwen approached the giant tree when the mother nest suddenly throbbed violently, emitting a shrill cry like that of an infant. The hyphae rapidly expanded, covering the tree of life, manipulating several branches to attack. Sang Fiwen drew both swords simultaneously, slicing down the decaying branches with equal speed, his figure like a swift darting through a storm. -421, -502, -485. A viscous, fluorescent blue liquid dripped from the severed branches, each drop giving rise to a new decaying golem, the battle trapped in a vicious cycle. A phoenix cried softly, soaring through the forest, scattering rain of fire. Monsters fell like autumn wheat, turning to ashes. Under the phoenix's true fire, the parasitic hyphae died completely, never to regenerate. Sang Fiwen unleashed her crescent slash, a dazzling crescent moon piercing through obstacles, severing branches, and striking the mother nest head-on, unleashing a massive critical hit. -5021. Before she could even marvel at the crescent slash's ferocity, the mother nest, struck by the sword energy, contracted violently, mycelium surging into it like a receding tide. "Be careful, the wicked thing inside has matured." Hua Hua shouted a warning. Sang Fiwen retreated hastily, only to see the mother nest shatter, revealing a monster with a human body and a dragon's tail. The shattered mother nest on the tree of life was withered, its branches dry, as if drained of its essence by what it had given birth to. The newborn mother nest child was a merman, its entire body glowing with an eerie fluorescent blue, its face deeply sunken, eyeless, now staring at her with empty eye sockets. The black whirlwind encountered earlier by the last stream reappeared, landing directly beside the newly born decaying merman, transforming into Qiuying, the black-robed sorcerer who had previously fled. Qiuying excitedly rushed forward, embracing the demonically malevolent merman as if holding a lost treasure recovered. "Sure, you're finally awake." Sensing life, the merman rested its chin on Qiuying's shoulder, its empty eyes like an abyss. The next second, it opened its mouth, its lips tearing to its ears, revealing sharp teeth, and viciously bit through Qiuying's shoulder. At the same time, with a plop, a sharp claw pierced through its left chest. The newly born decaying merman ripped out the black-robed sorcerer's heart, swallowed it whole, then warily gazed at the phoenix circling in the sky, giving the red-robed human a vicious look. "System, you have disturbed the mother nest child. Child of the nest. Level 55 Wild Demon King 520000/520000. The warlock clutched his bleeding wound, muttering to himself, "How could this happen, shoo?" A golden flying sword swept past, severing the warlock's throat and delivering the final blow. The warlock's remains dissipated, leaving behind a biography, an orange tier item, and a treasure chest. Sang Fiwen didn't rush to collect the loot. The bronze gate was now mostly open, and the gourd's wine was empty. The summoned creature must be powerful. She drew spiritual energy from the spirit orb on her ring, and continued to pour large amounts of spiritual energy into the bronze gate. Unlike other decaying creatures, the merfolk, the offspring of the mother nest, possessed considerable intelligence. It had already noticed the threat behind the gate and lunged forward with its claws, attempting to interrupt the summoning. A gamble. Sang Fiwen gritted her teeth, recalled her flying sword, and poured all her spiritual energy into the bronze gate. With two swords in hand, the illusion and the real body attacked from both sides, blocking the merfolk's path. Hasaki. The merman suddenly uttered a strange incantation, sending chills down Sang Fiwen's spine. She manipulated her illusions to defend herself, but the invisible incantation instantly cleaved them in two. It was an incantation skill. An invisible, intangible attack. There was no cover around. This was troublesome. The phoenix also sensed the danger, crying out a warning high in the sky, not daring to descend and approach the decaying merman. Just as the merman opened its mouth again to recite another incantation, the system notification finally sounded. System: 100 ghosts parade summoned successfully. The bronze gate opened completely, and a gigantic figure wearing a crown stepped out. This time, the ghost summoned from hell was actually a phantom of the Emperor of Fengdu. Her luck was incredible. She had actually summoned the boss of hell. Although the 100 ghosts parade summoned projections of hellish creatures, the Emperor of Fengdu was the true king of hell, one of the few remaining immortals. Even as a phantom, he was incredibly powerful. The illusion of the Emperor of Fengdu. One Xinghui's summoned creature, level 80, HP 780, 000/780, 000, duration 10 seconds. Damn! 10 seconds. Too short. She was only distracted for a second, and 1 second had already passed. Hasakuo. The merman cast another spell. Sang Fiwen immediately commanded the Emperor, wearing a tasseled crown, to deal with it. At the same time, she crushed the vine scroll, letting the wildly growing, thick vines wrap around her. The next second, the extremely resilient vines were cleaved apart by the invisible spell attack. Thank goodness, she blocked it. After she cast the command, the gigantic Emperor glanced at her sideways, making Sang Fiwen sense that he was going to settle scores later, and she couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. Fortunately, the 100 Ghosts Parade skill's effect was absolute. The Emperor, wearing a crown with tassels, took out a wooden token and chanted, "The command of Fengdu, all immortals obey." The souls of the dead here returned to their places at once. Hurry, by the decree of the great Emperor of Fengdu. Instantly, the mermaid's form disintegrated, leaving only a piece of flesh covered in blue scales at her heart. At the same time, all the decaying puppets in the forest collapsed, turning back into white bones and dust, their souls finally returning to hell. 10 seconds passed, and the phantom of the great Emperor of Fengdu dissipated. Before disappearing, the Emperor gave the red-robed heroine a deep look. The bronze gate slammed shut, and a wooden plaque fell through the crack. The wooden plaque was caught in the bronze gate. Now only a corner remained, lying in the woods. Sang Fiwen searched for quite a while before finding it. Broken peachwood. A small piece of peachwood seems useless. This belongs to the great Emperor of Fengdu. How could it be useless? That stinky system is trying to fool me again. After carefully storing the broken peachwood, Sang Fiwen successfully leveled up to level 30 after this boss battle, leaving the second-place player on the level leaderboard a full 5 levels ahead. Laughing Impermanence has been busy preparing for the guild's events lately, and Zheng Wei is currently in second place. After the Sons of the Nest were destroyed, a ball of green light remained, the essence of the Tree of Life. After the great battle, the children of the forest cheered and surged forward, gathering around the ball of light. Like ants carrying food, they lifted the enormous essence and worked together to transport it to the withered Tree of Life. The essence of life automatically seeped into the roots of the tree, causing the veins on the tree to shimmer with a green glow. The withered tree sprouted new green shoots and regained its vitality. The stream gradually returned to its original clarity, and the fountain of life was revitalized. It is foreseeable that soon, the Misty Forest will witness a scene of revival for all things. World Channel System Announcement. Wang Xingwei has completed the hidden quest to save the Misty Forest. System. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest to save the Misty Forest. You have received the title Hero of the Forest, 1 skill point, 50 character reputation, the special item Forest Ball, and the character trait Endless Life. System. The Forest Children's favorability and clan respect have reached their highest levels. Hero of the Forest. Title: the hero who saved the Misty Forest. The Forest Children will obey your commands. Spiritual energy recovery speed plus 150%, movement speed plus 35%, vision plus 30 meters. Heart of the Misty Forest. A treasure of the Misty Forest, 1 by 1 by 1 in size, with a weight bonus of 0.5. It contains a teleportation array that connects to the plantation deep within the Misty Forest. Activating it opens a two-way portal, which lasts for 30 minutes with a 3-hour cooldown. Endless Life. Character trait: you are stronger and more robust than the average person, with normal meridians, and a 20% increase in constitution. The Phoenix was somewhat listless. The great battle had indeed consumed too many tail feathers, but it had also leveled it up to level 21. Sang Fiwen took out the demon core of the 1,000-year-old female scorpion demon, and the Phoenix's eyes lit up instantly. Little Red, thank you for your hard work and joy. Sang Fiwen tossed the demon core, now tempered by heavenly lightning, to the Phoenix, then stored the Phoenix, which had swallowed the core and entered a deep sleep, into her ink-washed space. She then rubbed her hands together, breathed out a sigh of relief, and turned her gaze to the two treasure chests. Holding her breath, she opened them, a burst of golden light hitting her. Overjoyed, she had obtained a celestial item. Inside was a shield entwined with vines, its patterns intricate, boasting a defense of 150. Two of its skills were particularly impressive, a passive skill that reflected damage, and an active skill that granted magic immunity for 5 minutes. She decided not to sell the shield. At this stage, if it fell into the hands of another player, there was no point in fighting. It would be a waste of time. The other treasure chest contained a skill book, a universal movement skill. She learned it immediately, adding a survival skill to her skill bar. Phantom Step. Universal movement skill removes all negative status effects, enters phantom state for 10 seconds, cannot be locked on, movement speed plus 70%, attack speed plus 70%. She continued cleaning up the battlefield, picking up the Warlock's notebook, the strange blue meat, and the orange equipment, both listed as key quest items in their stats. She carefully put away the blue merman meat, then opened the tattered notebook, which contained an old, worn-out story. My magical talent made me the sex pride and joy, but Shura is critically ill. Should I sever this bond, or risk everything? Returning home, I barely managed to keep Shura alive with my secret techniques. I took her across the eastern continent, and across the western sea. At the end of the western sea, the mermaid flesh in the witch's palm emitted a strange aura. She asked if I would exchange my lifespan for it. Child of the forest, there are still such naive creatures in the world. With just a few words, she led me to the tree of life the witch spoke of. The moment the mermaid flesh slid into Shura's mouth, the roots of the tree of life meandered and intertwined beneath her feet. I heard the forest seem to be screaming mournfully. But Shura's slightly trembling eyelashes were more important than anything else in the world. Perhaps I have already gone mad. After reading the diary, Sang Fiwen scoffed. For an impossible, selfish wish, he destroyed the misty forest and turned his beloved into a puppet of the dead. He deserved to die 100 times over. System. Key item obtained, Warlock's notes. Please complete the follow-up quest. Legendary quest. The Legend of the Western Sea Progress 1. Tracking the Merfolk 0 to 1. The follow-up quest was surprisingly a legendary one. Sang Fiwen tossed the Warlock's notes into her backpack, planning to explore the clues later when she had time. Chapter 49. In the recent battle, thousands of decaying creatures dropped hundreds of pieces of level 35 to 45 blue-purple gear, and even dozens of pieces of level 40 to 45 orange gear. However, Sang Fiwen's backpack was already overflowing with orange weapons and accessories, leaving no room for anything else on the ground. She could only watch helplessly. After the Tree of Life revived, hundreds of forest children were born. The newborns immediately joined the busy ranks, playing their respective roles in the forest, which was in dire need of rebuilding. Watching these busy little creatures, Sang Fiwen suddenly had an idea. She could use the spoils to have the forest children help her move all her equipment to the warehouse in her residence. With this thought in mind, before the equipment on the ground respawned, she quickly found Hua Hua, who was directing the forest children in managing the battlefield. When Hua Hua saw her, she waved happily, and the flower bud on her head instantly unfolded into a beautiful bluebell flower. System. Are you willing to form a blood pact with Hua Hua, the child of the spirit forest? Yes. Sang Fiwen looked at Hua Hua with delight, never expecting to actually gain a child of the forest of her own. Hua Hua, now in its mature form, said, "My dear friend, Hua Hua cannot leave here yet. Once the Tree of Life is fully restored, Hua Hua will come to find you." After a brief exchange with Hua Hua, Sang Fiwen crushed a return scroll, returning to the nearest town, and then used the teleportation array to return to the flower pavilion in Luoyang City. In the warehouse on the second floor, she quickly used the Heart of Mist, and a large door entwined with flowers and plants appeared out of thin air. This was the two-way spatial teleportation array connecting to the Mist Forest. After forming a pact with Hua Hua, their minds were connected. She had Hua Hua, along with other children of the forest, help move hundreds of pieces of equipment that had fallen near the giant tree to the plantation, and then transport them to the warehouse on the second floor of the flower pavilion via the two-way teleportation array. From the gate overgrown with flowers and plants, emerged numerous translucent mushroom figures. They spit out equipment from their mushrooms, diligently moving back and forth without complaint, focused intently on completing the transport task. Sang Fiwen watched the adorable little creatures carrying things around, feeling a little guilty, as if she were a ruthless contractor employing child laborers. Soon, the portal's lifespan expired. The last to leave was Flower, which waved goodbye to Sang Fiwen reluctantly before returning to the misty forest to continue its restoration efforts. Sang Fiwen tidied up the warehouse, as usual selecting a set of top-tier healer equipment, keeping one orange and one purple misty backpack for herself, and storing the rest. Before leaving, she messaged Lun Wanchu. The equipment warehouse on the second floor has been restocked. There's definitely enough this time. Although the current equipment level requirements were somewhat ahead of its time, purple equipment was always in high demand. There were plenty of people stockpiling it. Lun Wanchu's reply popped up quickly, carrying an unusual seriousness. The equipment in the shop is enough to sell for a while. Business was much worse today. At the same time, Ai Nyonai's message also appeared, filled with indignation. Master. Most of the players on the list refused to sign contracts, all because of those rumors on the forum. How could they believe everything they heard? She also read through some other friends' messages. Ai Cafe, Master, are you alright? Don't worry about the pharmacy. Xingxing and I are here, don't worry. Ji Qianlu, what's with that video? Master, I believe you. When are you taking me raiding again? Xingxing, Master, those people are awful. Please don't pay them any mind. She glanced at the messages from Ai Cafe, Ji Qianlu, and others, her brows furrowing deeper. She immediately made a voice call to Lun Wanchu. What exactly happened? Lun Wanchu was somewhat surprised. You didn't check the forum? You didn't check the World Channel either? No, I'm busy. It's too noisy. Sang Fiwen replied succinctly. Yesterday, a bunch of trolls suddenly appeared, editing out-of-context videos, a bunch of Capital Planet IPs leading the charge, saying you were indiscriminately killing innocent people because of your high level, and some even accused you of cheating. Ugh, what blatant slander. Lun Wanchu grew angrier as she spoke, wishing she could engage in a virtual battle with those people. Seeing the silence on the other end of the voice call, Lun Wanchu thought she had touched a sore spot, and quickly comforted her. Don't worry, I gathered some friends to switch accounts and argue with them. They're all paid trolls, don't take it to heart. The silence on her end wasn't because Sang Fiwen was upset, she was just busy browsing the forum. The most popular post on the homepage was the video of her confrontation with Chu Quarren, and the others at the Guanjian sect that day. Maliciously edited, her counterattack had been portrayed as a provocation. The forum was filled with accusations of cheating and indiscriminately killing innocent people. Without a second thought, she knew immediately who had created that video using the spring and autumn annals technique. Feng Xingyi Luo was like a persistent, ingrained disease. Chu Quarren had indeed come prepared that day. These two were simply trying to ruin her reputation, and then take advantage of her misfortune. Don't waste your breath on them, the innocent will clear themselves. Sang Fiwen closed the forum, her tone calm. I'm just dropping off some equipment at the shop on my way. I also have a batch of purple backpacks. 100 gold each. 100 gold? You're robbing me. Lun Wanchu gasped. 8 by 8 by 8, only taking up 2 by 2 by 2 space. Absolutely a steal. Only 100 gold? No way. At least 130 gold. If I can't sell it, I keep it as my store's prized possession. Lun Wanchu's attitude changed instantly. Sang Fiwen's lips curled into a smile. Lun Wanchu finally understood her meaning. As long as one's own strength is solid, all the rumors and gossip are just fleeting clouds. After handling the daily affairs in the garden, Sang Fiwen selected equipment of levels 30 to 35 from the warehouse, took it to Fenghua Avenue, delivered it to Shuwan Pavilion first, and then headed to the academy. The academy was bustling with activity, dozens of players crowding between the bookshelves. Only basic skill books were available, but they were expensive. Some players stared at the price list with wry smiles. Even the cheapest skill, roll, cost 3 gold coins to learn. On the other side, the various class instructor NPCs were also surrounded by players, who had already changed classes. They were struggling to decide which skill to upgrade with their hard-earned 1 skill point. Sang Fiwen weaved through the crowd and finally reached the swordsman instructor, Gong Sun Yu, the same NPC she had encountered when she changed classes. It's you, the first stranger to embark on the path of swordsmanship. Gong Sun Yu's gaze swept over the gourd at her waist, his tone tinged with admiration. I hope this gourd will help you overcome all obstacles. Hearing this, the surrounding players all turned their attention to the female player in the red robe. Some stared at the gourd at her waist, a hint of greed in their eyes. Respected Master Gong Sun Yu, the gourd you gifted me is indeed very useful. Thank you. Sang Fiwen politely responded to the swordsman master named Gong Sun Yu. Gong Sun Yu nodded with satisfaction and routinely inquired, What brings you here today? Master Gong Sun Yu, I want to upgrade my sword control technique, dual blade style, and crystal mirror skills. Her dual blade style and crystal mirror skills had unknowingly reached maximum proficiency, and this was a good opportunity to upgrade them simultaneously. Hearing the red-robed heroine rattle off the skill names, like reciting a menu, the surrounding players whispered among themselves. Someone scoffed, "Do you think this is a vegetable market? Skill points aren't like cabbages, you can't just upgrade them whenever you want." "Exactly a newbie, huh?" The mocking voices rose and fell, but Sang Fiwen seemed oblivious. Having gone bankrupt in her previous life, she had long since experienced the diversity of the world. Gong Sun Yu's fingertips moved like swords, and 3 golden beams entered her brow. A golden notification of skill upgrades appeared above her head. System, sword control technique upgraded successfully. Dual blades upgraded successfully. Crystal mirror upgraded successfully. The onlookers immediately stirred, and the person who had just mocked her was utterly dumbfounded. Skill upgrade points could only be obtained from leaderboard rewards and high-level quest rewards, or by exchanging 50 gold coins at the academy, with only 1 point available per month. An average player would barely accumulate 1 skill point in a month, yet she had used 3 in one go. And the absurdity didn't end there. Sang Fiwen turned and walked towards the skill book area, her fingertips sweeping across the bookshelves. From general basic skills like roll, dodge, and block, to basic swordsman skills like uppercut, sword counter, and double slash, over a dozen purchase success notifications lit up in succession. She learned the skills casually, without batting an eye, spending nearly 100 gold coins in less than half a minute, astonishing the players around her. In fact, these skill movements were already ingrained in Sang Fiwen's muscles. Learning them was merely to accumulate proficiency for future leveling. Amidst the murmurs of discussion, Sang Fiwen began practicing her newly learned skills. The system had already successfully judged her starting stance after only a third of it was completed, but she still executed each movement perfectly. The arc of the sword tip, the angle of her turn, were as precise as if measured with a ruler. The onlookers gradually quieted down, watching her transform what should have been a rigid, system-judged movement into a highly entertaining swordplay. Wan Xinghui's sword dance was graceful and elegant. Like a dragon in flight, some players secretly took out their recording mirrors to capture this fluid and powerful scene. Ordinary basic skills, in her hands, possessed a unique and sharp aura. Finally, someone recognized her. "Wow, I knew she looked familiar. It's Wan Xinghui. No wonder, the top-ranked warrior is so rich." Rich? The forums say she specializes in killing players, looting their equipment, and reselling it. Who knows how many lives she's stained with that gold? Seriously? You saw her kill and rob? I just heard. Ignoring the astonished and skeptical looks around her, Sang Fiwen, having finished her business, strolled out of the academy. Someone had already secretly uploaded the scene she just witnessed to the game forum. This move was sure to cause quite a stir. She went to the artisan shop again, lowering the level requirement of the 1000-year Fire Scorpion Banshee robe to level 30. Equipping this coveted immortal-grade gear, her health and defense reached new heights. Now, even if she stood still and let someone attack her, they might not be able to break her defense. Walking along the starting point of Fenghua Avenue, in the central hall of Luoyang City, she planned to exchange her liquid gold for real estate shops. Having been away for a while, aside from the 4 plots of land remaining from the first batch open for sale on Fenghua Avenue, all the shops on other streets were sold out, and the next batch wouldn't be available for another 3 months. Luoyang City was indeed popular. She quickly selected 2 well-located shops, keeping only a dozen or so gold coins for herself. She still had a quest to complete, so Sang Fiwen headed towards Qinlong Town. On a whim, she decided to walk and admire the scenery outside Luoyang's outskirts. It was already dusk, and there wasn't enough time left to do much, so she decided to slow down and enjoy the game's beauty. The stealth technology perfectly replicated her 5 senses in reality. The evening breeze carried the scent of wildflowers through her hair. The maple forest outside Luoyang rustled, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dapple patterns of light on the bluestone path. Just a kilometer from the city gate, a slowly moving figure entered her field of vision. It was a player, with the ID Yu Lingning above their head. She remembered the name. Yu Lingning was a renowned professional crafting player and master blacksmith in her previous life. Chapter 50. Yu Lingning was like a snail carrying its shell, panting and recovering after every 3 steps. As a well-known equipment blacksmith on the forum, his forum posts with helpful tips had attracted many crafting players, but they were all shared for free, and he himself was still struggling to buy an expanded backpack. As a professional crafting player, expanding storage space was essential, and he was naturally willing to invest in it. However, the drop rate for backpacks was extremely low. Even when he occasionally saw one in the market, it was quickly bought by someone else. Today, Yu Lingming had a good harvest, digging up a lot of purple quality or in the wild, enough to make at least 2 master-level weapons. However, his current pace was worrying, and he feared being robbed. Hey, at your walking speed, by the time you reach Luoyang City, it will be completely dark. A rude voice came from behind. 3 red-named players sprang out of the bushes, quickly approached Yu Lingming, stopped, and surrounded him, their faces full of mockery. Yu Lingming sighed inwardly, just what I feared has come to pass. One of the red-named players patted Yu Lingming on the shoulder, walking so slowly, looks like you got a lot of good stuff on you. If you know what's good for you, hand it over quickly or else. He brandished his large sword. Yu Lingming frowned, displeased. This is what I painstakingly dug up. Why should I give it to you? He had already made up his mind that he'd rather lose a level than hand over his hard-earned goods. Another red-named player scoffed. Yu Lingming? I know you. With your forging skills, you're ridiculed on the forums for your poor quality. Maybe all this stuff in your bag is a waste for you. Why don't we help you sell it? We won't charge you the delivery fee. How generous of us, right? Ha ha ha. The others scoffed, agreeing that junk is only good for fooling newbies. That's just a bunch of know-it-alls spouting nonsense. They haven't even read my post carefully. How can you jump to conclusions like that? Yu Lingming was both angry and anxious, but unfortunately, his combat abilities were greatly reduced under the added weight, making him no match for these 3. In fact, even if he were in normal condition, he still wouldn't be able to defeat these 3. You won't pay, huh? Then we send you back to town for free. The red-named player wielding a large sword was clearly impatient, and with a flash of light, he was about to strike Yu Lingming on the head. Just then, a player dressed in red, a tight-fitting outfit, passed by, a crimson gourd hanging at his waist swaying slightly with his steps. Seeing this, he sneered. 3 against 1, quite the show-off? The 3 red-named players turned to look at the person who had spoken up. When they saw the newcomer's attire, one of them changed his expression slightly and whispered, red clothes and a gourd. Boss, it looks like Wan Qinghui, the one ranked number 1 on the leaderboard. How about we? Yu Lingming also looked at the red-clothed player who had spoken up for him. The hood covered most of his face, only revealing his handsome, refined jawline, a cold smile playing on his lips. Another player, also somewhat frightened, whispered, the forums say Wan Qinghui kills without blinking an eye and eats people without spitting out bones. Boss, should we just let it go? What are you afraid of? How could Wan Qinghui possibly come here? There are plenty of people imitating her. Besides, she's all alone. Do you think the 3 of us are afraid of her? The leader, a player with a red name, gritted his teeth, brandished his broadsword, and charged towards the red-clad player. The newcomer was none other than Sang Fiwen. She glanced at them. All 3 were red-named players, with no other helpers, just petty thieves. She could attack them directly without fear of incurring sin points. With a flick of her thumb, her long sword was drawn. She flashed, weaving through the 3 red-named players in a zigzag pattern. Blood splattered where her sword passed, and 3 corpses fell to the ground, dropping a pile of white-grade equipment from the shop. She casually scooped it up, planning to sell it at the general store in Qianlong Town later. Every little bit helps. Yu Lingming was full of gratitude. Thank you so much for your help. I was saved from being robbed today thanks to you. Sang Fiwen waved her hand. It's nothing. Why didn't you hire a carriage? Walking is too much trouble. Yu Lingming explained with a wry smile. I'm saving money, and can't bear to spend it, so I have to carry it myself. Hearing this, Sang Fiwen nodded in empathy. In her past life, she had been the same, saving money to pay off debts, stretching every penny. She hadn't expected Yu Lingming to be a self-made man. She remembered that in her past life, he belonged to the Shunshi Yinhua Guild, a highly regarded chief blacksmith promoted by Kong Liuhua. She wondered if he still belonged to any guild. Thinking of this, Sang Fiwen's recruitment instinct stirred. Her shop was currently in the recruitment phase, and if a future equipment blacksmith joined, it would undoubtedly be a powerful boost. Yu Lingming, would you be interested in joining my shop? I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Wan Qinghui, and I own Shuwan Pavilion and Xingwan Pharmacy on Fenghua Avenue. I can provide you with better forging conditions, including expanded inventory, purchasing funds, protective equipment. Driven by the ambition of becoming a future Grandmaster-level blacksmith, Sang Fiwen went all out, enthusiastically mimicking Lun Wanchu's approach, or rather, enthusiastically introducing herself. Hearing Wan Qinghui's warm invitation to join, Yu Lingming was slightly taken aback, then filled with shame. He had previously held a prejudice against her due to negative posts on the forum. But seeing her today, he realized she was not only powerful but also generously offered help, completely different from what was described on the forum. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Lingming said, "Actually, I declined your invitation before." His voice was a little soft. Although the opportunity was tempting, he still told the truth. "I was misled by a post on the forum and didn't agree to join." "I hope you don't mind." Sang Fiwen was a little annoyed. She hadn't expected that the hateful post to almost make her miss out on a future master blacksmith. She was never one for arguing, nor did she bother arguing with those who didn't understand right from wrong. However, she held grudges, and would definitely get revenge on the culprit later. Fortunately, the misunderstanding had been cleared up. She smiled and said, "Let me know. Don't believe what you say, and don't dwell on the past. Go back to the city first, clear out your backpack, then go to Wanqing Pavilion and find someone named Kinkinglo to sign a contract." As she spoke, she tossed something over, which Yu Lingming instinctively caught. Upon closer inspection, it was a purple backpack. He had never seen such a high-stat expansion backpack for sale in the market. It would cost at least 100 gold. Wanqing had just given it to him so casually. He hadn't even signed a contract with her yet. Watching the departing red-clad figure, Yu Lingming immediately opened the new posting interface on the game forum and passionately wrote about what had just happened. He knew this post would attract a barrage of attacks from online trolls, but as he confirmed sending it, he recalled Wanqing Hui's sword-wielding posture. Some brilliance is destined to pierce through the shadows of public opinion. The once quiet alleyways of Qianlong Town, now bustling with activity as players discovered their hidden gem shops, are attracting a considerable number of visitors. Besides purchasing agents from various guilds, some well-off individual players also come to buy various scrolls. However, the shopkeepers here have eccentric personalities. Not only are the daily sales limited randomly, but each person also has a purchase limit, so everyone usually arrives very early. In the early morning, the alleyways are packed with players. Now, as dusk approaches, the alleyways have returned to their deserted state. Sang Fiwen turned the corner, and the shop came into view. Zhang San was yawning listlessly. Seeing her arrive, he complained, "Finally you arrived?" Hearing this, Zhang Lianing, who had been resting, slowly emerged from the inner room. After Zhang Lianing emerged, Sang Fiwen specially summoned the sleeping phoenix from the inkwash space, allowing the old woman to see her old companion. Seeing the phoenix still undergoing its metamorphosis, Zhang Lianing knew it was doing well. A look of relief shone in her eyes. She gently patted Sang Fiwen's shoulder. "Little girl, the phoenix is destined for you. You must treat it well." "Of course, Grandma Zhang, don't worry. Look, it's already at the second tier, doing very well." Zhang Lianing nodded, her face rosy and full of energy. With a touch of reminiscence, she said, "To be honest, Zhang San and I are both descendants of the Zhang family. We have some connection with the immortal who sealed the evil dragon beneath the Lilong volcano. My Zhang family has guarded the dragon-suppressing pillar beneath the volcano for generations, but in recent years the seal has indeed fallen into disrepair and is difficult to maintain." Sang Fiwen noticed the old woman had stopped coughing, indicating the wild herbs had indeed worked, so she continued to listen attentively to the background story. "Although the seal has been repaired, it's only temporary. To completely eradicate that remnant, we must find a way to break it in the central divine continent. Thingdu lies beneath that land. Legend says the last immortal resides there, but the journey will be extremely dangerous, you snotty." She turned and glared at Zhang San. "Take this girl with you to the central divine continent, and take good care of her on the way." Zhang San, who had been respectfully bowing and listening, bowed to his great-grandmother, and then solemnly looked at Sang Fiwen. "When would be a convenient time for you to depart, Miss Wan?" "The ferry is on its way to Dongfeng Ferry. The central divine continent is surrounded by sea, and only intercontinental ferries can traverse it. Players need to reach a minimum level of 50 to use the ferry, otherwise, even if they can afford the expensive ticket, they cannot board." Excitement gleamed in Sang Fiwen's eyes. She had long coveted the Central Plains, and now that she had Zhang San's ticket, she was naturally thrilled. "I hurry. I still need to go back and prepare some necessary supplies." "All right, then I wait for you at Dongfeng Ferry." The system notification sounded, and the legendary quest, which hadn't changed in a long time, had changed. Legendary quest: The Secret of Lilong Volcano. Progress 4. Head to the Central Plains to find an opportunity. 15 game days left before the ferry departs. There was still plenty of time. She could level up and improve her strength, especially since her peony sword needed upgrading, though experienced stones were hard to find. The Central Plains was a high-level map. The monsters were all at least level 50 elites. Going there without sufficient strength would be a waste of opportunity. Sang Fiwen replenished some commonly used Xin-level scrolls before heading to the town hall to visit Shen 1. Although the legendary quest had made progress, the rewards from this hidden rich second-generation heir, Lord Shen, couldn't be missed. Sure enough, to repay her for the previous trip to the volcano, Shenwen sent many Shen family servant NPCs, along with a precious butler NPC, to her flower pavilion, transferring their master-servant contracts to her. These NPCs were all born into the Shen family. One advantage of these NPCs is their high loyalty, and they are unavailable on the market. Sang Fiwen urgently needed reliable manpower to help manage the daily affairs of Flower Pavilion, so this solved her immediate problem. Time passed quickly. Today was the day of the early admission re-examination for the Imperial Blue Military Academy. The hovercar cut through the dawn, and Sang Fiwen gazed at the building before her through the porthole, the headquarters of the Central Research Institute of the Imperial Blue Federal Government. She had come in a hurry last time, and hadn't had a chance to properly appreciate the building. Now, bathed in the morning light, the building's surface shimmered with a cold silver light, like a giant interstellar warship on land, solemn and mysterious.